Recently employed at the Badao Guai Police Station, Chu Nan finds himself in a state of bewilderment. Wudang's cloud ladder, Shaolin's iron cloth shirt, ancient martial arts 8 extremes fist, lightning 9 connected whip. Has the system erred? Is this not the script of unifying the martial world and reigning supreme? I must emphasize that I am merely a police officer. What utility do these rewards hold for me? Am I to become a peerless master, parading in superhero underwear, tirelessly engaged in saving the world? Chapter 1. This is not a traffic accident. This is murder. The morning of April in Linchuan is still somewhat chilly. Chu Nan huddled his neck and consumed several hearty gulps of hot soy milk, feeling a semblance of warmth. Woo 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 woo. The sound of a police siren. The sound of an ambulance siren. A flurry of urgent sirens approached. Chu Nan glanced back. 2 police cars and an ambulance sped past. Is there a major case so early? He couldn't help but quicken his pace. Chu Nan is not a bystander. This is a reflexive response. To elucidate, we must first explore Chu Nan's identity. In another realm, he is a seasoned police officer with nearly 20 years of service. He has solved countless cases and garnered numerous accolades. He has won first prize in police competitions 3 times and has been repeatedly recognized as a nemesis of crime, a pioneer in case resolution, and one of the top 10 outstanding police officers of the year. With such a resume, while not globally renowned, it certainly brings honor to his family. If the narrative continues thus by retirement, he would surely attain a white collar and relish his twilight years. What Chu Nan never anticipated was that during a domestic dispute he was handling, he would suffer a setback. In an effort to protect the victimized woman, he was struck unconscious by a domestic abuser wielding a stool. Upon awakening, he found himself in this world, transformed into a police academy student on the brink of graduation. Was Chu Nan aggrieved? Not particularly. Had he not traversed realms, he would have felt too ashamed to face his old comrades. A renowned powerhouse in law enforcement felled by an ordinary individual. This is indeed more embarrassing than an experienced driver crashing. To be candid, aside from the numerous trophies, medals, and certificates adorning his cabinet, Chu Nan has little of sentimental value. He has been married twice and divorced on both occasions. This is not to suggest that Chu Nan is unfortunate in love. He is the head of the provincial major case team, and criminal investigations are notoriously demanding. Encountering significant cases often leaves him immersed in work for days on end. Should he embark on another business trip, it is likely that his wife would hardly recall his appearance without consulting photographs. By the time of his second divorce, Chu Nan was already 37 years old. He has come to terms with the situation. Given his lifestyle, remarrying would merely bring misfortune to another. Thus, he has decidedly abandoned any thoughts of remarriage. Apart from colleagues with whom he has shared extensive time, Chu Nan's departure would likely only be remembered by the elderly doorman of his community on rare occasions. After all, he is the only resident who perpetually forgets his access card, awakening countless times in the dead of night to let himself in. As for his absence, whether the old man would buy an extra pack of peanuts to celebrate with a can of beer during dinner is beyond Chu Nan's concerns. Additionally, whether as a form of compensation for Chu Nan, his traversal was accompanied by certain privileges. Upon his rebirth and the restoration of his memories, he became bound to a system known as Nemesis of Crime. As the name suggests, this system bestows corresponding rewards based on the quantity and quality of the cases Chu Nan resolves. As he had yet to commence his duties, naturally, there were no substantial rewards. Thus, the system, being somewhat frugal, granted him a novice gift package, endowing Chu Nan with a special skill termed Eye of Truth. The utility of this skill lies in its ability to automatically lock onto subtle clues in the vicinity when the host detects an anomaly. Lacking practical experience, Chu Nan remains uncertain about the efficacy of this skill. However, it seems more than sufficient for aiding senior students in locating lost cats or dogs. Today marks his return to work, and unexpectedly, he encounters this incident en route to reporting. His occupational affliction proves unremitting. Should he fail to take a glance, it is likely that even his time spent in the restroom would not proceed smoothly. Gossip is woven into the very fabric of our national psyche. After all, since millennia ago, even watching a performance required a monetary investment. When one encounters a spectacle that is free of charge, to abstain from participating would be rather unfortunate. Chu Nan exerted tremendous effort to carve a path through the throng of elderly onlookers. A Santana, its front end grotesquely crumpled, lies beside a middle-aged man, whose body is similarly distorted, sprawled in a pool of blood. Scattered around are numerous car parts. Alas, how tragic! An elderly gentleman lamented, shaking his head as he popped a peanut into his mouth. Indeed, such a young life, extinguished in an instant, remarked an elderly lady seated on a small stool, busily peeling vegetables. Nearby, an old man slurping rice noodles seemed rather excessive. Amidst such a gruesome crime scene, the sound of his slurping was quite dissonant. Hey, 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 fellow villagers, please step back. This is an accident scene, and your cooperation is appreciated, a young police officer shouted. Reflexively, Chu Nan exclaimed, Elderly gentlemen and ladies, please retreat. They are conducting an investigation. There's nothing to see amidst all this blood. You should step back as well. Me? Chu Nan responded, astonished, pointing at himself. Yes, you. Did you not notice you have crossed the caution line? Hold on to that pancake in your hand. It's about to fall. At your young age, you seem quite eager to join the commotion. The young officer regarded Chu Nan with evident disdain. Embarrassed, Chu Nan offered a sheepish smile and quickly returned to the safety of the caution line. It dawned on him that his current status was merely that of a newcomer yet to complete his onboarding. Several officers were diligently examining the myriad details of the scene. Chu Nan's eyes swiftly scanned the area, the deceased, the vehicles, the environment, the surveillance footage. A middle-aged officer and a traffic cop engaged in quiet conversation nearby. Zhang, I apologize for troubling you so early, the lead traffic officer expressed with a sheepish smile. The middle-aged officer shook his hand, responding with a wry smile. Liu, you speak as though you wish to encounter such an incident at dawn. What's the situation? Did the driver consume alcohol? No, the middle-aged traffic officer replied, shaking his head. From the scene, there appeared to be no suspicious elements. The driver was neither intoxicated nor under the influence of drugs. The preliminary assessment indicates that it was a severe traffic accident resulting from speeding. The middle-aged officer nodded. Yes, this aligns closely with our findings at the scene. Nevertheless, we must take the offending driver in for procedural matters. Someone, please, Xiao Zhang, coordinate with the traffic division and have them sign off on the accident report so we can clear out. The morning rush hour is upon us. Let's expedite the cleanup. Wait a moment. Chu Nan shouted, raising his voice. Zhang, puzzled, turned to him and asked, Young man, do you have something to say? The scene cannot be cleaned up. This is not a traffic accident. It is a murder. Chu Nan's declaration left everyone momentarily speechless. Zhang's expression tightened as he pointed at Chu Nan, saying, Young man, please step forward. Chu Nan crossed the barrier and approached the group of officers. Greetings, comrade. I am Zhang Zhang from the Criminal Investigation Team of the Nankou District Bureau of Linchuan City. How do you know this is a murder? Are you privy to something? Zhang Zhang inquired with a grave demeanor. Chapter 2. Behind every challenging case, there are invariably a few malfunctioning cameras. It's evident, Chu Nan declared without hesitation. Obvious. Zhang Zhang gazed at Chu Nan incredulously. Young comrade, you must think carefully. This concerns human lives. We cannot afford to speak carelessly. The young officer beside them interjected angrily. What exactly do you intend to convey? We've conducted our own investigation at the scene. This is merely an ordinary traffic accident. You believe you can discern a murder from such a distance? Do you think we are incompetent? Let me inform you. This individual is the captain of our criminal investigation team in the South District. Are you attempting to instruct him on how to handle a case? Chu Nan regarded the young officer with a hint of exasperation. It wasn't that he was unworthy. Youth is a phase everyone experiences, marked by a blind reverence for authority. It is understandable. Besides, he was merely a bystander. And the fact that he hadn't been struck for his incessant chatter was fortunate enough. Captain Zhang, may I say a few words? Chu Nan inquired. Go ahead. Zhang Jing replied, exercising patience. Chu Nan approached a nearby trash bin, pointing at a deep tire mark on the ground. Look here. Zhang Jing's companions gathered around Chu Nan, crouching down to scrutinize the mark. After some time, Zhang Jing, perplexed, remarked, Young brother, what can this tire mark possibly signify? Chu Nan extracted a napkin from his pocket and vigorously wiped the tire mark. The napkin immediately bore dark smudges. He held it to his nose for a whiff before presenting it to Captain Zhang. This imprint is fresh, and it carries a distinct burnt odor. Zhang Jing's brow furrowed deeply. Indeed. Chu Nan nodded and gestured toward the nearby curb. Observe this. The cigarette butt is still smoldering, indicating it was discarded not long ago. All 3 cigarette butts are of the same brand, discarded together. Surely, this cannot be mere coincidence? As he spoke, Chu Nan picked up the still glowing cigarette butt, stating, It is evidently freshly discarded, yet this butt is dry, lacking any trace of saliva. Is that not peculiar? The young officer could no longer restrain himself. Comrade, what is your profession? You claim this is a murder. If you know something, you ought to speak up. Otherwise, do not waste our time. I must inform you that falsely reporting a crime is illegal. Zhang Jing raised a hand to silence the young officer and fixed his gaze on Chu Nan, asking, "Young man, what exactly are you trying to convey?" With a subtle smile, Chu Nan replied, "Captain Zhang, as an experienced officer, you must be aware of the circumstances that affect saliva production, correct? Nervousness?" Zhang Jing instinctively responded. "Precisely," Chu Nan affirmed. "I observed that this tire mark matches that of the offending vehicle. This suggests that the vehicle did not merely pass by and inadvertently strike the victim. Rather, it indicates that the driver accelerated abruptly as the victim approached, evidenced by the tire's skid marks. The cigarette butts are located near the tire mark, confirming they were likely smoked just minutes ago, suggesting they were left by the driver of the offending vehicle. Of course, verifying whether these butts belong to the driver can be accomplished through analysis. If they do belong to the driver, one might infer that the driver had been waiting here for an extended period. Let us consider the scenario. The driver had been lurking in the alley since early morning, and during that time, he was particularly tense. When the victim passed by, he accelerated violently, resulting in the victim's immediate demise. This series of suspicious circumstances cannot all be mere coincidences. If they were, one could only conclude that the victim was extraordinarily unfortunate. Chu Nan's words left the assembled individuals wide-eyed. Zhang Jing felt a tingling sensation at the nape of his neck. The young man's analysis was remarkably astute. The accumulating evidence pointed towards a premeditated murder, leaving little room for doubt. In investigations, isolated clues often lack substantive value. Evidence lies in the ability to weave together disparate threads into a cohesive narrative. This is the true measure of a detective's prowess. It was evident that he had fallen short in linking these subtle hints. It was indeed a close call. He had nearly misclassified a murder as a mere traffic incident. "Young brother, are you in the same line of work?" Zhang Jing could not help but ask. "Reporting to leadership, I am Chu Nan, a graduate of the 18th Criminal Investigation class from Jiangnan Police University, preparing to report to the Badao Guai Police Station." Chu Nan replied with spirited enthusiasm, saluting. Zhang Jing regarded Chu Nan with surprise and admiration. "Even before officially joining the force, your observational skills are impressively keen, indicative of solid foundational training. You are indeed a promising talent. Given your specialization in criminal investigation, do you not feel it is a bit of a waste to be assigned to a police station? Would you be interested in joining our criminal investigation team?" "Ha ha." Chu Nan chuckled awkwardly. "Thank you, Captain Zhang, for your kind recognition," but he hesitated, a smile playing on his lips. This was not to say he lacked desire for the criminal investigation field. After half a lifetime as a police officer, he understood the unwritten rules within the system. The police force is a realm governed by personal connections. One cannot simply switch allegiances without consideration for others' perceptions. In the future, they would be colleagues, crossing paths frequently. Such matters require tact. Zhang Jing also offered an awkward smile, feigning composure. "We shall discuss this matter later. After all, we belong to the same system. Poaching talent in such a manner is indeed inappropriate. The grassroots police stations already face enough challenges without adding to their burdens. Besides, the head of the Badao Guai Police Station, Zhang Jing, is notoriously difficult to deal with. Should he catch wind of this, it would certainly give me a headache." Zhang Jing's attention returned to the scene, his expression clouded with concern. "Chu, your findings are quite timely. However, these pieces of evidence only suggest the possibility of homicide. They cannot confirm it. In cases like this, without irrefutable proof, it is challenging to establish a definitive conclusion. The most troubling aspect is that this is a main thoroughfare, making it nearly impossible to preserve the scene or any overlooked evidence." Chu Nan interjected, "Let us first review the surveillance footage. As long as it aligns with our hypotheses, even in the absence of concrete evidence, the driver's culpability will be substantiated. Once we bring him in, we can gradually investigate and uncover some clues." Observing the fervent gazes of Zhang Jing and Chu Nan, Lu, the team leader, awkwardly grinned. The Happiness Road is a minor street, with only 2 surveillance cameras along its length, one at the entrance of the Third Ring Road and another at the entrance of the Happiness Community. Unfortunately, both cameras are currently undergoing maintenance. Could you not have simply stated that there are no working cameras? Zhang Jing shot Lu a disgruntled look. Lu smiled sheepishly, choosing silence. Chu Nan smacked his lips in frustration, as if every case was accompanied by a few cameras that malfunctioned at the most inconvenient times. That said, the cameras at Happiness Community would have had limited utility, as they could only capture the rear of the offending vehicle. Chapter 3: Witnessing the spectacle, one finds oneself ensnared. With the municipal cameras rendered useless, Chu Nan was compelled to seek alternative leads. Surveying his surroundings, he noted that this stretch of road lay between two residential complexes, flanked by walls on either side. Without any street-front shops, the likelihood of private surveillance cameras was virtually non-existent. This posed a significant dilemma, relying solely on the tire marks and cigarette butts on the ground. Even if we could confirm that the reckless driver deliberately struck the victim, what significance does that hold? The culprit could easily feign ignorance and evade responsibility. Team leader Liu expressed his growing anxiety. Zhang, young brother, what should we do now? The rush hour is imminent, and Chongqing Avenue is a major thoroughfare. Without irrefutable evidence, we cannot maintain the blockade indefinitely. Let us first bring the driver in for questioning. If he truly committed murder, the truth will inevitably be revealed, suggested another young officer. Upon finishing his statement, he realized that both team leader Zhang and team leader Liu were entirely focused on Chu Nan, neglecting his input. Chu Nan, furrowing his brow, fixed his gaze on the vehicle involved in the incident. He felt an unsettling sense of having overlooked something crucial. Activating his analytical instincts, he pondered, the reckless driver. How did he ascertain the exact timing of the victim's passage? Suddenly, a spark of clarity illuminated Chu Nan's expression as he excitedly murmured to himself. Team leader Zhang interjected, if this is indeed a case of murder, then the perpetrator must have been lying in wait. Typically, morning joggers have a set routine. That's not what I meant, Chu Nan interjected, gesturing for him to pause. What I'm referring to is the precise timing. The tire marks extend over 30 meters to the intersection, starting the vehicle, accelerating, and colliding with the victim. All of this requires at least several seconds. This time frame is ample for the victim to cross the intersection. If it were murder, by the time the driver noticed the victim, there simply wouldn't be enough time to act. What does this imply? It suggests that someone was monitoring the victim's every move, and the reckless driver, positioned in a blind spot, could not possibly have observed the victim's trajectory. There must have been someone watching the victim and relaying their position to the driver. Team leader Zhang exclaimed with palpable excitement. Indeed, Captain Zhang, your experience shines through. Instantly revealing the crux of the matter, Chu Nan offered, a hint of flattery in his tone. Regardless of the profession, it is ill-advised to act in isolation, as long as it does not contravene any ethical principles. Chu Nan was more than willing to extend a gesture of goodwill. Harmony among colleagues is paramount. Failing to grasp this principle would likely doom one to a life of mediocrity. Turning to his subordinate, Zhang instructed, Xiao Zhang, fetch the driver's phone and check his contacts. Additionally, ensure he is detained. We cannot allow him to escape. Before long, the young officer returned, presenting a mobile phone to team leader Zhang. Chu Nan glanced at the contacts and noted an unanswered call from 12 minutes prior. Team Liu, at what time did you receive the emergency call? Zhang inquired. At 6:26 a.m. We arrived on the scene at 6:31 a.m., Liu replied without hesitation. Zhang nodded, confirming the timing aligns perfectly. However, since this number was not answered, it is likely not registered under the suspect's own identity. Relying solely on this number, it will be challenging for us to pinpoint the suspect. Chu Nan continued to survey the surroundings. The victim had been jogging alongside the community wall, and there was no nearby place to pause. A row of banyan trees flanked both sides of Chongqing Avenue, obstructing the view from above. Excluding these two factors, the optimal observation point remained the row of storefronts across the street. If it were Chu Nan, he would undoubtedly choose the breakfast shops directly facing Xingfu Road. This would allow for the dual advantage of tracking the victim's movements while also keeping sight of the reckless vehicle. Captain Zhang, please assist me. Keep an eye on the bystanders. Anyone attempting to flee should be apprehended immediately, Chu Nan whispered. What do you mean? Zhang asked, a look of confusion on his face. Without responding, Chu Nan took the megaphone from the young officer and approached the cordoned area. Attention, everyone. Please be quiet for a moment and listen. We suspect foul play in this accident, and we need each of you to accompany us for further investigation, he announced through the megaphone. But I can't. I need to take my grandson to school, protested one onlooker. Yes, I have to deliver lunch to my spouse at the hospital. The crowd clamored in protest as a man wearing a cap and sunglasses quietly slipped away from the throng. Several young officers, having anticipated this move, immediately gave chase and soon brought him back. What are you doing? Why are you arresting me without cause? Is there no law? The bespectacled man shouted angrily. Why did you run? Chu Nan asked. Run? What are you talking about? Is it illegal for me to walk? You're being far too nosy, the man retorted defiantly. With a calm smile, Chu Nan responded, Captain Zhang, please dial that number. As Zhang completed the call, an unexpected jingle erupted from the phone. Congratulations on your wealth. Congratulations on your brilliance. The best please come forward, the rest please step aside. The man's face turned ashen, and he lowered his head in despair. Chu Nan finally exhaled in relief, his anxieties easing. He had taken a gamble and won. Indeed, these two were novices. Anyone with even a modicum of anti-surveillance awareness would never leave such critical evidence on their person. Simply removing the SIM card and discarding it in any trash bin would render it nearly impossible for Chu Nan to trace it, even if he discovered it promptly. In reality, how many criminals possess the sophistication of seasoned offenders? 1 in 10? 1 in 100? Ultimately, there are far more good people in this world. Many commit crimes out of necessity and lack the foresight to plan meticulously. Thus, Chu Nan felt justified in his wager. How can you be certain that the other suspect is still at the scene? The young officer asked incredulously. Chu Nan smiled gently. I can't be certain, but it's worth a try. People are inherently curious. If I were in their shoes, I would undoubtedly want to see the aftermath of my actions. Xiao Chu, we owe you a great debt today. Rest assured, once this case is solved, I will commend you. The time from the incident to resolution took less than half an hour, undoubtedly setting a record in our province's criminal investigation history. Moreover, given that this was a public murder, the severity of the case could not be overstated. A third-class commendation was assured, and perhaps even a second-class award was within reach. Team leader Zhang, elated by the prospect, spoke with renewed vigor. Chu Nan replied with a smile. The swift apprehension of the suspect is entirely due to your efforts, Captain Zhang, and the contributions of all our colleagues. I merely benefited from a stroke of luck. Haha, humility is a virtue, but excessive modesty can be counterproductive. You'll accompany me shortly to record your statement. I need to hand over the leads I currently have, and then I'll take you to the Badao Guai Police Station to report, Zhang stated. Chapter 4. This is not just an introduction. It's a treasure. The Badao Guai Police Station is situated in an area where urban meets rural. The architecture here is haphazard, with numerous unauthorized constructions dotting the landscape. Due to the low rent, the tenant population exceeds 10,000, making it a veritable melting pot. Consequently, the staffing at the Badao Guai Police Station is top tier, with 16 full-time officers alone, and over 50 personnel when including support and auxiliary staff. At this moment, the courtyard of the Badao Guai Police Station buzzed with activity. Aside from those on leave, all 30 or so officers on duty were gathered here. Among them was a thin, graying man in his 50s, anxiously scanning the area with a look of urgency. He was Cheng Tao, the station chief of Badao Guai, a middle-aged police officer, bespectacled with gold-rimmed glasses and exuding an air of cultured sophistication, glanced at his watch with evident dissatisfaction. Cheng, it is already 8:15. This Chu Nan is utterly disorganized and undisciplined. On his very first day reporting for duty, he dares to arrive late. Huh, is it any wonder he is labeled a troublemaker? He was hardly a model student at the police academy, frequently violating regulations and wandering off without permission. I truly cannot fathom how he managed to graduate. In my view, as long as he doesn't cause us any trouble, that will suffice. Isn't it unfair to burden the honest ones? For 3 years, WVE received no new recruits, and now, after a great deal of pleading, WVE finally been assigned 4. Well, one is a high-achieving graduate just looking to embellish their resume. Another is in an administrative position. And WVE even been handed a troublemaker. Cheng, I suggest you storm into the chief's office about this. Zhang Jigang, the deputy chief, interjected. Cheng Tao shot an impatient glare at Zhang. Fine, you can take on the task of crying and creating a ruckus. If you can manage to bring me back a few outstanding graduates from the police academy, I'll treat you to drinks. And, being a veteran yourself, could you perhaps choose your words more carefully? What else with this talk of troublemakers? If he graduated from the police academy, it indicates he is qualified. As for wandering off and clashing with instructors, that reflects a strong character. Can we survive in our line of work by being meek and docile? We don't yet know why Chu Nan is late. We cannot hastily label him. Once he is here, he is like our own child. Zhang Jigang offered an awkward smile. Instructor Gao Xiangyang spoke up. Cheng, we have already waited over 20 minutes. The station is overwhelmed with tasks. This delay is causing us significant setbacks. I propose we proceed with the welcoming ceremony for the 3 new recruits who have already arrived, and address Chu Nan's situation later. Cheng Tao sighed, resigned, and nodded. All right, everyone, please quiet down. I will say a few words. Just then, a series of honks interrupted Cheng Tao, and as he prepared to express his irritation, he recognized the familiar license plate. Oh, isn't that Captain Zhang? What brings you here today? Cheng Tao asked, surprised. Chu Nan emerged from the passenger seat, respectfully saluting. Reporting in. Officer Chu Nan, at your service. Cheng Tao looked at Chu Nan in shock, then turned to Zhang Jing, tentatively asking, Zhang, what is going on? Has Chu Nan caused you any trouble? Indeed. And it's quite significant, Zhang Jing replied solemnly. Cheng Tao quickly donned a smile, apologizing profusely. Oh dear, Captain Zhang, I sincerely apologize for any inconvenience caused. This child is still learning the ropes. What trouble has he caused you? Allow me to extend my apologies on his behalf. I assure you, I will address the matter and provide the necessary guidance. We will not cover for him. If this issue is not too grave, I hope you might show some leniency and not hold it against the child. This sentiment warmed Chu Nan's heart, providing a sense of comfort. In any organization, everyone desires a leader who looks out for them, and this is especially true in the police force. Once one chooses this profession, no one fears hardship or fatigue. Rather, what is most feared is the absence of support when challenges arise. Particularly alarming are those leaders who, when faced with difficulties, quickly distance themselves from their subordinates. After all, everyone is human, and mistakes are inevitable. When errors occur, having someone to protect you allows one to charge forward without hesitation. Zhang Jing, feeling awkward, attempted a joke. But Cheng Tao took him seriously. Zhang quickly shook his head, smiling nervously. No, Cheng, I was merely jesting. I brought Chu Nan here because he was delayed due to us, and I felt it necessary to explain. Moreover, Chu Nan has been a tremendous help to me. He practically saved my life. I must express my gratitude to him, and also to you, Cheng. Saved your life? What do you mean? Cheng Tao asked, astonished. Zhang Jing recounted the situation briefly. Is that so? Cheng Tao chuckled. What luck? Pure luck. I've only just met this lad and didn't anticipate he would be so impressive. All right, Cheng, I've delivered the person. I must return now, as I have an interrogation awaiting me. Zhang Jing shook hands with Cheng Tao and the others before departing. Inside the office, Chu Nan sat nervously, shifting positions every few moments. It wasn't urgency that moved him, but rather embarrassment. Despite having lived through various storms, he had never experienced a situation where 5 older men surrounded him, staring intently, nearly drooling in anticipation. This was a new and overwhelming experience for him. Good lad. Cheng Tao chuckled, repeating the phrase for the 8th time. He was akin to a mother-in-law admiring her son-in-law, his delight growing with each glance. Gao Shengyang grinned. Chu Nan, you've already presented us with a significant gift on your very first day at the Badao Guai Police Station. From the moment of the crime to the apprehension of the suspect, it took less than half an hour. You will undoubtedly become a classic case for our province this year. Who would have thought that our humble Badao Guai Police Station would have such a moment of glory, with a third-class merit added to your name? As long as our public satisfaction rate remains on par with last year's, we should secure a spot among Linchuan City's top 10 police stations. Oh, how splendid it will be to walk into meetings with our heads held high and enjoy the fine tea provided by the chief's father-in-law. Cheng Tao smiled warmly. Now, young Chu, our station has a tradition of pairing each newcomer with a mentor to facilitate their acclimatization to the role. Henceforth, you will be paired with Zhang Jigang, our deputy chief in charge of criminal investigations. This is a powerful alliance. Our investigative capabilities at the Badao Guai Police Station will rank among the finest across all 172 police stations in the city. Zhang Jigang trembled at the prospect. Ash from his cigarette falling onto his clothes. He didn't have time to brush it off, shaking his head vigorously. No, Chief, I've never mentored anyone before. I would only hinder Chu Nan's progress. Chapter 5. It's over. No one wants Chu Nan. No one is willing to mentor a newcomer. Aside from the laborious tasks, if a newcomer makes a mistake, the mentor is equally held accountable. Simply put, it is an endeavor that demands effort with little reward. Especially for a newcomer like Chu Nan, who arrives with a shining reputation. He has already solved a murder case before even starting his job, earning a gleaming third-class merit. The higher-ups are watching closely. If he excels under your guidance, it will be seen as expected, as his success on his very first day is attributed to his talent rather than any merit of yours. Rather, it would feel as though you are merely riding on his coattails. Conversely, if he falters, it reflects poorly on you as his mentor. Being shrewd, Zhang Jigang was aware of this, and Cheng Tao was equally troubled. Clearing his throat, he said, Cheng, instructor, I spent the entire night on stakeout. I really must return to rest. Seeing Cheng Tao's gaze turn towards him, Huang Dehua, the only veteran detective at Badao Guai, hastily fabricated an excuse and fled without looking back. Chief, you've already assigned me a newcomer. There's no longer any need for me here. So I'll take my leave. I haven't finished watching the theft video from the Happiness Supermarket. Chief, I have a task to attend to. In the Ronghua community, yet another electric bike has gone missing, causing quite a headache. As several individuals from the office hastily departed, Cheng Tao cast an awkward glance at Chu Nan, clearing his throat gently. After all, they had been brothers for over a decade. It would be quite unusual not to grant him, the head of the station, some respect. Well, Chu, our station has a rather unique situation. We face difficulties in mentoring newcomers. Therefore, could you please seek out Sun Jingya? She is quite remarkable, having been trained in the criminal investigation team, and can be considered an experienced officer. You two will temporarily partner up to familiarize yourselves with our precinct's workflow, Cheng Tao remarked with a smile. Understood. Chu Nan nodded in agreement. Once he had left, Gao Xiangyang furrowed his brow and said, Cheng, what are you thinking? Chu Nan is currently a prized asset in Zhang Zheng's eyes. He will undoubtedly receive close scrutiny from above. Although Jingya is a good officer, her notorious temper is well known within our system. She may not commit major errors, but she tends to make frequent minor ones. If it weren't for her assaulting a suspect, would she have been sent here to refine her temperament? As the saying goes, one who stays close to vermilion turns red, and one who stays close to ink turns black. If Chu Nan were to follow her and make a mistake, we would be implicated. Cheng Tao chuckled lightly, exuding an air of confidence as he replied, My dear instructor, are you aware that Sun Jingya was indeed sent here to temper her character? She may have a fiery disposition, but there are no principled issues at play. In my opinion, that human trafficker deserved to be struck. When our officers discovered him, he actually threw the child away to buy time. It has been over 6 months, and I hear that child is still in the hospital. Is that even humane? Young individuals are often impulsive. How could one possibly endure such a situation? If it were 20 years ago, I would have struck him myself. Moreover, regardless of the circumstances, she is a bona fide backbone of criminal investigation. Do you believe we have anyone more suited to mentor Chu Nan here? The instructor nodded in agreement. That is indeed a valid point. However, I fear we may not be able to retain Chu Nan for long. Cheng Tao sighed. Zhang Zheng is a favored lieutenant of the director. Anyone he has set his sights on is likely to leave us. I estimate that, at most, in 6 months, or, at the very least, 1 month, Zhang Zheng will certainly transfer Chu Nan away. Furthermore, this lad genuinely possesses talent for criminal investigation. We cannot allow such potential to go to waste. Gao Xiangyang nodded, letting out a resigned sigh. One seasoned criminal investigation officer honing her skills. Another a law doctorate gilding his resume. And now, a newcomer who solves major cases on his very first day. Alas, our Badao Guai precinct has truly become a nursery. Cheng Tao's lips curled into a sly smile, reminiscent of a cunning fox. While Sun Jingya and that law doctorate have no direct connection to us, this Chu Nan has been officially assigned to our Badao Guai precinct, making him one of us. While we cannot prevent Zhang Zheng from attempting to take him, it is not as simple as just transferring him away. The instructor's eyes sparkled with mischief as he remarked, This is precisely why you are the station chief. Your insights are astute. Last year, our request for police vehicles was denied. I shall submit it again shortly. Cheng Tao couldn't help but burst into laughter, then added with utmost seriousness, And let us also address the issue of case handling funds and insufficient manpower. Our officers survive on instant noodles during assignments. It is hardly healthy. The instructor nodded in agreement. Indeed, that is a valid point. I will speak with Sun Jingya about it. Otherwise, given her temperament, I fear Chu Nan may face difficulties. Upon entering the main office, the gazes directed at Chu Nan were markedly different. It was inevitable. Envy swirled in the air. Major cases were the responsibility of the criminal investigation team, while the officers at the grassroots level often dealt with trivial matters. Many would toil for a decade or more without encountering a significant case, let alone earning a third-class merit. On his very first day, Chu Nan had achieved what most officers might only dream of in 10 years. How could one not feel disheartened? The three newcomers sat quietly, resembling elementary school students. One young man in his 20s, with a fair complexion and reddened eyes, looked as though he had just been crying. Chu Nan recognized him as Zhou Ziming, another newcomer. Upon seeing Chu Nan, he could not conceal his envy, hastily wiped his eyes, and made for the exit. What is going on? Did I offend him? Chu Nan questioned. Bewildered. The only girl among the newcomers, Wu Ziyun, shook her head. No, it has nothing to do with you. He simply does not want to go to the household registration department. He feels uncomfortable. There was little recourse. His father had also been an officer at the Badao Guai precinct and had sacrificed his life protecting a colleague. How could the leadership at our station not treat him as a treasured gem? Chu Nan nodded, having witnessed similar situations before. The police force is inherently hazardous, with many colleagues sacrificing their lives each year. Their children, influenced by their parents from a young age, often idolize police officers and aspire to uphold justice, frequently choosing to follow in their parents' footsteps. However, with the prevalence of only children today, no one wishes to expose the children of martyrs to danger. Regardless of the position, someone must undertake these responsibilities, right? Thus, secondary positions become the primary options. Who is Sun Jingya? Chu Nan inquired. The girl pointed to a desk in the corner. That is Sister Sun's desk. Chu, come with me, the instructor called out, leading Chu Nan directly to Sun Jingya's desk. Chu Nan had a favorable impression of Sun Jingya. She bore a fresh face, exuding vigor, with her hair tied back, resembling a career-oriented woman of strength. Jingya, this is Chu Nan, our new recruit. He studied criminal investigation. And since you are both young, you may find common ground to partner up, the instructor said gently. Sun Jingya glanced at Chu Nan and, with a faint smile, asked, Instructor, is this a decision from the station? Yes, I discussed it with Chung, the instructor confirmed with a nod. Sun Jingya replied, I will follow orders. But I must state that I am not cut out to be a babysitter. If I fail to take care of our star, do not hold it against me. Ha ha ha. Jingya, are we not familiar with your capabilities? After a few more instructions, the instructor departed. Officer Sun, I look forward to your guidance. Chu Nan said courteously. Sun Jingya chuckled self-deprecatingly. Oh please, there is no guidance to be had. I am merely sitting on the sidelines, struggling to maintain my own position. You are on your own. She mused. I genuinely cannot fathom why Chung would assign such a prized recruit to me as a partner. While Chu Nan was unaware of the reasons behind Sun Jingya's reassignment to the precinct, he surmised it was due to some form of transgression. I will head out to patrol, Sun Jingya declared, rising to her feet. Chu Nan quickly followed suit, having nothing to prepare. His police uniform would take a couple of days to arrive, and as for police equipment, he had yet to require any. Sister Sun, is that your car? Seeing Sun Jingya approach an adorable little white vehicle, Chu Nan couldn't help but ask out of curiosity. Sun Jingya shrugged in resignation. There are only a few cars in the precinct. We can only drive them when assigned to a task. I am patrolling voluntarily. If you do not wish to accompany me, that is fine. I will go. Chu Nan quickly climbed into the passenger seat. Sister Sun, how long have you been at the Badao Guai Police Station? The atmosphere was somewhat awkward, prompting Chu Nan to seek a topic of conversation. Over 6 months. Sun Jingya replied without turning her head. You needn't beat around the bush with me. Feel free to ask directly what mistake I've made. Excessive use of force. Inadvertently broke the arm of a human trafficker. Her forthrightness was refreshing, and Chu Nan found it appealing. Working alongside someone like her promised to be considerably less burdensome. Given that we are currently on duty, isn't it inappropriate for you to be in civilian clothes while driving a private vehicle? Chu Nan jested. To patrol in uniform and drive a police car, practically announcing our presence 2 miles away, isn't about capturing criminals. It's about ensnaring fools. What is the point of patrolling like that? Sun Jingya remarked with a faint smile, leaving Chu Nan momentarily speechless. Just as he was about to respond, the cold, mechanical voice of the system suddenly echoed in his mind. Congratulations, host, you have solved the murder case at Qingshan Street. Case level, B. Completion level, A. System reward, 1 silver treasure chest, 500 justice points. Congratulations on successfully solving your first case. The system rewards you with 1 gold treasure chest. Congratulations, host. You have met the conditions to unlock the Justice Mall. The system has detected 2 unopened treasure chests. Would you like to open them now? Open, Chu Nan silently thought. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the special skill. Ancient Martial Arts, 8 Extremes Fist, Beginner. Upgrade requires 2,000 justice points. Ancient Martial Arts, 8 Extremes Fist. A remarkable ancient martial art. When mastered, fists can shatter stones, shoulders can break trees. Before the system's voice faded, Chu Nan felt a sudden influx of practical experience regarding the 8 Extremes Fist appear in his memory. Congratulations, host, you have obtained the Encyclopedia of Crime. Encyclopedia of Crime contains network information on all wanted criminals, including physical characteristics, personal preferences, and danger levels. As the system's voice concluded, a torrent of information flooded into Chu Nan's mind. This information encompassed not only the criminals listed on wanted posters, but also those wanted for minor offenses like theft and brawling, as long as they had been recorded. The discomfort came swiftly but dissipated just as quickly. To be fair, this system was remarkably considerate. The first 3 skills seemed tailor-made for Chu Nan. The Eye of Truth made solving cases significantly easier. The Encyclopedia of Crime rendered criminals unable to hide from him. And the 8 Extremes Fist greatly enhanced his self-defense, combat, and apprehension capabilities. Chu Nan now possessed all the qualities that a detective ought to have. He pulled up his information panel to take a glance. Host, Chu Nan. Physical ability, 15, average, 10. Speed, 14, average, 10. Stamina, 16, average, 10. Justice points, 500. Special skills, Eye of Truth, Encyclopedia of Crime, Ancient Martial Arts, 8 Extremes Fist. In the lower right corner of the Personal Attributes panel, there was a small entrance to the Justice Mall. Curiously, he opened it, only to be startled by the dazzling array of products that sent a shiver down his spine. However, the initial thrill soon waned into disinterest, as the price of even the simplest item in the mall seemed astronomical to him at this moment. Firearms proficiency, beginner 2,000 justice points. Driving proficiency, beginner 2,000 justice points. Ancient martial arts, golden bell shield, beginner 10,000 justice points. Ancient martial arts, cloud stepping, beginner 20,000 justice points. Crime sense, beginner 100,000 justice points. Chu Nan found himself questioning whether the system had made an error. With so many martial skills, wasn't he this more akin to a martial arts leader unifying the realm? After all, he was merely a police officer. Did he truly need such extravagant abilities? Would he end up like a superhero, parading around the city in his underwear at midnight, attempting to save the world? Whether the world could be saved was uncertain. However, the next day as headlines were inevitable. Warning: the perverse Nan is on the loose. This was merely the novice area of the mall. There were elite, master, and detective zones above. Chu Nan could only see that activating the elite zone required a staggering 100,000 justice points. The master and detective zones were realms he dared not even contemplate. If the items in the detective zone included life-reviving elixirs or spaceships, he would believe it. Are you all right? Noticing Chu Nan's peculiar expression, Sun Jingya inquired with concern. I'm fine. Chu Nan shook his head and rolled down the car window. He felt akin to a child who had received a new toy, brimming with eagerness to test its worth. He scrutinized everyone around him, thinking that although the chances were slim, what if he encountered a suspect? What are you looking at? Sun Jingya inquired, unable to suppress her curiosity. Nothing much, just hoping to stumble upon a wanted criminal. Chu Nan replied half-jokingly. Sun Jingya couldn't help but laugh. Where on earth would so many criminals come from nowadays? With the advancements in criminal investigation techniques, the deterrent effect on offenders has greatly increased. Moreover, legal education has improved significantly, which has substantially lowered the crime rate. In most cities, there might not be a serious case throughout the year. Most of the grassroots police deal with trivial matters: dog bites person, person bites dog, infidelity, or a husband seeking a mistress. In many grassroots police stations, even minor thefts or petty scams are considered significant cases. Most believe that Chu Nan simply got lucky and, somehow, solved a murder case. Sun Jingya shared this sentiment as well. Chapter 7. The Misfortunate Fatty, unexpectedly catching a drug dealer. This fellow was still young, and it was understandable that he was brimming with enthusiasm after having a shining start in his career. After all, every police officer dreams of saving the world. Perhaps he was simply too young. Spending a year or so at the grassroots level would do him good. Just as Chu Nan felt a twinge of disappointment, he suddenly recognized a familiar face by the roadside. Chen Wei, nicknamed Fatty, 27 years old, from Rongqing. He has been repeatedly targeted by law enforcement for drug use. The sight of a drug addict from Rongqing traveling to a small third-tier city was intriguing. Sister Sun, stop the car, Chu Nan instructed. Sun Jingya looked at him in confusion. Why? Encountered an acquaintance. I'd like to have a chat, Chu Nan replied with a smile. Sun Jingya rolled her eyes, thinking he might have genuinely found a suspect. After the car came to a halt, Chu Nan quickly pursued Chen Wei, calling out, Fatty. Chen Wei turned around, astonished to see Chu Nan. I can't believe it's really you. What a coincidence to meet here. Fatty, aren't you uncomfortable in Rongqing? What brings you here? Chu Nan inquired enthusiastically. Chen Wei furrowed his brow, his plump head racing to comprehend. After a long moment, he failed to recall how he knew this person before him. Do we know each other? Chen Wei cautiously asked. Chu Nan broke into a faint smile, casually draping his arm over Chen Wei's shoulder before producing his police badge from his pocket. In an instant, Chen Wei's complexion turned ashen. He abruptly shoved Chu Nan away, clasped his suitcase, and bolted. Chu Nan pursued him a few paces, swiftly grasped Chen Wei's arm, and executed a gentle twist. Ouch! Damn it! It's broken! It's broken! It's broken! Chen Wei cried out in agony. Officer, I haven't committed any crimes. I'm just here on holiday. Although I may have dabbled in drugs in the past, I have long since recognized my mistakes under government education. I no longer partake in such things. I am determined to be a good person, a pure individual, someone who is useful to society, Chen Wei declared earnestly. Confirming his suspicions, Chu Nan mused that this was a seasoned trickster. Clearly, if he hadn't faced the law before, he wouldn't be able to maneuver through this conversation so smoothly. Oh really? Then why are you running? Chu Nan inquired, suppressing a laugh. Chen Wei, looking guilty, chuckled nervously. No, it's just a reflex. Once bitten by a snake, one is afraid of ropes for 10 years, right? Officer, I'm speaking the truth here. On holiday, are you? Fine. Then open your suitcase and let me take a look, Chu Nan instructed. Chun Wei glanced at the suitcase with a hint of panic and expertly replied, Officer, citizens are entitled to privacy rights. If you don't have a search warrant, you have no right to infringe upon my privacy. Chu Nan couldn't help but regard this fellow with newfound respect. It seemed he had some legal knowledge. Well, Chubby, you seem quite well versed in legal matters. Chu Nan remarked with a grin. Of course, we watch Outlaw Zhang San religiously, Chun Wei said, a hint of pride in his expression. Unable to contain his laughter, Chu Nan nodded. All right, it seems you folks have started learning the law. Given your expertise, you should know that police have the authority to summon parolees. If you don't wish to open the suitcase, we can head to the precinct for a chat. Chun Wei's demeanor shifted, and he quickly donned a sycophantic smile. No, officer. You've misunderstood. Assisting law enforcement is every citizen's duty. As he spoke, he opened the suitcase, revealing it to be filled to the brim with chocolate. Chu Nan sifted through it carefully, uncovering a train ticket dated July 23rd, tomorrow, for a journey from Linchuan to Rongqing. Something felt amiss. Traveling such a distance without a change of clothes, only bringing a suitcase full of chocolate? Even treating chocolate as a meal, one couldn't consume that much. Chu Nan picked up a piece of chocolate and inquired, Chubby, you seem to have quite the appetite. I'm feeling a bit peckish. Would you mind sharing a piece? No. Chun Wei hastily shook his head. I'm sorry, officer, but these chocolates are meant for someone else. I promised to deliver 20 boxes. If I come up short, my friend will think I'm stingy. Chu Nan appeared to ignore Chun Wei's words, unwrapping a piece of chocolate for himself. The outer packaging was rather coarse, with some areas even glued shut. The chocolate itself was irregularly shaped and rough, suggesting it had been crudely molded by hand. Bringing it to his nose, Chu Nan detected a familiar scent. Indeed, it was chocolate, but with an undertone reminiscent of lard. After taking a bite and savoring the texture, he confirmed his suspicion. The chocolate contained cannabis. Chun Wei's face drained of color, and he suddenly turned to flee. Chu Nan quickly dialed Sun Jingya's number. Do you see me? Come and keep an eye on this suitcase. Without waiting for a response, he set the suitcase aside and sprinted after Chun Wei. After all, human potential is boundless. Under the threat of capture, Chun Wei, a hefty fellow weighing over 200 pounds, was surprisingly fast, nearly matching Chu Nan's pace. As a police academy student, physical training was part of daily life. Coupled with the system's enhancements, Chu Nan's speed was significantly superior to that of an average person. Although the system indicated that Chu Nan's speed was only 4 points higher than average, speed is not a simple arithmetic matter. Chu Nan chased for a good 3 kilometers. Just as Chun Wei was about to cross an intersection when a speeding car obstructed his path. Patting his sore, fatigued legs, Chu Nan chuckled, Chubby, you've got stamina. Keep running. Chun Wei plopped down onto the ground, waving his hands, breathless. No more running. No more. Sun Jingya exited the car, looking perplexed as she asked Chu Nan. What happened? Where's the suitcase? In the car. All right, cuff him. We're heading back, Chu Nan replied, opening the trunk and guzzling down a bottle of water. Officer, can I have a bottle too? Chun Wei implored eagerly. Chu Nan handed him a bottle, which Chun Wei clutched with his handcuffed hands, gulping it down in one go. Officer, could I trouble you for another bottle? He asked pitifully. Chu Nan obliged, handing him another bottle. What is going on here? What is his story? Sun Jingya asked as she took the driver's seat. With a nonchalant smile, Chu Nan replied, a drug dealer. A drug dealer? Sun Jingya's eyes widened in disbelief as she glanced at Chun Wei. In a small city like Linchuan, where incomes were low and most young people sought opportunities elsewhere, there was little incentive for desperate drug dealers to target this place. Over the years, they had barely seized any laughing gas or ecstasy, and the narcotics team was effectively the same team as the serious crimes unit. As a veteran in Linchuan's police force, Sun Jingya hadn't heard of any drug busts in the last 2 years. It seemed odd that on Chu Nan's very first day on the job, he had apprehended a drug dealer. Was it because Chu Nan was exceptionally skilled, or were they simply not up to par? Or perhaps, Chu Nan possessed an innate charm that attracted criminals, akin to a female animal in heat drawing in her prey? Chapter 8. Chu Nan solves cases through mysticism. Pure luck? Officer, I swear I'm not a drug dealer. I'm just a runner. I had no idea those chocolates were problematic. Chun Wei exclaimed, feigning innocence. Sun Jingya snatched the bottle from Chun Wei's hands, rolled down the window, and tossed it into a trash bin. Chun Wei stared at her, bewildered, utterly confused about what he had done wrong. In the large office of the Badao Guai Police Station, discussions about Chu Nan continued. A young officer sighed deeply, expressing envy. Some people are just too fortunate. I've been here for 7 or 8 years without a single commendation, and he gets a third-class merit on his first day. Veteran detective Huang Dahua interjected, less talk, more action. Earning merit isn't just about words. A middle-aged officer chimed in, Dahua, you earned your second-class merit. But that was at the cost of your life. If that knife had been just 2 centimeters off, it would have hit your heart. This newcomer snagged a third-class merit before even officially starting. Can you compare that? A young officer remarked, this is too mystical. I think he just got lucky. He probably happened to witness the incident. Cheng Tao had just entered the room. His face darkened as he declared, what is science? The case is solved. The criminals apprehended. This is science. And what of luck? Luck is an indispensable element in the success of a case. The real concern is that some individuals fail to seize their good fortune when it arrives. The young police officer, upon seeing Cheng Tao, paled in fear and hastily explained, Director Cheng, we were merely having a casual conversation. Nearby, the instructor chuckled, Chu Nan has indeed excelled in this case. From the incident to the capture of the mastermind, it took less than half an hour. This significantly enhances the reputation of our Linchuan police among the populace. However, the manner in which he conducted the investigation is truly astonishing. I cannot fathom how he achieved it. That must be a gift. Cheng Tao could only respond. To be frank, even he found Zhang Zhang's words rather mystical. To deduce that this was a murder solely from tire treads and a cigarette, but was almost pathological in its brilliance. In just a few exchanges, he extracted the mastermind's identity and resolved a meticulously orchestrated murder case in under half an hour. Di Renjia himself would have to commend such prowess. Hey, Chu Nan and Sister Sun are back. They even detained someone. A young officer sitting by the window exclaimed excitedly. The instructor laughed. It's surely another thief captured by Jingya. This child is truly a nemesis to thieves. In just over 6 months at our station, she has apprehended more than 60 thieves. Cheng Tao couldn't help but smile. Indeed, the number of thefts in our area has decreased by more than half in the past 2 months. I estimate that if she remains with us for a few more months, our 8 paths bend will indeed be a thief-free zone. Sister Sun, you are incredible. Is this your 60-something suspect? The previous young officer asked with a grin. Sun Jingya shook her head and glanced at Chu Nan, saying, this one was caught by Chu Nan. Caught by Chu Nan. Cheng Tao gazed at Chu Nan in surprise. Ah, well done, young Chu. You've already caught a thief on your first day at work. Impressive indeed. Sister Sun was once renowned as our station's notorious thief slayer. Well, with your combined efforts, our area's thieves will find it increasingly challenging. No, Director Cheng, this is a drug dealer, Sun Jingya said somewhat awkwardly. I care not what he is. If he dares to operate in our jurisdiction, he must be apprehended. Cheng Tao's grandiose declaration was abruptly halted as he stood frozen, wide-eyed, struggling to believe his ears. What did you say? A drug dealer? It should be correct, Sun Jingya nodded. Gulp. Cheng Tao swallowed hard. This was a significant case. Can we be certain? Yes. The evidence is right here. Sun Jingya presented the box before Cheng Tao. He smiled nervously. You mischievous ones, you found the drugs and directly handed them to me. Yet you still wish to test me by making me examine them personally? Chu Nan could not resist interjecting. Director, this box contains chocolate laced with synthetic cannabinoids. Thud. Oh my goodness. The suitcase he had just lifted seemed to suddenly weigh an immense amount, causing him to lose his grip and drop it to the floor. His eyes bulged in disbelief as he patted the suitcase and asked again, is it all in here? I suspect it is, Director. You should send these chocolates for examination. I believe this represents a complete cycle of drug production, trafficking, and consumption. May I participate in the interrogation of this individual? Chu Nan inquired. Cheng Tao hesitated. However, according to regulations, this matter falls under the jurisdiction of the narcotics team. As soon as we ascertain that this box contains drugs, we should promptly hand it over to our narcotics colleagues. Chu Nan smiled. Director, you are right. But the crucial issue is that we have yet to confirm that the contents of the box are indeed drugs. Cheng Tao's eyes lit up. A flicker of excitement in his voice. Yes. Until we identify what this is, we cannot hand it over to the narcotics team. If we misjudge, that would cause trouble for our colleagues. All right, Ji-gang, swiftly take this box to the City Bureau's forensic department for testing. Jingya, Young Chu, you two conduct a surprise interrogation of the suspect you brought back. We must do our utmost to facilitate the preliminary work for our colleagues. No one is a saint. Every individual harbors their own selfish motives. The police station is the grassroots level. Major cases must be promptly handed over to the relevant units unless under special circumstances, such as heroic rescues or instances like Chu Nan's fortunate capture of a drug dealer, which may warrant commendation. Otherwise, we must endure patiently. Cheng Tao aspired to elevate the 8 Paths Bend police station to greatness, yet the conditions simply did not permit it. This opportunity could bring honor to Eight Paths Bend while adhering to regulations. Though it seemed somewhat tenuous, Chung Tao had no reason to decline. Director, do you truly dare to allow Jingya and Chu Nan to conduct the interrogation? The instructor anxiously questioned. One is a violent offender and the other a rookie. If anything goes awry, it could lead to complications. Chung Tao responded calmly. Jingya is experienced. She knows the steps of an interrogation well. Young Chu is currently riding high on enthusiasm. We must not dampen a newcomer's spirits. Besides, we are here to oversee. What could possibly go wrong? The instructor could only nod in resignation. In the interrogation room, Chun Wei was still wailing. Name. Sun Jingya sat upright, focusing intently on Chun Wei as she inquired. Chu Nan stepped forward, halting Sun Jingya's procedure, and approached Chun Wei directly. Officer, I am truly innocent. I thought that was just ordinary chocolate. I was merely helping someone deliver a package. Chu Nan unscrewed a bottle of mineral water and handed it over. All right, stop your wailing. You've been at it for a while. I imagine you must be thirsty. Chun Wei struggled to swallow, accepting the mineral water and drinking eagerly. Just as he set the bottle down, Chu Nan promptly stuffed a cigarette into his mouth. Don't rush. Take a moment to smoke. In these times, everything is challenging. Chu Nan's words carried a warmth, striking a chord of empathy. Chapter 9. Can Chu Nan conduct interrogations? This lad has become quite adept. If he were not a police officer, Chun Wei would have almost believed him. That box likely contained about 25 kilograms. According to our criminal law, you would likely be spending your twilight years in prison. Chu Nan mused to himself. Chun Wei nearly choked on the smoke, looking pitifully at Chu Nan as he protested. No, officer, I am truly innocent. Your mother is 67 this year, correct? You were born to older parents. Your father passed away early. And your mother worked hard selling vegetables to raise you. Am I right? Chu Nan suddenly asked. Chun Wei stared blankly at Chu Nan, unsure how he could know so much about him, but he nodded nonetheless. Chu Nan sighed. It's tough for her. Our situations are quite similar. I too was raised by my mother. One fears straying down the wrong path. If you are convicted of these 25 kilograms, your mother will be left mourning her child. No, I am innocent. Chun Wei suddenly erupted with emotion. Chu Nan, sympathetic, replied, I understand your predicament. Having committed such a grave offense, you are hesitant to confess. But you must grasp one crucial point. This substance was found on you. Even if you refuse to admit it, you cannot escape. I know you're anxious. Let's not beat around the bush. I'll offer you a way out. You've heard the phrase, confess and receive leniency, resist and face severity, many times, haven't you? Indeed, I find this conversation rather irksome. Hearing it incessantly has worn my ears to calluses. However, one cannot deny that this is the sole recourse available. You must articulate everything you know, ideally enabling us to ensnare a few significant culprits, thus redeeming yourself, if you comprehend my meaning. Should you merely serve as a transporter? Coupled with your efforts to atone and excel within the confines, I dare say you might emerge from this predicament capable of providing for your mother in her twilight years. After imparting these thoughts, Chu Nan fell silent, turning to return behind the interrogation table, taking a sip from a bottle of mineral water. Chun Wei sat there, dazed, gradually digesting Chu Nan's words. After a prolonged silence, he spoke again. What must I say for you to believe me? I am truly innocent. Had I known there was anything amiss with that chocolate, I wouldn't have dared to deliver it, even if it meant facing death. Chu Nan, with a resigned smile, nodded in acknowledgement. Well then, it seems I have labored in vain during the day. Fatty, if our positions were reversed, would you trust the words I spoke about you? With 25 kilograms of synthetic cannabinoids, barring unforeseen circumstances, your fate is sealed. The opportunity is yours to seize. Whether you cherish it lies solely in your hands. However, I can assure you of two things. If anyone uses your mother as leverage, we shall exert every effort to ensure both your and her safety. Furthermore, should you voluntarily confess, we will strive to advocate for leniency on your behalf. Do not rush to respond. Take your time to contemplate. The interrogation room was imbued with an unsettling silence. Chun Wei furrowed his brow tightly, beads of sweat adorning his forehead. Chu Nan sat quietly, his gaze fixed intently on Chun Wei. At that moment, Chu Nan suddenly picked up his phone, transforming before Chun Wei's eyes. Speaking in a gentle and obedient tone, Hello, Mom. I'm at work. Yes, I know how old I am. Of course, I can manage to drink water. I promise to return early tonight for the dumplings you made. I will be careful, don't worry. Mom, I must go. I'm currently on duty. The instructor in the monitoring room turned pale with fear, his face a mask of urgency as he exclaimed, This foolish boy. Has he not learned the interrogation protocol during school? How dare he take a call in the interrogation room? What is going on with Jingya? Why hasn't she said a word? Cheng Tao could not suppress a chuckle. Calm down. Lao Gao, can't you see? The boy's phone screen is completely black. The instructor paused, staring intently at the computer screen. Ha ha ha. This boy is quite the clever one. Were it not for my knowledge of his recent graduation, I would assume he has been in the field for decades. He truly possesses a rare talent for discerning human nature. Chen Wei had already fallen into his trap. His every move lay within Chu Nan's control. Cheng Tao could not help but interject. I say. After nearly 10 minutes of silence, Chen Wei finally spoke. Chu Nan smiled. I've been waiting. My supplier is Happy, whose full name is Huang Xingfa. He instructed me to deliver the goods to room 302 of the Jixiang Hotel in Linchuan City. Simply drop them off and leave, without any further involvement. This is my second delivery. For each trip, Happy pays me 100,000. The goods from Happy come from He Go, whom I have never met. Happy mentioned that He Go had spent several years in Southeast Asia and is quite adept. He owns a factory capable of producing large quantities of synthetic drugs, employing dozens of reckless underlings. I suspect his factory is located in the Baotou town area of Rongqing, as I often see Happy's location tracking there. That is all I know. I genuinely don't have any further information. Xianyang, have Jigang take people to set up surveillance at the Jixiang Hotel. Anyone entering room 302 must be apprehended. Additionally, call the criminal investigation team and have them send personnel to assist in the operation, Cheng Tao declared with palpable excitement. Having obtained the desired information, Chu Nan exited the interrogation room and strode directly towards the monitoring room. Director Cheng, I have an idea, Chu Nan began. What idea? Cheng Tao asked, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. Those engaged in such activities possess formidable counter-surveillance skills. I believe they would not be foolish enough to dispatch core personnel to retrieve the goods at the Jixiang Hotel. Therefore, even if we capture the individual collecting the goods, we may not elicit any useful information. We should monitor the Jixiang Hotel closely. As long as we identify who retrieves the goods, we need not apprehend anyone. Fatty has just arrived in Linchuan. He has yet to contact his subordinates, and the recipient remains unaware of his arrival. We can turn the tables and replace the contents of Fatty's box with genuine chocolate, discreetly inserting a tracking device. Once the goods reach the rightful owner, we can then coordinate a simultaneous operation. Noticing Cheng Tao lost in thought, Chu Nan could not refrain from asking, Director Cheng, you haven't already sent people to arrest anyone, have you? No. Cheng Tao quickly shook his head. That would be absurd. How could I admit to that? After all, I am his superior, and I must maintain my dignity. Chu Nan then sighed in relief, smiling as he said, Then it seems Director Cheng and I are aligned in our thinking. I shall withdraw from the subsequent operations. My stomach is bothering me. Are you all right? You should promptly go to the hospital for a checkup, Cheng Tao inquired, his face etched with concern. I will, once I finish my shift. Thank you, Director. Chu Nan responded, not hesitating. What are you waiting for? Hurry to the hospital right now. I'll grant you leave. Cheng Tao urged, somewhat anxious. Thank you, Director. I shall make my way to the hospital now, Chu Nan replied, departing without further ado. This fellow is truly extraordinary. The instructor, Gao Xiangyang, remarked with admiration. Cheng Tao, puzzled, asked, What do you mean? Director, your concern has clouded your judgment. Do you genuinely believe he is unwell? He is merely seeking an excuse to withdraw from the ensuing operations. This case, I suspect, will at the very least attract provincial oversight, if not even departmental scrutiny. He is skillfully retreating at the right moment, ensuring that the bountiful rewards are shared by all. Gao Xianyang's words widened Cheng Tao's eyes in realization. Chapter 10. Sweet Troubles. This girl seems to be missing a few screws. How does this young man think? Cheng Tao could not help but exclaim in wonder. Gao Xianyang praised. He possesses both courage and wisdom, with meticulous thoughts. He is not arrogant and knows when to advance and when to retreat. This young man is truly formidable. Cheng Tao stared intently in the direction Chu Nan had departed, feeling as though his own mind was faltering. While there are others who could be compared to Chu Nan, they are individuals who have toiled for decades to acquire such experience. Chu Nan, at merely 23, is nothing short of remarkable. By the way, Xiangyang, you didn't make that call just now, did you? Cheng Tao finally remembered the pressing matter. Gao Xiangyang shook his head. No, I haven't had the chance yet. Thankfully, Chu Nan's reminder was timely. Otherwise, we would have made a grave mistake. In the ensuing 2 days, the entire operational force of the Badao Guai Police Station was wholly devoted to the drug trafficking case. As the protagonist, Chu Nan found himself with some leisure time, becoming a mere cog in the machine. Through the relentless efforts of the Badao Guai Police Station and the criminal investigation team, a drug trafficking organization lurking in the shadows of Linchuan was uprooted. 13 core members of the organization were apprehended, along with 35 peripheral members, and a list of over 400 drug users was compiled. However, operations in Rongqing faced considerable challenges. Although the drug manufacturing facility was dismantled, the 4 core members led by He Zi had vanished without a trace. These individuals operated remotely, completely severing their connection with the factory the moment law enforcement arrived in the vicinity. However, the police in Rongqing managed to apprehend over 100 individuals involved in the production and trafficking of drugs, seizing several hundred kilograms of various narcotics. In the office of the director of the Badao Guai Police Station, Cheng Tao vigorously rubbed his somewhat stiff face, striving to conjure a semblance of a smile before answering the phone. "Hello, Director Liu. Congratulations, congratulations, congratulations." No, it's nothing arduous. Combating crime is our duty, isn't it? Oh dear, Director Liu, you flatter me. Indeed, Chu Nan is quite astute, but much of it is due to luck. Yes, that lad has had a stroke of good fortune. What collective second-class merit? That's mere figment. We are here to serve the people. Why bother with such talk? A celebration? Certainly, whenever we find the time. The venue is entirely up to you. Agreed. Next time something good happens, I shall think of you first. After ending the call, Cheng Tao massaged his temples, a look of helplessness etched across his face. "Sweet burdens?" inquired the instructor, Gao Xiangyang, with a smile. Cheng Tao responded with a wry smile, explaining that since this case broke, his phone had not ceased ringing. He sighed deeply, lamenting, sometimes being too exceptional is not necessarily a boon. These old-timers, each attempting indirectly to coax Chu Nan into assisting them. They are all cunning foxes, yet they still engage in such tricks with me. How could I possibly acquiesce to this? Isn't that a bit inappropriate? Gao Xiangyang asked, concern etched on his face. Cheng Tao retorted defiantly, what's inappropriate about it? They dare to borrow anything. Should I lend them my life? Gao Xiangyang chuckled, it's not that serious. Not that serious. We're all in this together, fretting over year-end evaluations, aren't we? They won't easily give up. I suspect they will visit our station soon. By the way, Director Cheng, yesterday when Chu Nan was moving vegetables, he was struck on the foot by a cabbage, and I think it's quite serious. Cheng Tao inquired earnestly, is that so? Did he injure any bones? Has he had x-rays? I suspect he may have hurt a bone. We must ensure he gets adequate rest, Gao Xiangyang added earnestly. Cheng Tao nodded. Indeed, he must rest well. As for our own, if others do not care for him, we must. Thus, Chu Nan was inexplicably granted another 2 days of injury leave. Upon returning to the police station, Chu Nan sensed a distinctly different atmosphere. Although every face bore signs of fatigue, their spirits appeared particularly high and exuberant. Even the sparrows at the station entrance chirped with unusual vibrancy. What a jest! Having cracked such a significant case, a collective second-class merit was certainly inevitable. Most importantly, many here had never dealt with such a grand case before. That sense of participation and fulfillment was what truly gratified them. It was akin to a driver suddenly taking the wheel of a Bugatti, regardless of ownership. The thrill was what mattered. In future conversations with peers, this would serve as an additional topic of bragging rights, significantly enhancing one's stature. Chu Nan felt that everyone's gaze towards him had softened considerably. Little Chu has arrived? Little Chu, the tea my father-in-law brought for me, do have a taste. Detective Chu, how is your health? Why didn't you take more time to rest? How is your foot? Oh, Little Chu, you are a mere clothes rack. In comparison, this uniform seems a waste on me. Little Chu, you wear the uniform splendidly. With that vigor, people might mistake you for a big-name star in a crime drama. Everyone greeted Chu Nan with enthusiasm. They offered him the courtesy, and naturally, he reciprocated. After a while, his face was sore from smiling. Particularly troublesome was the need for him to feign a limp, given that his foot injury was common knowledge due to Cheng Tao's insistence. How could he not put on a show? He wouldn't want others to think he was being dramatic. That would be akin to stepping in mud. Regardless of whether it was foul or not, it would still be unpleasant. Great one, tea is ready, freshly brewed. The goji berries in here were pilfered from my father, authentic Ningxia black goji, which he usually refrains from consuming, Wu Ziyun announced as she presented a cup of water. Goodness, half of this cup is filled with goji berries. I can't possibly look that frail, can I? Thank you. But I have a sensitivity to saccharin and cannot drink goji. A bit of green tea will suffice for me, Chu Nan replied, forcing a smile. Wu Ziyun chuckled awkwardly. My apologies, I wasn't aware of your sensitivity. I'll fetch you a cup of green tea. With that, she swiftly departed. Before long, she returned with a cup of tea. Chu Nan scrutinized it for a while, struggling to discern any liquid within. Only upon rotating the cup did he notice a slight seepage from the tea leaves. It's acceptable. At least she remembered to add hot water, he thought. Thank you. Chu Nan said sincerely, taking a sip in her presence. After all, the young lady's intentions were earnest, were they not? However, he immediately regretted it. It was far too bitter, leaving his tongue tingling. How is your foot injury? Cheng Tao entered the office with an expression of warmth. It's nothing serious. No damage to tendons or bones, Chu Nan replied. Glad to hear it. Cheng Tao nodded, then declared loudly. In light of the strenuous efforts over the past few days to resolve the drug trafficking case, I have personally funded a special dish for lunch today, pork trotters braised with yellow beans. Let us all enjoy a hearty meal as a form of celebration. Director Chung, with such a major case and over 100 suspects apprehended, isn't just one dish of pork trotters a bit insufficient? Zhang Jigang chuckled, with an air of indifference. Cheng Tao replied, what? Are you looking down on pork trotters? If you find them unworthy, I can personally slice off a piece of my own flesh to stir-fry for you. How about that? Haha, that wouldn't he do, even if you dared to cook. I wouldn't dare to eat it, Zhang Jigang laughed sheepishly. Cheng Tao continued. The higher-ups have already informed us that this drug trafficking case is the largest and most impactful in our city, and even our province, in recent years, without exception. The superior authorities will commend the units and individuals that performed outstandingly in this operation. The success of this case is largely attributable to Comrade Chu Nan. Therefore, it has been decided to award Comrade Chu Nan a third-class merit and to collectively award our Badao Guai Police Station a second-class merit. Furthermore, commendations will be given to outstanding individuals. Zhang Jigang and Sun Jingyao will receive accolades, while Qin Chuan, Huang Jiong, Bai Junwei, Hu Jianmin, Wang Qin, Huan Wu Xiaodong, Wang Ziho, Wu Lili, and Xiu Tao will receive citywide recognition. As Cheng Tao's words echoed in the office, a resounding applause erupted. Everyone clapped fervently, and many eyes glistened with emotion. For grassroots police officers who had dedicated their lives to their work, what was their true aspiration? It was merely the hope that their efforts would be acknowledged and that their jurisdiction would remain safe and sound. Many of these individuals had devoted over a decade or two to their service. Witnessing the bleak prospects of accolades and promotions, their hearts had grown cold. This recognition could be considered a rebirth for them. One third-class merit for one person, 2 commendations for 2 others, and citywide recognition for 10. It could be said that everyone in the Badao Guai Police Station had achieved merit and received awards. It is noteworthy that the Baji Guai Police Station has a total of 14 active police officers, excluding the station chief, Cheng Tao, the instructor, Gao Xiangyang, and 3 individuals occupying secondary roles such as household registration and archives. There are only 9 officers engaged in frontline duties. All 9 of these officers have been recognized for their exemplary performance, while the 3 remaining commendations have been awarded to outstanding veteran auxiliary officers. One might inquire why the station chief and the instructor were not included in this recognition. Isn't the honor of being among the top 10 station chiefs and instructors in the district's public security system each year not more significant? Furthermore, as leaders, they certainly cannot compete for accolades with their subordinates. At this moment, several individuals hurriedly entered the office. A young auxiliary officer, appearing to be just in his early 20s, sprinted towards Cheng Tao, flustered, and exclaimed, Chief Cheng, Chief Ma from the Heping Police Station has arrived. Cheng Tao's smile instantly vanished, and he turned in a state of alarm towards the newly arrived Chief Ma. Chief, congratulations. The Baji Guai Police Station is indeed experiencing double happiness lately. Chief Ma, stretching out his arms from a distance, greeted warmly. Oh, Chief Ma, what a surprise. You didn't give me a heads up. I should have prepared a proper welcome. Cheng Tao replied with immediate enthusiasm. Chief Ma shook his head and said, after all these years of friendship, do we still need such formalities? Indeed, after so many years as brothers, we needn't be so particular. Cheng Tao responded jovially. What brings you here today amidst your busy schedule? He inquired with a hearty laugh. Chief Ma, with a discontented expression, replied, What do you mean by that? I came to see my old friend. Do I need a reason? After saying this, his gaze began to wander around the office. Where is that promising newcomer of yours? Shouldn't he be at work today? Cheng Tao's expression shifted to one of mild embarrassment as he silently grumbled, You old rascal, always seeking out the night owls. However, despite his internal thoughts, Cheng Tao felt it inappropriate to mislead his old friend. Xiao Chu is indeed here today. He injured his foot, and I insisted he take a good rest. But the boy was adamant about coming to work, he explained, turning to look at Chu Nan, who was slowly maneuvering a stool towards them. This sight caused Cheng Tao's eyes to gleam with delight. Where can one find such perceptive subordinates? Hey, Comrade Chu Nan, don't move. You must rest properly. After all, you've been honorably injured, Chief Ma urged promptly. Chu Nan stood at attention and declared loudly, Report, Chief Ma, I am fine. Our predecessors shed blood for the establishment of a new nation. A minor injury does not deter me from my duties. Chief Ma nodded approvingly, his expression one of admiration. Well said, young man. Chung, I truly envy you. The young comrades at your Baji Guai Police Station possess such spirit. What difficulties could they not overcome? Chung, you truly know how to lead your team. We must find a time to discuss this. You must teach me how to cultivate such an excellent team, Chief Ma continued. Chung Tao's face broke into a broad smile, and he waved his hand humbly. Oh, no, this is merely the result of the youngster's own efforts. This remark nearly caused Chief Ma to choke on his own breath in indignation. Was it to imply that the young personnel at the Heping police station lacked ambition? Noticing the change in Chief Ma's demeanor, Chung Tao realized he had perhaps overstated his point. Come, let us move to my office. My brother-in-law just returned from a business trip and brought me some fine tea that remains unopened. You are a connoisseur of tea. Please help me assess its quality. Chung Tao suggested. Chief Ma glanced at Chu Nan with a complex expression before nodding in agreement. Very well, I shall sample it. Once in the office. As Chief Ma was about to speak, Chung Tao interjected, Old Ma, it has been a while since we last sat down together, hasn't it? Indeed. It has been a while, Chief Ma replied, his smile tinged with resignation. Who knows us better than ourselves? Despite the seemingly small scale of our police station, we are inundated with an overwhelming number of tasks, especially with the recent comprehensive inspection initiative mandated by the provincial government. We have been working overtime every day, returning home at 11 or midnight, only to leave again before dawn. There are times when I hardly exchange a word with my son for an entire week. Alas, such is the nature of our profession. It is exhausting, but were we to be asked to pursue other endeavors, none of us would willingly relinquish this uniform. Chung Tao remarked with a smile. Who could argue otherwise? It seems we are fated to endure suffering, Chief Ma replied, his expression pained as he gathered his thoughts. Just as he prepared to speak, Chung Tao offered him a cup of tea. Once this busy period concludes, let us invite Lao Zhang and Lao Lu for a proper drink together, Chung Tao suggested. Chief Ma nodded. Agreed, I shall treat. Let us go to Sanwei-ju. Oh, Old Ma, have you turned over a new leaf? You usually treat us, and it's always 200 yuan standard. What's this sudden generosity? Are you planning to splurge? Chung Tao feigned surprise with wide eyes. Chief Ma chuckled awkwardly. What can I say? With our meager salaries and responsibilities to support both the elderly and young, even a single cigarette must be savored in two parts. Chung Tao sighed deeply. Your family truly has it tough. Uncle Ma suffers from diabetes, frequently visiting the hospital, while Aunt Lu is partially paralyzed and has difficulty moving. Your son is in high school, and it's a demanding time for him. Your sister-in-law must look after two elderly and one young one all by herself, and with your sole income, it must be quite challenging. Chapter 12. The woman who drives Chu Nan to despair and the system's special reward. Let us not dwell on that, Chief Ma interjected, waving his hand, his expression shifting as he steeled himself to speak. Old Chung, I came here for a favor. Chung Tao's expression became serious, and he jokingly replied, What are you talking about, old friend? Your matters are mine as well. As long as you're not asking for Chu Nan, anything else is manageable. This statement left Chief Ma momentarily taken aback, his face a mixture of embarrassment and hesitation. A gentleman does not covet another's beloved. How could I possibly steal Baji Guai's investigative prodigy? I merely wish to borrow a few young officers from you for the upcoming tug-of-war against the Lijiakan police station. No problem. That's a trivial matter, Chung Tao readily agreed. After bidding farewell to Chief Ma, Gao Xiangyan chuckled. Chung. Chief Ma's visit was likely not merely for old-time sake, was it? Chung Tao could not help but smile wryly. Do you think I can't see through that old rascal's schemes? Baji Guai has recently encountered a case. He surely wants Xiao Chu to assist. Thankfully, he did not voice it. Had he done so, I would have found it difficult to refuse. Upon entering the main office, Chung Tao found everyone still reveling in the excitement of their achievements. All right, everyone, let us rein in the excitement. Get back to your duties. Have you all swelled with pride just because of a commendation? Are you neglecting your primary responsibilities? As Chung Tao spoke, the previously bustling office fell silent in an instant. Once everyone had departed, Chung Tao transformed, his face brightening as he quietly said, Xiao Chu, Jingya, you two continue patrolling the streets today. Should you encounter any difficulties, do not hesitate to call me. Understood, Chief, Chu Nan acknowledged. Suddenly, Wu Ziyun chimed in. Report. What is it? Chung Tao inquired. Report, Chief. I wish to accompany Chu to Shun on the patrol to learn from him. Wu Ziyun exclaimed in a voice that resonated through the air. Chung Tao shot her a perplexed glance. This child truly lacked understanding. She had a mentor, yet she clamored to learn from others. What must her mentor think? Where is your mentor? Cheng Tao surveyed the room, his expression filled with curiosity. Reporting to Section Chief Cheng, my mentor is resting today. Cheng Tao finally exhaled with relief, nodding as he replied, if your mentor is resting, then that's acceptable. Today, you shall accompany Chu Nan and Jingya as part of the operational team. Yes. Wu Ziyun responded with an exuberant expression. The newcomers cast envious glances. After all, who wouldn't want to join Chu Nan, whose case-solving prowess was nothing short of miraculous? Just a stroll with him could potentially yield accolades. Yet, no one dared to voice their desires. Divine One, please take care of me. Wu Ziyun said excitedly as she rushed to Chu Nan's side, bowing respectfully. Chu Nan chuckled awkwardly. All right, let us look out for each other. With that, he reached for his teacup. Wu Ziyun swiftly snatched it up and dashed off to pour water. Divine One, try this. It's Mingqian Maojian that my father just purchased. It's his favorite tea, she said, presenting the cup to him with a flourish. Chu Nan, gazing at the cup overflowing with leaves, struggled to swallow. Wait, Ziyun. This tea must be quite expensive, right? Next time, don't put in so much. It's too wasteful. Oh, it's fine. My father loves buying tea. We have over 100 pounds at home. Feel free to drink as much as you like. If you finish it, I can just have him buy more. Wu Ziyun replied, completely missing the subtlety in Chu Nan's words. Just then, Huang Dehua approached, astonished by the amount of tea in Chu Nan's cup. Xiao Chu, do you really enjoy such a strong flavor? Isn't tea that too harsh on your throat? Huh, isn't more tea better? Wu Ziyun blinked in surprise. Huang Dehua finally realized, casting a sympathetic glance at Chu Nan, and couldn't he help but chuckle. This is just casual. Ziyun, go change into some casual clothes. Chu Nan quickly redirected the conversation. Clearly, Wu Ziyun misunderstood him and excitedly asked, Divine One, is there an operation? No. It's just easier to blend in with casual attire. He. I understand. The operation is confidential. Wu Ziyun said mysteriously as she walked away. Chu Nan moved his lips, hesitating to speak. Did all women possess such vivid imaginations? With Wu Ziyun's addition, he suddenly found himself reminiscing about his days working with Sun Jingya. My goodness, this girl is a veritable chatterbox, a terminal case, one that even doctors have given up on. From the very beginning, her incessant chatter had not ceased for hours. Divine One, how did you solve the murder case at the intersection? I heard that Team Zhang from the precinct couldn't figure it out. By the way, how did you recognize that drug dealer? My goodness, that's incredible. How can you distinguish those evildoers from the crowd? Divine One, do you think that person has issues? He has been keeping his head down. Divine One, look at that person. His hands are tucked inside his clothing. Could he be carrying a weapon? As they walked, Wu Ziyun continued her stream of questions. Can we use a different title? Chu Nan felt he might soon be overwhelmed. Huh, is Divine One not suitable? What should I call you? Big Boss. Wu Ziyun asked earnestly. Just call me by my name. Other titles sound strange. All right then, I'll call you Nan Nan. Just call me Chu Nan. What's wrong? Doesn't Nan Nan sound too intimate? We are colleagues after all. Calling each other by name feels a bit impolite, doesn't it? No, it's just that I'm used to it. Well then, Chu Nan, Divine One. Ziyun, are you thirsty? Chu Nan had no choice but to interrupt Wu Ziyun's incessant chatter. I'm not thirsty, she shook her head. Then her eyes lit up with excitement. Divine One, are you thirsty? I'll go get you some water. What do you like to drink? Mineral water? Green tea? Cola? Giaduobo? I know there's a particularly delicious sparkling water that's peach flavored. However, on a day like this, a cup of hot milk tea would be best to keep warm. Mineral water is fine. Chu Nan did his utmost to control his emotions. Yes, mineral water is healthy. What do you usually drink? Farmer's water is quite hard. Ebao's is softer, and I think Evian is just riding on its brand. It's quite average. I once had a mineral water called Jinquan in the south. It was delightful, with a subtle sweetness. Unfortunately, we can't find it here. Otherwise, you could try it. Chu Nan felt on the brink of collapse, truly. His head buzzed from the relentless babble. My goodness, does this girl have a stainless steel mouth? She's chattering away without a hint of weariness. All I wanted was a simple glass of water. Why is it so difficult? Even Tang Sung would bow down before her, I swear. Congratulations, host, for successfully solving a major drug trafficking case. Case level, B. Completion rating, S. System reward, 1,000 justice points. System reward, 1 silver treasure chest. The system has detected an unopened silver treasure chest. Would you like to open it immediately? Open. Congratulations, host, you have gained 5 points in physical attributes, which can be freely allocated. After contemplating for a few minutes, Chu Nan muttered, Stamina 1, Speed 2, Endurance 2. Attribute point allocation complete. As the system's voice faded, Chu Nan felt as though he had suddenly submerged into a hot spring. A warm current surged through his meridians, rapidly circulating within him. Shortly thereafter, the warmth dissipated. Chu Nan felt as if he had consumed a potent energy drink. He was brimming with an inexhaustible vigor. Chapter 13. What nonsense. Exhausting the suspect to the point of unconsciousness. Glancing at his panel, he noted, Host, Chu Nan. Stamina, 16, average, 10. Speed, 16, average, 10. Endurance, 18, average, 10. Justice points, 1500. Special skills, True Eye. Encyclopedia of Evil. Ancient martial arts, 8 extremes fist, beginner. When Chu Nan came back to his senses, he discovered that Sun Jingya and Wu Ziyun had gathered around him, vigilantly scanning their surroundings. What are you doing? Chu Nan asked, bewildered. Sun Jingya stared at him, confused. Didn't you notice something was off? What situation? Chu Nan was even more bewildered. You suddenly stopped moving. I merely took a brief rest. His words left Sun Jingya looking quite embarrassed. Let us go, Chu Nan said, striding decisively toward the main road. As they reached the intersection, a bicycle sped past him. Chen Tianxing, alias Chen Sanner, third brother, a habitual thief, skilled in lockpicking, has been repeatedly targeted by the police for stealing bicycles. Stop, Chu Nan shouted. The young man on the bike glanced back at him, then abruptly accelerated. Fleeing wildly down the bike lane, Chu Nan took off in pursuit. Sun Jingya and Wu Ziyun, though still unsure of what was happening, immediately followed suit. Chen Sanner was feeling quite vexed. Just moments ago, I had successfully acquired a magnificent Ma Dong SLR valued at 100,000. Still basking in the thrill of my triumph, when, unexpectedly, I found myself under the scrutiny of the police. Casting a glance over my shoulder, I was reminded that I was merely riding a bicycle. Bicycle versus the 11 bus route? What was there to fear? With this thought, Chen Sanner deliberately slowed his pace, waiting for the officer to close in before he would surge forward with vigor. The police were pursuing me, yet I had no intention of fleeing. I was merely indulging in a game. As a professional bicycle thief, adhering to the ethics of my trade, I held unwavering confidence in my cycling prowess. Among the ranks of bicycle thieves, none could surpass Lin Chuan, the little flying dragon, known as Chen Sanner. As I overtook car after car, an unprecedented thrill coursed through me, sending shivers through my heart. Especially when a fellow in a sports car rolled down his window, gave me a thumbs up, and exclaimed, Dude, you're incredible. At that moment, Chen Sanner was utterly elated. What were supercars after all? They too had to contend with my rear tail lights. After a vigorous few minutes, I once again moderated my speed, feeling exceptionally confident in this segment of my ride. Even should the world champion cyclist appear, I was certain I could hold my own on the 11 route. Surely, that young officer had lost my trail by now. It was a refreshing change to finally have the upper hand, and my heart swelled with delight. Yet, when I glanced back, the smile on my face began to fade. The officer had not vanished. Rather, he had closed the gap. What in the world? This was simply unfathomable. Doubtful of my vision, I stole another look. There he was. That officer who was even more handsome than I. Not just Chen Sanner, but even Chu Nan found this hard to believe. After sprinting at full capacity for nearly 6 minutes, I felt no hint of fatigue. Sun Jingya and Wu Ziyun, however, were utterly spent, gazing at the now invisible Chu Nan while gasping for breath against a tree. My goodness, I can't go on. I'm completely exhausted. How can that powerhouse run so swiftly? I can't even see his tail lights. I was a short distance champion back in the police academy, Wu Ziyun panted. Sun Jingya remained silent, raising her hand to hail a taxi. Officer in pursuit, driver, please hurry. Sun Jingya climbed into the front passenger seat, flashing her badge at the driver. The middle-aged driver's eyes lit up instantly, unable to contain his excitement. My goodness, I've hit the jackpot. I can speed under orders now. Realizing there was a lady present, he composed himself. With a couple of light coughs, he donned a serious demeanor. Buckle up. I drive quickly. Sun Jingya and Wu Ziyun exchanged astonished glances as they hastily secured their seatbelts. Driver, is this car up to the task? Wu Ziyun asked anxiously. The driver's face flushed crimson. How could he endure such a question from a young lady? With the accelerator pressed to the floor, the tires screeched against the pavement, the scent of rubber igniting the driver's enthusiasm. Let us go, he shouted, releasing the handbrake and flooring the gas. Regrettably, he had forgotten he was driving a Corolla. Despite the pedal being pushed to the floor, the car lumbered forward at a leisurely pace. The chase continued ahead. Chen Sanner had lifted himself off the seat, pedaling furiously. He was on the verge of collapse. 15 minutes had elapsed. He had pedaled relentlessly for a quarter of an hour. Even a dog would have succumbed to exhaustion by now. Yet that monster was still hot on his heels. Chen Sanner gritted his teeth and accelerated once more. He was running. He was chasing. He was desperate. After a few more minutes, his legs felt as though they were encased in lead, and his body tilted, crashing to the ground. Chu Nan slowed his pace, approaching Chen Sanner. What's wrong? Can't pedal anymore? Shall we take a break? Chu Nan inquired with a smirk. Chen Sanner struggled to raise his hand, weakly waving it. I can't go on, brother. I need a break. At that moment, the Corolla finally caught up. Stop! Sun Jingya shouted. The driver slammed on the brakes, coming to a steady halt by the roadside. Damn, just a short distance, and you've got me all worked up. As Sun Jingya and the others exited the vehicle, the middle-aged driver could not help but grumble. Get up. Sun Jingya forcefully tugged at Chen Sanner's arm, attempting to lift him. To her surprise, he flopped down like a heap of mush. Hey, don't play dead, get up. She kicked his back lightly. Sensing something was amiss, Chu Nan flipped Chen Sanner over. Good heavens, he was pale, his lips a shade of purple. It was evident he had fainted. Chu Nan quickly pinched Chen Sanner's philtrum. Moments later, Chen Sanner abruptly opened his eyes, gasping for air. Sister Sun, please, help me get him into the car. Wu Ziyun, ride the bicycle to the station, Chu Nan instructed. After a series of examinations at the hospital, the diagnosis was absurdly simple. Exhaustion and heat stroke, nothing serious. Just needed rest and a bottle of glucose infusion. When Sun Jingya approached the payment window with the bill, Cheng Tao, Wu Ziyun, and Gao Xianyang hurriedly arrived. Jingya? What happened? Did the suspect faint? Cheng Tao asked anxiously. Sun Jingya smiled awkwardly. It's nothing serious, just exhaustion. The doctor said a bottle of fluids would suffice. As long as he is fine, Gao Xianyang said, patting his chest. Ziyun didn't provide much clarity. Just that Chu Nan chased a bicycling suspect and literally ran him to fainting. What is going on? Chapter 14. A blessing in disguise, a bicycle that astonished city officials. Indeed, it is just as Wu Ziyun described. The suspect was a habitual thief. We intended to question him, but he took off immediately. Chu Nan pursued him. And who knew he would tire him to the point of fainting? Sun Jingya said with a rueful smile. Cheng Tao, visibly irate, exclaimed, what is this child thinking? Surely, a bicycle cannot outrun a four-wheeled vehicle. If we can apprehend him, we should. How could we let someone faint from exhaustion? No, Cheng. Sun Jingya shook her head vigorously. Chu Nan was running, not driving. Running? On foot. Cheng Tao's eyes widened. Yes, Sun Jingya nodded. Cheng Tao and Gao Xianyang exchanged incredulous glances, overwhelmed by disbelief. This fellow must have a weak constitution. After eliminating all other possibilities, they reached this conclusion. No, wait. Wu Ziyun interjected. The powerhouse chased him for over 20 minutes at a speed of at least 40 kilometers per hour. 40 kilometers? For over 20 minutes? Gao Xianyang regarded Wu Ziyun skeptically. Ziyun, we must adhere to the principles of factuality in our police work. Such speed, such endurance. Do you take Xiaochu for a horse? Wu Ziyun declared with unwavering conviction. Jingya, where are Xiaochu and the suspect? Lead us to them, Cheng Tao inquired. Upon arriving at the hospital room, Cheng Tao first assessed Chen Sanner's condition before stating, Xiaochu, step outside for a moment. What is going on, Xiaochu? Why were you pursuing him? Cheng Tao questioned. I suspect he stole a bicycle, Chu Nan replied. Cheng Tao, visibly angered, retorted, stealing a bicycle is one thing. But there was no need to chase him to the point of unconsciousness. If anything were to happen, you would be jeopardizing your own future. Didn't you recognize him? We could have easily arranged for an arrest. He stole a 7th-generation Ma Dong SLR, Chu Nan explained. Cheng Tao looked perplexed. What do you mean? What is this Ma Dong? It's a bicycle brand, worth 100,000. Chu Nan's words sent a shiver down Cheng Tao's spine. Cases involving theft exceeding 60,000 are classified as particularly severe, with sentences exceeding 10 years. A case valued at 100,000 is a serious crime. Just this one case outshines the 60-odd thieves captured by Sun Jingya. A bicycle, worth 100,000? Cheng Tao still found it hard to believe. Chu Nan nodded affirmatively. Well done. Fortunately, you acted swiftly, apprehending him with the stolen goods. Otherwise, once this fellow disposed of the evidence, we would have been at a disadvantage. Cheng Tao promptly shifted his tone. At that moment, Cheng Tao's phone rang. The head of the South District Bureau was in a state of urgency. One of Lin Chuan's major financiers, the vice president of a colossal garment group from the South, was there to inspect, and a bicycle had gone missing. How infuriating is that? The public safety of a city is a matter of its reputation. Just earlier, city leaders assured him of Lin Chuan's excellent security conditions. Now, a bicycle has gone missing. How can you explain that? It's not merely a matter of compensating for a bicycle. On a smaller scale, it could mean billions in lost investments. On a larger scale, it tarnishes Lin Chuan's external image. The influence of such a conglomerate is unimaginable. The city officials are practically wishing to strangle that thief in the cruelest manner possible. Speaking of which, this wealthy executive, does he not find it uncomfortable to ride in luxury cars? Why is he wandering around on a bicycle? Chung Tao lamented, "What is going on in your South District? In broad daylight, thieves roam freely. What on earth are you doing? Just an hour ago, a valuable bicycle worth 100,000 was stolen from a VIP in your jurisdiction. This is an utter disgrace, a monumental disgrace. I give you 3 days, 3 days to provide me with an explanation or face suspension." The moment the call connected, the bureau chief launched into a tirade. It wasn't that he was being unreasonable. He had just been berated in the same manner by the city bureau's chief. Chung Tao stood there, bewildered, and tentatively asked, "Chief Bai, the bicycle worth 100,000 you mentioned, could it be a Ma Dong SLR? What is this Ma Dong?" The bicycle owner is Niu Shi, the vice president of Niu's clothing group. Chief Bai exclaimed, frustration evident in his tone. "Wait a moment, Ma Dong. That name sounds familiar." Glancing at his notebook, Chief Bai's eyes suddenly brightened. Yes, the stolen bicycle brand is indeed Ma Dong." "Chung, how did you know this?" Chung Tao meekly replied, "We just solved a bicycle theft case, and the stolen bicycle was a Ma Dong SLR. "Is that so? Old Chung, I'll be over shortly. Stay put at the station. Don't go anywhere," Chief Bai said before hanging up, leaving Chung Tao in a state of confusion. He gazed intently at Chu Nan, feeling an overwhelming impulse to embrace him. Goodness, that was astonishing. Had it not been for Chu Nan's fortunate intervention in this case, my tenure as station chief would likely have been at an end. "Chung, what is going on? Who called you?" Gao Xiangyang asked, concern etched on his face. Though he hadn't caught the entirety of the conversation, he had overheard the commotion from afar. The audacity to argue with Chung while he wore a smile. His position must be significant. "It was Chief Bai," Chung Tao replied, patting Chu Nan on the shoulder, excitedly proclaiming, "Xiao Chu, you truly are a boon to our station. Jingya, the suspect is in your hands now. Be sure to keep a close watch on him. I will dispatch reinforcements immediately. Xiao Chu, you're coming back with us." Sun Jingya appeared bewildered. "It's just a thief. Do we really need reinforcements?" Instinctively, she glanced at the unconscious Chen Sanner, who was likely concocting excuses to escape. If he were to learn of the current situation, he might very well leap out the window. Not long after Chu Nan's party returned to the station, Chief Bai arrived with a refined middle-aged man to identify the bicycle. Upon confirming that it was indeed the one that had shocked city leaders, everyone finally breathed a sigh of relief. "Thank you, Chief Bai," Chung, the middle-aged man expressed. "I must say, your efficiency in handling this case has far surpassed my expectations. With such a formidable police force safeguarding us, I am confident in Lin Chuan's investment environment." The middle-aged man's words made Chief Bai feel invigorated. "To protect the peace of our community is our solemn duty." Chief Bai's face radiated joy. What had begun as a crisis had not only been averted, but had also yielded unexpected rewards. They had made a significant impression on the city bureau and the investors. The benefits would be substantial. Once the middle-aged man rode away on the bicycle, Chief Bai could no longer contain his excitement. "Old Chung, you executed this brilliantly. I will personally commend your station at the 8th Badao Guai. This year's award for the outstanding grassroots station in the South District Bureau will undoubtedly be yours. Who knows, you might even receive accolades from the city." Chung Tao could not help but smile with delight. "Thank you for the praise, Chief Bai. The credit for this case truly belongs to Xiao Chu. Had it not been for his astuteness, it would have been exceedingly difficult to recover this bicycle. Oh, the younger generation is indeed surpassing the older. Rest assured, he shall not go unrewarded." After Chief Bai departed, Gao Xiangyang rubbed his hands together in excitement. "What a blessing in disguise. This is truly remarkable. Were it not for Xiao Chu, I shudder to think of the consequences. Xiao Chu, you are indeed a fortunate charm." Gao Xiangyang exclaimed with enthusiasm. Chung Tao's face also bore an uncontainable smile. "Xiao Chu, tell us, how did you ascertain that this individual had stolen the bicycle?" Chung Tao could not suppress his curiosity. Chu Nan replied, "I happen to be familiar with this model of bicycle. Until now, I had never seen it in reality. After all, a bicycle priced at 100,000 is far too extravagant for us ordinary citizens. Thus I couldn't help but cast a few more glances at it. Coincidentally, I had previously come across Chun Tianqing's file at the station. A habitual thief riding such an exorbitantly priced bicycle is quite illogical. Therefore, I thought to inquire about him, only to find that the fellow fled at the sight of me calling out to him, clearly feeling guilty for his misdeeds. It was a serendipitous encounter, indeed. What a fortuitous coincidence. You, my friend, have inadvertently solved numerous cases and even saved my life," Chung Tao remarked with a wry smile. In the span of their conversation, the station managed to obtain surveillance footage of Chun Tianxing during the vehicle theft. With conclusive evidence in hand, the interrogation proceeded without any difficulty. Upon discovering the value of the bicycle he had stolen, Chen Sanner displayed an expression devoid of interest. As a competent thief, he possessed a deeper understanding of the laws surrounding theft than even a lawyer. This was one of the smoothest cases handled by Chu Nan. The system's rewards were equally prompt, although it merely categorized the case as a C level. Despite the high completion rate, it only granted a reward of 300 justice points, along with a copper treasure chest that bestowed the rather trivial skill of achieving English level 10. Chu Nan, let me give you a lift for a bit, Sun Jingya said as she approached him after work. Chu Nan didn't hesitate. Among colleagues, there was no need for such formality over a small favor. Once in the car, he soon realized that the situation was more complicated than it seemed. As Sun Jingya drove, she cast him furtive glances with a rather indescribable expression. Sister Sun, if you have something to say, please just say it. You need to concentrate on driving. Chu Nan could no longer bear the tension. Sun Jingya's cheeks flushed as she tentatively asked, Chu Nan, how is it that you can recognize all the criminals you encounter? I suppose it's just luck. That drug dealer? I had seen him online before. And as for Chen Sanner, I happened to come across his file while idly browsing through criminal records at the station a couple of days ago, Chu Nan explained, his face betraying no signs of embarrassment. One could only wonder if Sun Jingya found this explanation credible. Was he attempting to treat her like a fool? What a remarkable coincidence that all the criminals he had seen happened to appear before him, queuing up for capture. However, Sun Jingya was perceptive enough to understand boundaries. If Chu Nan was unwilling to elaborate, she chose not to pry further. After all, everyone harbors a few secrets. Since I was young, I dreamed of becoming a police officer to uphold justice. That's why I developed an interest in wanted notices and criminal affairs. Consequently, I have memorized quite a few wanted criminals and those dealt with by the police, Chu Nan added. Sun Jingya nodded noncommittally, acknowledging that at least this explanation seemed somewhat plausible. The vehicle came to a halt in front of an old residential building. Just as Chu Nan reached the staircase, a familiar voice startled him, causing him to shudder. Son, why didn't you invite that girl who dropped you off to come in for a while? A fashionably dressed middle-aged woman inquired with eager anticipation. Wasn't this his mother, Geng Xiaolan? A quintessential strong woman, she had met Chu Nan's father at a construction site. Geng Xiaolan operated a tower crane while his father drove an excavator, a match in terms of social standing. Chu Nan was only 4 years old when his father perished in a construction accident. After her husband's death, Geng Xiaolan inherited his business and became a contractor in the 1990s. With her tenacity and hard work, she gradually established herself in what was traditionally a male-dominated field, transforming a small construction team specializing in exterior wall insulation into a thriving renovation company with over 100 employees. While Chu Nan may not exactly be a wealthy heir, he certainly surpassed the majority of ordinary families. The two of them continued to reside in this old building primarily because Geng Xiaolan had grown accustomed to this way of life. She had purchased a spacious 300-plus square meter flat in Linchuan, as well as a 140-plus square meter property in a school district. To define his current identity was a perplexing task for Chu Nan. Although he had traversed through time, he retained the complete memories of this body. Feeling as if the current self was indeed himself, the memories of two lives harmoniously merged, leaving no sense of discomfort. Chu Nan awkwardly smiled. Mom, that's just a colleague who gave me a ride. Colleagues are great. They are people you know well. I think this girl seems delightful, quite striking. How old is she? Where is she from? What do her parents do? How many siblings does she have? Mom, what as for dinner tonight? Chu Nan hurriedly shifted the topic. Geng Xiaolan slapped her thigh, exclaiming, Oh dear, I still have the chicken soup simmering. I completely forgot to buy salt while I was out. Son, I'm asking you a question. Make time to bring that girl home. I want to have a good chat with her. Just as Chu Nan prepared to pull out his phone, Geng Xiaolan's voice echoed from the kitchen once more. Oh my goodness. Are all mothers in the world cut from the same mold? After being pressured about marriage for 4 or 5 years in my last life, I never expected to endure this torment again after crossing over. No, Mom. I just started my job, okay? She is technically my superior. Is it appropriate for you to ask all these questions? Chu Nan felt overwhelmed. When he turned around, he found Geng Xiaolan standing at the kitchen doorway, staring at him in disbelief. Mom, what's wrong? Chu Nan inquired, utterly confused. No, son. Didn't you say you passed the exam and are now a full-fledged police officer? Geng Xiaolan asked anxiously. Yes, I am a police officer now, Chu Nan replied, bewildered. Geng Xiaolan's eyes immediately welled with tears. Son, I may not be educated, but I'm not foolish. The insignia on your shoulder is slanted, just like that of Lu Ani's second son. Isn't that a community officer? Chu Nan felt a wave of frustration wash over him. This wasn't entirely his mother's fault. Many people struggle to differentiate between an intern officer, a community officer, and an auxiliary officer. The insignias for intern officers and auxiliary officers are almost indistinguishable, making it difficult to tell them apart. The real distinction lies in the arm badge and the chest plate. The police arm badge features the full name of the country, with the words police in the center and the national emblem below. The auxiliary police badge also has the full name of the country, auxiliary police in the center, and the national emblem below. The community police badge displays the pinion for community police, with community police in the center and the national emblem below. A police officer's badge will have the letters JC preceding the badge number, while an auxiliary officer has FJ. And some community officers may have XJ or no letters at all. Very few can distinguish between auxiliary and community officers. The majority of people mistakenly believe these two roles are the same profession, which is incorrect. The differences between them are substantial. Chapter 16. Wu Ziyan seeks a mentor. Heartbroken Zhangji Gang. Auxiliary officers are recruited through formal channels and are considered full-time employees. Community officers are temporary workers recruited by third-party labor agencies to assist the police. Auxiliary officers possess certain law enforcement powers and can directly mediate and educate in minor civil disputes, whereas community officers lack enforcement authority and can only assist police officers in their duties. Exceptional performance as an auxiliary officer may lead to a chance for promotion to a police officer without an examination, whereas the likelihood of a community officer becoming a police officer without passing the exam is virtually non-existent. This is quite akin to the distinctions between civil servants, employees of public institutions, and expatriates. After expending considerable time, Chu Nan finally managed to elucidate matters to Geng Xiulan. Just as he was about to catch his breath, Geng Xiulan inquired, "Son, what is the name of that young lady?" Gazing at the stark, white wall before him, Chu Nan suddenly felt an overwhelming urge to throw himself against it. "Son, here," Geng Xiulan said mysteriously, handing Chu Nan a beautifully wrapped box. "What is this for?" Chu Nan asked, utterly perplexed. "It's your welcome gift for starting your job. I've had it ordered for some time, but it just arrived," Geng Xiulan said. Her gaze fixed eagerly on Chu Nan. "Hurry and open it. Let us see if you like it." Upon opening the box, he was taken aback to find a car key inside. After glancing around, Chu Nan confirmed that it was indeed not a mere lighter. "A car? A Wrangler? Is this for real?" he exclaimed, astonished. Geng Xiulan beamed with pride, responding, "Are you questioning me? How could your mother jest about such things? Didn't you mention your fondness for Wranglers? I told you I'd buy you one once you started working. How about that? I keep my promises." Moved, Chu Nan gazed at Geng Xiulan, feeling an immense debt towards her. When his late father passed away, Geng Xiulan was merely 31. For his sake, she toiled tirelessly, rejecting countless suitors. Throughout his life, everything he wore, ate, or used was of the highest quality, even in their early days of modest means. She had once spent half a month's salary to buy him a pair of sneakers, without a second thought. "No, Mom, I've started working now. How can I let you buy me a car? Wouldn't that make me a parasite?" Chu Nan protested. Geng Xiulan retorted, "What nonsense. As your mother, who else should I spend my earnings on if not you? Then why don't you stop working? I'll work hard and earn enough to support you," Chu Nan declared earnestly. Geng Xiulan's eyes welled with tears as she choked out, "Son, just hearing you say that is enough for me. I'm content with my life now. I have everything I need. I just wish to hold my grandchild soon." "How old is that girl? What is her name again? Oh dear, how do we end up here?" With no way to escape, Chu Nan could only retreat from the conversation. Early the next morning, Chu Nan set off. He found a parking spot near the police station and walked a few hundred meters. The car he now owned felt ostentatious given his current position. Upon entering the office, he was surprised to find Wu Ziyun unusually compliant, resting quietly at her desk. When she noticed Chu Nan, a smile broke across her face as she limped toward him. After sitting down, she surprisingly appeared a bit bashful. After a brief pause, she spoke up. "Master, I have something I wish to discuss with you." "What is it?" Chu Nan couldn't help but be curious. "May I take you as my mentor?" Wu Ziyun asked with hopeful eyes. Chu Nan felt a sudden rush of apprehension. It would be best to decline outright. After all, the young lady meant well. Yet, it was challenging to say no. "Oh my heavens," he thought, overwhelmed by the incessant chatter that seemed to emanate from her. "Why not? You already have a mentor," he suggested as a diversion. "That is not the same." Wu Ziyun insisted earnestly. "My mentor is appointed by the department. While I respect him, my dream is to work in criminal investigation. Master Huang focuses on public security. I can't follow him forever. Besides, who says one can't have two mentors?" Chu Nan, feeling somewhat defeated, replied, "But we work in the same department. One tea having two mentors create confusion? Let us consider it. Think of us as fellow disciples. What is the difference between a senior brother and a mentor? Wu Ziyun replied seriously, nodding in agreement. You make a valid point. From now on, you shall be my senior brother. Senior brother. Please allow your junior sister to bow in respect, she said, mimicking a formal gesture before presenting him with a small metal canister. Senior brother. This is my tribute to you. My father says this is the finest Maojian tea, something you can't buy even with money. Really? Chu Nan opened the canister and confirmed it contained indeed the best Maojian. In his previous life, he had few hobbies, and tea was one of them. The sight of such fine tea stirred a slight longing within him. Yet, he maintained a serious demeanor, stating, "This seems inappropriate. It's too extravagant. Hee. It's only right to honor my senior brother. Once you've enjoyed it, I'll bring you more from home," Wu Ziyun said with an innocent smile. As a police officer, is this appropriate? Chu Nan pondered, yet he couldn't deny that besides her loquacity, Wu Ziyun had no major flaws. Before long, Sun Jingya arrived. Though she made an effort to conceal it, Chu Nan noticed her gait was somewhat awkward. It then dawned on him that both women had trailed him for quite a distance the previous day. Are you all right? Chu Nan instinctively inquired. His question inadvertently drew the attention of most in the office to Sun Jingya's discomfort. Really? How can a young man and a young lady walk together in such a state? He regretted saying as soon as it left his lips. Hurry and tell me. Didn't you soak your feet in hot water after running so long yesterday? Just then, Cheng Tao and Gao Xiangyang entered the room. Ahem. Cheng Tao cleared his throat theatrically, then beamed. Yesterday, Ji Gang and Xiao Zhang heroically saved a life from a suicide attempt, which was reported in the news. The municipal bureau has commended both of them. Ji Gang, Xiao Zhang, well done. Just doing our duty. Zhang Jigang humbly waved his hand, though a smile crept upon his lips. What a relief. Back in the day, I was quite the figure at the Badao Guai Police Station. Yet since Chu Nan's arrival, his own spotlight had been overshadowed. Chu Nan had made headlines with major cases, while Zhang Jigang felt too timid to even mention apprehending petty thieves or scam artists. Finally, I've regained a bit of recognition. Just as applause began to echo, Cheng Tao continued. Furthermore, Comrade Chu Nan has cracked a high-value bicycle theft case. Valued at 100,000. More importantly, this bicycle belonged to an executive visiting our city to assess the business environment. This case not only salvaged Linchuan's reputation, but also bolstered investor confidence in our city's investment climate. The city and district leaders have called to commend Comrade Chu Nan and all the officers of the Badao Guai Police Station for their outstanding work. Additionally, the Bureau has confirmed that our station has been awarded the banner for being an outstanding grassroots police station in 2018. Applause erupted throughout the office. Zhang Jigang was left utterly dumbfounded. Chapter 17. Officer, I suspect my son is using drugs. Cheng Tao raised his hand to signal for silence, stating, all our comrades have been performing admirably lately. The efficiency of our operations over the past few days has seen a significant enhancement, resulting in a notable increase in public satisfaction. This is indeed commendable. However, I urge my comrades to continue their diligent efforts, elevating the work of the Badao Guai Police Station to new heights and providing even better service to the citizens within our jurisdiction. As for the city's campaign to eliminate residential burglaries over 100 days, we have already accomplished more than half of the objectives. The results have been splendid, and the residents are quite pleased. Nevertheless, as we approach the final stretch, we must not let our guard down. Therefore, at the behest of our bureau leaders, we will conduct a thorough reconnaissance of the area over the next 3 days. All outsiders must be properly registered. Every potential security hazard must be meticulously addressed. We must have a complete understanding of the whereabouts of all individuals with criminal records, ensuring that they do not resort to further criminal activity. After delivering a fervent speech, Cheng Tao began to assign tasks. Once assignments were distributed, Chu Nan noticed that his name seemed to be missing from the list. At that moment, Cheng Tao spoke up. Xiao Chu, Jingya, you both worked hard yesterday, so today you will be on duty at the station. All right, Chu Nan nodded in acknowledgement. Senior brother, have some water. Senior brother, enjoy some candy. Senior brother, here are some oranges. Senior brother, please have some beef jerky. Goodness, Wu Ziyun was relentless in her attentions. In no time, the snacks piled up before Chu Nan like a small mountain. What about Brother Huang? Aren't you going out on duty today? Chu Nan could not help but inquire. Hee. Wu Ziyun smiled triumphantly. My master is on duty in the dispatch room today. He rested yesterday and is working today. Chu Nan surmised that Huang Huihong was probably overwhelmed by this woman as well. An hour passed, and Chu Nan felt as though an entire day had gone by. Chu Shixiang, we received a report of drug use at number 30 Qingchun Lane. Do you have time? a young auxiliary officer, appearing to be around 25 or 6 years old, stated. In this line of work, it is customary for auxiliary officers, regardless of age, to address formal police officers as Shixiangorshidi. All right, Sun Jia, let us go, Chu Nan replied decisively, grabbing his hat and rushing outside. To his surprise, Wu Ziyun followed closely behind. What are you doing here? Chu Nan asked, a bit exasperated. Wu Ziyun pointed to the police car beside them. I'm coming with you to respond to the call. You don't want me to take you along? Seeing the innocent look in her eyes, Chu Nan's resolve softened. After all, one should not turn away a smiling face. Wu Ziyun was indeed quite pleasant, particularly when it came to food, ensuring that Chu Nan was well taken care of. Fine, but don't cause any trouble. Follow my lead, Chu Nan relented. Upon arriving at the scene, Chu Nan meticulously checked the house number, then turned to Sun Jingya and Wu Ziyun. You two stay hidden. Especially you. You aren't wearing a bulletproof vest, so be cautious, Chu Nan advised. In drug-related operations, the danger level is exceedingly high. Our country maintains an extremely strict stance on drug cases. Generally, those involved with such substances are desperate individuals, often willing to risk their lives. All right, if I sense something amiss, I'll run. I absolutely want to add to your troubles, Shi Xiang, Wu Ziyun assured him earnestly before hiding behind a wall. Chu Nan found himself at a loss for words. While her response was precisely what he wanted to hear, it felt oddly unsettling. Gently knocking on the door, a white-haired elderly man cautiously opened it, peering out to ensure no one was watching. Confirming that it was safe, he beckoned, "Come in quickly." Chu Nan entered the yard, whispering, "Uncle, was it you who reported the drug case?" The old man nodded. "Yes, it was me. You mentioned you observed someone purchasing and using drugs. Where are they?" Chu Nan continued to inquire. The old man waved his hand. "Follow me. The person using drugs is my son." Chu Nan was taken aback. It is easy to speak of righteous indignation, but few can embody it. Recently, I noticed this lad locking himself in his room every day after work, and I had no idea what he was up to. Each morning, he would rise without energy, as if he had been up all night. Later, while he was at work, I sneakily checked his room and found a plethora of colorful pills. I often watch legal programs, so I know those colorful pills are not good. I continued to observe him secretly, and he would take those pills, place them in a spoon, and heat them over a candle. Isn't that drug use? I thought to myself, this is bad. My child is heading down a criminal path. The old man lamented as he walked. Sun Jingya interjected, "Uncle, you did the right thing. Once one becomes involved with such substances, the consequences can lead to ruin or even destruction of the family. Your awareness is commendable." As they conversed, they arrived at a room. The old man retrieved a semi-transparent plastic box from beneath the table. Inside the box was a grid layout, each compartment containing small bags of the same color, each the size of a fingernail, resembling pills. All 9 compartments were filled to capacity. Good heavens, the quantity must exceed 1,000. Sun Jingya's breathing noticeably quickened. "Chu Nan, should we request support from the drug enforcement team?" "Wait a moment," Chu Nan replied, not turning back. He sensed something was amiss, though he couldn't pinpoint exactly what it was. Activating his true eye, a myriad of subtle clues flooded his mind. Colorful pills, a blackened iron spoon, a faint aroma lingering in the air, a half-burned candle, and a wastebasket beside the table containing a stamped paper. "Do you smell anything?" Chu Nan mused aloud. Wu Ziyun sniffed vigorously, shaking her head. "No, but it seems to have a peculiar fragrance." "Yes, a fragrance," Chu Nan nodded, recalling the scent. "Is this rosin?" Suddenly, a realization struck him as he focused on the stains on the table. He gently touched them with his finger. They felt slick and oily. Bringing it to his nose, it matched the aroma in the air. Chu Nan then retrieved 2 crumpled pieces of paper from the wastebasket, revealing several wax seals the size of coins. Upon closer inspection, he noticed varying inscriptions on the seals. Lu Zhizhong seal, Zhizhong seal. At this point, Chu Nan was nearly certain of what the colorful pills in the box were. But to be prudent, he still opened a sealed bag and took a whiff. "Uncle, is your son named Lu Zhizhong?" Chu Nan inquired. "Indeed," the old man replied. The elderly man nodded vigorously. A look of anxiety etched upon his face as he questioned, "Comrade police officer, how did you know? Has this scoundrel already committed a crime?" "No," Chu Nan replied with a wry smile, observing the man's excessive vigilance. "This is not a narcotic. It is called fire ink paste, typically used for sealing new documents. It has gained quite a following among the younger literary enthusiasts." The old man widened his eyes in astonishment, looking at Chu Nan. "So this is just a toy?" "Indeed," Chu Nan affirmed with certainty. "You can take a bag to a larger stationery store for verification." "Sir, although this was a misunderstanding, I must commend your keen sense of alertness." The elderly gentleman, visibly embarrassed, remarked, "This misunderstanding could have escalated. Thankfully, I refrained from disclosing it to my son. If he had found out, where would I have hidden my old face?" No sooner had he finished speaking than a figure appeared at the doorway. "Dad, what are you doing?" A young man in his 20s looked at Chu Nan and the others with surprise, asking nervously, Brother, we are here to collect resident information," Chu Nan quickly explained. The young man relaxed, smiling as he said, "Thank you for your hard work. All right. Having completed the information collection, we shall take our leave. Apologies for the disturbance," Chu Nan concluded, leading Sun Jingya and Wu Ziyun out. "Ha ha ha ha. Oh dear, my stomach hurts. I'm dying of laughter." Wu Ziyun clutched her abdomen, a pained expression on her face. Sun Jingya, with a look of disbelief, inquired, "Was it really that amusing? You are a police officer. You must maintain your composure." Wu Ziyun struggled to stand upright, apologizing. "I'm sorry, sister Sun. I simply couldn't hold it in. My goodness, this uncle is too righteous, isn't he? Reporting his own son for drug use. And it turns out to be a huge misunderstanding. Ha!" Chu Nan interjected. "Isn't this a good thing? The heightened vigilance of the local populace significantly aids in preventing criminal activities." "Absolutely. Brother, you are correct," Wu Ziyun nodded vigorously, then sighed. "I had hoped for a major case to handle. It was all for naught." "What? When people encounter a case, they either suffer financial loss or face family tragedy. And you find amusement in that?" Chu Nan asked half-jokingly. Wu Ziyun shook her head vigorously, anxiously insisting, No, brother, that is not my intention at all." Just then, a voice crackled through the walkie-talkie. "Attention, a female corpse has been discovered at Building 2, Unit 302 of Lin Huang Lu Happiness Community. Nearby officers, please respond promptly." The announcement caused the faces of the group to pale. "Cadet 2336 received. We are heading there immediately," Chu Nan responded. And the three of them sprinted to the police car, racing towards the scene of the incident. Upon arriving at the building, they found it surrounded by a throng of onlookers. The stairwell was congested with people, some elderly individuals desperately trying to push their way up. "Oh, my aching back. Stop pushing, you'll crush someone. Move aside. Don't block the way. Hey, you stepped on my foot. Are you blind?" Seeing this chaos, Chu Nan felt overwhelmed. He understood the public's fascination with spectacles, but he had grossly underestimated their fervor. Make way. Police are conducting an investigation," Sun Jingya shouted. However, the crowd seemed oblivious to her words, continuing to press forward. Chu Nan retrieved a megaphone from the trunk and shouted, "You are obstructing a crime scene. According to Article 277 of our criminal law, those who disrupt a crime scene are suspected of obstructing justice. If serious consequences arise, they may face imprisonment of 3 to 7 years. Wu Ziyun, document this. Capture clear images of these individuals. If the crime scene is compromised, this will serve as evidence." As soon as he finished speaking, the crowd surged backward, retreating from the stairwell. Wu Ziyun gazed at Chu Nan with admiration. "Brother, you certainly have a way with words." Chu Nan smiled wryly. "In peculiar times, one must employ peculiar measures. Let us proceed inside." Upon reaching the 3rd floor, they were met with yet another throng at the entrance, with many craning their necks to peer inside. "Hey, did you see? I can't see anything. The body isn't right here at the door. I heard that this woman had her head chopped off. It's a gruesome sight. TSK. I've heard she wasn't a good person. A widow, always luring men. It must have been one of her lovers who couldn't stand it any longer. Oh my, is that really true? She got what she deserved. I heard she was a mistress. My goodness, I always thought she was rather indecent. Dressing in such revealing clothes." Chu Nan, with a grim expression, urged, Make way. Police are conducting an investigation." After a struggle, they finally managed to squeeze into the scene, where they found the area in disarray, the floor marked with footprints. Upon entering the room, Chu Nan's gaze fell upon a lifeless female body sprawled on the ground. The deceased appeared to be in her early 30s, clad in a nightgown-style dress. Curled up in a pool of blood, the blood had already congealed into a purplish-black hue, and the corpse displayed evident livor mortis. Chu Nan estimated the time of death to be over 12 hours prior. "Ziyun, sister Sun, maintain order at the scene and disperse the crowd at the entrance," Chu Nan instructed. At present, he was merely a probationary officer, and handling such cases adhered to strict procedures. After receiving the report, the local precinct was typically the first to arrive, tasked with sealing and protecting the scene. In homicide cases, a significant portion of initial clues is often gleaned from the scene itself. Untrained individuals approaching the body can inadvertently destroy these subtle details. Simultaneously, it is crucial to survey the surroundings for any potential suspects, as many cases are reported while the victim has just passed away or is still alive. When the criminal investigation team arrives, they will bring along forensic experts and medical examiners to conduct the scene investigation and autopsy. This is their domain. Who reported the incident? Chu Nan asked. It was me, a long-haired woman in the room replied, her face showing signs of panic. Were you the first to discover the body? Chu Nan continued his inquiry. The woman hesitated, saying, I think I should be. What was your relationship with the deceased? We were close friends. How did you come to discover the body? And how did you enter the crime scene? Yesterday afternoon, we had arranged to go to the movies. But when I called her around 7 in the evening, her phone was switched off. I sent her a message, but she didn't reply. And I became a bit worried. However, I thought she might just be asleep, so I didn't think much of it. This morning, when she failed to show up at work, I sensed something was amiss and came to check on her. The house belongs to an elderly gentleman. He is the landlord. And we have met a few times, she answered urgently. Chu Nan turned to the elderly man beside him. You are the landlord and have the key to this place? Yes, he confirmed. The elderly man nodded, his face awash with panic as he exclaimed, Officer, this matter has nothing to do with me. Chu Nan refrained from pressing further and instead addressed Sun Jingya, saying, Sister Sun, please take their statements. The more detailed, the better. Understood, Sun Jingya replied with a nod, leading the two individuals aside. Only then did Chu Nan begin to meticulously examine the crime scene. Chapter 19. An encounter with an acquaintance. This is not a burglary. The furniture in the room, including the cabinet and coffee table, bore evident signs of disturbance. The corner of the coffee table was cracked, and upon closer inspection, one could distinctly see traces of blood upon it. This was likely the murder weapon. The deceased must have suddenly collapsed, striking her head against the table corner, resulting in fatal cranial injuries. Of course, this required confirmation from the coroner. At that moment, the sound of footsteps approached. Chu Nan turned to see an old acquaintance. Zhang Jing looked equally surprised to see Chu Nan. Xiao Chu, I never expected it would be you at the scene. I've been meaning to find time to properly thank you for your help with the last case, but I've been busy, Zhang Jing said warmly. Chu Nan smiled faintly and replied, the work in criminal investigation is not easy, Captain Zhang, so no need to be formal. Haha, understood. What is the situation at the scene? Zhang Jing inquired. With a wry smile, Chu Nan responded, we arrived just after you. But there was quite a crowd of onlookers when we got here, and the scene has been severely compromised. Zhang Jing's expression darkened immediately, his anger palpable as he remarked, such incidents are far too common. You'll come to realize that. The world is full of those who merely seek to gawk at the spectacle. I believe there should be laws specifically targeting these meddlesome bystanders. While the two conversed, Zhang Jing's team had already set about their tasks. After several minutes, a man clad in forensic attire spoke up. The cause of death for the deceased was a severe blow to the cerebellum, which resulted in increased intracranial pressure, ultimately leading to cardiac arrest. There are cracks and blood on the corner of the coffee table, matching the wounds on the deceased. Thus, we can confirm that the cause of death was a fall resulting from striking the coffee table corner. Preliminary estimates suggest the time of death was between 6 and 7 p.m. yesterday. There are no other external injuries on the deceased, nor are there signs of sexual assault. A middle-aged officer in a white lab coat added, Captain Zhang, based on the evidence at the scene, we can ascertain this is a homicide. The scene is chaotic, and no viable footprints have been found. There are signs of disturbance in the home, yet no fingerprints were located, suggesting the perpetrator either wore gloves or cleaned up afterward. There are abrasions on the deceased's neck, indicating someone forcefully yanked her necklace away. No mobile phone was found at the scene, likely taken by the perpetrator. Considering the results from Old Chen's autopsy, I suspect this to be a case of manslaughter resulting from a burglary. Seizing the opportunity, Zhang Jing began to verify the reports from his subordinates. Just as he was about to nod in agreement, he suddenly turned to Chu Nan, who had almost voiced his thoughts but swallowed them back. Instead, he asked, Xiao Chu, what is your perspective on the scene? Chu Nan smiled gently and said, I believe this is not a robbery homicide. Chu Nan's statement caused the forensic expert from the criminal investigation team to darken in countenance. In a somewhat frigid tone, he replied, Comrade, solving cases relies on evidence, not mere conjecture. The signs are clear. There are indications that the victim's home was ransacked. Valuable items belonging to the victim are missing. This aligns perfectly with the characteristics of a burglary homicide. It appears that the perpetrator entered the premises, only to find the victim unexpectedly at home. In the ensuing struggle, the perpetrator accidentally pushed the victim, causing her fatal injury. In a panic, the assailant hastily took some valuables, leaving behind the deceased's gold ring and the money from the drawer. Chu Nan nodded, acknowledging, yes, the scene indeed suggests such a scenario. However, how does one explain the absence of any signs of forced entry on the door lock? If the perpetrator lacks even the basic skill to pick a lock, would they dare to commit burglary? The forensic expert countered. That is a possibility, Chu Nan agreed, gesturing towards the 2 cups on the coffee table. Master, would the victim offer a drink to the burglar? The expert's expression shifted dramatically, yet he stubbornly retorted, is it not normal for guests to be offered refreshments? How can you be certain that these cups were used by the perpetrator? May I borrow the UV light? Chu Nan asked, accepting the forensic expert's UV light. He illuminated the cups, revealing that the fingerprints had been wiped clean. Surely, the assailant would not have taken the time to clean the victim's fingerprints, would they? The absence of the perpetrator's traces at the scene also suggests meticulousness on their part. Looking around, he continued, and here. Chu Nan turned his attention to the living room, where the television cabinet and the contents of the coffee table were strewn about haphazardly. The victim's bedroom mirrored this chaos. The wardrobe lay open, and the victim's clothing was scattered everywhere. Who would create such a ruckus while committing theft? Such scenarios are only found in films, designed to alert the audience that a burglary has occurred. Zhang Zheng's eyes brightened as he nodded, saying, Xiao Chu, your thoughts align perfectly with mine. The signs of disturbance seem excessively staged. The perpetrator aimed to obfuscate the truth. Do you believe this was the work of someone familiar? Or perhaps a typical door-to-door sales theft? Door-to-door thefts generally occur in rural areas. Especially in recent years, rural depopulation has intensified, leaving the elderly and young children behind. While the youth are scarce, the elderly in rural regions typically have lower educational backgrounds, making them more susceptible to manipulation. They tend to keep most of their savings at home. Many con artists and thieves exploit this vulnerability by masquerading as salespeople. They initially present themselves with excessive warmth, forging a bond through language and action. By assisting these elders with farm work and household chores, they gain their trust. Subsequently, they use inexpensive trinkets as bait, enticing the elderly to make purchases, all the while executing theft or even robbery as the elders pay. There have even been numerous fatal incidents during such crimes. Gradually, these cases have begun to spread to small towns, with targets now including not only the elderly, but also single mothers and solitary young women. I am convinced this was the work of an acquaintance, Chu Nan asserted with certainty. Oh, Zhang Jing inquired, intrigued. The victim opened the door wearing only her nightgown and even invited the perpetrator in for tea, indicating a degree of familiarity that led to her lack of caution. Moreover, the perpetrator had arranged to meet a friend for a movie at 8 p.m. Women typically take longer to prepare. She would have needed to start getting ready by 6. During this time frame, if the visitor had been a salesperson or a casual friend, the victim would likely have found an excuse to send them away. The fact that she did not do so further supports the notion of a cordial relationship between the victim and the assailant, Chu Nan elaborated. Zhang Jing nodded vigorously in agreement. Indeed, this analysis is quite compelling. When a crime is committed by an acquaintance, it often stems from either a crime of passion, a financial dispute, or a verbal altercation escalating into physical confrontation. After articulating this, Zhang Jing turned his gaze towards the deceased's close friend. Pray tell, has the victim confided in you about any peculiar matters recently? Perhaps a disagreement with friends, a financial dispute, or any romantic entanglements? Chapter 20. A single piece of paper becomes the key to solving the case. An unexpected incident at the crime scene. The deceased's friend shook her head. No. Lin was an independent and mature woman. She had a gentle temperament and never engaged in arguments. Since her divorce from her ex-husband, she has devoted herself entirely to earning a living. Just a few days ago, she mentioned to me that the properties in Longjiang community were quite appealing. Over the years, she has saved some money and was contemplating making a down payment on a home there. Zhang Zheng's eyes lit up as he eagerly inquired, what is her ex-husband's name? Meanwhile, Chu Nan was meticulously examining the crime scene. He felt an unsettling sense that he had overlooked something crucial. With the knowledge that the perpetrator was an acquaintance, half of the case was already unraveled. The suspect pool had narrowed significantly, yet the process of elimination proved to be the most arduous task. The next imperative was to uncover more clues and further refine the range of suspects. At this juncture, eliminating even one individual could save countless resources in subsequent investigations. He activated the blue light and scrutinized every fingerprint and footprint within the room. With the enhancement of the true eye, the entire case replayed in his mind like a film. The assailant entered, sat down, shared tea with the victim, engaged in conversation, and then a conflict ensued. Chu Nan's focus returned to the victim. Her eyes remained wide open. Upon closer inspection, there was no trace of fear on her face or in her eyes. Only a sense of shock and disbelief. This phenomenon, often referred to as death with eyes wide open, has a certain scientific rationale. Typically, it occurs when an individual departs from life with unfinished business, perhaps a wish unfulfilled, awaiting a person, or a desire to remember the visage of an assailant, compelling them to keep their eyes open until the very last moment. Upon death, the rigidity of the muscles causes the eyes to remain ajar. Of course, this is merely one explanation. In cases of asphyxiation, due to severe oxygen deprivation, the nervous reflex may prompt an individual to widen their gaze in a desperate bid for air, resulting in muscle spasms that keep the eyes open. In specific circumstances, instantaneous brain death can occur without allowing time for muscular reflexes, leading to immediate loss of consciousness with the eyes remaining open. Chu Nan felt an unsettling sensation. Suddenly, a pallid face appeared before him, startling him. Once he regained his composure, he recognized it was Wu Ziyun. She was rather attractive, which was a pity. As she spoke, she scrutinized Chu Nan, seemingly thinking that he had been fixated on the victim's beauty. My heavens, what is wrong with this girl? He pondered. Aren't you supposed to maintain order at the scene? What are you doing here? Chu Nan asked, his expression darkening. Wu Ziyun shrugged. The criminal investigation team is handling that. Chu Nan found himself at a loss for words and could only say, please step back a bit. Don't disturb the scene. Wu Ziyun complied, promptly moving aside. Chu Nan continued his examination of the victim. Her feet were oriented towards the television cabinet, indicating that she had been facing it prior to her demise. Following this lead, Chu Nan observed signs that the television had been moved multiple times. The assailant must have risen from the sofa and walked into the narrow passage between the television cabinet and the coffee table, where the physical confrontation with the victim occurred. It became evident, as the assailant attempted to leave, the victim must have tried to impede him, resulting in the altercation. Why would the victim wish to obstruct the assailant? Was it to retain something, or perhaps to prevent the assailant from escaping? If it was to stop the assailant, was it born of a perceived loss or a matter of emotion? Just as Chu Nan wrestled with these questions, he noticed two torn pieces of paper within the trash bin. Donning gloves, he extracted the scraps for closer examination. These fragments appeared to be torn from a single sheet, approximately 2 centimeters wide, adorned with a barcode. Cash deposit slip? Chu Nan mused, a spark of realization igniting within him. This could substantiate that the conflict was related to money, and at the very least, involved 10,000 yuan. It was evident that the assailant had taken this money. But whose money was it originally? Was it the victim's, or did the assailant bring it with him? If it was a repayment, the likelihood of conflict arising was minimal. After all, repaying a debt is generally a mutually beneficial situation, while borrowing money can give rise to disputes. The fact that the money was already presented makes it a scenario where both parties were willing to engage. Could there be a third possibility? Team Zhang, please have someone investigate the victim's bank transactions over the past 2 years, including her online wallets, Chu Nan instructed. Zhang Jing nodded and promptly directed his subordinates to carry out the task. An hour later, Team Zhang, Wei examined the victim's recent bank transactions. Her spending habits are quite extravagant, leaving her with only a little over 7,000 yuan in savings, a young female officer reported. Can we ascertain where her funds have been allocated? Did she make any investments? Chu Nan inquired swiftly. The young officer nodded. We verified every expense. Her 3 largest expenditures were as follows. First, a monthly transfer of 3,000 yuan to her mother, as the victim's son was being cared for by her. Second, online shopping primarily for clothing, cosmetics, and jewelry. Third, beauty treatments. Over the past 2 years, she transferred more than 70,000 yuan to a beauty salon named Yin Ryu. This revelation piqued Chu Nan's interest. The deceased friend had just disclosed a crucial piece of information. The victim was preparing to buy a house. How could someone with only 7,000 yuan in savings contemplate purchasing property? Even under the influence, that would be a far-fetched notion. So where would the funds for this house originate? Was there a connection between this money and the funds that incited the conflict? Moreover, this information confirmed for Chu Nan that the money present at the crime scene was indeed brought by the assailant. A conundrum arose. Was the money intended as a loan to the victim, or was it a repayment? Clearly, it was improbable that the victim had borrowed money from the assailant. Firstly, the potential for conflict during a lending situation is exceedingly rare. Secondly, it was evident that the victim lacked the capacity to repay. Under no circumstances would someone with only 7,000 yuan in savings even consider borrowing money for a down payment, would they? That would be madness. Given the victim's spending habits, it was unlikely she possessed any surplus funds to lend to others. The likelihood of a dispute arising that led to a fatality was even slimmer. Thus, a third possibility emerged. The assailant might possess a compromising secret regarding the victim, and this money could be intended to buy his peace of mind. If someone reneged during the transaction, it could have sparked a direct confrontation. This scenario seemed the most plausible. Chu Nan meticulously recounted his discoveries and analyses to Zhang Jing. Zhang Jing, visibly astonished, stared at Chu Nan and murmured, "Good heavens. How does your mind work? From just a scrap of banknote, you managed to deduce all of this?" With a smile, Chu Nan replied, "The subsequent tasks are relatively straightforward. We will approach this from 4 angles. First, we will exploit the conflict of interest as our entry point and devote ourselves to locating this individual. Second, the banknote contains a QR code. Let us see if we can trace the information of the person who withdrew it. Third, we will retrieve the deceased's mobile data to check whom she communicated with yesterday. Fourth, we should examine the deceased's social media. If my suspicions are correct, we are bound to uncover some clues there." Zhang Jing nodded in agreement and immediately issued orders. "Xiao Chu, I have never bowed to anyone in my life. You are the first. You have once again rendered me invaluable assistance today, and I shall refrain from excessive gratitude. Should you require my help in the future, do not hesitate to ask," Zhang Jing said with palpable excitement. Suddenly, Chu Nan sensed something amiss. He turned to glance out the window, where a man was crouching on a tree branch, peering into the room. At that moment, the man lost his balance and plummeted straight down. Holy cow! Even the usually composed Chu Nan couldn't help but exclaim. That's 3 stories high. He rushed to the window to peer down at the ground, where the crowd that had gathered around the crime scene surged towards the site of the incident. Chapter 21. Is it worth risking your life for a spectacle? The provincial station wanted to interview Chu Nan. What happened? I have no idea. It seems he fell from a tree. What on earth was he doing up there? What else? Just to watch the commotion. Chu Nan hurried downstairs, and by the time he reached the ground floor, the scene was already packed with onlookers. Call 120. He shouted back at Sun Jingya, then desperately tried to push through the crowd. Make way. Clear a path. After much effort, he finally squeezed through. Before him lay a man in his 40s sprawled on the ground, blood seeping from his mouth and nose. Everyone back. Can't you understand simple instructions? Move aside. Chu Nan shouted frantically. The crowd retreated a few steps. In a fit of rage, he yelled again, "Step aside. Do not obstruct the airflow. What is wrong with you people? Make way. A life is at stake." At that moment, Zhang Jing also arrived. Old Lu, disperse the crowd. Xiao Chu, what exactly happened? It appears he climbed the tree to watch the spectacle and fell. Chu Nan replied helplessly. Zhang Jing widened his eyes, staring in disbelief at the man on the ground. Is he really risking his life just to watch? What do we do now? The ambulance has been called. Our priority is to ensure proper air circulation. It seems he landed on his head. We cannot move him until the paramedics arrive, Chu Nan stated. Zhang Jing, vexed, remarked, "What a nuisance. Xiao Chu, is it possible he could be the perpetrator?" Not a chance. Chu Nan shook his head. The killer wouldn't be that foolish. Before long, the ambulance arrived to transport the injured man. Zhang, what is the situation with the murder case at the intersection? Chu Nan could not contain his curiosity, as he had personally handled that case, but was still unaware of the aftermath. It felt akin to starting a task only to be interrupted by a sudden urge to use the restroom. How could one feel at ease without completing it? The mastermind and the victim were both laborers. The mastermind had invested all his savings into a significant project, only for the victim to usurp it. With the project gone, he not only faced financial ruin, but also accumulated substantial debts. Coincidentally, one of his old workers, the killer, was terminally ill and wanted to leave some money for his wife and children. They plotted together for over half a month. I must admit, they exhibited quite a bit of criminal savvy. If it weren't for you, they might have narrowly evaded justice, Zhang Jing said awkwardly. The net of heaven is vast and intricate, yet nothing escapes it, Chu Nan replied with a smile. Indeed, the net of heaven is vast and intricate. Zhang Jing chuckled in response. After completing the handover with Zhang Jing, Chu Nan departed. Goodness, I've seen people get into fights over a spectacle, but this is the first time I've encountered someone risking their life for it. What a peculiar individual. I hope he learns his lesson and refrains from such foolishness in the future. As soon as he got into the car, Wu Ziyun began chattering away. Chu Nan suddenly recalled an incident from his past life. He couldn't help but say, I once encountered someone even more bizarre than this. Previously, while waiting for a train at the station, someone reported their phone and wallet missing. The police took him to review the station's surveillance footage. The video revealed that he had been sleeping on the steps at the entrance when a man in a light gray shirt stole his phone and wallet and fled. As they were reviewing the footage, a man dressed similarly to the thief walked by the police and staff, curious about the commotion. Unbeknownst to him, the officers turned around and noticed his striking resemblance to the suspect, promptly detaining him. Ha ha ha. Are you serious, senior brother? Is there really such a peculiar person? Wu Ziyan laughed heartily. Absolutely, it was a first-hand experience, Chu Nan affirmed. Oh my gosh, that is hilarious. Wu Ziyan laughed until tears streamed down her face. After finally calming down, she wiped her eyes and asked, "Senior brother, what are we doing later?" Chu Nan shot her an exasperated glance and replied, "Today, we're on duty." "Where do you think we're going?" Wu Ziyan nodded. "Oh right, we're on duty today. Senior brother, open your mouth." Without waiting for Chu Nan to respond, Wu Ziyan popped a dried plum into his mouth. Chu Nan had no choice but to accept it. Sun Jingyao watched Chu Nan with a complex expression. Her face slightly dimmed. "Sister Jingyao, have one too. This is my favorite. It's incredibly delicious." Without waiting for a response, Wu Ziyan forcefully stuffed a dried plum into her mouth. "Are you insane? I'm driving." Chu Nan exclaimed, utterly bewildered. Wu Ziyan curiously asked, "Can't you eat dried plums while driving? They don't contain any alcohol." Well, it's impossible to explain this to her, he thought. Upon returning to the police station, it was already 11:30. The group headed straight to the cafeteria. "Xiaochu, you're back? I heard you were at a murder scene. How did it go?" Cheng Tao greeted them enthusiastically. Wu Ziyun immediately interjected, fuming, "Boss, don't even get me started. We were nearly driven mad. There were so many onlookers that we could barely squeeze into the scene. And guess what? A man in his 40s actually climbed a tree to watch, only to fall from a height of over 10 meters and lose consciousness on the spot. My goodness, is that for real? Is he insane?" Cheng Tao exclaimed in shock. "Who says otherwise? It's truly infuriating," Wu Ziyun remarked, still simmering with anger. However, her fury dissipated within mere seconds as she turned to exclaim with excitement. "My senior brother is truly remarkable." That so-called expert from the criminal investigation team asserted it was a case of manslaughter resulting from a burglary. But my senior brother swiftly pointed out that this was not a burglary. It was a crime committed by someone familiar with the victim. He presented facts and evidence that left that so-called expert utterly convinced. Moreover, my senior brother deduced the motive behind the case from a crumpled piece of paper found in a trash bin, concluding that the deceased had been blackmailing someone, which led to this tragic incident. "Boss, isn't my senior brother a genius?" "Who is your senior brother?" Cheng Tao inquired, his expression one of confusion. "That one," Wu Ziyun said, pointing at Chu Nan. "Oh," Cheng Tao nodded, a smile gracing his face. "Chu Nan is indeed extraordinary, our detective from the 8 Roads branch. By the way, Xiao Chu, I need to discuss something serious with you. Yesterday, when you helped that corporate executive recover his car, he mentioned this incident in the news. So now, you're quite popular. A reporter from the provincial station reached out to me, expressing a desire to conduct a special interview with you. I refuse." Chu Nan replied without hesitation. Wu Ziyun immediately grew anxious. "Why not? This is such a fantastic opportunity for exposure. Senior brother, doing well is less important than speaking well. And speaking well is less important than performing well. With your skills, if you gain recognition, your position will surely rise. You silly girl, what are you blabbering about? Be quiet, or I'll have your father teach you a lesson," Cheng Tao said sternly. Wu Ziyun immediately quieted down, meekly responding, "Boss, I'm merely stating the facts." Cheng Tao shot her a glare, opting not to engage further. When he turned to Chu Nan, his demeanor shifted entirely, his voice gentle as he asked, "Why not consider it? The provincial station has considerable influence." Chapter 22, Guidance for Huang Huihong. A call to action that even struck fear into Chu Nan. "Director, I wish to remain on the front line. As for the interview, please assign it to the publicity department," Chu Nan replied. "Once you're on television and gain some publicity, Chu Nan will be a household name. How will he handle cases then?" Cheng Tao thought, his expression complex. He perceived that this seemingly harmless young man possessed a depth of insight that was unnerving. Intelligent, clever, diligent, and humble, his perfection was almost incredulous. "I respect your choice, but I still urge you to contemplate this matter carefully. Some of Xiao Wu's points do hold merit, within the bounds of regulations and conscience. It is permissible to take certain shortcuts. After all, the greater the authority, the more one can achieve," Cheng Tao advised earnestly. Chu Nan smiled knowingly and replied, "Director, I understand your perspective. However, I have made my decision. I will not accept the interview." "Very well," Cheng Tao nodded, falling silent. At that moment, Huang Huihong entered hurriedly with a newcomer in tow. "Old Huang, why are you back so late? Hurry up and eat," Cheng Tao inquired. Huang Huihong took a seat before Cheng Tao with a lunch tray. 3 bicycles were stolen from Jiaxing Garden. Just now, when Junwei and I went to handle it. We nearly got overwhelmed by the residents there, he lamented. Cheng Tao asked, "What is going on with Jiaxing Garden, Shifeng Garden, and Kanyang new residents? Bicycles are being stolen every few days. It must be around 70 or 80 by now. Old Huang, you need to take this seriously. The interests of the people come first. With this situation, do the residents still feel safe? Do we still hold any authority in their eyes?" Huang Huihong replied anxiously, "Director, You know the situation in these neighborhoods. They are old residential areas where the urban and rural populations blend. The demographic is complex and dense. The worst part is, they lack fences and have numerous exits, making it impossible to guard against theft. I've urged their property management countless times to install surveillance cameras, but they always delay, citing insufficient funds. Cheng Tao questioned discontentedly, "What do you mean? Are you suggesting that without surveillance, we cannot solve the cases? That's no excuse. You must find a way to resolve this case promptly, to mitigate the losses to the public and restore our image in their eyes." Understood, Huang Huihong nodded helplessly. Chu Nan interjected, "Brother Huang, I believe we can adopt a different approach. Instead of waiting passively, we should take the initiative. With so many electric bicycles being stolen, there must be a fixed channel for reselling them. Moreover, the stolen bicycles are unlikely to be sold locally. They must be transported elsewhere. They wouldn't steal just a few and then transport them due to the high costs involved. Hence, they must have a storage location for these stolen bicycles. They certainly wouldn't dare to keep them exposed. We should request assistance from brother units to inspect all warehouses in the area and utilize drones to check for any concealed yards. Additionally, we can investigate the transportation vehicles. At least, they must be semi-trailers." "Exactly," Huang Huihong exclaimed, slapping the table excitedly. "That's a brilliant idea. How did I not think of that?" Cheng Tao jumped slightly at the sudden loud noise, spilling soup onto his face. "How old are you? Can you not be so boisterous? You need to seriously reflect on your investigative approach. Why is it that Xiao Chu can think of what you cannot?" Cheng Tao scolded. Huang Huihong retorted, "This case has been discussed several times in our department. It's not just me who didn't think of it." Cheng Tao's lips twitched awkwardly. This fool, does he really have to air out his own shortcomings? Suddenly, the police radio crackled to life. "Emergency call at Jiaxing Garden, Block 16. A noise complaint has been reported by a neighbor. Officers in the vicinity, please respond quickly." Officer 2336 received. Chu Nan replied immediately. Cheng Tao chuckled wryly. "Speak of the devil. Just as we mentioned Jiaxing Garden, here comes a call. Xiao Chu, let me handle it. That area is my responsibility, and I'm familiar with the situation there," Huang Huihong offered. Chu Nan smiled and said, "Brother Huang, please continue eating. This minor issue is something I can manage." With that, he donned his cap and departed. "What a good lad," Huang Huihong couldn't help but praise. Cheng Tao smiled. "Well, old Huang, I didn't expect you to compliment someone. The lad is indeed impressive, but unfortunately, we cannot hold on to him." Gao Xianyang sighed helplessly. As Chu Nan started the car, he suddenly spotted Wu Ziyun in front of the vehicle. He slammed the brakes, fuming, "Are you trying to get yourself killed?" "Hee, senior brother, don't be mad. It's bad for your health." Wu Ziyun giggled as she climbed into the back seat. Chu Nan cast a pained glance at the rearview mirror. "What am I going to do with this little treasure?" No matter the situation, she remains unfazed, smiling as if the sky were falling. "What can I do?" As soon as the car came to a halt, a middle-aged woman in her 30s approached cautiously. She first scanned the surroundings carefully before mysteriously waving at Chu Nan and the others. Come over here and speak," she said, leading Chu Nan and the others to the corner of the residential building. "Is it Mrs. Wang with the last four digits, 3956? Chu Nan inquired. Yes, that's me who called the police." The middle-aged woman nodded affirmatively. "You mentioned that your neighbor is causing a disturbance. What seems to be the issue? Is it renovation or exercise?" Chu Nan asked. "Neither." The woman shook her head again and whispered, "That family, they engage in that activity at the witching hour every night. My goodness, the bed creaks incessantly, and the woman screams as if possessed. Officer, my youngest son is in middle school. Just think about the psychological impact this must have on him." The three of them instantly turned crimson. Chu Nan, feeling awkward, replied, "Sister, well, this doesn't fall under the category of noise disturbances. Haven't you tried communicating with them?" The middle-aged woman retorted, "Communicate? What am I supposed to say? How can I even broach the subject?" Chu Nan felt a sense of resignation. "If you can't say it, how can I? Copulation is a natural instinct for every species, and it is their right. Sister, this is not something we can intervene in. Perhaps you could report it to the neighborhood committee. I believe the ladies there might have some experience in handling such matters," Chu Nan suggested. "Neighborhood committee lady, young man, thank you, and thanks to your whole family." The middle-aged woman, visibly displeased, exclaimed, "What nonsense. Aren't the police supposed to serve the people? If others can resolve it, what do we need you for?" Wu Ziyun, feeling indignant, retorted, "Auntie, that comment is quite ungracious. While it's true that the police serve the people, we can't intervene in every matter. What that couple does in the privacy of their home is neither illegal nor against the rules, so how can we step in?" This statement infuriated the middle-aged woman, who slammed her thigh and exclaimed, "Who are you calling auntie? Are you insulting me? You little brat, your temper is quite something. If this is your attitude, fine, I'll report you to 110. Chapter 23. Why is there still arguing? This matter is not simple. Sun Jingya looked utterly speechless and said, Madam, please remain calm. My colleague did not intend to insult you. What? I'm not allowed to be angry? You're an auntie, and your whole family is aunties, the middle-aged woman bellowed. Sun Jingya's expression turned dark as she replied coldly, Madam, according to the Public Security Administration punishment law, attacking or insulting others is a violation. What? Am I supposed to be intimidated? You want to arrest me? Come on, do it. The middle-aged woman shouted, bouncing in front of Sun Jingya. Chu Nan felt overwhelmed. Oh my goodness. Finally, Sun Jingya and Wu Ziyun found common ground. With their personalities, it was indeed surprising they hadn't offended anyone yet. He quickly interjected, Sister, sister, sister. The young lady is just a bit naive. Please don't take it to heart. Assaulting an officer is a serious crime. There's no need for that. The middle-aged woman immediately stopped, looking somewhat flustered at Chu Nan. I genuinely have no other options. They carry on like this every night. It's ruining my child. Every night? Chu Nan asked, puzzled. The woman nodded, confirming, yes, it starts at 11 or 12 and sometimes goes until 1 or 2 in the morning. Officer, how can anyone sleep with that racket? Chu Nan's brows furrowed slightly. Every night for 2 or 3 hours. Even a donkey in a production team wouldn't endure such disturbances. Chu Nan inquired again, Sister, are you willing to take responsibility for what you say? Of course. I'm not lying. The middle-aged woman replied with conviction. Chu Nan nodded and said, all right, let's go take a look. Brother, are you really going to handle this? Wu Ziyan asked, jogging behind Chu Nan. Let's assess the situation first. If it is indeed as the lady described, this matter may be more complicated than it seems. The three of them arrived at the door of room 302. Chu Nan knocked gently but received no response. The middle-aged woman pointed at the door and whispered, They must be home. They are like ghosts, never leaving during the day and only venturing out at the witching hour. When they're hungry, they order takeout. Chu Nan knocked again, this time calling out, Police. We're here to check on residents. Open the door, or we will enter. At that moment, a voice came from inside. Wait a moment. After a minute or two, the door finally opened. A tall, thin man, looking somewhat malnourished, greeted them. Stepping inside, they observed a well-decorated 3-bedroom apartment with a kitchen and a bathroom. How many people live here? Chu Nan inquired. 4, the man replied, somewhat sheepishly. 4. Chu Nan's gaze fell on the shoe rack behind the door. There were at least 6 pairs of shoes of different sizes. Think carefully before you speak, Chu Nan said, his expression unchanged. 6, the man quickly corrected himself. Chu Nan coldly stated, let everyone come out. And where are your ID cards? Here. The tall man hastily produced his ID and handed it to Chu Nan. At this moment, 3 men and 2 women emerged from various rooms, each holding their identification. Chu Nan felt a flicker of recognition for 2 of the women, though he couldn't quite place them, indicating that they were not on any crime watch list. Living with 3 men and 3 women in a 3-bedroom apartment would certainly explain the neighbors' claims of nightly disturbances. While the number of occupants was a bit excessive, it could be justified as a way to save on rent. After they all emerged, they deliberately closed the bedroom door behind them, which struck Chu Nan as peculiar. Sister son, please record their information. Is it just the 6 of you living here? Chu Nan asked. The earlier tall man nodded. Yes, just us. Chu Nan pointed to the nearest bedroom door and asked, May I take a look? The tall man replied, I'm sorry, officer, but that's our personal privacy. If you don't have a search warrant, it's not convenient. Surprised, Chu Nan regarded the tall man, realizing he was more knowledgeable about the law than expected. With no other option, Chu Nan abandoned the idea of inspecting the room. He approached a girl who looked somewhat familiar and asked, What do you do for a living? I run an online store, she promptly replied. Oh, Chu Nan nodded, probing further. What do you sell? Cosmetics. I'm a distributor, she answered. Chu Nan fell silent, scanning the living room for any unusual details. He glanced at Sun Jingya's recorded information and noted that only one, Lin Chuan, was from the local area. The tall man who had been communicating with Chu Nan. What brought you to Lin Chuan? Chu Nan asked again. The tall man explained, we all run online stores. It doesn't matter where we work. The environment in Lin Chuan is nice, and the cost of living is low, so we decided to come here. How long have you been in Lin Chuan? Over 3 months, he replied. Suddenly, Chu Nan interjected. Excuse me, I have a bit of a stomachache. May I use the restroom? A girl instinctively prepared to indicate the direction, when the tall and lean man immediately interjected. I beg your pardon, officer. But our toilet is clogged. We intended to call someone for repairs, but we simply ran out of time. His quick response only solidified Chu Nan's suspicions that something was amiss. It felt like a classic case of there's no silver here. He strolled around the living room and noticed a charging camera. Is that a Sony Z280V? Chu Nan inquired. The tall man looked taken aback, nodding as he replied, indeed. It's a professional-grade camera. I had considered purchasing one myself, but at over 40,000 yuan, it seemed rather steep, equivalent to more than half a year's salary. Eating is more important, after all, Chu Nan said with a resigned smile. Not only the 6 individuals present, but even Sun Jingya and Wu Ziyun were astonished. Chu Nan wasn't known for his loquacity. Why was he so talkative today? As Chu Nan pondered whether to retreat and contemplate further investigation, his gaze fell upon a decorative pillow in the corner of the sofa, emblazoned with the words, Machine Media. He quickly pulled out his phone to search for Machine Media. To his astonishment, he discovered it was a team that specialized in filming adult videos. Chu Nan swore to the heavens, insisting he had never watched such content. As for why he felt the 2 women seemed familiar, he himself could not ascertain. Seizing the opportunity while the others were distracted, Chu Nan discreetly sent a text to Cheng Tao. He then returned to the living room, feigning a slow registration of the individual's personal information. Before long, a knock echoed through the room once more. Chu Nan opened the door to find Zhang Jigang charging in with 4 others. The surprise was palpable, not just among the 6, but even Sun Jingya and Wu Ziyun. Chu Nan's demeanor shifted abruptly as he quietly commanded, everyone, squat against the wall. Thank you for your cooperation. The others complied obediently, while the tall man protested loudly. What are you doing? Do you have a search warrant? I can sue you for trespassing. Zhang Jiqiang produced a search warrant, holding it up before the tall man and coldly stating, take a good look at this. The man's countenance turned ashen. Chu Nan pushed open the nearest bedroom door. The room was adorned in shades of pink, furnished with a sofa, a metallic circular hammock, and a broad bench. Another room exuded a hotel-like decor, with a corner piled high with rather risque attire. On the table lay 7 mobile phones, and astonishingly, a row of metallic tracks hung from the ceiling above the bed. Chu Nan opened the wardrobe, revealing a plethora of various professional outfits. At the bottom of the cabinet were an assortment of peculiar items, including a silver box. Upon opening it, Chu Nan felt his face flush crimson from embarrassment, as the box brimmed with an array of phallic shapes in various sizes. Hastily, he closed the lid. Good heavens, what a wild scene, he thought, hastily diverting his attention to search the bedside table. He discovered entire boxes of contraceptives and emergency contraception. Oh, this box is rather exquisite, he mused, when suddenly Wu Ziyun squatted beside the box, examining it curiously. Don't open it, Chu Nan hurriedly warned. Huh. As she spoke, her hands had already pried open the box. She glanced inside, her eyes widening in shock, and her fair face turned beet red. Strangely enough, she stared at the contents for a good 10 seconds before abruptly shutting the box and spitting out, ugh, shameless. In the next room, Chu Nan finally found what he was looking for, several laptops and over 20 mobile phones. He opened one laptop, revealing a plethora of filmed videos. Naturally, he refrained from clicking on any. He gathered the laptop and phones and approached Zhang Jigang, stating, Chief Zhang, we have found the evidence. Let us take these individuals back, and we can send a team later for a thorough search. With irrefutable evidence in hand, the interrogation proceeded smoothly. To everyone's astonishment, this team not only filmed short videos, but also conducted live streams, yielding profits exceeding 20 million. This was merely a fraction of the operation. The entire Machine Media comprised over 20 individuals. Their servers were based overseas, which had allowed them to evade capture for over 2 years. Chu Nan had stumbled upon them purely by chance, akin to a blind cat finding a dead rat. Cheng Tao was naturally elated. Regardless of the circumstances, any case involving a gang would be a significant achievement. Brother Chu, impressive. Who would have thought that a simple neighbor dispute would lead to the capture of a group producing and disseminating obscene videos? Remarked a young auxiliary officer, full of admiration. Another auxiliary officer grinned mischievously, adding, Brother Chu, you'd better watch yourself. With this, who knows how many lonely nights you've ruined for countless young men and women. Congratulations. Host, on solving the case of the production and dissemination of obscene videos. Case rating, C. Completion rating, A. System reward, 100 justice points. WTF? Chu Nan was utterly bewildered. Here he was, having apprehended a criminal gang involved in a case worth over 20 million, and the system rated it a mere C? Had it lost its mind? Perhaps it was because he felt that his actions might not have been entirely justifiable, and the system disapproved? Senior brother. Chu Nan jumped at the sudden voice, startled. Wu Ziyun gazed at him, wide-eyed with concern. Senior brother, are you all right? What are you about to do? What do you mean? Chu Nan retorted, somewhat irked. Wu Ziyun glanced around to ensure no one was watching before whispering. How did you know they were involved in that? Have you seen their videos? What nonsense are you spouting? Chu Nan immediately denied. No, I haven't seen any. Wu Ziyun chuckled. Hee, if you haven't seen them, then why are you so worked up? Am I worked up? No. Although Chu Nan protested, his expression belied his words, as if to say, I understand you. Shall we leave together? It's rare for Sun Jingya to take the initiative to greet you, she said as they finished their shift. Sure, Chu Nan nodded. To clarify, he wasn't trying to save on fuel. Rather, he believed in promoting energy conservation and reducing greenhouse gas emissions by carpooling. Xiao Wu seems to be quite fond of you, Sun Jingya remarked, breaking the silence. Chu Nan couldn't help but chuckle. That girl is so carefree. She gets along with everyone. Even the street dogs would want to hug and kiss her. Sun Jingya burst into laughter, then cleared her throat before continuing. So you think quite highly of Xiao Wu? Well, she's fine. I have a good impression of everyone in our department, Chu Nan replied. The next day, upon arriving at the office, Zhang Zheng was surprisingly engaged in casual conversation with Cheng Tao. Captain Zhang, what brings you here? Chu Nan greeted him. Zhang Zheng chuckled foolishly. I was just passing by and thought I'd let you know that we apprehended the suspect. What happened? Chu Nan inquired with curiosity. Zhang Zheng replied with a wry smile. You are nothing short of miraculous. Based on the codes from the cash withdrawal slip, we had the bank retrieve the large withdrawal records from the past week. Then, utilizing technical means, we accessed the deceased's social media chat logs and discovered she had been interacting quite frequently with a man over the preceding period. By combining these two pieces of information, we swiftly identified the suspect. Just as you surmised, this man is the deceased's company vice president, who had previously been intimate with her, only to find himself secretly recorded. Subsequently, when he attempted to sever ties with her, she threatened him for money using the video, initially demanding 300,000. When he brought that amount to her residence, she then escalated her demand to 500,000. Thus, conflict arose. The suspect sought to snatch the phone to delete the video, resulting in an accidental shove that caused the deceased to fall. Of course, that is merely the suspect's account. We still need to verify it. Congratulations. You caught the suspect so quickly, Chu Nan remarked. Ha. Zhang Jing couldn't help but laugh heartily. Why does it sound like you're mocking me? The recent 2 murder cases are entirely your achievement. I've merely been running errands. Xiao Chu, what do you think? Are you interested in joining our criminal investigation team? Life in our department is undoubtedly more thrilling than yours at the precinct. Get lost. Are you trying to poach my people in front of me? Cheng Tao retorted angrily. Hey, no, just a joke. You all continue chatting. I've got work to do. Zhang Jing swiftly departed. Chu Nan looked at Zhang Jing in surprise. Ordinarily, the captain of the criminal investigation team holds a rank above that of a precinct chief. Although Zhang Jing is a senior figure, rank matters. And he dared to speak to Zhang Jing in such a manner. This old fellow is quite remarkable. Xiao Chu, what do you want to do today? Cheng Tao asked. Nearby, Huang Huihong and Zhang Jigang exchanged incredulous glances. Listen to this. Is this even human conversation? Typically, a leader assigns tasks and punishes those who fail to complete them. Yet here, a leader asks his subordinates what they want to do. What on earth is happening in this world? Chapter 25, Another Death. A gruesome crime scene. Let us patrol. We might need to respond to a call at any moment, Chu Nan suggested. Huang Huihong couldn't help but chuckle. Xiao Chu, take it easy. If you keep patrolling, our detention center in the Southern District 1T be able to accommodate the influx. Get lost. If you're so capable, why don't you catch a few yourself? Cheng Tao jested. What could Chu Nan say? He could only laugh awkwardly. As he was about to leave, he took a moment to scan the office. To his surprise, Wu Ziyun was absent. He thought to himself that he might finally enjoy a day of peace. However, just as he and Sun Jingyao reached the parking lot, Wu Ziyun came sprinting after them. Where did you come from? Chu Nan asked curiously. I was organizing files for my master. Brother, you're being quite inconsiderate. You didn't even say goodbye, Wu Ziyun complained. Chu Nan responded, perplexed, but, Comrade Wu Ziyun, do you ever consider how your master feels, following us around every day? My master told me to stick with you, Wu Ziyun asserted confidently. Chu Nan's lips twitched in resignation. Wasn't it obvious? Her master didn't want her around, so she pushed this troublesome apprentice onto him. As the car engine roared to life, a message came through the radio regarding a case. A female corpse has been discovered 4 kilometers along Linqing Road. Nearby officers should proceed to the scene immediately. Officer 2336 acknowledges. Chu Nan responded, accelerating away. Wu Ziyun exclaimed in astonishment, oh my goodness. What on earth is happening? We just dealt with a murder case, and now there's another one? I remember that our Linchuan hasn't seen many murder cases in recent years, at this rate. It's terrifying. Chu Nan glanced at Wu Ziyun in the rearview mirror, sharing her sentiment. The security situation in our country is famously good. Moreover, the Chinese are renowned for their resilience and hard work. Coupled with the stringent crackdown on crime, it is rare for a city to experience homicides. Linchuan typically sees about 20 to 30 cases a year. The occurrence of 2 in quick succession is statistically alarming. Is it due to our circumstances? Or is this new world fundamentally different from the old one? Could it be that this world exists solely for me? It feels akin to playing a single-player game, where everyone else is merely an NPC. This thought sent a chill down Chu Nan's spine. Such a possibility cannot be dismissed. What if I have suddenly traversed into this parallel world, retaining all traces of my existence? If such a phenomenon has occurred, what else could be deemed impossible? In that moment, Chu Nan glanced at Sun Jingya, a flicker of panic in his eyes. Yet, in an instant, he reassured himself. Why ponder such matters? Simply surviving is challenging enough. Besides, those around me are flesh and blood individuals, imbued with emotions and loyalties. Even if this world were merely a fabrication, what difference would it make? After several minutes of driving along Linqing Road, Chu Nan spotted an elderly man frantically waving his arms by the roadside. Sir, did you report the incident? Chu Nan inquired. Yes. The old man nodded vigorously, pointing anxiously toward a nearby abandoned brick kiln. There's a dead person. A young girl. It's dreadful. Please come with us. Let us go to the scene, Chu Nan urged. No sooner had he finished speaking than Wu Ziyun opened the car door and rushed out. Upon arriving at the scene, Chu Nan immediately laid eyes on a body lying in the open space. It was a young woman, appearing to be in her 20s, with her upper body bare and her chest and shoulders covered in bite marks. From a distance, Chu Nan was unable to discern whether the bite marks were inflicted by a human or an animal. During investigations, preserving the integrity of the crime scene before the arrival of forensic experts is an essential principle for every officer. However, there were evident signs of animal gnawing on the deceased's abdomen and arms. Blood pooled around the head, though due to the passage of time, it had turned a dark brown. The deceased's skin was mottled with clear livor mortis. Based on Chu Nan's experience, she had likely been dead for at least 2 days. Oof. Wu Ziyun couldn't hold back and rushed to the side to vomit. Even Sun Jingya's complexion turned pale. Are you two all right? Chu Nan asked with concern. Humans inherently harbor a primal fear of corpses. This might stem from empathy or cultural influences. Not to mention, when Chu Nan encountered a corpse for the first time in his previous life, he too had nightmares for several days, especially with such grotesque imagery. Even after living 2 lives, if one were to claim he felt no fear, that would be a lie. Despite their pallor and fear, the 2 women shook their heads in unison. Do not approach the body. Move around the area and see if you can find anything, Chu Nan instructed. He meticulously surveyed the surroundings of the crime scene. Uncle, how did you discover the body? Chu Nan inquired. I was just wandering around while tending to my sheep. From a distance, I thought someone was merely sleeping here. When I approached for a closer look, I was nearly scared to death. The old man recounted, visibly shaken. Chu Nan nodded, continuing with his questions. You must live nearby. How far is your home from here? About 2 kilometers. Our production team is the closest to this location, which is typically deserted, the old man replied. On the way, Chu Nan made a deliberate observation. This was a county road, with scant passenger traffic. The only surveillance cameras were located at the city exit and near a railway bridge. It seemed improbable to rely on these cameras to identify suspects or vehicles. Clearly, the perpetrator was well acquainted with the area, which suggested that he had meticulously planned this crime. Was this a premeditated murder? A crime of passion? Robbery gone awry? Or perhaps an act of vengeance? With the aid of the real eye, every detail of the scene unfolded in Chu Nan's mind. The victim's terror-stricken expression, her handbag nearby, the tattered dress, and the chaotic footprints. Suddenly, his attention was drawn to a mark beside the deceased. The roadside was paved with red bricks, but weeds had sprouted through the cracks due to prolonged neglect, making the area resemble a wild meadow. This particular mark was an imprint left by the pressing weight of something. Upon closer inspection, it was evident that the width of this mark closely resembled that of a human body, and it was intermittent. This indicated that it was not a drag mark, but rather a trace left by the victim's desperate crawl before her demise. Following the trail, Chu Nan discovered a splatter of blood. It was apparent that the victim had sustained severe injuries here. Driven by her will to survive, she had crawled, desperately striving for an almost non-existent chance to live. To Chu Nan's astonishment, this location was a good 50 to 60 meters away from the body. If the killer had intended to kill, the victim's crawling speed would have made it impossible for her to have moved that far. Why did the assailant allow her to crawl so far before striking? Was it a lingering shred of compassion that caused him to hesitate? Contemplating the myriad of wounds on the victim's body, Chu Nan swiftly dismissed this possibility. Countless small clues flashed through his mind like a carousel. Gradually, these clues coalesced into a vivid image. Chapter 26. A serial murder case? This was an act of brutal torture. A bloodied woman crawled desperately on the ground, her face filled with terror. The assailant leisurely followed her. Akin to a cat playing with a mouse, he exhibited no concern, but rather an expression of exhilaration, as if admiring his own handiwork. He waited until he grew weary of the spectacle before hastily approaching the woman, raising his weapon to strike her on the back of the head with startling force. 1 blow, 2 blows, 3. He continued until the woman lay motionless, and then he flipped her over with his foot, gazing at her expression of despair and horror before departing with satisfaction. A sudden alarm blared, and several police cars sped onto the scene, stirring up clouds of dust. As the vehicles came to a halt, Zhang Jing leapt out, his eyes widening in surprise upon seeing Chu Nan. You again, what a twist of fate. Zhang Jing greeted before organizing the tasks at hand. Observing the scene, his brow furrowed tightly. Damn it, these bastards give us no peace. Chu Nan, have you found anything? Zhang Jing subconsciously altered his address for Chu Nan, a subtle detail few would notice. This indicated his complete acknowledgement of Chu Nan, desiring to forge a closer rapport. The perpetrator may have psychological issues, Chu Nan asserted. Psychological issues? A pervert? Zhang Jing stared at Chu Nan in astonishment. Indeed, Chu Nan nodded. This is torture. An ordinary person would be incapable of such actions. Torture? Zhang Jing's expression was one of disbelief. Are you certain? Absolutely, Chu Nan replied confidently. The evidence suggests that the victim endured prolonged suffering before her death. Just when I thought we were free from worry, Zhang Jing's words jolted Chu Nan, prompting him to inquire, Captain Zhang, are you suggesting this is a serial murder case? Zhang Jing nodded. It's highly probable. It bears resemblance to a case we are currently investigating. The victims are all female, the crime scenes are quite concealed, and the methods are extremely brutal. Over the past 2 years, there have been 3 cases, and none of the victims survived. If we can confirm this one, it would make 4. Zhang Jing produced a cigarette, offering one to Chu Nan before lighting it, and taking a couple of deep puffs. Damn it. We have expended significant resources over these 2 years, but this guy possesses exceptional counter-investigation skills. He executes his crimes with remarkable cleanliness, leaving behind no useful clues. In the past year, we have scrutinized all individuals with violent tendencies and criminal records, yet found nothing. So far, aside from dental molds and footprints, we have uncovered no leads. The string of deaths has instilled widespread panic, causing a detrimental impact. Young women are terrified to venture out alone at night. The City Bureau, the Provincial Bureau, and even the Ministry are closely monitoring this case, Zhang Jing lamented, visibly agitated. At that moment, a trace expert approached. He glanced at Chu Nan with trepidation and spoke, Captain Zhang, we found a set of tire treads at the scene, likely left by the perpetrator. There was no weapon recovered, and while we found footprints, they are difficult to extract. We followed the traces to the initial crime scene. Based on these markings, I surmise that the victim did not die immediately after the first assault. In the absence of the assailant's attention, she attempted to flee for her life. When she had crawled over 50 meters, the assailant discovered her and pursued her to deliver the fatal blow. Judging by the shape of the wounds, the weapon appears to be a blunt object, similar to a wooden stick. We discovered the victim's handbag at the scene, but nothing to confirm her identity. Nor did we find her mobile phone. The possibility of robbery leading to murder cannot be ruled out. This is the list of the victim's belongings, the trace expert added, having learned to be more discreet in his speech. Following that, Dei interjected, the victim is female, aged between 27 and 29. The time of death was between 10 p.m. on the 12th and midnight on the 13th. Multiple external injuries were found, with bite marks on her chest and shoulders. There are signs of blunt force trauma to the back of her head, which is also the cause of death. Specific details will require a thorough autopsy back at the station. Zhang Jing nodded, stating, we can basically confirm that this case is linked to the previous 3 incidents. I concur, the trace expert affirmed. I agree as well. The middle-aged officer accompanying Zhang Jing nodded in agreement. The possibility of concurrent investigations must be deliberated further. Let us convene a meeting back at the precinct to discuss this matter. After stating this, he turned to Chu Nan and inquired, Chu Nan, do you have any further discoveries? Do not withhold anything. Chu Nan shook his head and replied, I haven't heard from Captain Zhang. May I peruse the files of the previous victims? Certainly, Zhang Jing responded with a hint of surprise. Even if Chu Nan remained silent, he intended to allow him access. The string of murders, spanning 2 years and 4 victims, weighed heavily upon him, rendering him almost breathless. The information regarding today's case had reached higher authorities, and both city and provincial officials were poised to unleash yet another round of reprimands. Just the thought of it made Zhang Zhang's scalp tingle. Upon arriving at the Criminal Investigation Unit, Zhang Zhang led Chu Nan directly to his office. He even took the initiative to retrieve the files of the previous 3 cases from the archives and handed them to Chu Nan. Chu Nan, we need to hold a case analysis meeting. Will you join? Zhang Zhang tentatively asked. Chu Nan shook his head with a wry smile, saying, I think I'll sit this one out. I'm unaware of the details of the previous 3 cases, so attending would leave me utterly bewildered. Very well. You can review the files while I attend the meeting, Zhang Zhang replied. Once he obtained the case files, Chu Nan began to peruse them. The first victim's file was established in October 2016. The victim, a woman named Zhang Xia, aged 26, worked as a bar waitress. The time of death was between midnight and 1 a.m. on October 11, 2016. The crime scene investigation revealed multiple contusions and subcutaneous hemorrhaging on the victim's body. Preliminary judgments suggested that the victim had suffered abuse prior to her death. There were no signs of sexual assault, and no fingerprints or footprints from the perpetrator were found at the scene. Additionally, the victim's mobile phone, wallet, and other valuables were missing, leading to initial suspicions of robbery-homicide. The autopsy results indicated a blood alcohol content of 82 milligrams per 100 milliliters, confirming that the victim had not been subjected to sexual assault before her demise. The cause of death was determined to be blunt force trauma to the back of the head, resulting in intracranial bleeding. The second case occurred on June 21, 2017. The victim also succumbed to blunt force trauma to the back of the head, had suffered abuse in life, and exhibited no signs of sexual assault, with all valuables missing. Thus, it was reasonable for the Major Crimes Unit to combine the investigations of these 2 murders. The only distinction was that over a year had elapsed since this death, and the police still had not confirmed the victim's identity. The third case transpired on December 9, 2017. The corpse was discovered in an abandoned residential complex on the outskirts of the city. The victim had endured abuse, died from blunt force trauma to the back of the head, exhibited no signs of sexual assault, and had all valuables missing. Given the lengthy time span of this serial murder case, the perpetrator's adeptness at evading detection, and the lack of concrete leads, the most straightforward approach would be to ascertain the killer's motives and patterns. Naturally, there are exceedingly rare instances of psychopathic killers who commit crimes impulsively, often triggered by psychological disturbances. Such individuals typically exhibit no discernible pattern in their actions. Encountering such cases is especially vexing. However, a common characteristic of these cases is that the perpetrator's actions appear to be premeditated. They select their crime scene in advance and meticulously plan their escape routes. Moreover, after committing the crimes, they clearly have ample time to obliterate any traces. For instance, they could destroy the crime scene or dispose of the body. Yet, the perpetrator refrained from doing so. Why? Was it to provoke the police? Offenders who taunt law enforcement typically have previously faced repercussions from them. Zhang Zhang and his team had previously investigated this angle, but had found no leads. Moreover, perpetrators who engage in such behavior tend to brazenly declare their intentions, even providing clues to the authorities, as seen in cases like the Zodiac Killer or Jack the Ripper. Thus, the likelihood that the perpetrator in this case is attempting to provoke the police seems minimal. What other motives could exist? Chu Nan's mind replayed the common traits of the 4 victims. Young women, stylishly dressed, provocatively attired, frequenting nightlife venues, and often hailing from out of town. Gradually, the criteria by which the perpetrators selected their targets became clear: young women working in nightlife establishments, bars, nightclubs, and lounges. Such individuals typically possess boldness and are easily lured. Furthermore, a crucial factor is the high turnover rate within nightlife professions. They seldom remain at one location for long, frequently changing jobs, which diminishes the likelihood of anyone raising alarm over their sudden disappearance. Additionally, many of them come from troubled backgrounds and maintain little contact with family. The most glaring example is the victim from the second case, who had been deceased for over a year without anyone reporting her missing, leading to the police's inability to ascertain her identity. It is indeed absurd that a living person could die without causing the slightest ripple. Another clue piqued Chu Nan's interest. Why did the perpetrator feel compelled to abuse these women? Undoubtedly, psychological deviance plays a significant role. Yet, such deviance must stem from some underlying cause. It is most probable that the perpetrator has experienced severe emotional trauma inflicted by women. However, this raises an inconsistency. Why were none of the victims sexually assaulted? The adage that men are not lecherous if their pockets are empty may be amusing. Yet it does offer a profound insight into human nature. Most individuals adhere to their own moral codes. Yet, for such a psychopathic serial killer, they lack even the most basic sense of humanity. Discussing ethics with them is futile. At this juncture, a portrait of the perpetrator begins to crystallize, a man with physical issues who has suffered significant emotional harm at the hands of women. The next question emerges. How did the perpetrator lure these women to desolate locations? The autopsy results indicated that no substances capable of inducing unconsciousness were found in the victim's systems. Although alcohol was present in their stomachs, it was insufficient to render them intoxicated. Furthermore, there were no signs of restraint on their bodies, suggesting that these women likely accompanied the perpetrator willingly. It is vital to recognize that women, especially those working in nightlife, are often highly guarded. The likelihood of them being led into remote areas without any forewarning is slim. Senior brother, coffee. Wu Ziyun placed a cup of coffee before Chu Nan. What type of man do you prefer? Chu Nan suddenly posed the question. This inquiry startled Wu Ziyun, leaving her momentarily speechless and flustered. I don't really know. I'll rephrase that. What type of man do you think particularly attracts women? She stammered. Honest, ambitious, somewhat good-looking, and of course, having a bit of money would be even better, Wu Ziyun replied earnestly. Chu Nan gazed at her in surprise. This girl was remarkably forthright. Most women would express themselves more delicately, perhaps mentioning ambition or decent appearance. Could you not be so blunt? You might end up without a boyfriend. Chu Nan couldn't help but jest. Wu Ziyun disdainfully remarked, Humph, what's wrong with speaking the truth? A man who cannot even accept the truth is not worth having. Chu Nan couldn't help but chuckle. However, Wu Ziyun's character was quite commendable. Her words illuminated a new perspective for Chu Nan. While ordinary women have their own criteria for choosing a partner, what might be the standards of women from nightclubs? Firstly, they undoubtedly seek wealth. A perpetrator would not invest such effort in selecting a target without reason. What could be the most straightforward and crude way to flaunt wealth? Luxury cars, prestigious watches, and designer handbags. Secondly, the assailant must be adept at disguise, capable of easily garnering a woman's trust. Much like the saying goes, a wolf in sheep's clothing. Chu Nan, what have you discovered? Zhang Zheng inquired impatiently as he entered the room. Chu Nan replied, the perpetrator likely has a physical defect and should be a successful individual. He appears to be over 175 centimeters tall and between the ages of 30 and 45. He has likely been hurt by women, possibly related to emotional matters. Good heavens! Zhang Jing exclaimed, astonished at Chu Nan. The forensic expert just told me that, based on the shape of the victim's wounds, the assailant's height should be between 175 and 178 centimeters. This detail isn't in the files. How did you know? It was a guess, Chu Nan smiled. And the age? Was that also a guess? Zhang Jing asked, somewhat incredulous. Zhang team leader, I deduced that the perpetrator is psychologically disturbed, likely due to a physical flaw. If he were older, he would have avoided women altogether. Do you think he would still care about his physical defect? Chu Nan posed the question. Zhang Jing stared blankly at Chu Nan, suddenly comprehending his reasoning, and couldn't help but burst into laughter. Yes, indeed. My goodness, how does your mind work? You can come up with this. Chu Nan continued, Team Leader Zhang, I believe we can investigate from 4 angles. First, centered around Linchuan. We should examine authoritative hospitals specializing in male health, particularly those treating patients long-term, with substantial economic means and good appearance, age between 30 and 45. Second, we could delve into the nightlife scene, investigating men who frequently interacted with the victim prior to her death and had solid financial backgrounds. Third, we should scrutinize luxury vehicles frequently seen around major entertainment venues in Linchuan over the past 10 days and identify their owners. Fourth, we can trace the tire marks to pinpoint luxury vehicles that passed through the railway bridge and Qingshan Town intersection during that time, ideally those worth over 300,000. If 2 of these investigative directions align, we will have our prime suspects. All right, I will arrange this immediately. Chu Nan, do you have any plans for today? Wait for me a moment. Let us have lunch together, Zhang Jing said before hastily departing. Let us go, Chu Nan said, rising to gather the files. Sun Jingyao looked at him in surprise and asked, what are you doing? Heading back? Aren't you going to say goodbye to Team Leader Zhang? Forget it. He has his own matters today, Chu Nan replied with a wry smile. Wait, Chu Nan suddenly felt he had overlooked something. He pulled out the file of the first case. This case was executed cleanly and appeared very professional. Exactly. This cannot be the perpetrator's first crime. Chu Nan hurriedly ran after Zhang Jing, calling out, Team Leader Zhang. What is it? Zhang Jing asked, puzzled. Team Leader Zhang. Did a similar case occur in our city 16 years ago? Chu Nan inquired tentatively. Zhang Jing shook his head. No, if there had been similar cases, we would definitely have combined investigations. Then could you please show me the unsolved homicide files from October 2014 and 2016? Chu Nan requested. Zhang Jing looked at him quizzically. Although he wanted to ask why, he nodded. All right, wait a moment. Thank you, Chu Nan acknowledged. Do you suspect this perpetrator has killed more than 4 people? Sun Jingya asked, astonished. Chu Nan nodded, realizing it was quite evident that no one is born a murderer. The method of killing in our first case was too proficient. Sun Jingya nodded in silence, aware that she could not keep pace with Chu Nan's thought process. Before long, Zhang Jing returned with 4 files in hand. These are the unsolved cases from October 2014 and 2016, he stated. Chu Nan was somewhat surprised as he glanced at Zhang Jing. The efficiency in handling this case was commendable. Over 3 years, nearly 70 homicides had only 4 remaining unsolved, which was quite impressive. It is futile to consistently hear slogans declaring that every homicide must be solved. While advancements in surveillance and technology are notable, certain crimes of passion and negligent homicides remain exceedingly challenging to resolve. When there is no connection between the perpetrator and the victim, one can only rely on traces at the scene and surveillance footage. It's fortunate if fingerprints, footprints, or even DNA are obtainable. However, in inclement weather, outdoor cases yield nothing. Chu Nan began reviewing the files. 2 robbery homicide cases, a body found in a reservoir, and a murder case were presented. The victims of the robbery homicide cases were both women, one an elderly woman in her 50s and the other a high school student. The circumstances were quite clear, and both had witnesses, making them largely unrelated to the current case. The reservoir case and murder case involved male victims and were certainly not connected to the current serial killings. This led Chu Nan into a spiral of self-doubt. Could it be that his reasoning was flawed? He looked up at Zhang Jing with uncertainty. What's wrong? No discoveries? Zhang Jing prodded. Yes, Chu Nan nodded, rubbing his head in frustration. Perhaps my direction of judgment is off. Zhang Jing chuckled. Come on, you're not a deity. Misjudgments are inevitable. Everyone starts as a novice. Errors are part of the learning process. You've already surpassed expectations, my brother. Even the great Di Ranjia had moments of misjudgment. Novice. Errors are inevitable. Suddenly, Chu Nan had a stroke of inspiration and eagerly asked, Team Leader Zhang, can we retrieve the reports of attempted murders, particularly those involving women from out of town? Reports from out-of-town women? That might be difficult to find. I'll have to check with the information department at the city bureau, Zhang Jing replied uncertainly. All right. Chu Nan nodded. Team Leader, please hurry. Huh. Zhang Jing was taken aback. Was it appropriate for him to be given orders by a subordinate? He thought it over, but still nodded. Okay, but you'll need to wait a moment. I have to assign some tasks first. After more than an hour, Zhang Jing returned, opened his computer, and received the information the department had sent. Chu Nan glanced at it, astonished to find over 100 reports. They ranged from fights and harassment to even a few cases of women skipping out on paying for services. Most of these reports involved women working in nightclubs. Chu Nan had been sifting through an array of trivial matters for over 4 hours, feeling somewhat disheartened. Just as his spirits began to wane, a particular report caught his attention. The complainant was a young woman, aged 25, hailing from Sichuan. Employed at the Linchuan Xinjiang nightclub, her primary role was that of a hostess, commonly referred to as a beer girl. Subsequently, a man in the vicinity had added her on social media. This gentleman, ever loquacious, showcased an album replete with images of luxury vehicles and high-end watches. His generosity was evident, as he frequently sent her red envelopes containing 66 yuan. After conversing for a while, the man invited her out, claiming to host a gathering at his villa. Attendees were said to be business associates. And recognizing her proficiency with alcohol, he sought her presence to enliven the atmosphere. The remuneration promised was 10,000 yuan, with an upfront payment of 5,000 yuan. For a girl working in the nightlife scene, the allure of earning money was undeniable, and thus she accepted the invitation without much hesitation. That evening, the man arrived in a Mercedes E-Class, adorned with gold-rimmed glasses and dressed impeccably in a suit. He exuded the air of a successful individual. Upon meeting, he handed the girl 5,000 yuan in cash, causing her remaining reservations to dissipate. However, once she entered the vehicle, they headed towards the outskirts. The man had previously warned her that the villa was located in a suburban area, so she thought little of it. Suddenly, she received a phone call informing her that her mother had been in a car accident and was hospitalized. She requested the man to take her back to Linchuan, offering to introduce him to a friend as a gesture of apology. The man, however, refused, leading to a physical altercation within the car. He accelerated onto a secluded road, where he began to assault her and retrieved a baseball bat from the trunk. Just as the girl seemed destined to suffer a dire fate, a villager passing by on a tricycle intervened, prompting the man to hastily flee, allowing her to escape. Due to the case, the girl sustained only minor injuries, resulting in the local police station handling the investigation. After a period of inquiry yielding no leads, the girl departed from Linchuan, and the case subsequently went cold. Sister Sun, please summon team leader Zhang, Chu Nan said, his excitement palpable. Sun Jingya looked at him in surprise before dialing the number. Shortly thereafter, Zhang Jing hurried into the office. What is the update? Any discoveries? He inquired eagerly. Chu Nan nodded and turned his computer screen towards Zhang. Team leader Zhang, take a look at this case. Goodness! I can't believe you uncovered this, Zhang exclaimed, unable to contain his astonishment. However, it's been over 3 years since the girl left Linchuan, making it quite challenging to locate her. Indeed, it is challenging, yet since we have her personal information, it is certainly possible to trace her. We can prioritize searching for the Mercedes. Individuals who drive luxury cars often maintain a preference for the same brand, even when they upgrade to a higher model. Given that only 3 years have elapsed, the likelihood of them changing vehicles is not substantial. Moreover, while the physical description is somewhat vague, we can ascertain that the suspect wears glasses and is relatively tall, Chu Nan articulated. Yes, this narrows our search significantly. Wait a moment, I'll assign the tasks. Tonight, we must celebrate with a drink, Zhang declared before darting off. After Zhang's departure, Chu Nan, accompanied by Sun Jingya and Wu Ziyun, left the office. Brother, it's such a thrill to follow you. Not only do I learn so much, but I can brazenly skip work, Wu Ziyun exclaimed with excitement. This remark left Sun Jingya feeling somewhat awkward, as she had been closely following Chu Nan and had indeed reaped considerable benefits, even earning her first commendation in her career. Just as Chu Nan was about to respond, a figure suddenly emerged from a thicket by the roadside. Before Chu Nan could comprehend the situation, the individual collapsed onto the ground. Chapter 29. Goodness! A scammer encountered right in front of a police officer. Chu Nan slammed on the brakes, halting the vehicle several meters from the man. What is going on? Did he faint? Sun Jingya queried, perplexed. After a brief moment, the middle-aged man lying on the ground raised his head, glanced at Chu Nan's car, and struggled to rise. He then approached the vehicle. Chu Nan quickly shifted into reverse, leisurely backing away. When the man realized the car was moving further away, he sprinted after it. What is happening? Sun Jingya was utterly bewildered. Open your phone and start recording, Chu Nan calmly instructed. Recording? Sun Jingya looked at him in confusion. Chu Nan, now a bit anxious, urged. I said to start recording, hurry. Startled by his sudden reprimand, Sun Jingya hastily retrieved her phone and began filming. At that moment, Chu Nan came to a stop once more. The middle-aged man, initially prepared to abandon his act, now saw a glimmer of hope and jogged to Chu Nan's car, abruptly slamming his head against the car's headlight. He followed up with a second and third strike. This spectacle left not only Sun Jingya and Wu Ziyun, but even Chu Nan, who anticipated such antics, utterly astonished. After 4 consecutive impacts, feeling as though he had sustained a head injury, the man pulled out his phone and a selfie stick, snapping a photograph before returning to the ground, even rubbing against the tire. Is he trying to scam us? Wu Ziyun asked, incredulous. It seems so, Sun Jingya nodded. Goodness, he is quite dedicated. If his name isn't on the list for the Best Dedication Award, I will contest it, Wu Ziyun muttered. Chu Nan exited the car to inspect the headlight. Fortunately, it remained intact, though the adjacent fender was slightly dented. Hey, brother, you're quite the professional, Chu Nan remarked, giving the man a light kick. 10,000, the man replied without lifting his head, feeling the ground's chill and adjusting his clothing. Chu Nan was genuinely amused, unable to restrain his laughter. Brother, look at me first, and then we can discuss. 10,000, you might as well be my father, the man retorted, glancing at Chu Nan in surprise before rising, brushing himself off, and making a hasty exit. Chu Nan was thoroughly entertained. Come on, at least show some respect for my profession. Stop! Chu Nan called out. His shout startled the man, who took off running. Shin Jianqin was also feeling frustrated. He was renowned in the Linchuan city's scam scene, a veritable titan. As a professional scammer, he had developed his own methodology, adhering to the philosophy of loving and excelling in his craft. His motto was, dare to scam, able to scam, know how to scam. When selecting targets, he had his own set of criteria. Under 200,000, nothing is touched. Over 800,000, nothing is touched. Flashy cars are not considered. Older models are disregarded. Why select this particular price range? Those who can afford an 800,000 luxury vehicle are truly unconcerned about money. If you provoke them, they are indeed bold enough to collide. Why avoid cars under 200,000? Most drivers in this category are office workers, frugal to the core, and quick to call the authorities. A nuisance. Why shun older models? Such vehicles are typically owned by individuals concerned with appearances, purchasing second-hand cars to maintain a facade. Previously, Shen Jinxin had an encounter with one of them. Goodness, that individual couldn't muster even 1,000 yuan. They rambled on about life milestones, from birth to education, from employment to aspirations, and from aspirations to the realities of life, tormenting Shen Jinxin to the point where he felt compelled to offer them 200 yuan for fuel. Why avoid flashy cars? These are often driven by women who, in moments of excitement, can hardly distinguish between the accelerator and the brake. Is this not a case of valuing wealth over life? Countless colleagues have fallen victim to their recklessness. Minor injuries could result in broken limbs, while severe cases could necessitate license revocation and retraining. Shen Jinxin, who considered himself quite skilled, unexpectedly found himself colliding with a police vehicle today. Such a fortuitous event, if discovered by his peers, could tarnish his lifelong reputation. Thus, he had to flee. Chu Nan followed closely behind Shen Jinxin at an unhurried pace. The more Shen Jinxin ran, the more panicked he became. The more panicked he became, the faster he ran. Exhausted beyond measure, he finally turned to Chu Nan, instinctively extending his hands. This was rather familiar business. What is up, big brother? A regular, I presume? As Chu Nan spoke, he expertly placed handcuffs on Shen Jinxin. Congratulations. Host, you have successfully apprehended a habitual scammer. System rewards, 100 justice points. 1 copper treasure chest. The system has detected 1 unopened treasure chest. Would you like to open it immediately? Open. Congratulations, host, you have received 1 basic vehicle upgrade card. Basic vehicle upgrade card significantly enhances the overall performance of the target vehicle. Chu Nan never anticipated that capturing a scammer would yield a treasure chest reward. To think that during the last operation against Meixin Media, the system barely rewarded him with 100 justice points, leaving him with nothing more. Although this basic vehicle upgrade card may not seem particularly rare, having it is certainly better than not. Chu Nan glanced at his vehicle, and suddenly the basic data appeared before him. Wrangler. Displacement, 2. 8T. Cylinder count, 4. Maximum power, 147. Maximum torque, 460. Maximum horsepower, 200. Top speed, 172. Maximum RPM, 4,000. 0 to 100 kilometers, H acceleration, 7.2 seconds. Upgradable. Upgrade. Consuming 1 vehicle upgrade card, upgrade completed. Wrangler. Displacement, 40T. Cylinder count, 6. Maximum power, 430. Maximum torque, 800. Maximum horsepower, 600. Top speed, 300. Maximum RPM, 7,000. 0 to 100 kilometers, H acceleration, 3.9 seconds. Chu Nan stared blankly at the panel before him, unable to close his mouth. My goodness. A basic vehicle upgrade card had transformed a 500,000 Wrangler into a vehicle that could overshadow a 4 million Mercedes G63 AMG. Just imagine how impressive the intermediate and advanced upgrade cards must be. Would they not elevate a bicycle to rival a Ducati? Chu Nan genuinely felt like embracing Shen Jinxin and showering him with kisses. Such a timely opportunity. Every man harbors a dream of owning a sports car, even those who have lived multiple lifetimes. This reward filled Chu Nan with excitement, rivaling that of a silver treasure chest. Though he endeavored to control his exhilaration, when he pressed the accelerator, the Wrangler roared to life. The 2 ladies screamed in shock. Shen Jinxin clutched the seat back in front of him, yelling at the top of his lungs. Once he calmed down, he noticed Chu Nan and the others staring intently at him. Cough, cough, I'm a bit carsick. Shen Jinxin awkwardly explained. Brother, has your car been modified? It accelerates faster than a sports car, Wu Ziyun asked, astonished. No. Chu Nan quickly shook his head. Modifications are illegal, am I insane? You probably just feel a bit dizzy from being in the car for too long. Is that so? Wu Ziyun blinked in confusion. Indeed. Chu Nan affirmed with certainty. Upon returning to the precinct, only a few officers were on duty. Even the instructor, Gao Xiangyang, was out. Previously, when a high-ranking executive from the Niu group lost a bicycle, Chu Nan managed to recover it promptly, turning misfortune into a blessing. However, this incident had greatly angered the higher-ups. A citywide operation named Clean Breeze was launched to target all criminal activities in the jurisdiction. Just as Chu Nan settled down, Huang Huihong approached him with excitement radiating from his face. Chapter 30. The Proud Chung Tao. Directly applying for a second-class merit. Cutting straight to the chase. He asked, Xiao Chu, are you free tonight? Huang Ge, what is the matter? Chu Nan instinctively inquired. This was wisdom accumulated over 2 lifetimes. No matter what others ask you, always ensure you have an escape route. Huang Huihong replied, grinning. We caught that gang of electric bicycle thieves. Goodness, I can finally sleep well tonight. Xiao Chu, you've been a tremendous help. I've arranged with Chung to treat you tonight. He'll accompany us for a meal. If it were just Huang Huihong treating, Chu Nan would have declined outright. But with Chung Tao included, he found it difficult to refuse. He nodded and said, Huang Gu, then let me treat you. Ha ha ha, what is the big deal about that? Huang Huihong laughed heartily. Meanwhile, in the city bureau's large conference room, the annual work summary meeting was taking place. It was a time to review the previous year's accomplishments and plan for the coming year. The leaders of over 100 precincts in Linchuan City had gathered. Since entering the venue, Chung Tao had not stopped smiling. Whether familiar or unfamiliar, everyone approached him to greet him. After all, the Badao Guai precinct had become immensely renowned. Every time these precinct heads received a call from superiors, they couldn't help but mention, have you seen so-and-so from Badao Guai? They've solved so many cases and received numerous accolades. My goodness, the name Badao Guai has turned into an obsession for these precinct heads, haunting their dreams at night. Not long after, the leaders began to take their seats, and the once lively venue fell silent. After everyone was seated, Chung Tao noticed a figure in a white shirt sitting among them, adorned with a wheat sheaf and a four-cornered star flower on his shoulder. A third-level police supervisor, the top authority in a typical prefectural city. Police ranks are divided into 5 levels and 13 grades. Rank 5, Officer, Inspector, Superintendent, Chief Inspector, and Chief Superintendent. The 13th rank, officers are classified into levels 1 and 2 only. Inspectors, superintendents, and chief inspectors are classified into levels 1, 2, and 3. The chief superintendent is divided into a principal and a deputy, with only one chief superintendent in the entire nation. There are more than 60 deputy chief superintendents, all of whom are formidable figures in their respective spheres. Typically, each prefectural city has only one chief inspector, who serves as the head of the local police bureau. By convention, this head is usually a deputy mayor responsible for police, judiciary, veterans affairs, and petition work. For instance, the head of the Linchuan City Bureau is concurrently held by Zhang Jinhua, the deputy mayor overseeing police, judiciary, veterans affairs, and petition work. He manages a multitude of responsibilities, with police work being just one aspect. Therefore, the bureau chief primarily oversees and coordinates rather than delving into specific tasks, which are delegated to several deputy heads. The day-to-day operations of the bureau are usually presided over by the executive deputy director, Sun Zili. Consequently, Chung Tao, after over 20 years in the force, has encountered the bureau chief only a handful of times. Zhang Jinhua attended the annual summary meeting just once, which was when a particularly notorious criminal organization emerged in Linchuan City. His presence at this meeting certainly indicates a significant incident has occurred. Zhang Jinhua tested the microphone and, with a smile, remarked, I have been exceedingly busy lately. Our police work has been diligently managed by Comrade Zhang Zili. However, I have heard that our grassroots comrades in Linchuan have been performing exceptionally well recently, and I wanted to come and see for myself. Wonderful work, especially in the South District. The cases of child trafficking and the previous murder case, accurate judgments, decisive actions, and swift resolutions. These cases have uplifted morale, showcased our authority, and significantly enhanced our image in the eyes of the public. At this point, Zhang Jinhua paused for a few seconds before inquiring, Who is Comrade Chung Tao from the Badao Guai Police Station? Please stand so I can recognize you. Although Chung Tao endeavored to maintain his composure, he could not suppress the smile that crept onto his lips. Zhang Jinhua turned to Chung Tao and said, The case involving the high-ranking members of the Nyo group losing their bicycle. Your swift action and decisive handling ensured a safe business environment in Linchuan City, enhancing our image in the eyes of investors. You have done exceptionally well, and I am proud of you. Particularly commendable is Comrade Chu Nan, who, I hear, is still a newcomer with less than half a month of service, correct? Truly impressive. When I spoke with Comrade Zili earlier, I mentioned our little genius, Comrade Chu Nan, who has solved so many significant cases in such a short time. Shouldn't we reward him? Comrade Zili mentioned that Comrade Chu Nan has already qualified for 3 third-class merits in the application process. Would it be excessive to offer more rewards? I stated, Where there are penalties, there must be rewards. Our profession must be clear in its rewards and punishments. Therefore, I suggested to Comrade Zili to withdraw the pending third-class merit application and instead apply for a second-class merit for Comrade Chu Nan, as well as nominate him for the provincial-level Outstanding Grassroots Police Officer. Upon the conclusion of Zhang Jinhua's remarks, a collective intake of breath echoed through the conference room, with only Chung Tao radiating joy. Bestowing such a high honor upon a newcomer is likely unprecedented nationwide. The title of Outstanding Grassroots Police Officer at the provincial level carries even greater weight than that of first-class merit. This honor is awarded to only 10 individuals each year, averaging 1 per city. Due to the complexities in the East District, they have narrowly missed out on this recognition for the past decade. Zhang Jinhua, smiling, asked, "What say you, comrades? Shouldn't we applaud our outstanding comrade Chu Nan and encourage him?" A round of enthusiastic applause erupted. Zhang Jinhua waved his hand and continued. The Badao Guai Police Station fully meets the criteria for the provincial-level Outstanding Grassroots Police Station. Thus, our city's nomination quota will be allocated to Badao Guai Police Station this year. Comrade Zili, please ensure this is implemented. Yes, responded the second-in-command, nodding in agreement. Zhang Jinhua further stated, with greater capability comes greater responsibility. I believe Comrade Chu Nan is entirely capable of taking on more significant roles. This statement sent a shiver down Zhang Zheng's spine. For days, he had been contemplating transferring Chu Nan to the criminal investigation team, and if Zhang Jinhua voiced it, he would have no chance left. Summoning his resolve, he quickly interjected. Report, sir. I believe Comrade Chu Nan should continue to hone his skills at the grassroots level. After all, he has just begun his career and is still in his probationary period. If we transfer him to another position just as he is becoming accustomed to his work at Badao Guai Police Station, might he not struggle to adapt? Zhang Jinhua paused, and the leaders of the sub-bureau turned pale with fear. He nodded, smiling. Indeed, grassroots training is crucial. Of course, this matter must also respect Comrade Chu Nan's personal preferences. Comrade Qing Tao, I entrust this task to you. Please consult with Comrade Chu Nan regarding his thoughts. At 9 o'clock that evening, at a bustling street stall near Badao Guai, only Chu Nan, Huang Huihong, Cheng Tao, and Gao Xiangyang were present. Cheng Tao raised a glass of cola, somewhat excited, and said, Come, Chu Nan. I propose a toast to you with this beverage. Chu Nan, feeling somewhat anxious, replied, Captain Cheng, you flatter me. I owe my gratitude to you, Instructor Gao, Brother Huang, and all the seniors for your guidance since I arrived at Badao Guai Police Station. If we are to toast, it should be me honoring you all. Enough of this fussing around. We are all men, Cheng Tao declared, downing the cola in one go. Chu Nan, thank you. Our situation at Badao Guai Police Station is unique. As you know, before you arrived, what did I think about most each day? I will speak candidly, as there are no outsiders here. Why do we wear this uniform? Yes, to uphold justice and punish the wicked. Yet, we are also human. We aspire to achieve great things, to gain recognition and awards that bring glory to our families. I constantly pondered how I could lead my brothers to accomplish something significant, to bring recognition to Badao Guai Police Station and its officers. However, year after year, despite our relentless efforts, we achieved nothing. I do not covet this position, but I fear that my comrades lose hope. You have come, fulfilling my wish and the aspirations of all our comrades at Badao Guai. Thus, I must express my gratitude. Chu Nan, moved, gazed at the elder before him and smiled. Captain Cheng, we are all family. Why speak such formalities? Indeed, we are all family. Gao Xiangyang chimed in. The following day, upon starting work, most of the personnel at the station had already departed. They were engaged in the Qingfeng operation. To ensure everything proceeded smoothly, Cheng Tao had to resort to a rudimentary approach, dispersing everyone and focusing on areas with high foot traffic in the jurisdiction to prevent any issues. Even the ever-present Wu Ziyun followed her mentor outside. In this rare instance, Chu Nan found himself somewhat unaccustomed, while Cheng Tao enjoyed the rare peace. Accustomed to a life of ceaseless activity, he found it impossible to remain idle. To his surprise, he took up a broom and began sweeping the yard. However, after only a few strokes, a sharp pain in his lower back caused beads of cold sweat to form upon his brow. One hand pressed against his waist while the other clutched the broom. At that moment, Chu Nan happened to witness this scene and rushed over to support Cheng Tao's arm. Inquiring with concern, Cheng, are you all right? Cheng Tao waved his hand dismissively, assuring him, it's nothing, just an old ailment. It will pass shortly. Let me assist you back to the office for some rest, Chu Nan offered. No, I can sit here for a while, Cheng Tao replied, gesturing towards a long bench in the yard. Just as he settled down, a police car drove into the courtyard. Chapter 31. Chu Nan is not available for loan. An 8 million yuan theft case. Upon seeing the individuals disembark from the vehicle, Cheng Tao chuckled in astonishment. What is the occasion today? I didn't hear any magpies calling this morning. Lao Ma, what brings you to my humble abode? Ma Wenming responded with an awkward smile. I come bearing requests. As I have matters to discuss with you. You could simply have called if you had something to discuss. There was no need for a personal visit, Cheng Tao replied, his expression revealing his displeasure. He then waved his hand. Come on, let us talk in the office. Due to his discomfort, Cheng Tao led Ma Wunming to the large office. Oh Ma, what brings you here? Gao Xiangyang greeted him with surprise. Lao Gao, Ma Wunming nodded stiffly, casting a furtive glance at Cheng Tao before sheepishly stating, well, I'm here to ask if you could lend us your lucky charm for about 10 days to 2 weeks. What do you mean? Cheng Tao asked, his expression tensing. Ma Wunming, growing anxious, explained, we had a burglary gang operating in our jurisdiction, committing crimes in succession. In just a month, they've broken into 11 homes. Showing utter disregard for us. This gang has instilled fear among the residents of our area. The higher-ups are incessantly inquiring about the progress of the case. Cheng, I truly have no other option but to come and implore your assistance, hoping that Comrade Chu Nan can help us at the Heping Police Station. Cheng Tao, visibly shocked, remarked, this situation is indeed quite serious. However, while Chu Nan is clever and energetic, the previous cases he handled had a degree of luck involved. I believe it would be more prudent for you to request support from above, asking them to send 1 or 2 specialists in anti-burglary. Ma Wunming chuckled nervously. Lao Cheng, if you were in my position, would you request support for a burglary case? Cheng Tao stood momentarily stunned, his expression complex. Indeed. Regardless of the amount involved or the impact of a typical burglary case, it is generally regarded as a minor issue everywhere. For a police station to be unable to handle the burglary cases within its jurisdiction is a disgrace for anyone. After a brief silence, Cheng Tao finally spoke. All right. Since you've asked, let us allow Chu Nan to go and take a look. But let it be known that Chu Nan has no experience with burglary cases. Ma Wunming replied awkwardly. Cheng, given my current predicament, I'm willing to risk it all. Cheng Tao nodded and turned to Chu Nan. Xiao Chu, you will accompany Ma to see if you can be of help. Understood, Chu Nan responded without hesitation. The instructor glanced at Sun Jingya. Since Xiao Chu has just returned and is not yet familiar with our Linchuan, you know the terrain and have met the people at the Heping Police Station. Accompany him. Having someone familiar will allow Xiao Chu to work more effectively. Yes, Sun Jingya exclaimed with a bright smile. As they watched the vehicle gradually exit the courtyard, the instructor couldn't help but ask, Cheng, didn't you say that Chu Nan is not available for loan? That even the King of Heaven wouldn't suffice? Cheng Tao smiled helplessly. The King of Heaven is abstract, but my relationship with Lao Ma is tangible. This fellow has never asked anyone for help in his life. Just think about it. If he has asked, how could I refuse to save face? However, by opening this door, if Xiao Chu truly solves this case, what shall we do when other police stations come knocking? The instructor queried. Cheng Tao abruptly turned to face him, momentarily taken aback. Even if this door remains shut, do you think we can retain him? Gao Xiangyang pondered, then chuckled resignedly. Upon arriving at the Heping Police Station, Ma Wunming's enthusiasm made Chu Nan somewhat uneasy. He was inundated with tea and water, and the pleasantries were almost overwhelming. Lao Ma, please, let us cut to the chase and understand the case. I'd like to see how I can assist, Chu Nan stated directly. Ma Wunming chuckled. Haha, very well, let us first familiarize ourselves with the case details. Shortly thereafter, 4 men and 1 woman were summoned to the conference room. Xiao Chu, allow me to introduce you. This is Lu Ming, the deputy director in charge of criminal investigations at our Heping Police Station. He is a key member of our team and the leader of the special task force for this burglary case. And these are Huang Guohui, Wang Jian, Hu Jun. And bilingually, Ma Wunming introduced. Chu Nan could only follow behind, respectfully greeting each of them. Old Lu, this is the new criminal investigation prodigy from the Badao Guai Police Station, Chu Nan. I specifically invited him to see if he could glean any insights into our string of burglaries. Ma Wunming's words caused the expressions of those in the conference room to darken slightly. Those seated there were all esteemed members of the Heping Police Station, each possessing a degree of pride. The thought of a new recruit advising them on a burglary case would be unpalatable for anyone. Director Lu, may I review the complete files for this case? Chu Nan inquired politely. Certainly, Lu Ming responded expressionlessly, turning to call out, Wang Jian, go fetch all the files. Wang Jian nodded and exited, returning shortly with a thick file folder. This contains all the records for these 13 cases, including site investigation reports, victim statements, and surrounding area assessments. Lu Ming continued, maintaining his impassive demeanor. After bidding farewell to Ma Wunming and the others, Chu Nan immediately began to scrutinize the documents with utmost seriousness. Initially, he had assumed it was merely a minor theft case. However, upon reviewing the files, he realized that the situation was far more complicated. The 13 burglary cases involved a staggering total value exceeding 8 million yuan. This was truly outrageous. It is worth noting that the sentencing standard for theft dictates that any amount exceeding 150,000 yuan could result in a life sentence. Among the stolen items, the most valuable was a priceless ancient painting valued at 7,200,000 yuan, complete with documented auction records. One could only wonder whether this was fortunate or unfortunate for the thieves. Fortunate, as they had indeed struck it rich overnight. Unfortunate, as that single painting could very well lead to their lifelong imprisonment. The remaining stolen items primarily consisted of various tobacco, alcohol, tea, jewelry, and cash. It was evident that these thieves were unaware of the painting's true worth and lacked knowledge of art. Otherwise, they would not have bothered to steal inferior cigarettes, fine wines, and premium teas. These burglars were highly skilled. After selecting their targets, they evaded surveillance cameras located at the periphery of the complexes, employing specialized tools to cut through the glass. They not only managed to effortlessly open safes, but also left no traces at the crime scenes, no footprints, no fingerprints. Before entering the villa, they had already disabled the wireless signals within, employing a leakage protection device to cut the power supply to the estate. This resulted in the majority of the villa's surveillance cameras ceasing to function. The sole camera that captured their silhouettes belonged to an old villa, equipped with vintage cameras that operated on batteries. Thus, in the absence of power and signal, it autonomously preserved the footage from that moment. A total of 5 residential complexes were implicated, 3 of which were villa districts, while the remaining 2 were upscale communities, with all being standalone villas. The thieves had a distinct target, only the villas. Hepping Street and Badao Guai Street represent 2 extremes. The latter is situated in the urban-rural fringe, known to be the most marginalized, chaotic, and underdeveloped area of Linchuan. Conversely, Hepping Street serves as Linchuan's commercial nucleus, housing shopping centers and affluent community hubs. All of Linchuan's high-end neighborhoods are located here, which explains why the thieving gang has consistently wreaked havoc in this area. Upon reviewing all the files, Chu Nan noticed a peculiar issue. Logically, in such affluent districts, surveillance should be comprehensive. However, according to the descriptions in the documents, no traces of the culprits were found on any of the public cameras. To this day, the police remain oblivious to how they entered and exited the communities. Chapter 32. The Omnipotent Thieves. Is Chu Nan slacking off? Chu Nan inquired. Brother Wang, have you visited these residential complexes? I have, Wang Jin nodded. How is the installation and operation of the surveillance systems in these complexes? Chu Nan probed cautiously. His greatest concern was the uncanny law that, behind every challenging case, lurks a few cameras that just happen to be non-functional. Wang Jin assured him, the distribution of cameras in these complexes is quite dense, and their installation is highly reasonable. In addition to ordinary fixed cameras, there are also sound and light sensors and motion-activated cameras. It can be said that there are no blind spots in the surveillance. Moreover, the security measures in place are remarkably thorough, with 12 security personnel on duty at night, divided into 2 shifts of 6. Among them, 2 monitor the cameras, while 4 patrol the premises in 2 groups. Chu Nan looked at Wang Jin in disbelief. The security measures in this community were indeed extraordinarily stringent, surpassing many commercial establishments. Having been a police officer in his past life, he had never resided in such high-end neighborhoods. The joys of the affluent were truly beyond his comprehension. Logically speaking, such security measures should leave no room for oversight. So how could these thieves manage to come and go without a trace? Wait, Brother Wang, are you suggesting that the security personnel configuration is identical across all complexes? Chu Nan inquired tentatively. Indeed, Wang Jin confirmed with a nod. These 5 complexes were developed by the same developer, and the property management is also the same. We have suspected from the outset that this could be an inside job. However, our targeted investigations have yielded no useful leads. Chu Nan gazed at Wang Jin with evident surprise. It must be said that the Hepping Police Station possessed remarkable insight. Identifying the commonalities among these thefts at the outset was no small feat. The involvement of the same developer and property management was certainly not coincidental. Consequently, the suspect pool could be narrowed down to a small circle. Logically, the most suspicious individuals would be the security personnel, who frequent the community daily and could easily ascertain the camera placements. However, given that the thefts occurred in 5 different complexes, one cannot simply claim that all security staff were complicit. Hence, the most likely remaining suspects would be the property management staff. They oversee the common areas of the complexes and could easily obtain a layout of the surveillance system. Yet, one point puzzled Chu Nan. The 13 residences that were robbed were unoccupied on the nights of the incidents. The wealthy often own multiple properties. Such villas, while appearing comfortable, are frequently left vacant as investments or used as vacation homes, only visited during weekends or holidays to bask in the natural surroundings. However, Only a portion remained uninhabited. How did the thieving gang ascertain which villa was vacant that particular night? This could not have been mere luck. Even the property management staff could not possess such precise knowledge. Brother Wang, during your investigation, did you discover that all 13 villas were unoccupied on the nights of the thefts? Chu Nan sought to clarify his doubts. Wang Jian nodded. Lu, the officer, noted this situation a few days ago, and we specifically inquired with all security and property personnel. The only individuals with access to the entrance control system and surveillance of all 5 complexes are the 3 heads of the property management security department. We conducted an in-depth investigation of these 3 individuals and even monitored them one-on-one for an extended period afterward. However, during our surveillance, 3 additional thefts occurred. Thus, we deduced that the likelihood of these 3 heads being involved in the thefts is quite low. Chu Nan looked at Lu Ming, who was busy at work, with astonishment. He was indeed a skilled investigator. These details mattered greatly. With every case, there are thousands of clues surrounding the incident. Distilling useful leads from the myriad of information is a true test of an investigator's experience and expertise. Lu Ming's ability to extract the most pertinent details from such a chaotic array in such a short period was commendable. With such skills, he would be considered a master even in the city. Did you not deploy personnel to monitor the several affected complexes? Chu Nan continued his inquiry. Wang Jian sighed. Who says we didn't? For this case, over the past month and a half, we stationed dedicated personnel in the surveillance rooms of 7 high-end complexes in our jurisdiction. Yet those culprits seem to possess an uncanny awareness. Despite our watch, the complexes continued to experience thefts, and we observed not a single anomaly. It was as if all our actions were conducted right under their noses. Chu Nan's brow furrowed tightly. This case was becoming increasingly intriguing. Brother Wang, have you retrieved the surveillance footage from these complexes? He asked. Wang Jian nodded yes. We have retrieved all footage from the days leading up to the first theft until the day before yesterday. You have conducted your work meticulously, Chu Nan remarked. Brother Wang, could you kindly extract the footage from a few minutes before and after our scene investigation? Our scene investigation footage? Wang Jian appeared puzzled. He could not comprehend why they would need to review footage of the police conducting the investigation rather than the footage from the time of the theft. Was he perhaps doubting the integrity of their investigative personnel? Chu Nan had not anticipated that his request would leave Wang Jian in such a quandary. He could only ask again, Brother Wang, is it too difficult? Wang Jian quickly shook his head. Not at all, but it will require considerable effort. All right then, I would appreciate your assistance, Brother Wang, Chu Nan replied. Not at all, it is my duty, Wang Jian assured. Once the adjustments are made, I'll give you a call. Wang Jian nodded in agreement. After Wang Jian departed, Sun Jingya, who had remained silent, finally inquired, So, Chu Nan, have you made any discoveries? Chu Nan offered an awkward smile. Not at the moment. Sun Jingya felt a flicker of disappointment. However, reflecting on it, she realized that she had perhaps placed too much faith in Chu Nan. The truth was that he seemed to tackle every case with an almost supernatural prowess, leading her to instinctively believe that a theft case would be a mere trifle for him. This case is undeniably complex, so don't feel pressured, Sun Jingya said, smiling. Indeed, Chu Nan replied noncommittally, I just checked, and it appears we are closest to the Banshan Villa. How about we take a stroll around there and grab lunch outside? Sounds good. Without a hint of hesitation, Sun Jingya donned her hat and followed. As though it were her duty to heed Chu Nan's directive, a notion she was entirely oblivious to herself. The geographical layout of Linchuan City is rather unique, with a mountain named Dushan standing at its center. At the foot of this mountain, 2 rivers divide Linchuan into 4 fairly regular districts, northeast, northwest, southeast, and southwest. Upon reaching Banshan Villa, Chu Nan and Sun Jingya did not enter immediately, instead driving around the entire neighborhood twice. Afterward, Chu Nan instructed Sun Jingya to park at the entrance of Banshan Villa. Why are we stopping here? We could just drive in, Sun Jingya asked, her face a mask of confusion. No need. Let us just pause here for a moment, Chu Nan replied before suddenly asking, what shall we have for lunch? Are you hungry? Sun Jingya's eyes widened as she glanced at the time. It was only 10:15, with over an hour until the end of the workday. Not really. Chu Nan shook his head. I simply have difficulty deciding what to eat, so I prefer to think ahead to avoid indecision later. Sun Jingya was utterly bewildered. She began to suspect that Chu Nan might be slacking off. Chapter 33, Special Reward, Simulated Portrait Artist. It wasn't until a security guard approached that Chu Nan finally allowed Sun Jingya to drive into the community. 3 villas have been burglarized in this neighborhood. Which one should we visit first? Sun Jingya posed the question. Goodness, I can't even fathom the joy of the wealthy. This place is truly exquisite. Drive slowly. Let us take a few laps around the neighborhood first. Chu Nan appeared oblivious to Sun Jingya's words, his eyes gleaming with excitement as he gazed around. Not satisfied with merely observing, he even took out his phone to snap some pictures. Sun Jingya could no longer hold back her admonition. We are here to solve a case. I know, sharpening the axe doesn't hinder the work of cutting wood. Let us explore a bit first. Chu Nan nodded in acknowledgement. If it were anyone else, Sun Jingya would have lost her temper long ago. However, since Chu Nan was the focus of attention, she had to exercise patience and circle the neighborhood with him. After 4 complete laps, Chu Nan finally declared, let us head to Villa 18, but drive slowly. Sun Jingya let out a sigh of relief. Given her fiery temperament, it was a challenge not to confront Chu Nan. Arriving at the gate of Villa 18, just as Sun Jingya was about to open the car door, Chu Nan's voice cut through the air. What are you getting out for? Let us go eat. Sun Jingya's eyes widened in utter bewilderment. But we've come all this way. Shouldn't we take a look at the scene? What is there to see? Ma Wanming and the others have already surveyed it several times. It would be more productive to return to the precinct and review the files. Chu Nan replied nonchalantly. What if they missed some clues? You were the one who asked me to come here. We've just driven around a few times. You're quite brazen about slacking off. Sun Jingya finally couldn't help but retort. Chu Nan smiled helplessly and lowered his voice. Drive carefully. Keep an eye on the surveillance cameras and be discreet. Sun Jingya instinctively wanted to look up but quickly realized and started the car. As they drove, every camera they passed tracked their vehicle's movements. Are we being watched? Could it be the security? Sun Jingya asked, her tone tense and without turning her head. The surveillance room has our people. They wouldn't be so brazen. Chu Nan replied coolly. Then who is it? Sun Jingya inquired with curiosity. Chu Nan chuckled wryly. Sister Sun, you overestimate me. If I knew who it was, wouldn't the case already be solved? So what do we do now? First, let us eat, Chu Nan stated blandly. All individuals with access to the surveillance footage were potential suspects. The only course of action was to conduct a thorough investigation, though he had no better plan. However, the focus had narrowed down to a very small circle, meaning they were already halfway to solving the case. The rest could only be left to time. At that moment, the system's cold, mechanical voice suddenly resonated. Congratulations, host, for successfully solving the Happy Home murder case. Case level, B. Completion rating, A. System reward, 500 justice points. System reward, 1 silver treasure chest. Chu Nan finally grasped the pattern of the system's notifications. A case must be fully resolved for rewards to materialize. What piqued his curiosity was that homicide and drug-related cases were categorized as B level. What kind of case would elevate to an A level in the system's eyes? A serial murder case? Or one resulting in multiple casualties? And what about S level? Just as Chu Nan pondered this, the system's voice echoed once more. System detected unopened treasure chest 1. Would you like to open it immediately? Open it. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the special skill, Simulated Portrait Artist, Beginner. Upgrade requires 5,000 justice points. Simulated Portrait Artist. By merging criminal investigation and artistic techniques, you can create a portrait of a target individual based on descriptions and vague outlines. Chu Nan was astounded. If the system were a woman, he would undoubtedly pursue her, even employing some shameless tactics. How considerate. In his previous life, he had dedicated half of his career to criminal investigation, making him a near authority in the field. Few could impress him. Among them was an old friend, a simulated portrait artist he regarded as a genius. This individual could depict a 30-year-old suspect from a photograph taken when they were 3. Quite remarkable, wouldn't you agree? Even more astonishing was their ability to create a likeness of a victim from an incomplete projection, achieving over 70% accuracy. They possessed countless impressive techniques, including the ability to sketch a criminal's likeness from a blurred figure captured on surveillance. Common disguises such as masks, sunglasses, or hoods were utterly ineffective against them. Goodness, Chu Nan thought. I once suspected that this person was not even human. He had even gone so far as to get them drunk and take them for an MRI scan. To pursue this profession, one must possess extensive knowledge of criminal investigation, exceptional artistic skills, abundant psychological insight, and, most importantly, an unfathomable imagination. Thus, this profession remains largely unknown among over 2 million police officers nationwide. There are fewer than 100 simulated portrait artists. The rarity of this profession is akin to that of the giant panda. Within the police force, it is adored by all, akin to flowers blooming in spring and cars bursting tires at its sight. If I had possessed such a skill back then, wouldn't the policewomen have regarded me with newfound admiration? Chu Nan, what are you doing? The voice of Sun Jingya jolted Chu Nan awake from his reverie. It dawned on him that his smile had taken on an increasingly lecherous quality. Nothing, he replied, vigorously shaking his head and clearing his throat in a manner that betrayed his unease. Sun Jingya cast a wary glance at him, her expression suggesting that this demeanor bore no resemblance to the previous lecherous appearance he had exhibited. Seizing the opportunity, Chu Nan glanced at his attribute panel. Host, Chu Nan. Physical fitness, 16, average, 10. Speed, 16, average, 10. Endurance, 18, average, 10. Justice points, 1700. Special skills, True Eye. Encyclopedia of Evil. Ancient martial arts, Baji beginner. Simulated portrait artist, beginner. Have you decided what to eat? Sun Jingya inquired. Let us find a stationery store first, Chu Nan replied. A stationery store? Sun Jingya asked. Her brow furrowed in confusion. Yes, a stationery store, he confirmed with a nod. Upon arriving, she scrutinized the drawing board, sketch paper, and pencils in his hands. Her confusion deepening. What on earth do you need these for? There were a few images of thieves in the materials Wang provided me. I can see their blurry outlines. I'll try to sketch them, Chu Nan explained as he settled down in the square adjacent to the stationery store and began his work. In that pitch-black area, you could see a silhouette, and all three of them were wearing masks, glasses, and hats. You think you can draw them? Sun Jingya stared at him in disbelief. Chu Nan smiled enigmatically. I don't know. Let us give it a try. Sun Jingya fell silent, a tinge of sympathy creeping into her gaze. It is not easy being a genius. After solving major cases and earning provincial recognition, this exceptional officer now found himself stumped by a mere theft. Anyone would feel the pressure. Poor child, he's nearly on the brink of a nervous breakdown. Alas, the burden of fame can be detrimental. Let him toil, after all. Every young person faces their share of setbacks. With that thought, Sun Jingya quietly departed, returning moments later with a takeout meal and a bowl of wontons. To her astonishment, in less than 10 minutes, 2 lifelike portraits had materialized beside Chu Nan. The drawing board held a nearly completed image. Did you draw these? Sun Jingya's eyes widened in surprise. No, I bought them, Chu Nan replied without looking up. Oh, she said, nodding in acceptance, as that was the only explanation she could fathom. But wait, Chu Nan had only purchased 3 sheets of drawing paper, and now only 1 remained on his board. Coupled with the mischievous grin at the corner of his mouth, it was evident he was pulling her leg. Chapter 34. Have you lost your mind? Using portraits as evidence? When did you learn to draw? Sun Jingya couldn't help but ask, curiosity piqued. As a hobby, I attended an interest class when I was young, Chu Nan replied. Swiftly finishing the last portrait, Sun Jingya was left speechless. She too had attended interest classes, yet after 2 years, her drawing skills were still limited to cartoonish sketches. Is this what they call a genius? Is this for me? Chu Nan said, unabashedly accepting the meal and wontons, devouring them voraciously. After discarding the takeout container, he grabbed the 3 simulated portraits and headed straight for the car. Let us go to the Jioding Construction Company. Why are we going to Jioding? Sun Jingya questioned, doubting her own ears. Let us take a chance, he replied casually, adjusting his seating position and closing his eyes to rest. Sun Jingya glanced at him, realizing something was amiss. It seemed she had become his personal assistant and driver. Goodness, is this truly the once strong-willed version of myself? The explosive female officer now compliant to a man? What a joke. Men should only expedite my pace in catching thieves. Drive, Chu Nan urged, a hint of impatience in his voice. Oh, she nodded, quickly starting the engine. In the office of the Jioding Construction Group manager, Chu Nan disregarded the manager's pleasantries and plunged straight into the matter. Mr. Fong, have you seen these individuals? He spread the 3 portraits flat on the manager's desk. Sun Jingya's head buzzed. This guy was actually using his drawings as evidence? The manager scrutinized Chu Nan's artwork, and upon reaching the 3rd one, his brow furrowed. This one, I believe I've seen before, the manager said uncertainly. Mr. Fong, please think carefully. This is crucial for us, Chu Nan urged, excitement coursing through him. This was Chu Nan's first attempt at creating simulated portraits, and the conditions provided by the photographs were exceedingly limited, nearly a devilishly difficult task for his current skill level. The manager's face contorted in thought, and after several moments, he brightened. The engineer from Fangyuan Technology Company who installed the surveillance cameras. His name is Huang something. I can't be certain, but it resembles him by about 60 to 70%, he added. Chu Nan pressed on. Is Fangyuan Technology the installer for all our company's properties? Yes, indeed, the manager confirmed. Fangyuan Technology is the largest surveillance network installation company in Linchuan, and they are also the exclusive agent for Highway in Linchuan. Highway is the premier brand of surveillance cameras in our country, and all the properties under Jioding utilize the finest equipment. Mr. Fong, please think again, what is his full name? Chu Nan inquired. Huang Rongjuan. The manager replied confidently. Great. Thank you, Mr. Fong. We shall take our leave now. Should there be any updates on the theft case, we will inform you at the earliest opportunity, Chu Nan said. Elated. The answer aligned perfectly with Chu Nan's deductions. The suspect was indeed linked to the surveillance setup. Remarkably, it was an engineer from the surveillance company. With his capabilities, he could easily create a backdoor in the surveillance network during installation. The monitoring systems in these communities were as familiar to him as his own backyard, allowing him to roam at will. Chu Nan had already harbored suspicions during their discussions about the case. The transition from Banshan Bun to this location was merely to validate his conjectures. Of course, speculations are merely that, and portraits remain just sketches. These cannot constitute criminal evidence. The function of simulated portraits is solely to assist in the investigation. Now, only the final step remained, to secure evidence, even if just a shred, to justify an inquiry into Huang Rongjuan. Where to next? Sun Jingya asked, her voice indicating that she had grown accustomed to her current role as driver. Back to the Ping'an Police Station, Chu Nan instructed. At the Ping'an Police Station, Lu Ming's expression was grim as he remarked, Ma, do you truly believe that newcomer can solve this case? The outside world speaks in exaggerations. In just half an hour, a murder case was cracked, and a mere stroll led to the dismantling of a drug trafficking organization. If cases were truly so easily resolved, what need would there be for us? He could single-handedly combat the entirety of Linchuan's criminal underbelly. I suspect this is merely an attempt by those in higher echelons to elevate his status. Ma Wanming expressed his resignation, saying, do not concern yourself with the external commentary, nor should you feel disheartened. A case solved is indeed a case solved. Even Captain Zhang from the Criminal Investigation Unit holds him in high regard. Old Lu, times have changed. The minds of the younger generation are quite astute. Fine. I shall witness for myself how this genius unraveled the case, Lu Ming replied, his face betraying his disbelief. Ma Wenming glanced at Lu Ming, unsure of how to respond. Lu Ming, too, was a renowned elite in criminal investigation within the city. When he first joined the precinct, he was brimming with ideals and aspirations, yet gradually, reality had dulled his edges. Wang Jian, when Xiao Chu and the others returned, inform me at once, Ma Wanming instructed before turning to leave. As Chu Nan returned to the precinct, Wang Jian approached with hurried steps. Officer Chu, he stammered, suddenly at a loss for how to address Chu Nan appropriately. Having been on the job for just over a year, he technically ranked as Chu Nan's senior, and calling him Xiao Chu would be acceptable. However, since Chu Nan was brought in by Ma Wenming, it felt inappropriate to assert seniority while seeking assistance. I've gathered the videos you requested. Would you like to view them now? Yes, let's watch them now. Thank you, Brother Wang. Chu Nan nodded. He opened the video and fast-forwarded to the point where the police appeared. It was indeed as he had discovered at the villa whenever the police arrived. The cameras would follow their movements. Ah, Xiao Chu, Xiao Sun, you're back. Quick, let us eat. Ma Wenming exclaimed warmly. Director Ma, we've already dined outside. Chu Nan replied. I've stumbled upon something intriguing. I would like to show you. After saying this, Chu Nan pulled out his phone, opened the video, and presented it to Ma Wenming, elaborating on his findings. Ma Wenming gazed at Chu Nan in astonishment and tentatively asked, I've heard of simulated images, but I have never encountered one. Xiao Chu, is this reliable? Chu Nan found himself at a loss for words. For those unfamiliar with simulated imagery, it was difficult to trust its efficacy. It was akin to possessing extraordinary abilities that others could not comprehend, making it hard for them to believe. Their skepticism was not without merit. Chu Nan could not simply assert, Director Ma, trust me, I am a prodigy. He could only manage a wry smile and say, Director Ma, to be candid, I taught myself the technique of simulated imagery. I have always practiced in private and never applied it to a case before. However, I believe the circumstances are becoming increasingly clear. The thief was able to manipulate the surveillance system, without a doubt. Since this is established, we must focus on individuals who had access to the surveillance system. The cameras in these neighborhoods were all installed by Huang Rongjuan. Thus he is undoubtedly a suspect. We should bring him in for questioning. That should not pose a problem, right? Ma Wenming nodded. Indeed, your reasoning is sound. You all take a moment to rest. I will assign the tasks. At that moment, Lu Ming returned from outside. Old Lu, just in time. I was about to seek you out. Immediately take someone to Fanyuan Technology Company and bring in a man named Huang Rongjuan, Ma Wenming instructed with a wave of his hand. What does this mean? Why are we going to Fanyuan to apprehend someone? On what grounds? Lu Ming asked, bewildered. Do not concern yourself with the details. It is not apprehending. It is assisting in the investigation. Hurry along. After saying this, Ma Wenming clapped his hands and called out, everyone. Halt your current tasks and lend me your ears for a moment. Hong Yan, investigate Huang Rongjuan's personal circumstances at Fanyuan Technology thoroughly. Pay particular attention to his bank statements and family situation from the past 3 months. Ensure it is meticulous. The entire office sprang into action. Before long, Hong Yan approached, presenting a substantial stack of printed materials. Director Ma, here are Huang Rongjuan's bank statements from recent months. The financial system indicates that 5 months ago, his bank transactions suddenly increased, with an average monthly expenditure exceeding 100,000. These expenses primarily consist of gaming charges and live streaming gifts. 3 months ago, he began borrowing recklessly from various online lending platforms, and by the end of the month, the total amount borrowed reached 470,000. There have been 5 instances of overdue repayments. However, since mid-last month, he has begun repaying. Ma Wenming appeared exhilarated, declaring substantial online loans. Overdue repayments. This presents a clear motive for his crimes. With a motive and the means, it indicates that we are on the right track. At this point, Ma Wenming seemed somewhat euphoric. Chapter 35. Does this chap know how to interrogate? He is likely in cahoots with the thieves, isn't. Although Chu Nan's earlier analysis was reasonable, it was merely conjecture. Now, however, with a clear motive established, Huang Rongjuan's suspicion has significantly intensified. With this thought, Ma Wenming glanced at Chu Nan with a hint of embarrassment and said with a smile, Xiao Chu, you truly are a genius in criminal investigation. You've made such a significant breakthrough right from the start. This is all due to the thorough groundwork laid by Liu and his team, with their initial preparations. Even without my intervention, discovering this lead was merely a matter of time, Chu Nan replied with a calm smile. Huh, Xiao Chu, you are being modest. Ma Wenming chuckled awkwardly. Seizing the opportunity, Chu Nan inquired, Director Ma, may I participate in the interrogation? Ma Wenming stared at Chu Nan, somewhat reluctant to allow him to take part in the interrogation. Yet, given the pivotal role Chu Nan played in advancing the case, it would be difficult to refuse. Very well, that is acceptable. By the way, Xiao Chu, allow Wang Jian to join the interrogation as well. Let him learn from you. Ma Wenming said with a hint of unease. Chu Nan discerned Ma Wenming's intention and smiled. We are merely learning from one another. Over an hour later, Huang Rongjuan was brought in. The man appeared clean-cut, wearing gold-rimmed glasses, exuding an air of refinement that made it difficult for anyone to associate him with criminality. Name? Chu Nan asked expressionlessly. Indeed, interrogation is a true test of a police officer's experience. While there are specific steps to follow during an interrogation, starting with questions about name, age, gender, and place of origin is a conventional approach. These inquiries serve not only to confirm the identity of the subject, but also to exert a psychological pressure on some criminals, conveying the message that their information is fully in the hands of the authorities, urging them to comply. However, for those who have been apprehended multiple times, this traditional approach loses its effectiveness and may even provide them with a moment to collect themselves. Therefore, the interrogation steps must be tailored to the individual. Huang Rongjuan, having previously led a law-abiding life, found this approach still effective. Huang Rongjuan glanced nervously at Chu Nan and mumbled, Huang Rongjuan, speak up. Chu Nan suddenly raised his voice. The voice of Chu Nan startled Wang Jian, causing him to shudder and drop the pen from his hand onto the floor. Huang Rongjuan was evidently flustered as well, stammering, Huang Rongjuan, do you understand why we summoned you here today? Chu Nan continued to inquire. Huang Rongjuan vigorously shook his head, indicating he did not know. Do not know? Chu Nan smirked coldly. Huang Rongjuan, do you think we would casually bring you here? I am offering you an opportunity, a chance for leniency. Are you not confident in your skills? Do you believe that we, the police, lack understanding of technology and code, rendering your actions flawless? Huang Rongjuan's complexion turned ashen. Staring blankly at Chu Nan, fear etched across his face. After a moment of silence, he shook his head, saying, I do not understand what you mean. All right. Chu Nan nodded. I ask you, where were you between midnight and 2 a.m. on April 20th? I was sleeping at home, Huang Rongjuan replied without hesitation. Sleeping at home? Can anyone vouch for that? Chu Nan pressed further. Huang Rongjuan shook his head. No, I rented the place and was alone. Are you certain? Certain. Good. Now let me ask you, what were you doing from midnight to 2 a.m. on April 17th? Who can attest to that? I was also sleeping at home. No one can prove it, he stated. Officer, I am quite reclusive. I rarely go out at night, especially not in the early hours. Are you certain? Certain. So, you mean to say you stayed in your rental all night and did not step outside, correct? Correct. Chu Nan could not help but smile. He had been waiting for Huang Rongjuan to say that. We have reviewed the surveillance footage, which clearly shows that on April 20th, You did not leave your rental at all, yet you directly went to work. How do you explain that? If you wish, we can also investigate April 17th, April 14th, or even earlier. Do not tell me you misremembered. Our interrogation is fully recorded, Chu Nan remarked with a grin. In the monitoring room, Lu Ming's eyes widened in astonishment as he exclaimed, "When did he check the footage?" Ma Wenming sighed. "This is foresight. He anticipates everything." "Old Lu, are you convinced now?" Lu Ming awkwardly laughed. "This guy is a prodigy. I can't compete. It's truly incomparable." Huang Rongjuan, panic-stricken, looked at Chu Nan, shaking his head. "No. I must have remembered incorrectly. I was playing cards with my friends." "Which friends? What are their names?" "Song Tao and Wang Chusong." "Have you thought this through?" "Yes. I was really playing cards with them." "Do you know their phone numbers?" "I do not. I only know Wang Chusong drives a sanitation truck, and Song Tao seems to be unemployed, living in Qingsong Alley." Chu Nan regarded Huang Rongjuan, unable to suppress a slight smile. A large sanitation vehicle is indeed the ideal means of transportation. If they concealed themselves within the cargo area, no one would suspect a thing. Song Tao is even more intriguing. The criminal encyclopedia indicates he is a habitual thief. His lockpicking skills are exceptional. He was sentenced to 10 years for stealing from an office, reduced by 2 years for good behavior, and he was released just 3 months ago. A high IQ individual proficient in networks and surveillance, paired with a master locksmith and an ordinary person who has driven sanitation trucks for years. This combination is nothing short of perfect. Chu Nan took out his phone and placed it before Huang Rongjuan. "Have you seen this painting?" he suddenly inquired. Huang Rongjuan looked at Chu Nan in surprise and shook his head. "I have not. This painting is housed in a crimson box, wrapped in a layer of craft paper. It is an authentic piece by the Ming Dynasty master Su Wei, valued at 7.2 million. Of course, that was 3 years ago, conservatively speaking. Its worth has likely surpassed 8 million now," Chu Nan articulated clearly. Not only Huang Rongjuan, but even Ma Wenming and the others present stared wide-eyed. Is he out of his mind? Why would he disclose the painting's value to the suspect? Lu Ming said anxiously, "If the suspect sells or destroys the painting, we would bear significant responsibility." Huang Rongjuan, having embarked on this path, would undoubtedly possess some legal knowledge. Sun Jingya stated dryly, "This must be Chu Nan's strategy. He would not make such a basic mistake." She, too, was perplexed regarding Chu Nan's intentions. In the interrogation room, Huang Rongjuan slowly shook his head. "I know nothing about antiques and have not paid attention to them." "Very well, think it over carefully, and let me know once you have clarity," Chu Nan concluded, rising to leave the interrogation room. Upon seeing Chu Nan, Lu Ming could not contain himself, exclaiming, "What are you doing? How could you tell the suspect the value of that painting? If he sells or destroys it, we would be held accountable." Chu Nan ignored Lu Ming, walking directly to Ma Wenming. Chapter 36. What of the third-class merit? "I have it too. Ma." Earlier Huang Rongjuan mentioned 2 individuals, Song Tao and Wang Chusong. This Song Tao is a habitual thief with exceptional lockpicking skills. He was sentenced to 10 years for theft, but received a 2-year reduction for good behavior. He was released just 3 months ago, coinciding with a series of thefts occurring here, which is unlikely to be a coincidence. Wang Chusong drives a sanitation truck, which explains why we have not detected their entry and exit from the community, Chu Nan explained. Ma Wenming nodded. "Indeed, it is not the rogue who is frightening, but a rogue with education. These fellows are working too harmoniously together. Do not act against Song Tao and Wang Chusong just yet. Let us leave Huang Rongjuan to simmer for a while, then release him." Chu Nan's words caused Ma Wenming to widen his eyes in confusion. "What do you mean?" "We have already alerted them. If we do not act now, it will be difficult to catch them if they become aware." Ma Wenming expressed his concern. "Everything we have is mere conjecture. While our judgments may seem flawless, we possess no tangible evidence. Our only course of action is to stir the grass to scare the snake. Once Huang Rongjuan is released, I suspect he will immediately contact his accomplices to find a way to relocate the stolen goods, especially after learning the painting's value. If it were me, the first thing I would do upon exiting is locate that painting, either to destroy it or to hide it. I believe the latter is more likely. Given its 8 million value, those willing to take risks for money cannot resist such temptation," Chu Nan stated. Yes, Ma Wenming nodded vigorously. "What you say makes sense. Install listening devices in his phone, jacket, and rental unit," Chu Nan added. Ma Wenming nodded decisively. "Old Lu, expedite this matter." After much bustling, Huang Rongjuan was released. Meanwhile, Chu Nan and Sun Jingya finished their shifts. They had merely come to assist in analyzing the case. The operational aspect did not yet require their involvement. "Where shall we go now?" Sun Jingya asked as they got into the car. "Home." Chu Nan stretched leisurely, a content expression on his face. Home. Sun Jingya fixed her gaze intently on Chu Nan. Incredulity etched across her features as she queried, "This evening is pivotal. And you're simply leaving? What else should we do? Shall we just linger there aimlessly?" Chu Nan retorted, "This is a case for the Ping'an Police Station. We are merely here to assist, not to take the lead." "That's not the point," Sun Jingya replied urgently. "You cracked this case. It would be unjust for all the credit to go to them, wouldn't it? Who says I solved this case alone? We solved it together," Chu Nan stated earnestly. Sun Jingya stared at Chu Nan, momentarily bewildered, feeling as though she could not comprehend the man before her. Upon entering the office, more than 20 individuals were sprawled across the room, likely having toiled through the night. Wang Jin abruptly raised his head, bleary-eyed, and muttered, "Chu Nan, so early?" Chu Nan nodded and gestured gently, indicating for him to continue sleeping. "Are Ma and the others here?" In the conference room, the early morning apprehension didn't go smoothly. "Huang Rongjuan escaped," Wang Jin replied, his head bowed. "Huang Rongjuan escaped?" Chu Nan's expression reflected disbelief. Wang Jin nodded, affirming, "Yes, that guy has exceptional counter-surveillance skills." "And Song Tao and Wang Chusong?" Chu Nan inquired, a hint of anxiety creeping into his voice. "If those two have also fled, we won't even have an excuse to issue a wanted notice. At the very least, we need to capture one of them to find a breakthrough." "They were apprehended. Just as you suspected, they attempted to dispose of the evidence at the earliest opportunity, and we caught them red-handed." Wang Jin's words brought a sigh of relief from Chu Nan. "Then this case is essentially solved. We only need to capture Huang Rongjuan now." Chu Nan nodded and made his way directly to the conference room. As he opened the door, a pungent cloud of smoke enveloped him, making the entire room appear as though it were on fire, obscuring visibility. After a few moments, his eyes adjusted. Ma Wenming, Lu Ming, Huang Guowei, and bilingualing all bore ashen faces, their eyes bloodshot. "Xiao Chu so early?" Ma Wenming forced a smile, struggling to maintain his composure upon seeing Chu Nan. "Ma, you all have pulled an all-nighter," Chu Nan remarked. "The case is important, but your health is paramount." With a rueful smile, Ma Wenming replied, "I feel ashamed. Despite your countless reminders, we still allowed Huang Rongjuan to escape." "I heard from Brother Wang," Chu Nan said. "This is my fault. I never anticipated this fellow would be so adept at evading detection, discarding his clothes, shoes, and phone. However, I have an idea. Since Huang Rongjuan took out loans for that female streamer and even resorted to theft, he certainly won't let this matter drop. I believe we can approach that streamer. Huang Rongjuan will undoubtedly reach out to her again." Ma Wenming nodded in agreement. "Yes, we share the same sentiment. I've already requested our superiors in the cyber department to investigate this female acquaintance. We should have results by this morning." Chu Nan smiled. "You and your team have been thorough. This case is nearing resolution. I shall head back to Badao Guai for now." Ma Wenming instantly grew anxious. "No, Xiao Chu. You have assisted us immensely. How can we let you leave like this? How about lunch? I'll treat you as a token of our gratitude." "There's no need, Ma. Supporting each other as brother units is expected," Chu Nan replied with a smile. "Your invitation reflects your regard for me, but the case is at a critical juncture. We must prioritize it." Ma Wenming nodded. "You're right. The case takes precedence. You should head back, and once this case concludes, I will personally visit Badao Guai to express my thanks to you and Chang." After exchanging a few more pleasantries, Chu Nan left with Sun Jingya. Throughout their journey, Chu Nan noticed Sun Jingya stealing glances at him. He touched his face and glanced at his attire, unable to suppress his curiosity. "Sister Sun, is my outfit acceptable?" "Absolutely not." Sun Jingya vigorously shook her head. She found it increasingly difficult to understand Chu Nan. "You resolved this case, and now you're leaving?" This series of thefts involves over 8 million, causing significant societal panic. This should at least merit a third-class merit award. Chu Nan merely shrugged, a nonchalant expression on his face. "So what? I've received third-class merit awards before." The justification was so inadequate that it nearly provoked Sun Jingya to strike him. "Listen to yourself. Is that something one should say? How many grassroots officers go their entire lives without receiving such recognition? Yet, you speak of it so lightly. A third-class merit award? It's not like I've never had one." Initially, Sun Jingya believed Chu Nan to be a sage who viewed fame and fortune as trivial. But now he appeared simply insufferable. "Where are you going? Aren't you driving?" Chu Nan couldn't help but remind her. Somewhat embarrassed, Sun Jingya explained. "I broke down halfway this morning and had to tow it to the repair shop. It probably won't be ready until the day after tomorrow. Let us take a taxi back." "Let us use my car," Chu Nan suggested, but as soon as the words left his mouth, he noticed Sun Jingya glaring at him with a fierce intensity. Chapter 37. Encountering a missing child. This is a significant case. A strong sense of urgency compelled him to clarify. "No, my car is brand new. This is the first time I'm driving it today. Sun Jingya's hostility dissipated instantly as she replied earnestly, what does that matter? Whose car it is doesn't concern me. Am I someone who frets over a little gas money? Sister Sun, you are quite magnanimous, Chu Nan quickly complimented. Could you refrain from calling me Sister Sun? It makes me sound ancient, she retorted. What shall I call you then? Anything will do. All right, Sister Sunday. By the way, Sister Sun, you're only 3 years older than me. How did you age so rapidly? Even with a master's degree, that doesn't happen overnight. I'm intelligent and a good student. Is there anything wrong with starting school early? Fair enough. The two engaged in light banter, with Sun Jingya dominating the conversation while Chu Nan participated reluctantly. While waiting at a traffic light, a small boy, no more than 7 or 8 years old, approached the front of the car with a bucket, silently splashing water onto the windshield and beginning to wipe it. Due to his diminutive stature, even on tiptoes, he could only reach a small portion of the glass. Hey, little buddy, what are you doing? Sun Jingya leaned out, her expression one of perplexity. The boy offered no response, engrossed in his task. Where are his parents? Why isn't such a young child in school, running around on the street cleaning cars? Though Sun Jingya complained. She still pulled out 5 yuan and handed it to the boy. The boy accepted the money, unconcerned about the water still on the glass, and happily scampered to the roadside. Chu Nan couldn't help but chuckle. Sister Sun, doesn't this count as aiding and abetting? What else can we do? Should we apprehend him or his parents? This isn't our jurisdiction. Should we really let him keep cleaning like this? Sun Jingya asked helplessly. Chu Nan surveyed the surroundings, noticing several other children like him. Many situations are similar. When people see others making money, they often follow suit, regardless of the morality of the means. At that moment, Chu Nan's gaze fell upon a young girl with a purplish-red birthmark on her forehead. The birthmark, approximately the size of a fingernail, gracefully adorned the area just above her right eyebrow, resembling a delicate plum blossom. The instant he laid eyes on the girl, a sudden cascade of information flooded his mind. Shui Jiajia, female, from Guangda County, Nanyuan Province, missing person, disappeared on May 19, 2012, while accompanying her grandmother to the market, due to her grandmother's negligence. She vanished around 3:20 p.m. At the time of her disappearance, she was 2 years and 5 months old. She bore a purplish-red plum blossom-shaped birthmark on her forehead and was clad in a pink dress upon going missing. This information sent a jolt through Chu Nan's mind. Shui Jiajia had been missing for 6 years, having vanished at the tender age of 2.5, and her current age coincidentally matched that of the girl before him. Just as Chu Nan was processing this revelation, another slight, diminutive boy with a slight leg discrepancy entered his line of sight. The boy possessed striking features, with sharp eyebrows and bright eyes. His large ears adorned with a tiny notch on his left side. Wang Jikai, male, from Zhongbu Province, Yangxin, missing person, disappeared on September 13, 2013, while playing alone at his doorstep. At the time of his disappearance, he was 2 years and 1 month old. He wore a white onesie featuring Mickey Mouse designs. The boy experienced slow skeletal development in his left leg, exhibiting a mild leg discrepancy. His left ear bore a small notch from a childhood dog bite. A sense of urgency gripped Chu Nan. The convergence of these two missing children from distant corners of the world could not be mere coincidence. Although the remaining 3 children lacked online information, Chu Nan instinctively sensed a high probability that they too had been abducted. Sister Sun, please pull over, Chu Nan instructed. Why? Sun Jingya inquired, her expression tinged with confusion. These children are problematic, Chu Nan asserted confidently. Sun Jingya, with a hint of exasperation, replied, their actions are indeed questionable, bordering on coercive transactions, and it's perilous on the roadway. That's not my point. I suspect these children are missing persons, Chu Nan clarified, prompting Sun Jingya to widen her eyes in disbelief. Are you certain? How could missing children end up here? As she pondered, Sun Jingya suddenly grasped Chu Nan's implication. You mean to say that these children are being manipulated by a trafficking ring? That these individuals are orchestrating them to wash cars here? Quite likely. Let's not alert them. Someone is undoubtedly watching over these children. Call Ma and have him dispatch a few individuals in civilian attire, using private vehicles. These children have likely been under the control of these individuals from a young age, and they must have been indoctrinated with various erroneous beliefs. If we startle them, they will surely flee. Our paramount objective is to rescue all of these children, Chu Nan analyzed with calm determination. As they remained within the jurisdiction of the Pingan Police Station, Chu Nan recognized the constraints of cross-district operations. We cannot allow the traffickers from other areas to intervene. There are protocols in place. Either the suspect must have committed an offense within our jurisdiction and subsequently fled to a neighboring one, or assistance must be actively requested by the brother unit. Otherwise, regardless of the magnitude of the case, no one wishes to offend their fellow units. Sun Jingya nodded, albeit still apprehensive. Chu Nan, can you be certain? We are on unfamiliar territory. If we misstep, it could be unmanageable. Absolutely. Hurry and make the call. Chu Nan replied confidently. Minutes later, two vans converged with Chu Nan and the others at the intersection. Ma Wenming emerged from one of the vans and rapped on Sun Jingya's car door. Xiao Chu, what's going on? Have you located Huang Rongjuan? Unrelated to the theft case. Chu Nan shook his head. We discovered 2 missing children at the intersection, and we suspect someone is manipulating these missing children for illicit gains. I will first gauge how many individuals are monitoring these children. Ma, assign tasks accordingly. These 5 children must be kept under close watch until I notify you. During the operation, we must ensure the complete rescue of these children. With Chu Nan's prowess, he felt confident in subduing any number of individuals controlling the children. The critical factor was that these children had been missing since they were merely 2 or 3 years old, leaving them with scant memories. Over the years, the traffickers had likely subjected them to relentless indoctrination, and no one could ascertain what their current understanding of reality entailed. If the children attempted to flee, capturing them would be nearly impossible. It would be exceedingly challenging for just 2 people to detain all of them. If they managed to escape, who could predict what kind of life awaited them? In Chu Nan's eyes, the paramount importance of this operation was the rescue of these children, even if it meant allowing the manipulators to escape. Missing children? 5 of them. Ma Wenming's eyes widened in shock. Xiao Chu, can you confirm they are missing children? Ma's concern was warranted. The presence of 5 missing children together was no trivial matter. If this was indeed a child trafficking ring, abducting 5 children would undoubtedly escalate the situation into a significant provincial case, potentially landing it on the department's priority list. Chapter 38. The Spectators on the Fence. The apprehension operation commenced. Chu Nan nodded. I can confirm 2 children. Ma, we are out of time. These individuals typically strike and relocate. If they escape, capturing them will become exceedingly difficult. This discovery was mine. If we are mistaken, I will bear the consequences. Ma Wenming, visibly displeased, retorted. You realize this is within my jurisdiction? Can I really let you shoulder the responsibility? Since you are confident, proceed with your plan. If trouble arises, I will take responsibility. Ma assured him, further endearing himself to Chu Nan with his straightforward nature. Ma, remove your jacket, Chu Nan instructed. What? Take off my clothes? Ma instinctively clutched his chest. If I go out in this attire, they will undoubtedly flee, Chu Nan explained. Oh, Ma finally comprehended but looked somewhat awkwardly at Sun Jingya. Chu Nan glanced at Sun Jingya. What are you staring at? Close your eyes. Sun Jingya shot him a glare, sensing something was amiss, yet complied and closed her eyes. After changing into the appropriate attire, Chu Nan donned a walkie-talkie and wireless earpiece, then opened the car door and approached Shueijia. Hey, this kid is truly a clothes rack. My outfit looks splendid on him, Ma Wenming remarked, unable to contain himself. Sun Jingya gazed after Chu Nan's retreating figure. You know, the middle-aged outfit suits him surprisingly well. Xiao Sun, you two truly make a handsome pair, Ma chimed in again. Sun Jingya felt her ears flush crimson at the remark. Goodness, why is he so nosy? As Chu Nan reached Shueijia, he seized her arm and swiftly pulled her onto the sidewalk. Let me go? Shueijia struggled vigorously. Hey, why are you, at such a tender age, engaging in thievery? Where are your parents? Call them here. Chu Nan exclaimed loudly, ostensibly reprimanding her. I did not steal anything. Shueijia protested amid her struggles, her voice tinged with tears. Before long, a gathering of a dozen onlookers encircled them. The allure of free entertainment is undeniably captivating. As the atmosphere reached a crescendo, Chu Nan reached into Shueijia's pocket and retrieved a wallet. Of course, this wallet had been discreetly placed there by Chu Nan when Shueijia was momentarily distracted. You didn't steal anything? What is this then? Madam, do open it and see. This is my wallet, and my ID is inside. Chu Nan handed the wallet to an elderly lady who had been watching the commotion. She opened it, nodded vigorously, affirming, yes, this young man's wallet, and his ID is indeed here. I didn't steal. Shueijia could no longer contain her tears. The elderly lady, filled with righteous indignation, exclaimed, Young lady, the evidence is right before us, yet you still refuse to admit it. At such a tender age. How have you learned to steal? TSK, starting with needles as a child, and growing up to steal gold. What will become of you if you continue on this path? Indeed, she must receive a proper lesson. This is utterly unacceptable. The onlookers chimed in. We should call the police. What else is there to discuss? If she isn't corrected now, who knows what she might become in the future? Damn it. Where did this scoundrel come from? I'll make him pay. A nearby youth with dyed hair seethed. Don't move. An elderly lady seized the youth's arm, admonishing him. How many times must I tell you? Use your brain when taking action. Having said that, she wobbled over to Chu Nan and the others. Oh, isn't this Lin Z's daughter? What is going on here? Stealing? That can't be true. I've watched her grow up. She has always been so well-behaved. Alas, this must be due to her mother's accident. She is lying in the hospital now. This poor girl, losing her father to illness at such a young age. Cancer no less. But dear, no matter how difficult it is at home, you cannot resort to stealing. The elderly lady sighed heavily. An old man chimed in. Young man, let it go. You've suffered no loss, and this child has had it tough. The other children gathered around, pleading, Uncle, please let our sister go. This barrage of sympathy swiftly altered the crowd's demeanor. Life seems to favor only the impoverished. Young man, please, let this child go. She is simply being filial. Indeed, this child is too pitiful. Young man, first check if you've lost any money. If so, it's on me. Just let the child go. Chu Nan regarded the crowd with a hint of exasperation. Did not a single person recognize their own dialect? Ordinary individuals, much like netizens, are easily swept away by public sentiment, losing even the most basic discernment in a moment of heated emotion. Having achieved his objective, Chu Nan relented, saying, Fine, young lady. I shall let you off this time. Be mindful not to engage in such unlawful acts again. With that, he maneuvered through the crowd. Sister Sun, the elderly lady with the snakeskin bag is your responsibility. Officer Ma, that old man in the brown coat with the vintage glasses is yours. Officer Liu, the remaining 5 children are under your watch. Ensure they don't escape. I'll handle the youth with dyed hair. You need not worry. As he walked, Chu Nan discreetly communicated through his earpiece. Sun Jingyao was utterly speechless. Did he truly leave a woman in her 60s to her care? How condescending. However, Chu Nan did not afford her the luxury of further contemplation. As soon as he ordered action, he charged towards the youth with dyed hair. Ma Wenming and the others soon followed suit. The youth and the elderly lady stared in astonishment at the seemingly endless stream of police officers. Even the dimmest among them could grasp the situation. This scoundrel was baiting them. Run! The elderly lady shouted, turning towards the alley. The children who had just gathered immediately scattered. Chu Nan pursued the youth, swiftly cornering him in a narrow passageway. Damn it! With nowhere to escape, the youth howled in desperation, brandishing a fruit knife towards Chu Nan. Chu Nan deftly sidestepped, delivering a powerful shoulder thrust that sent the youth sprawling to the ground. Clutching his chest, he gasped for air, resembling a fish out of water. His face flushed from lack of oxygen. Chu Nan swiftly produced handcuffs, securing the youth before gently patting his chest. As the youth finally regained his breath, he desperately inhaled the fresh air. Just as Chu Nan prepared to lift him up, he felt a sharp pain in his shoulder. Turning around, he found a small, frail child, seemingly no older than 7 or 8, gripping a utility knife with trembling hands, fear etched across his face. Damn it! Seizing the opportunity, the youth kicked at Chu Nan. Without a second thought, Chu Nan grasped the youth's ankle, effortlessly dragging him closer and delivering an elbow to his abdomen. Hey! The youth exclaimed, curling up like a dehydrated shrimp. Little one, I am a police officer here to protect you. Chu Nan revealed his badge to the boy. The child recoiled in terror, clearly having been fed a plethora of fabricated tales. It was evident that, in his mind, the police were monstrous figures. Officer, the bad man is going to take you to jail. If we get caught, we'll be imprisoned for life. This proclamation sent the boy into a panic. Clutching the utility knife tightly, he charged at Chu Nan once more. Chu Nan swiftly seized the boy's wrist, promptly disarming him. To his surprise, the child struggled fiercely, sinking his teeth into Chu Nan's arm. Damn it! Enraged, Chu Nan retaliated with a swift kick to the youth's abdomen. At the tender age of 7 or 8, one should be innocent and filled with goodwill toward the world. Yet, these scoundrels had so manipulated this child that he dared to act violently. If Chu Nan had not intervened, one could only dread what these children might become in a few years. The one certainty was that they would not tread the righteous path, nor would they possess any future. Chu Nan, Sun Jingyao called out in alarm, sprinting towards him. What are you doing, little one? Let go. Seeing the boy's fierce grip on Chu Nan's arm, she felt both anxious and pained, desperately attempting to pry the child away. It's all right. Take this one away. I'll handle the child, Chu Nan reassured her with a smile. The little one was in no state to be controlled. Even if he forcibly freed his arm, who could predict where the child might bite next? Surely, he couldn't just tape the boy's mouth shut, could he? Setting aside whether that would violate protocol, could one truly bear to do such a thing? They are still children. They are also victims. Chu Nan tightly embraced the little boy. gently patting his back. It's all right, there's nothing to worry about. If you feel the urge to bite, then go ahead. He inquired softly, do you remember where you're from? Can you recall your parents' names? The little boy appeared momentarily stunned, loosening his grip. Xiaochu, are you hurt? Ma Wenming asked with a concerned expression, noticing the blood on Chu Nan's arm. Upon seeing Ma Wenming, the little boy once again sank his teeth into Chu Nan's arm. Chu Nan forced a smile and remarked, Officer Ma. It's nothing serious, just a minor injury. How are those other children? Have they been subdued? They have been contained, Ma Wenming nodded, exasperatedly continuing. These little rascals have been indoctrinated with so much nonsense by those scoundrels. Are we really here to rescue them? They view us as the villains. My goodness. With all the scratching, biting, and clawing, our officers responsible for managing them have all sustained injuries. We must be cautious. These children have endured much suffering and possess a heightened sense of self-preservation. We should aim to minimize their fright, he added. Officer Ma, please reach out to psychological and educational experts for some mental health guidance. Also, when we bring them to the station, let us show them some police promotional videos, as well as crime-related television shows. Their worldview has been completely distorted by those scoundrels. Chu Nan said, his anger evident. Are you the leader here? I want to file a complaint. I accuse this scoundrel of violent law enforcement. Huang Mao shouted, his voice raised. Violent law enforcement? Ma Wenming fixed an unwavering gaze on Huang Mao, coldly questioning, are there any witnesses? Huang Mao was incredulous. If there were witnesses, would he dare? No. But I have injuries. This scoundrel caused them. Huang Mao retorted angrily. Ma Wenming replied coolly, injuries? There are many possibilities for how you could have been hurt, beaten by someone else, tripped while walking, or even self-inflicted. We police must rely on evidence in our investigations. Otherwise, we risk wrongful accusations. You need to provide me with proof that directly links your injuries to this officer here. If you cannot, I will have to suspect you are fabricating a false claim. Huang Mao opened his mouth, nearly in tears. Who the hell is the real villain here? Is there even room for reason? Take him away. Ma Wenming didn't even glance in Huang Mao's direction, turning to Chu Nan and gesturing toward the little boy still clinging to him. What is going on here? Hand the child over to me. Chu Nan glanced at the boy, who was still firmly biting his arm, and chuckled wryly. Never mind, I'll keep holding him. By the way, Officer Ma, please contact our counterparts in Guangdong County, Nanyuan Province. The girl, Shui Jiejia, who went missing on May 19, 2013, has been found. The boy with a slight disability is named Wang Jikai. He was reported missing in Yangqing County on September 13, 2014. Ma Wenming looked at Chu Nan in astonishment, cautiously asking, Xiaochu, are you certain? It has been several years. The children's appearances must have changed significantly. They have indeed changed considerably, but certain physical features remain unaltered, such as Shui Jiejia's birthmark on her forehead, Chu Nan asserted. Though his reasoning felt somewhat strained, he couldn't very well tell Ma Wenming. Trust me, I have a unique ability to predict their appearances years ahead. I possess an encyclopedic knowledge of criminals across the nation. That would be ludicrous. Whether Ma Wenming believed him or not, it was likely that upon returning home, Chu Nan would find himself on an operating table surrounded by hundreds of experts eager to dissect him for study. Ma Wenming nodded, acknowledging that some features indeed could not change. I think it would be prudent to conduct DNA comparisons with the missing children's database. Officer Ma is indeed thoughtful, Chu Nan complimented, lightly flattering him. Ma Wenming felt a sense of relief. Back at the police station, Chu Nan carried the little boy into the office and said with a wry smile, all right. Can you let go now? You've been biting me for half an hour. Your jaw must be sore. How about this? You rest for a moment. And after we have something to eat and drink, you can continue biting. The boy shot a cold glare at Chu Nan, showing no intent to release his grip. Sunjia, could you please go to the supermarket next door and buy me a bottle of peanut milk and some snacks? Chu Nan instructed. Sun Jingyao looked at him with concern, but eventually nodded and stepped out. Xiaochu, you can't keep this up. With that biting, you might seriously injure him. Your wounds haven't been treated yet. You must avoid infection. Young lad, you're growing up. How can you bite people? How about this? Why don't you let go of this uncle and bite me instead? Ma Wenming extended his arm, feeling quite helpless. He was desperate, knowing that with Cheng Tao's fiercely protective nature, if he discovered that his precious ward was injured in Chu Nan's care, there would be hell to pay. It's fine. This child is quite understanding. He's not biting too hard. Chu Nan replied with a calm smile before asking, Officer Ma, have the DNA comparisons for these children been completed? We need to locate their parents as soon as possible. They have been done, all but his, Ma Wenming said, looking at the boy still clinging to Chu Nan. Let us wait a bit. It seems this child isn't in a hurry to find his parents. Chu Nan said deliberately, can you help me find my parents? The little boy suddenly released his grip and asked with hopeful eyes. Of course, Chu Nan replied without hesitation. As long as you behave, we will definitely help you find your parents. The boy nodded, saying, yes, I will be good. I want to find my parents. But you mustn't let my grandparents know. If they find out, they won't let us eat and will lock us in a small dark room. Chu Nan hugged the little boy tightly, his heart aching. Don't worry. We will protect you. They are not your grandparents. They are bad people who stole you from your parents. They're not bad people. We earn money. And my grandpa buys us bread to eat. The boy insisted earnestly. Yes, they are not bad people, Chu Nan conceded, following the boy's reasoning. Before long, Sun Jingyao returned, carrying a bag full of snacks and fruits, her face lighting up with joy at the sight of the child in Chu Nan's arms. Chu Nan opened a bottle of peanut milk, offering it to the little boy. Try this, is it good? The boy vigorously nodded. It's delicious. I've never had anything this tasty before. Chu Nan felt a wave of emotion. Placing the peanut milk in the boy's hands, his voice thick with emotion, it's all for you. If you like it, drink as much as you want. Yet, the boy did not drink. Instead, he twisted the cap back on. Why aren't you drinking? Do you not like it? Sun Jingyao asked with concern. The boy replied sheepishly. I want to share it with my brothers and sisters. They haven't had anything this good either. This sentiment broke the hearts of everyone present. What child isn't a treasure? Which child is not cherished and pampered? Yet, these children, instead of basking in joy during their formative years, endured daily beatings and scoldings, living in perpetual fear. Despite their circumstances, this little one still retains an innocent and kind heart. Wang Jian, go to the supermarket and buy a whole box of milk. Also, get some fruits and snacks that the child loves. Pick up plenty, Ma Wenming said, his voice choked with emotion. Did you hear that? Each of you gets a bottle. You drink yours, Chu Nan instructed. Only then did the little boy open the cap and take a small sip. Ma Suo, could you prepare some pork rib soup for lunch at the restaurant? And make some mild dishes that the child enjoys, Chu Nan added. Rest assured, I've already arranged it. Hand the child over to me, and quickly tend to your wounds. Look at that bite mark. It's swollen terribly, Ma Wenming said, worry etched across his face. The little boy lowered his head apologetically. Chu Nan gently ruffled the boy's hair and smiled. It's all right. It doesn't hurt at all. Will you stay with this grandpa for a while? Uncle needs to bandage up. This bleeding looks quite alarming. The boy said nothing but nodded softly. After the bandaging was done, the boy lightly touched Chu Nan's arm where the injury was, feeling guilty as he asked, Uncle, does it still hurt? Not anymore. Chu Nan replied gently. By the time it was past 5 in the afternoon, the results of the DNA comparison finally emerged. All the children were reunited with their parents. To Chu Nan's astonishment, the boy with the yellow hair was also a missing child. He was now 21, having been abducted 19 years ago while sleeping in the yard, unnoticed by his grandparents. This revelation shattered the boy's psychological defenses completely, causing him to abandon everything. The elderly couple, realizing their stubborn resistance was futile, surrendered. They were a pair of lazy individuals who resorted to begging for sustenance. After being married for over a decade without children, one day, while passing by a house where the adults were absent, they spotted a 2-year-old child sleeping in the yard. They decided to take the child, who became the yellow-haired boy. Growing up with such parents, how could he learn anything good? He was raised amidst their deceitful ways. One day, while attempting to con people, the trio was caught by the police. The couple received 10-year sentences, leaving the 9-year-old boy to be sent to an orphanage. They behaved relatively well in prison and were released 2 years early. By that time, the boy was 17. As begging became increasingly difficult, they heard that a child could be sold for over 100,000. They conspired to take the risk, stealing 2 children with plans to sell them in the South. However, their intermediary was apprehended, forcing them to hide with the children for over a year. Unexpectedly, they discovered that using children to beg was highly effective, earning them several hundred in a single day. This insatiable human desire drove them to continue stealing more children, exploiting them for profit. The tale of the yellow-haired boy evoked deep reflections among the investigating officers. Such bizarre occurrences are frequently encountered during investigations, with the most common being pyramid schemes. The transformation of victims into criminals often occurs in an instant. In the office of the Badao Guai Police Station, the station chief addressed his colleagues, comrades. The higher authorities have mandated 100 days without theft, and we are now 70 days into it. I understand that everyone has been working tirelessly, but we must not let our guard down in these final days. Recently, we solved a major case that brought us significant honor, but let us not be blinded by victory. Before he could finish, his phone rang. Hello, Ma, what prompted you to call me? Really? The theft case has been resolved? Congratulations, Ma. This is a great relief for your station. Is it true that Xiao Chu played a significant role? Well, that is a testament to your leadership. You've also cracked a significant child trafficking case and rescued 5 children? This is truly commendable. After hanging up, Cheng Tao's emotions were conflicted. While Xiao Chu's assistance in solving the series of thefts was commendable, now he had also tackled a child trafficking case. It felt as if he were giving away the fruits of his labor to a neighbor. Cheng, has the series of thefts at the Ping An Police Station been resolved? Gao Xiangyang inquired cautiously. Cheng Tao nodded, confirming that it had been solved, thanks to Xiao Chu's timely discovery of clues. On his way back, Xiao Chu had also resolved the case of baby abduction, apprehending 3 suspects and rescuing 5 children. Wow, the Ping An Police Station has really risen to prominence now. Zhang Jigang exclaimed. With 2 major cases solved, surely a collective second-class merit is in the cards. Gao Xiangyang agreed, likely without a doubt. Huang Huihong, however, protested. But Shaolin should get the primary credit for these cases. We deserve half of the recognition. Cheng Tao interjected. What do you mean half? What have we done? Any credit belongs solely to Xiao Chu. It has nothing to do with us. Instead of harboring jealousy, we should reflect on why we failed to uncover these cases before Xiao Chu arrived. It's alarming that such vicious criminals operated under our noses without detection. How can we ensure the safety of the public? Cheng Tao's words plunged everyone in the room into deep self-reflection. Chapter 41. Chu Nan, is this child yours? Gao Xianyang remarked with a smile. Cheng's point is valid. Xiao Chu is indeed a remarkable surprise. However, this reflects more on his exceptional abilities than on us. Who would have thought that a passerby could be a drug dealer? That a few children could lead to uncovering a human trafficking ring? Our comrades are equally commendable and responsible. Yet, the subsequent efforts cannot rival innate talent. Xiao Chu is simply destined for this line of work, a comparison we cannot make. Zhang Jigang nodded in agreement, acknowledging that the instructor was right. Xiao Nan was indeed extraordinary. In a city with over 100 police stations, how many could solve 2 major cases in such a short time? At that moment, Cheng Tao's phone rang again, and after hanging up, he fell silent. After a prolonged silence, Cheng Tao finally spoke. That was a call from Director Liu, congratulating us. When Old Ma was preparing the report, he mentioned that the series of thefts and the child trafficking case were jointly handled by Ping An and our 8th Division. Old Ma has certainly done an admirable job. And here we are, still debating whether we deserve any credit for it. Cheng Tao's words left everyone's faces flushed with embarrassment. The personnel from the 2 police stations were busy attending to matters concerning Chu Nan, who, as the party involved, was now experiencing a slight headache. The little rascal who had bitten himself had been identified as Bai Bin. His parents were working in the south and wouldn't be able to arrive for at least 2 days. The rough men at Ping An Police Station were certainly ill-equipped to care for so many children. After discussions with higher-ups, it was decided to temporarily transfer the 5 children to a social welfare center for a few days. Unexpectedly, Bai Bin only recognized Chu Nan. And when Chu Nan was absent, he would quietly hide in a corner, ignoring everyone and refusing to eat or drink. He kept repeating a single phrase, "Where is Uncle Chu Nan?" The director of the welfare home, feeling helpless, could only call Ma Wenming for assistance. Ma Wenming, equally at a loss, turned to Chu Nan for help. Reluctantly, Chu Nan found himself at the social welfare center in Ping An. "Little guy, why are you being so disobedient? It's impolite not to respond when the uncles and aunties are speaking to you," Chu Nan gently said, squatting in front of Bai Bin. The child looked up at him with teary eyes and said, "Uncle Chu Nan, I'm sorry." "No, you have nothing to apologize for. I merely want to assure you that all the uncles and aunties here are taking care of you." "I'm scared, Uncle Chu Nan. Can I stay with you? I promise I won't bite you again. I can cook, do laundry, and sweep the floor. I won't eat snacks or drink peanut milk anymore. And I won't make you angry." The child's earnest plea shattered Chu Nan's composure, and tears streamed down his face uncontrollably. He scooped up little Bai Bin and, choked with emotion, said, "No, Uncle isn't blaming you. We will find your mom and dad. They miss you very much and will be here shortly. You'll get to see them the day after tomorrow. Will they like little 4? Bai Bin asked, his face filled with concern. The others had lazily assigned the simplest names to the 5 children. Little 2, Little 3, Little 4, and Little 5. Chu Nan gently ruffled his hair and smiled. "What foolishness are you speaking? You are your parents' treasure. If you don't want to stay here, you can come with Uncle, all right? When your mom and dad arrive, I will personally hand you over to them, okay?" "Okay." Little Bai Bin nodded without hesitation. Sun Jingyao watched Chu Nan and the little boy, deeply moved. She hadn't expected this eloquent and efficient man to possess such a gentle side. Looking at the child and then at herself, she felt a stark contrast in their circumstances. Just as the vehicle came to a stop, before Chu Nan could exit, Geng Xiulan suddenly appeared like a ghost. She glanced at Chu Nan and then at Sun Jingyao, breaking into a silly grin without uttering a word. This startled Sun Jingya greatly. Cough, sister Sun, this is my mother, Chu Nan quickly clarified. Sun Jingya looked at Chu Nan in surprise, her eyes filled with sympathy. A grown man, having to work while also caring for a confused mother? Despite her astonishment, Sun Jingya maintained her politeness and greeted, "Hello, auntie." Hello, daughter. You must be Nan's boss, right? Our Nan can be a bit reckless and might have caused you some trouble. Geng Xiaolan continued to grin. No, auntie, Chu Nan is very capable at work. Sun Jingya insisted, shaking her head vigorously. That's because his boss is good at leading. Daughter, how old are you? Geng Xiaolan leaned in and asked. Staring intently at Sun Jingya, feeling uncomfortable under her gaze, Sun Jingya politely replied, Auntie, I'm 25. Oh dear, 25 is splendid. You were born in the year of the monkey, right? My son was born in the year of the pig. Monkeys are clever and lively, while pigs are honest and simple. You two complement each other perfectly. Oh my, your zodiac signs are just too suitable. Geng Xiaolan exclaimed with excitement. Sun Jingya finally realized and felt her cheeks flush with embarrassment. Daughter, I can tell from your accent that you're from Linchuan, right? Where is your family from? Geng Xiaolan continued to ask eagerly. Chu Nan, sensing that Geng Xiaolan's questions might lead to trouble, quickly opened the car door and carried little Bai Bin out. Mom, sister Sun has things to attend to. We'll talk later. Sister Sun, please take my car back. Yes, it's inconvenient to take a taxi from here. Daughter, you can drive Nan's car back. Tomorrow morning, pick up Nan on your way to work. Geng Xiaolan eagerly nodded in agreement. Sun Jingya initially wanted to refuse, feeling it inappropriate to drive someone else's new car, but she genuinely feared Geng Xiaolan and could only nod. All right, Annie, goodbye. Goodbye, be careful driving. And let Nan know when you get home. Just a quick message to say you're safe, Geng Xiaolan said excitedly. Sun Jingya said nothing and stepped on the gas to leave. As the car disappeared from sight, Geng Xiaolan continued to wave. Chu Nan, feeling exasperated, remarked, Mom, it's done. They've already left. Oh dear, son, I didn't see clearly before, but now it's apparent. This girl is quite remarkable, Geng Xiaolan said, still brimming with excitement. Turning around, she finally noticed little Bai Bin in Chu Nan's arms and was instantly taken aback. Where is this child from? Is he from our neighborhood? Chu Nan rolled his eyes, feeling utterly defeated. Oh my, this woman is so focused on young ladies that she didn't even notice such a big child. This is a child we rescued during a case. And he has a special connection with me. Right now, he only trusts me. To avoid scaring him, he'll stay with us for a couple of days until his parents come to pick him up. Little Bai, say hello to Grandma. Greet her properly. Chu Nan said gently. Hello, Grandma, Bai Bin timidly called, clinging tightly to Chu Nan's neck. Hello, little Bai, Geng Xiaolan replied awkwardly. Once inside the house, Geng Xiaolan placed little Bai Bin on the sofa, fetched him a pile of fruits and snacks, turned on the television, and then pulled Chu Nan into the room. Son, my capacity for endurance is still quite good. You must tell me honestly, is this child yours? Geng Xiaolan asked, her face filled with tension. Mom, what are you thinking? He is 7 years old. I'm only 23. Chu Nan responded incredulously. He's 7. 7 years ago you were 16. Oh my, Nan, that is a bit excessive. My heavens, is he the round-faced girl who used to wait for you at the bottom of our building when you were in school? Don't worry, son. Our family's men take responsibility for their actions. A real man makes mistakes, but you can rest assured, Mom can manage. And I'll help take care of this child. It won't interfere with your work. Also, what is going on between you and the child's mother? We can't do anything to hurt her, Geng Xiaolan said seriously. Chapter 42. Something is awry with this little building. Disdain from the small child. Chu Nan took a deep breath, constantly reassuring himself. It's all right. This is his biological mother. It's fine. The elderly lady. Does she perhaps possess an overly imaginative mindset? Chu Nan could only recount the entire case to Geng Xiaolan, who was so moved that she wept, using up nearly half a pack of tissues. In an effort to compensate for the years of absence from Xiao Baibin's life, Geng Xiaolan made a special trip to the supermarket. She filled an entire trunk with snacks, toys, fruits, and milk. Just the clothing and shoes alone amounted to over a dozen sets, catering to all seasons. Chu Nan meticulously bathed Xiao Baibin and dressed him in fresh attire. The little one resembled a completely different person, akin to a porcelain doll, with his fair and tender skin. After dinner, as Chu Nan sat on the bed accompanying Xiao Baibin and watching cartoons, Sun Jingya unexpectedly sent him a text. How is the child? Quite well, he is engrossed in cartoons, Chu Nan casually replied. How is Annie? Sun Jingya typed these words, hesitated for a moment, then deleted them. In truth, she wished to inquire if Chu Nan's mother was unwell. However, no matter how delicately phrased, it would not be appropriate, would it? After much contemplation, Sun Jingya finally sent another text. Get to bed early. I will come to pick you up tomorrow morning. The following morning, upon arriving at the Badao Guai Police Station, everyone was exceptionally warm and enthusiastic. Each officer seemed invigorated, their voices booming, striding with purpose. Even their laughter resonating loudly. Such is the essence of morale. This phenomenon is not confined to military ranks. In any organization, heightened morale translates to greater efficiency. Clap, clap, clap. Chung Tao entered the main office and clapped his hands vigorously. Comrades, gather around. I have a few words to share. First and foremost, let us extend a warm welcome to Comrade Chu Nan, who returns in glory. He has successfully assisted our brother unit in cracking a series of thefts and a child trafficking case. Furthermore, the electric bike theft case monitored by Hui Hong has also been resolved. Well done. This alleviates a significant concern for us. Let us extend our congratulations. A round of fervent applause ensued. All right, let us return to the matter at hand. The campaign against residential burglaries has reached its conclusion, and the City Bureau has initiated the Qingfeng operation. I understand many comrades have been working tirelessly without rest for 2 months. However, we have no choice. Time is of the essence, and the tasks are demanding. Let us persevere a little longer, and I promise to commend everyone later. After task assignments were made, Chu Nan, Sun Jingya, and Wu Ziyun found themselves once again with little to do. There was no option but to continue their patrol on the streets. In a short time, Wu Ziyun had become well acquainted with the local vendors, exchanging greetings at every turn. The three moved leisurely along a narrow path that led deep into the alleys. Let us turn back, Sun Jingya said expressionlessly. Wait a moment, Chu Nan replied, his brow furrowed. Wu Ziyun perked up suddenly, surveying the surroundings with a vigilant expression. Master, is something amiss? Should we call for backup? Hold your tongue for now. Chu Nan's mind was racing. He had not discerned anything specific, but felt an unsettling aura in the vicinity. Scanning the area, his attention was drawn to a vacant lot not far away, filled with parked cars. This was a dead end. The lot should belong to an idle residence. The alley was quite narrow, barely 5 meters wide. And with the obstruction of utility poles, it was a challenge for even a single vehicle to pass. Was it not rather troublesome for cars to be parked here? Moreover, this alley stretched over 200 meters. For vehicles to park here, they must traverse a considerable distance. Over 10 vehicles were parked in this space, most being high-end luxury cars of the BBA tier. Chu Nan even spotted 2 off-road vehicles worth over $1 million. Surely, not all the residents of this alley were thriving in their careers. Why not invest this wealth in a more favorable residential area? Living in such a congested locale, with not a single reputable school nearby, seemed illogical. As Chu Nan surveyed the surroundings, a somewhat incongruous 4-story building caught his eye. The windows were tightly shut, all curtains drawn. At first glance, it appeared uninhabited, yet the exhaust vent continuously emitted a plume of smoke. Outside the entrance, surveillance cameras were installed on the walls, and the yard intermittently erupted with sharp barks from dogs. Something was amiss. Chu Nan was nearly certain that there was something suspicious within that building. The peculiarities of this establishment, sealed up during broad daylight, did not escape Sun Jingya's notice. Chu Nan cast a surprised glance at her. Indeed, her experience in criminal investigation was evident. The measure of a police officer's capability is not merely in their execution or physical prowess, but rather in their observational skills, deductive reasoning, and ability to uncover crime. Anyone can apprehend a criminal who is visible. The true skill lies in the ability to discern their presence. Is everything all right? There shouldn't be anyone living here. Many workers in Linchuan only return during holidays, Wu Ziyun interjected. This distinction was evident. She had overlooked numerous clues. This exemplifies how professionals discern subtleties while amateurs merely observe the spectacle. Sun Jingya, not one to coddle her, retorted coldly, if no one resides here, would the exhaust fan be running? Exhaust fan? Where? Wu Ziyun asked, her face a picture of confusion. Sun Jingya rolled her eyes in frustration and chose to ignore her. Chu Nan remained silent, turning to head back. Where are you going? There's clearly something wrong here, Sun Jingya exclaimed, exasperated. Chu Nan made his way to the garbage bin at the alley's entrance. When Wu Ziyun approached, he looked at her seriously and asked, Ziyun, do you wish to make a contribution? I do. Wu Ziyun nodded vigorously. All right then, sift through this garbage and see what you can find, Chu Nan instructed. Huh. Wu Ziyun's eyes widened in disbelief as she stared at Chu Nan. What is the point of rummaging through the trash? Are there any clues in there? Sun Jingya remained silent, purchasing a broom from a nearby store and began to search through the bin. Here, sister, a youthful voice piped up. Chu Nan turned to find a 4 or 5-year-old child offering an empty drink bottle to Sun Jingya. "What's this for, little one?" Sun Jingya asked, perplexed. "For you. Aren't you the one who collects scrap?" The child inquired earnestly. Chu Nan accepted the bottle with a smile, saying, "Thank you, little one. You're very kind. My mother says, why not find a job at a factory while you're young? You should work hard. Collecting scrap will earn you disdain." The child continued earnestly lecturing them. The woman beside him smiled awkwardly, saying, No, this child is just rambling. Collecting scrap is commendable, it's self-sufficient. But Mom, you didn't say that just now. The teacher said lying makes you a bad child, the little one replied with utmost seriousness. The woman smiled sheepishly, grabbing the child's arm and pulling him away, leaving Chu Nan and the others bewildered in the wind. It was one thing for the child to be oblivious, but the mother was equally uninformed. Is it common to see such young, beautiful girls collecting scrap? Wu Ziyan scoffed in disbelief. Sun Jingya's face turned crimson. Yet she continued her search in the trash bin. As she sifted through the top layer of refuse, 2 enormous black plastic bags were revealed. Upon piercing the bags, they were filled with a myriad of cigarette butts, cards, and tissues. Chu Nan hoisted both garbage bags and made his way directly to a secluded alley. "Why come here? Can't we just rummage through the trash bin?" Sun Jingya could not help but inquire. "What if we encounter someone from the casino?" Chu Nan's retort left Sun Jingya speechless. Aside from discarded playing cards, toilet paper, cigarette butts, and takeout containers, he unearthed a chip worth 100. Chapter 43. A major case unearthed from the trash. These 2 electricians are truly dramatic, aren't they? This casino operates with remarkable professionalism. In another plastic bag, an astonishing collection of toilet paper and used contraceptive supplies surfaced. Illegal gambling, and possibly even organized prostitution. This certainly qualifies as a significant case. Contact the station. We must take them down. Sun Jingya exclaimed, her excitement palpable. "Hold on. Let's not act rashly," Chu Nan cautioned, shaking his head. "Since they dare to engage in such activities, they undoubtedly have measures in place to counter us. Before we act, we must gather concrete evidence of their crimes. If we startle them, capturing them later will be exceedingly challenging. What should we do then? Can we disguise ourselves as gamblers to infiltrate?" Wu Ziyan tentatively suggested. "That won't work," Chu Nan reiterated, shaking his head once more. "A casino of this scale possesses strong counter-surveillance awareness. I suspect they operate on a membership basis or rely on referrals. If we recklessly approach, we will only alarm them." "That won't do, and neither will that. What are we to do?" Wu Ziyan fretted. Chu Nan chuckled softly. "Young lady, solving a case is akin to playing a game. One must not rush, but rather employ strategy." With that, he promptly dialed the power company. "Why call the power company? We could directly find the electrician responsible for this area." Sun Jingya expressed her confusion. Chu Nan smiled faintly. "Do you think this casino could operate here for so long without any connections?" Sun Jingya fell silent once more, her self-perceived intelligence wavering in Chu Nan's presence. Moments later, a van from the power company arrived in haste. "From the 8 Paths Police Station. I need you to come with us," Chu Nan announced as he entered the vehicle. The older electrician's expression darkened, and he stammered, "Comrade Police, I confess. This matter was orchestrated by me and Zhou Zhe." "Huh." Chu Nan stared in bewilderment at their unexpected admission. However, given the unfolding narrative, he decided to play along. "Is that so? Then you understand our policies, correct?" he inquired seriously. The older electrician nodded vigorously. Yes. Confessing brings leniency, while resisting brings severity. When I saw that 500 yuan, Zhou Zhe suggested we hand it over to the police, but I prevented him from doing so. This is all my fault. Please, show mercy and let him off this time. One person does the crime. One person bears the consequences. That clothing was purchased by me. And the money found in the pocket was also my discovery, the younger electrician asserted boldly. Who the hell are you trying to impress? Was it not I who suggested that the money was a gift from heaven? Or was I the one who proposed we spend it on a foot massage? The older electrician retorted angrily. Chu Nan began to comprehend the situation. It appeared that the pair had bought clothes likely worn by the shopkeeper or returned by someone else. They found 500 yuan in a pocket and, driven by greed, spent it without a word. While this act was a violation of regulations, it was not criminal. According to legal stipulations, if a person occupies someone else's forgotten or buried property and refuses to return it, and the value is substantial, they could be charged with illegal occupation. The threshold for filing such a case is 5,000 yuan, and the owner must express a desire to reclaim it. Simply put, if one merely finds something and does not report it, they are not committing an offense. However, if the owner or judicial authority requests its return and one refuses, that constitutes occupation. Of course, we must not engage in any unlawful activities. Chu Nan said with a hint of amusement. All right. You can return the money to the local police station later. Explaining the circumstances, you won't face any issues. I didn't summon you here for this, he added. Huh. The older electrician's eyes widened in alarm. Is there something else? Comrade police, have you made a mistake? We haven't engaged in any other illegal activities. The younger electrician, filled with shame, stammered. I sought something online last year, but officer, I swear I had no idea she was a prostitute. I thought she was just open-minded. Who knew she'd ask for money afterward? You little rascal. I told you online girls are unreliable. Why didn't you listen? The older electrician scolded angrily. Chu Nan was utterly bemused. Were these two truly this naive? He had encountered innocence before, but never to this extreme. Not wanting to prolong the situation, he stated directly, I brought you here to ask for your assistance. Huh. Both electricians stared at him in astonishment. Help? What could we possibly do to assist you? The older electrician inquired. What are your names? I'm Wang Fugui, and this is Zhou Zhe, my apprentice, the older electrician replied with a smile. There is indeed a situation requiring your assistance. We are conducting a covert operation. I apologize, but I must ask you to turn off your phones and hand them over to us, Chu Nan said with a smile. A covert operation? The younger electrician's eyes sparkled with excitement. Comrade, are we catching spies? Chu Nan couldn't help but shoot him a glance. This fellow had evidently watched too many dramas. I'm afraid I cannot disclose details until the operation is complete. Once the two electricians surrendered their phones, Chu Nan requested they cut the power to the alley where the casino was located. He then led them to begin inspecting the wiring in the alley. Before long, two rough-looking young men approached. Hey, what's going on? Why is the power out? One with bleached hair demanded angrily. Apologies, we are currently investigating a line fault. Chu Nan quickly replied. Please bear with us. It should be resolved within an hour at most. A line fault? Damn it. Why are we paying you useless people to do nothing? Hurry up, or I'll break your legs. The bleached-haired youth cursed. Zhou immediately bristled and retorted. How dare you speak to us like that? The line fault is our doing. We are paid by the state. What does that have to do with you? Damn it. Are you trying to get yourself killed? Do you think I won't? The bleached-haired youth exploded. Zhou descended from the ladder, rolled up his sleeves, and defiantly said, What? Do you think you're so tough? I'm not afraid of you. Chu Nan had not anticipated Zhou's boldness. He quickly stepped in front of him, smiling as he said, Let's calm down. My brother just had a breakup and is a bit emotional. We all want to get this fixed as soon as possible, right? Here, have a cigarette. Ugh, what a fool. The bleached-haired youth grumbled as he and his companion stormed off. Brother, you're a police officer. You should arrest scum like that. What a disgrace. Zhou fumed. Chu Nan stared speechlessly at Zhou. You must remember, we are currently engaged in covert operations. All actions must adhere to orders. Furthermore, I am your colleague now. Right, my apologies. I just momentarily forgot. Officer, I assure you I will conduct myself appropriately, Zhou exclaimed, his enthusiasm rekindled. The maintenance of the electrical lines was merely a procedural formality. Before long, the trio arrived before a modest four-story building. In the courtyard, a room was filled with an array of surveillance computers. A lackey, cigarette dangling from his lips, disdainfully remarked, Brother gang, why bother getting worked up over that pathetic loser? What an idiot. Earning only a few thousand a month, not even enough for us to soak our feet. And he thinks he has something special. Bah. Huang Mao spat forcefully. If it weren't for Brother Wu telling us not to stir up trouble, I would have taken him down myself. Suddenly, a series of knocks echoed through the air. The lackey glanced at the surveillance footage, cursing, Damn it, speak of the devil. Here he is. Don't cause any trouble. If we can't fix the power, it'll impede Brother Wu's business. Huang Mao interjected, stepping to the door and cracking it open slightly. What do you want? Apologies, brother, we meet again. We are experiencing a power outage due to a short circuit. We have checked the lines, and everything seems fine except for your establishment. We need to enter and inspect the main line. Chu Nan quickly chimed in with a smile. Damn, why are there so many issues? Hurry up. Remember, fix your electricity and don't look around, Huang Mao retorted, allowing a small gap for them to enter. Brother Zhou, I can go in by myself. You check the external lines. Let us split up to expedite the process, Chu Nan suggested as he grasped Zhou's arm. In the courtyard, two fierce bulldogs spotted Chu Nan and immediately began barking ferociously. All the windows were fitted with security bars, and the curtains were tightly drawn. The front door was a steel plate with a fingerprint unlock system, akin to those found in banks. Goodness, without prior reconnaissance. Forcing one's way in would have required considerable effort. Brother, I need to inspect your electrical box, Chu Nan said with a smile. Damn it, why are you so nosy? Can you fix it? If not, get lost, Huang Mao bellowed. Chu Nan, still smiling, replied, No, brother, the wiring issues must be clarified, even if we change personnel. This is an old community with aging lines. We need to ensure everything is in order and replace what is necessary. Otherwise, we might face complications later on. Electricity is quite dangerous. Follow me, Huang Mao said, his patience wearing thin as he opened the door, ushering Chu Nan inside. This is the electrical box. Hurry up and check it. Huang Mao demanded impatiently. Chu Nan nodded, feigning a thorough inspection. Inside, there was yet another door, albeit a simple wooden one. Just then, a middle-aged man emerged. As the wooden door was about to close, Chu Nan deftly propped it open with his foot, ensuring it merely shut without locking. Ah, Brother Huang, you're heading back already? Allow me to see you out, Huang Mao said, ingratiating himself as he followed the middle-aged man outside. Seizing the opportunity, Chu Nan slipped into the building. The first floor resembled a bar, with about a dozen patrons drinking. Chu Nan quietly ascended the staircase to the second floor. My goodness. Chu Nan nearly felt as if he had stepped into a gambling film. The entire floor was open, adorned with numerous gambling tables surrounded by eager spectators, all with bloodshot eyes. Fixated on the card tables, over a dozen scantily clad bunny girls darted through the crowd, serving drinks at a rapid pace. Clearly, the owner was a devoted fan of the gambling film series, perfectly replicating the casino-esque layout from the movies. Chu Nan activated his phone's camera, hastily capturing footage of the second floor before sending the video to Sun Jingya, accompanied by a text message. The evidence is irrefutable. We can take action. Chapter 44. A collective operation of hundreds. Are they planning to level the county town? At the intersection, Sun Jingya received the text and immediately dialed a number. Upon receiving Sun Jingya's call, Cheng Tao was momentarily taken aback. My goodness, a casino with hundreds of participants? This is something I've only seen on television. If this case is solved, its impact would surpass that of capturing an A-list fugitive or solving a homicide. After all, the media thrives on eye-catching stories. In China, there has always been a stringent crackdown on gambling, drugs, and other vices, leaving few daring to operate openly. Even illegal gambling tends to occur discreetly in desolate areas, often on a small scale. If a large-scale casino were to be unearthed, it would certainly be a sensational discovery, making waves in the news. Jingya, can you confirm this? Cheng Tao asked, attempting to calm his racing heart. Sun Jingya, sounding anxious, replied, Director Cheng, I have forwarded the video Chu Nan sent me. You need to act quickly. Chu Nan is still inside the casino. All right, please ensure everyone has safety. I will be on my way, Cheng Tao said, but before he could finish, Sun Jingya hung up. With the manpower from the 8th Road Police Station, executing an operation of this magnitude seemed like a dream. What to do? Gather reinforcements. Old Ma, I have a major case requiring your assistance. Gather all available personnel at your station and assemble at the intersection of 4th Ring Road and Minbing Avenue. Make sure everyone is equipped for protection. Those who need firearms should have them, and those who need shields should be prepared. This could be a tough battle. I haven't even had a drink. Hurry up, Xiao Chuan is still in the den of thieves. Old Lu, immediately gather all your available personnel, arm them, and assemble at the intersection of Minbing Avenue and 4th Ring Road. No time for explanations. Move quickly. Meanwhile, Chu Nan had made his way to the 3rd floor. This level was extravagantly decorated, gleaming with gold. At the entrance stood a nearly 2-meter-tall statue of Guan Yu, with incense burning in front of it. The 3rd floor was divided into numerous private rooms. Chu Nan casually opened one of the rooms, finding several individuals gathered around a gambling table. What are you doing? A sharply dressed young man asked suspiciously. Chu Nan smiled apologetically. My apologies, I took a wrong turn. Please, continue your game. After closing the door, he swiftly made his way to the 4th floor. The decor on the 4th floor was entirely different, awash in pink and white hues, with soft carpeting underfoot, complemented by gentle lighting and a faint scent of osmanthus. Was this not a haven of tenderness? Chu Nan opened another door, startling a man who was engaged in vigorous activity. My apologies, brother. I'm from room 666. I must have entered the wrong room. Please, continue. Chu Nan chuckled, closing the door behind him. Suddenly, hurried footsteps echoed, and moments later, several bouncers charged up. What the hell are you doing? The lead bouncer demanded angrily. Chu Nan quickly responded with a smile. I'm so sorry, brother. I'm just wondering where the restroom is. I had some old milk yesterday, and I simply cannot hold it any longer. The lead bouncer activated his walkie-talkie. Third brother. P.S. on the 4th floor. Where is the restroom, brother? If there's something to discuss, let's wait until I finish in there. I can't hold it any longer. Chu Nan tightly crossed his legs, his face contorted in pain. At the intersection of the 4th Ring Road, numerous police cars began to converge. What is going on here? Why are there so many police vehicles? Who knows? Probably a crackdown on vice. Let us hope the ladies can escape this ordeal. Finding a place to unwind has become increasingly challenging these days. Isn't that the truth? Where there's demand, there's a market, right? If both parties consent, why is it illegal? The onlookers began to chatter among themselves. A robust middle-aged man stepped down from a police car, astonished. Wow, why are there so many people here? Lao Chung, what are you planning to do? Are we going to assault Ping'an County? Ma Wenming looked at the middle-aged man with disdain. We're preparing to attack Nyoto Zhai. Are you here to surrender, the chief of Nyoto Zhai? Just joking. Lao Ma, I didn't know you were here too. The middle-aged man chuckled awkwardly. He was Lu Meng, the chief of the Nyoto Zhai Police Station. Cheng Tao's expression turned serious. Lao Ma, Lao Lu, this situation is urgent, so I won't mince words. Xiao Chu has discovered a large gambling den, with at least 200 to 300 patrons. They are not just gambling, they are also suspected of organizing prostitution. Xiao Chu infiltrated to gather intelligence, and he is now in a precarious situation. There is no time to request support from above. So I must rely on you two old friends. Given the urgency, I will take command of this operation. Without hesitation, Lu Meng replied, we are old friends. There is no need for formalities. Lao Chung, how could you let Xiao Chu take such risks? We must act swiftly, Ma Wenming exclaimed, his anxiety palpable. Meanwhile, Chu Nan found himself cornered by over a dozen thugs in a narrow corridor. Damn it, are you trying to get yourself killed? How did you end up here fixing wires? A young thug angrily questioned. No, brother, I'm just looking for the restroom. This place is so vast. I've searched everywhere and still can't find it. Please, where's the restroom? Just let me go, and I'll accept any punishment afterward. I truly cannot hold it any longer. Chu Nan desperately rubbed his legs, his expression one of utter distress. Initially, escaping was feasible when there were only a few individuals around. However, the police had yet to arrive, and if he ran, it might alert the casino owner. If that man fled with his entourage, where would they pursue him? Thus, he needed to buy time. The longer, the better. At that moment, a man dressed in a suit and overcoat, sporting a slicked-back hairstyle, sauntered over. Goodness, this place is a veritable forest. All kinds of characters here, including this older gentleman engaging in cosplay. His rotund figure is a complete waste of such attire. Sixth brother. The surrounding thugs stood at attention, greeting him in unison. Sixth brother gestured, and the young thug immediately produced a cigar the thickness of his thumb and offered it to him, then knelt to light it. How has such a pretentious person managed to survive this long? Chu Nan mused. However, he found it amusing. The more he pretended, the more time he bought. With a dramatic puff of his cigar, sixth brother declared with flair, strike, but leave him breathing. The young thug, now invigorated, brandished a steel pipe, swaggering toward Chu Nan. Just as the thug raised the pipe, Chu Nan lunged forward, delivering a powerful elbow strike to his chest. The thug's eyes rolled back as he collapsed, instantly rendered motionless. Sixth brother trembled, dropping his cigar. Everyone, attack him! He bellowed, hastily picking up his cigar and putting it back in his mouth. Chapter 45. Please, big brother, don't hit me. The remaining 10 or so thugs charged at Chu Nan. However, the corridor was only 2 meters wide, severely limiting their maneuverability. Within moments, Chu Nan had dispatched all 20 thugs to the ground. Please, big brother, don't hit me. I'll give you all the money. Sixth brother stammered. His face contorted in fear. Chu Nan smiled reassuringly. No worries, sixth brother. We gentlemen prefer words over violence. If you tell me where fifth brother is, I won't harm you. Fifth brother? Who is fifth brother? Sixth brother asked, bewildered. With a swift slap, Chu Nan struck sixth brother's face. You dare to defy me? Do you even know who fifth brother is? Smack. Please, big brother. I'll tell you. Smack. I don't know who fifth brother is. Smack. Please, big brother. Smack. I'll tell you. Apologies, sixth brother. I got carried away. You may speak now. Chu Nan said, graciously. Sixth brother, a middle-aged man in his 30s, sobbed uncontrollably. You're not a cop. You're a bandit. Fifth brother rarely comes to the casino. His name is Wang Bao, and he is my biological brother. I must warn you, he is quite ruthless. Anyone who crosses him ends up broken. Once, he merely asked if a watermelon was ripe, and the vendor ended up severely injured. If he learns of the chaos you've caused today, he would likely break one of your hands. Someone must have informed him. You should flee while you can. You may be skilled, but can you handle a gun? He possesses one and has taken lives before. Sixth brother said earnestly. Wow, that is quite the explosive revelation. This hefty man is truly a good brother. Chu Nan hastily dialed Cheng Tao's number. As soon as the call connected, he stated, the casino owner is named Wang Bao, known in the underworld as Fifth Brother. He has a firearm. Advise the brothers to exercise caution. Outside the building, Chung Tao, preparing to issue orders for the operation, gasped in shock. Lao Ma, Lao Lu, advised the brothers to be cautious. The suspect may be armed. Weve stumbled upon a big fish. Lao Ma replied, now equally anxious. Chung Tao glanced at his team and instructed, be careful during the operation, shields up front. When apprehending suspects, ensure you can see their hands. Understood? Understood. All right, let us move. With a commanding shout, hundreds of officers advanced toward the building. To everyone's surprise, they encountered no resistance and easily subdued around 200 individuals. The sight of scattered chips and cash electrified each operative's senses. No one could believe that such a place, once thought to exist solely in films, was nestled in their very own city. In addition to gamblers, patrons, and sex workers, the police uncovered more than a dozen disheveled and dazed young women in the basement. The interrogation proceeded unexpectedly smoothly. In just one afternoon, they had thoroughly investigated the intricacies of this casino. It was not merely a hub for illegal gambling and prostitution. There was also a lending operation in place. The daily turnover of the casino exceeded tens of millions. Wang Bao and his associates earned millions simply from their daily cut. Their lending activities extended beyond the casino and permeated the online realm. Those who could not repay their high-interest loans within the casino faced severe repercussions, ranging from brutal beatings to illegal confinement and even dismemberment. Men who defaulted on online loans were subjected to incessant phone harassment and death threats. Women, particularly those who were more attractive, were lured to the casino by Wang Bao's gang and coerced into selling their bodies to settle their debts. The more resilient among them faced imprisonment, beatings, and even sexual assault. Over the past few years, Wang Bao's gang had committed egregious acts. At least 100 individuals had suffered beatings and confinement at their hands, with 3 confirmed dead, and the number of those severely injured and disabled was still being assessed, likely exceeding 10. This revelation sent chills down Chung Tao's spine. This was his jurisdiction. This malignant group had wreaked havoc under his very nose for nearly 3 years. Had it not been for Chu Nan's discovery, who knew how many more would have fallen victim and how many families would have been shattered? Old Ma. This operation was truly commendable, Chung Tao exclaimed with palpable excitement. Lu Ming nodded in agreement, acknowledging the catharsis of the moment. The victims are not only scattered across Linchuan City, but have also spread to several neighboring counties. We have successfully eradicated a cancerous entity from our city. Chung Tao chuckled awkwardly, feeling ashamed that such a large criminal organization had thrived right under the watchful eyes of the 8 Paths. It's chilling to consider, comrades. I take responsibility for this oversight and will draft a report for the higher-ups. Hey, Lao Chung, what do you mean by that? Lu Ming interjected anxiously. If they have developed to this extent, it indicates that their reach is extensive and their vigilance acute. This suggests that there may be a traitor within our ranks. Lao Chung, we have merely taken the first step. There remains a long journey ahead if we intend to dismantle this gang entirely. Ma Wenming nodded, recognizing Lu's valid point. Old Lu has finally spoken sense. Lao Chung, do not burden yourself with undue guilt. Ma, how is the theft case progressing? Chu Nan could not suppress his curiosity. Primarily, he had yet to receive any relevant rewards from the system. Huang Rongjuan and his accomplices have confessed and are currently undergoing the examination process. However, this case has also led to the uncovering of a fraud case that our precinct is following up on. Another case has emerged? What is the story? Chung Tao inquired with growing intrigue. Huang Rongjuan's theft was primarily motivated by a female streamer he met online. She was quite alluring, and Huang, in his idle moments, had gifted her small amounts of money, successfully adding her on a chat platform. To his surprise, she was exceptionally understanding, and they enjoyed a harmonious rapport. Initially, Huang was cautious, given our 2 years of vigorous campaigns against online scams, including romance fraud. However, the streamer was astute, never broaching the topic of finances during their conversations, and even advised him against wasting money on gifts. Gradually, she earned Huang's trust. During their chats, she casually mentioned that she was playing a mobile game. After Huang inquired a few times, she finally revealed the game's name, and they began playing together. As time passed, their relationship deepened. The game featured a marriage function, and the streamer often invited Huang to participate in friends' weddings within the game. Eventually, Huang felt that he could not allow his woman to envy others and proposed a wedding in the game with her. However, hosting a wedding in-game was no trivial expense. A basic ceremony cost over 10,000 yuan, with the most extravagant costing 66,666 yuan each time. His first wedding alone amounted to over 10,000 yuan. The streamer, claiming to feel sorry for Huang's expenditure, even transferred half of it back to him. Seeing this, Huang was convinced of her sincerity and gradually fell deeper into her trap. spending between 7 to 800,000 yuan over 3 months on gifts and wedding ceremonies within the game, despite lacking the funds, resorting instead to online loans and robbing Peter to pay Paul. When he could no longer sustain this charade, he was left with no choice but to take risks. We have investigated this streamer and discovered that this is not an isolated incident. A foreign company has established a gaming site, employing female streamers to attract victims and entice them to spend. The brilliance of this scam organization lies in their method. They do not directly request money but instead lure victims into spending within the game and live streams. Even if victims report the incidents, these scammers can present themselves as innocent parties, making them nearly impossible to prosecute, Ma Wenming lamented. Lu Ming sighed. These fraudulent tactics are indeed insidious. Men must remain vigilant out there. Chapter 46. The meaning of being a police officer. The child falling incident. Ma Wenming spoke up. Lao Cheng, I need to handle my case, so I will take my leave. Understood. I appreciate your assistance today. I will treat you all to a meal when time permits. Cheng Tao replied. Lu Ming laughed heartily. Ha, no problem. If anything like this happens again, call me. I'm not afraid of the hassle. Indeed, in such significant cases, rewards are to be expected. Just running errands could earn you commendations. Who wouldn't want such a sweet deal? After exchanging pleasantries, Lu Ming and Ma Wenming rose to depart. While everyone was busy, Chu Nan found himself at leisure. He sat quietly in the office, sipping tea. Congratulations, host. Major serial theft case completed. Case level, C. Completion rating, A. System reward, 300 justice points. System reward, 1 copper treasure chest. Hearing the system's notification, Chu Nan felt a twinge of disdain. There was little he could do. He had set his expectations too high. It was akin to being accustomed to gourmet delicacies only to be served instant noodles, bland and unsatisfying. System detected 1 unopened treasure chest. Would you like to open it immediately? Open it. Congratulations, host. New profession unlocked. Master of Vocal Mimicry. Master of Vocal Mimicry, capable of imitating various sounds to achieve a lifelike quality. This reward left Chu Nan utterly bewildered. Although he understood that a copper treasure chest would not yield anything remarkable, what on earth was a master of vocal mimicry? Was the system paving the way for him, ensuring he had a skill to fall back on should he decide to leave the police force? The case was nearing completion, with only the pursuit of fugitives left to tackle. Particularly, the elusive mastermind behind the casino, known as Fifth Brother, had yet to be apprehended. Until then, this case could not be considered resolved. At this juncture, it is no longer a matter for the local police station. The entire case has been directly transferred to the Criminal Investigation Team, who will be responsible for apprehending the fugitive and coordinating with the prosecutorial and judicial authorities moving forward. As the end of the workday approached, the auxiliary officer at the entrance brought in a middle-aged couple. Both individuals were carrying large plastic bags, their hair disheveled and their faces drawn, appearing as if they had endured a long and arduous journey. Officer Chu, they are here to see you. Claiming to be here to reclaim their child, the auxiliary officer announced. Are you Officer Chu? The woman asked, her voice trembling with emotion. I am the mother of Bai Bin. As she spoke, her voice caught in her throat, rendering her momentarily speechless. The man presented his identification to Officer Chu Nan, tears streaming down his face. Officer Chu, here is my ID. We have already verified our identity with the Ping and police station. This is a certificate issued by them, along with Bai Bin's birth certificate, household registration, and the paternity test conducted at Ping and police station. After meticulously reviewing all the documents, Chu Nan nodded and said, Very well, please wait a moment. Bai Bin is at my home. I will have my mother bring him over. Oh, thank you, Officer Chu, the man exclaimed, overwhelmed with emotion. In casual conversation, Chu Nan learned that after the child went missing, the child's grandfather could not bear the grief and suffered a stroke. The grandmother, perpetually in tears, was in a poor mental state, often calling out for Bai Bin, believing he was still there. This couple had traversed the country over the years in search of their child, selling their house and car, subsisting on odd jobs, and rushing to any city where they heard even a whisper of news, all the while searching tirelessly. Cheng Tao was busy attending to the couple when, shortly thereafter, Geng Xiulan arrived at the police station with little Bai Bin. Although the child was too young to remember his parents' faces when he was abducted, perhaps due to the bond between mother and child, Bai Bin's eyes filled with astonishment upon seeing his mother. Instantly recognizing her son, Bai Bin's mother covered her mouth with her hand, trembling uncontrollably. Bai Bin, I am your mother, she choked out. Little Bai Bin clung tightly to Officer Chu Nan's leg, his gaze a mixture of anticipation and fear. Bai Bin's father wiped his tears and, with a quivering voice, said, Son, I am your father. You used to love riding horses. I would carry you every day. Do you not remember? He then presented a candied hawthorn. Look, this is a tonghulu, your favorite treat. Chu Nan took the tonghulu and handed it to little Bai Bin with a smile. Here you go, little one. This is a gift from your father. Brother, sister. It has been too long. Bai Bin is a bit shy. He will be fine in a few days. This little fellow is very obedient, Bai Bin's mother said, covering her mouth as she wept softly. Bai Bin's father kept his gaze fixed on his son, yearning to touch or embrace him, yet hesitating, unsure of how to approach without frightening the child. Thus, every time he raised his hand, he would withdraw it again. Chu Nan gently ruffled little Bai Bin's hair and said, Bai Bin, you are now a young man. You must be understanding. What did you promise me last night? You must listen to your father and mother, do you remember? No, Bai Bin shook his head. Then why not call out to your father and mother? Chu Nan prompted. Clinging to Chu Nan's leg, Bai Bin's lips moved, and finally, gathering his courage, he softly called out, Daddy, Mommy. Bai Bin's mother could no longer contain herself, embracing little Bai Bin and bursting into tears. The scene moved all the female officers to discreetly wipe away their tears, while the male officers, despite their efforts to maintain composure, had reddened eyes. Officer Chu, thank you. You have saved Bai Bin and our whole family, Bai Bin's father said, dropping to his knees. This startled Chu Nan, who quickly reached out to support him, anxiously saying, Brother, what are you doing? Get up. This is not the time for such gestures. Indeed, it is our duty to protect the lives and property of the citizens, Chung Tao interjected. After a bit of coaxing, the couple calmed down. Bai Bin's father retrieved a white plastic bag from the corner, looking sheepish as he said, we don't have much to offer in gratitude. This is some cured meat we made ourselves, truly from local pigs. Please, have a taste. Chung Tao waved his hand. Comrade, we cannot accept this. Our policy is to not take anything from the public. Wouldn't that be a violation of our principles? No, please. This is our homemade meat. It is of little value. We brought it over 1,000 kilometers. We cannot take it back. Bai Bin's father insisted. Chung Tao hesitated slightly before accepting the bag. All right, we shall accept it. He then pulled out a small bundle of cash and pressed it into Bai Bin's father's hand. Brother, you have endured much for your child these past years. This is a small token from all of us here. Congratulations on your family reunion. This is unacceptable. We cannot accept your money. Bai Bin's father protested, blocking Chung Tao's hand. Chung Tao replied with a frown, What do you mean? This money is not for you. We initially intended to gift Bai Bin with some clothing, a backpack, and shoes. However, we were uncertain of his preferences, so we thought it best for you to choose for him. All right, enough of this pushing and shoving in front of the child. We don't want to frighten him. Chung Tao adeptly navigated the balance between human sentiment and professional protocol, ensuring Bai Bin's parents felt acknowledged while avoiding any impropriety. The couple departed with little Bai Bin amidst profuse thanks. Chung Tao remarked, This is the very essence of our profession. Xiao Zhou, take this cured meat to the cafeteria. Let us add it to tomorrow's lunch so we can all taste it. Just then, a young female officer spoke up. There has been a report of a child falling from a building at Fanchao Community. The dispatch center has requested us to send someone over. Chapter 47. The case of the child falling from a building. A perplexing scene awaited. I'm on it. Chu Nan exclaimed, immediately sprinting away. Senior, wait for me. Wu Ziyun hurriedly chased after him. Sun Jingyao followed leisurely behind. Both Chu Nan and Wu Ziyun were still probationary officers, lacking independent law enforcement authority. This kid has quite the spirit, Gao Xiangyang chuckled. Chung Tao remarked. When we first started, who didn't have that kind of energy? Whenever there was a case, we all vied for the chance to respond. Gao Xiangyang's smile slowly faded, and he nodded with a wry grin. Indeed, we have all succumbed to the harsh realities of life. By the time they arrived at the scene, the ambulance had already arrived, and a crowd had gathered. In the center of the crowd, a man and a woman were inconsolable, crying out in anguish. A small girl, appearing to be around 4 or 5 years old, lay motionless in a pool of blood. Her delicate, pale face still bore a hint of color, almost resembling that she might still be alive. However, Chu Nan immediately noticed that her chest showed no signs of rising or falling. Approaching the examining doctor, Chu Nan anxiously inquired, Doctor, we are from the Badao Guai Police Station. How is the child? Alas, the doctor shook his head, declaring it too late. The vital signs had completely vanished, and it was estimated that death had occurred over 10 minutes prior. Doctor, please, I beg you, save Nyonyo. Please, save Nyonyo. A man, scarcely 30, wept bitterly. The doctor sighed helplessly, lamenting, such a little child, just at the age of mischief. One must keep a close watch. How could this have happened? Nyonyo, please wake up. Oh, Nyonyo, I'm so sorry. The man cried as he pounded the ground in despair. However, The woman beside him, despite her tear-filled eyes, appeared less affected by sorrow. What a pity. Nyonya was such a sweet girl, so understanding and polite. Indeed, such a poor child. Oh my, is that not the little girl from the 11th floor? I saw her playing alone at the amusement park just this noon. What happened? How could she fall? I heard she was being mischievous, climbing the balcony wall using a stool. Why didn't they install a glass safety window or something? Exactly, it's far too dangerous. The surrounding crowd sighed in unison. Chu Nan glanced up. The building featured an open balcony that extended outward. Many households had installed safety railings or large windows, yet some had opted for aesthetics, merely raising the height of the walls. The 11th floor balcony was one of the few that lacked safety measures. Excuse me, are you the child's parents? Chu Nan inquired. The young man nodded, tears streaming as he replied, Yes, I am Nyonyo's father. And you? Chu Nan directed his gaze toward the young woman. I am her stepmother. She responded. Ah, a stepmother? Surely this child wasn't harmed by her. Shu, don't speak recklessly. That woman isn't to be trusted. Be wary of her. Every time I saw that little girl, she was always playing by herself. A child with a mother is a treasure. Without one, they are but a weed. The onlookers began to murmur again. The woman immediately flared up, shouting, Are you even human? Is this how you speak? What is wrong with being a stepmother? Were you all raised by stepmothers? Did your stepmothers deny you food and drink? An elderly lady retorted angrily, How dare you insult us? Are we talking about you? And you get defensive? What is the matter? Feeling guilty, are we? You ought to reflect on how you treat that little girl. You old hag, relying on your age to bully others? What? Did you grow up so poor that you had to eat chicken bones? The woman spat furiously. Enough, enough. What are you saying? The child is still lying here. Is this appropriate? Chu Nan demanded sternly. Nyonyo's father shot the woman a fierce glare and coldly admonished. What nonsense are you spouting? Turning to Chu Nan and the elderly lady, he suddenly knelt on the ground, exclaiming, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. We have been busy starting a business and Haven Tea had time for Nyonyo. She always told me that there were many older brothers and sisters, grandpas and grandmas in our community to play with her. I was planning to find time to thank you all. I never imagined Nyonyo would be gone. Oh, this is my fault. I'm so sorry, Nyonyo. I failed you. I just wanted to earn more money to give her a better life. Oh, I'm such a wretch. Wu Ziyun could not help but interject, to err is human. You never wished for this. Please, accept my condolences. Indeed, young man, this is not solely your fault. Yes, every child is a treasure to their parents. Take heart. It's been tough on you too. The surrounding crowd began to offer their condolences. As the voices around them gradually faded, Chu Nan finally spoke. My friend, my condolences. May I visit your home? I apologize, but I must follow procedure. Of course, here is my house key, Nyonyo's father said, producing a key and handing it to Chu Nan. Chu Nan nodded, accepting the key. You suspect the child's death is not so straightforward? In the elevator, Sun Jingya could not restrain her curiosity. Chu Nan shook his head. I don't know. Let us go take a look. Upon entering the house, Chu Nan did not immediately head for the balcony, but instead wandered through the rooms. To his surprise, he found the walls adorned entirely with photographs of Nyonyo's father and the woman, who was identified as Nyonyo's mother. He noticed that even in Nyonyo's bedroom, there were no pictures of her. The only toy present was an old-looking long-legged rabbit plush on the bed, in stark contrast to the opulent decor of the master bedroom. Nyonyo's room was merely modestly furnished, a small cabinet and a somewhat worn desk. Approaching the desk, Chu Nan spotted a crooked drawing. Upon closer inspection, it depicted a woman holding the hand of a little girl. The girl, with a tiny ponytail, bore a resemblance to Nyonyo, both figures smiling blissfully. Scrawled across the top in uneven letters were the words, me and mommy. Chu Nan felt a pang in his heart. On the balcony, a few potted plants were arranged. The wall appeared to be about 1 meter high, with a rattan chair placed beneath it, roughly 70 centimeters tall. Given Nyonyo's height of approximately 1 meter 10, it would have been feasible for her to climb up, albeit with considerable effort. The wall's width measured over 20 centimeters, and the height of the rattan chair was around 50 centimeters. A small child could certainly manage to ascend, though it would be quite challenging. After all, children, especially little girls, possess limited upper body strength. Chu Nan found it difficult to comprehend why Nyonyo would exert such effort to climb to such heights. However, children's imaginations can be boundless, and any number of scenarios could unfold. What raised Chu Nan's suspicions were the apparent screw holes on the exterior wall. Moreover, judging by the coloration of the wall, it was evident that a safety railing had been installed not long ago. For reasons unknown, it had been removed, constituting a significant factor in Nyonyo's tragic fall. Of course, this alone would not serve as evidence. Chu Nan's gaze inadvertently fell upon the wall above the rattan chair. The wall was adorned with faux wood-patterned tiles, and having rained the previous night, fine water streaks were visible upon close inspection. Chapter 48. A beast that does not eat its young. Is he not a monster? Sister Sun, notify the criminal investigation team and have them send over forensic experts and trace specialists, Chu Nan said coldly. What? Sun Jingya and Wu Ziyun gasped in disbelief. Staring at Chu Nan. Why notify the criminal investigation? Do you suspect something amiss with Nyonyo's fall? Sun Jingya asked, astonished. Not suspect, but certain. Chu Nan asserted confidently. What have you discovered? Sun Jingya inquired, her excitement palpable. Chu Nan pointed at the wall, saying, for a 5-year-old child to climb this wall, how would she do it? She could just grip the edge and push herself up. Beside them, Wu Ziyun could not help but interject, indeed. Chu Nan nodded, clinging to the wall, and with a couple of thrusts, ascended to the top. However, there were no traces of footholds on the wall, as if it bore no marks whatsoever. Goodness gracious, brother, your powers of observation are quite extraordinary, Wu Ziyun exclaimed, staring at Chu Nan in astonishment. Chu Nan shook his head, asserting that it was not merely an issue of observation. From the onset, he had harbored suspicions regarding the matter. Logically speaking, when faced with danger, an individual is driven by an instinctual self-preservation reflex. Therefore, a person falling from a height would instinctively struggle and curl up. Furthermore, if Nyonyo had climbed up by herself and subsequently fell, there would only be 2 possibilities. First, she could have climbed up, but, due to insufficient arm strength, toppled sideways. In such a case, upon landing, she would have been on her side. She was far too small to adjust her body in midair. The second possibility is that Nyonyo climbed up but could not alter her posture at the edge of the wall, thus only falling forward was feasible. Yet, when Nyonyo died, she was found lying flat. Moreover, regardless of how she landed, it was undoubtedly a fall. If that were the case, do you not think the location where Nyonyo fell is too far from this building? Sun Jingya's eyes lit up, and she nodded. That's right. Initially, I also felt something was amiss, but I didn't contemplate it deeply. Goodness, this stepmother is truly malevolent, Wu Ziyun remarked, struggling to accept the notion. Not necessarily, Chu Nan replied, shaking his head. Wu Ziyun's eyes widened once more. Brother, you aren't suggesting that Nyonyo was thrown by her father, are you? How could that be? Even a tiger does not consume its own cub, she continued. Even if he no longer wanted Nyonyo, he could easily have left her with her mother. Even if her biological mother abandoned her, or if her mother were deceased, he could have taken Nyonyo to an orphanage, right? He has 1,000 reasons not to abandon Nyonyo, yet not a single justification for killing her. Nyonyo's stepmother is only about 1.6 meters tall. To throw Nyonyo off, she would have to lift her. Yet, this stepmother clearly appears to be pampered and delicate, incapable of even lifting a finger. Nyonyo is somewhat plump, likely weighing around 25 kilograms. It would surely be quite a struggle for her to lift Nyonyo. At most, she could only have picked Nyonyo up and dropped her. But then the distance Nyonyo fell could not possibly be this far, Chu Nan stated. Wu Ziyun gazed at Chu Nan, momentarily taken aback, and shook her head. What you say makes sense, but I still cannot believe this was her father's doing. Whether he did it or not can be determined through investigation, Chu Nan replied coldly. The group descended to the ground once more. Nyonyo's father sat despondently on the grass, staring blankly at Nyonyo's lifeless body. Nyonyo's stepmother squatted beside him, one hand resting on his arm, occasionally wiping her tears away. I apologize, but I have a few questions that require your cooperation, Chu Nan began. Nyonyo's father stared blankly at Chu Nan, remaining silent. What were you doing when Nyonyo fell? Chu Nan inquired. Although the previous findings could logically suggest that Nyonyo's death was likely not accidental, this could not be considered direct evidence. After all, there is always a 1 in a million chance for any occurrence. Moreover, deductions hold little weight in the prosecutor's office or court without substantive proof. Thus, Chu Nan needed to gather more direct evidence. Nyonyo's father began to cry again. I was on the phone with a client. Lily was sleeping. How did you discover Nyonyo had fallen? Chu Nan pressed on. Nyonyo's father explained. While I was on the call, I kept an eye on Nyonyo. She was quite mischievous, and I feared for her safety. In a moment, I turned my head. I saw Nyonyo climbing onto the wall. I rushed over to pull her down, but she had already fallen. How did Nyonyo fall? What was her position? This question momentarily took Nyonyo's father by surprise. After a brief contemplation, he responded, She climbed up and lost her grip, then fell. He even mimicked a sideways tumble as he spoke. Chu Nan's gaze grew chillingly cold. There were protective railings on the balcony, correct? Why were they removed? Chu Nan probed. Nyonyo's stepmother immediately responded. The railings were unsightly and obstructed the light. After some discussion, we decided to remove them and replace them with floor-to-ceiling windows. We have already placed an order for the windows, and installation is scheduled for tomorrow. Yes, I was careless. I thought Nyonyo was too short to encounter any issues. Woe is me, I was too negligent. Nyonyo's father lamented, his face contorted with anguish. This explanation was plausible. However, the issue lay in the fact that their responses were too impeccable, as though rehearsed. Before posing this question, Chu Nan had anticipated this outcome. He was merely testing the waters. What about Nyonyo's mother? Have you contacted her? Chu Nan continued his inquiries. Nyonyo's father shook his head. No, I don't know how to tell her. Why did Nyonyo stay with you after your divorce? Chu Nan asked. Without hesitation, Nyonyo's father replied. We had 2 children. During the divorce, we agreed to share custody, 1 for each. It was evident that Nyonyo was not willingly kept by this man. A single woman could hardly sustain 2 children. Chu Nan turned to the woman beside him, whose hand occasionally brushed her abdomen, capturing his attention. Are you pregnant? Chu Nan tentatively asked. The woman looked at him in surprise, then cast a glance at her partner before vigorously shaking her head. No. Just then, 2 police cars screeched to a stop nearby. Zhang Jing hurriedly approached with several officers in tow. Chu Nan rose to greet him. Curious, Captain Zhang. Why have you come personally? This is rather unusual. Indeed, it was quite strange. With so many personnel in the criminal investigation unit, a case like this would typically be handled by a specialized homicide team, while the head of the criminal investigation unit would prioritize such cases. They could hardly lack other responsibilities. Of the 3 cases he encountered, all were led by Zhang Jing. Jingyao called me directly. What is the situation here? Zhang Jing stated candidly. Chu Nan briefly recounted his findings. Zhang Jing stared at him in disbelief, cautiously suggesting, surely not? Could a parent truly commit such an act against their own child? Chu Nan replied, in a vast forest, one can find all types of birds. Zhang Jing nodded, his gaze piercing as he scrutinized several individuals nearby. At that moment, a woman frantically rushed towards the crowd, exclaiming, Nyonyo, Nyonyo, Mommy is here, Mommy is here. Upon seeing Nyonyo lying in a pool of blood, the woman collapsed to the ground in shock. Then, using both hands and feet, she crawled over to Nyonyo's side. Nyonyo, it's Mommy. Nyonyo, Mommy is here. Wailing, woo, Nyonyo, please wake up. Mommy will never leave you again. Nyonyo, darling, please wake up. Please wake up. The woman cried out in despair. Beside her, Nyonyo's father spoke in a low, remorseful voice. Shinyue, I'm sorry. It's my fault for not watching over Nyonyo. I'm so sorry. Slap. Nyonyo's mother slapped him hard across the face. Then, as if driven mad, she unleashed a flurry of slaps upon the man. Oh, give me back my daughter. Give me back my daughter. Sister, please calm down. Sun Jingyao hurriedly grasped Nyonyo's mother's arm. Wu Ziyun chimed in, Sister, let us remain calm. Rest assured, we will take charge of everything for you. The forensic expert approached Chu Nan and Zhang Jing. Captain Zhang, after examining the scene, it aligns with characteristics of death from a high fall. There are some minor subcutaneous hemorrhages on the child's buttocks and back, but no fatal injuries. Preliminary examinations show no signs of poisoning, the forensic expert stated. Subcutaneous hemorrhage is a medical term indicating bruising. For instance, when a slap or a kick occurs, the impacted area turns red due to ruptured capillaries, causing blood to seep out, resulting in redness and warmth. If the impact is sufficiently forceful, an accumulation of bruising may manifest as blue or purple. Such injuries generally disappear within 2 to 3 days. This result indicates that Nyonyo had been struck within 2 to 3 days before her death. However, this does not prove anything conclusive. In our country, despite the increasing emphasis on civilized education over the years, the adage that beneath the rod, one produces filial sons still holds truth. When a child misbehaves, a good spanking is considered normal. Before long, the trace evidence expert arrived. Before speaking, he instinctively glanced at Chu Nan, truly intimidated by him. Captain Zhang, there is nothing of note inside the house. Officer Chu's leads do indeed exist. There are no signs of footmarks on the wall's surface, and the spot where the little girl fell is noticeably distant. However, this remains mere speculation and cannot serve as evidence. Upon careful examination, I did find footprints on that rattan chair. Zhang Jing nodded and turned to Chu Nan. Indeed, we still require concrete evidence, preferably a motive for their actions. As the group conversed, Nyonyo's mother's emotions began to ease somewhat. Sister, I apologize for your reluctance to speak under these circumstances. However, we still need your cooperation to ask a few questions, Chu Nan said, offering a few tissues to Nyonyo's mother. She accepted the tissues, wiped her eyes, and hoarsely replied, Go ahead. Why did you two get divorced? Chu Nan inquired. He cheated, Nyonyo's mother spat through clenched teeth. Cheated? Are you certain? Chu Nan asked, somewhat taken aback. When I was pregnant with our second child, I fell and injured myself, so my health has been poor since the birth. That scoundrel not only failed to care for us, but would disappear for 10 days or even half a month. Later, he had the audacity to tell me he wanted a divorce. I thought it was just a marital spat, so I didn't give it much thought. After all, we have 2 children, and I assumed he wouldn't disregard them entirely. However, from that moment on, his attitude worsened. He not only neglected home, but returned with a demeanor that was unrecognizable. Eventually, he insisted on a divorce, and I had no choice but to agree. To my shock, just after our divorce, I heard from others that he was cohabiting with another woman. Isn't that cheating? Ñoño's mother seethed. Chu Nan nodded and continued to inquire. Was he good to Ñoño? After all, he chose to keep Ñoño with him during the divorce. Nonsense. Ñoño's mother retorted angrily. He never wanted Ñoño. I had no choice. My health is fragile, and with no steady income, I couldn't support 2 children. During the divorce negotiations, I feared for the children's well-being with the stepmother. So I told him I could take both kids, but lacked the means to raise them. I asked him for 2 million yuan and a monthly alimony of 5,000 until the kids turned 18. He refused, claiming I was using the children as leverage for money. Officer, is that reasonable? With the current cost of living, can 5,000 a month support us 3? And the 2 million was intended as an education fund for the kids. Is that too much to ask? Tuition, extracurricular classes, aren't they all costly? When they grow up, they'll need to get married. Shouldn't I consider their future? Eventually, he adamantly refused to provide alimony, leaving me no choice but to insist we each take 1 child. I'm not capable, and I can't let both children suffer, can I? After the new year, he even told me to take Ñoño away. He said his new girlfriend was pregnant and would not have time for Ñoño. What could I do? The second child is only 3, and I need to work while caring for him. If Ñoño stayed with me, we'd all starve. Chu Nan's gaze turned icy. This was the motive for the crime. The motive was established, and leads were present. Yet, there remained no concrete evidence. Such cases are particularly challenging. Regardless of the situation, to secure a conviction, both eyewitness and material evidence are essential. But so far, this case holds no witnesses, no physical evidence, and the victim is deceased. Unless the perpetrator experiences a change of heart, there truly seems to be no avenue for resolution. For now, they could only bring the couple in under the pretense of cooperating with the investigation. Chu Nan and his team followed Zhang Jing to the Criminal Investigation Division. This situation was giving him a headache, and he suspected the division was equally strained. Thus, Chu Nan felt uneasy. As expected, Ñoño's father and Lu Li seemed to have conspired together, answering every question with ignorance, firmly insisting that Ñoño had climbed up by herself and that her death was an unfortunate accident, one they regretted due to their negligence. In the office, Zhang Jing, Chu Nan, Sun Jingya, Wu Ziyun, and the deputy chief of the Criminal Investigation Division, Chen Ronghao, along with the trace evidence expert Wang Bo, who Chu Nan had seen a few times, were present. Chen Ronghao spoke up. I wonder if we might be overly sensitive about this matter? While there are doubts, they remain mere speculations. The little girl climbing the wall is indeed difficult, yet some children may possess inherent physical abilities and could manage without assistance. Sun Jingya countered. But how do we explain the location where the child's body fell? Wang Bo replied. There could be multiple factors at play. For instance, the child might have jumped. And if there was a crosswind at the time of landing, those could influence the landing spot. Zhang Jing remained silent, his unwavering gaze fixed on Chu Nan. How long will it take to restore their chat records? Chu Nan asked. Zhang Jing hesitantly remarked. This is rather uncertain. According to my colleagues in the technical department, it could take over an hour if things go smoothly, or a day if they do not. Chu Nan's lips moved slightly as he offered a somewhat sheepish smile, saying, Captain Zhang, I have an idea that could help ascertain whether they are indeed suspects. However, it is not particularly conventional. Chapter 50. Poor child. Ñoño's mother's strange reaction. Zhang Jing, feeling a sense of urgency, interjected, What time is it? Why are you still speaking in riddles? What does it matter if it's conventional or not? As long as it can solve the case and doesn't violate any regulations? Chu Nan replied with a grin, I possess a talent for mimicry. I can imitate Ñoño's father's voice. During the interrogation, I could sit in the room while you all casually pass by, and I could feign a confession, laying the blame on Lu Li. From my observations, Lu Li has quite a fiery temper, and their relationship is not particularly harmonious. Thus, if there is something amiss, I suspect Lu Li would not be able to contain herself. As soon as Chu Nan finished speaking, everyone was left in stunned silence, their eyes fixed on him with an odd intensity. Zhang Jing, with a bitter expression, said, No, Chu Nan, I understand your eagerness to solve the case. However, this is no child's play. Are they not familiar with each other? Would he not recognize your voice? You are still too young, Xiao Chu. I can empathize with you. I was once in your shoes, dreaming of cracking cases. Chen Ronghao chimed in with a chuckle. Suddenly, Chu Nan imitated Zhang Jing's voice, saying, I understand your urgency in solving the case, but this is no child's play. Are they not familiar with each other? Would he not recognize your voice? The meeting room fell into a profound silence, with everyone staring intently at Chu Nan. Wu Ziyun, her eyes wide, was the first to break the silence, asking, Senior brother, did you record that? Comrade Wu Ziyun, do I need a recording? Chu Nan continued to imitate Zhang Jing's voice. Damn. Zhang Jing finally managed to let out a curse after a long pause. How did you do that? Chu Nan replied with a calm smile. I suppose it's a gift. I've always been particularly adept at mimicking voices. I think Chu Nan's idea is worth trying. Sun Jingya couldn't help but say. Wang Bo, however, voiced his concerns, saying, But isn't this an illegal method of obtaining testimony? What illegal? We're just playing around. How could it be illegal? Whether Lu Li believes it or not is none of our concern, Zhang Jing stated earnestly. In the interrogation room, Lu Li, growing impatient, said, I say, have you finished? You've asked all your questions, can I leave now? Don't think that we common folks are ignorant of the law. I have neither committed a crime nor violated any laws. You have no right to restrict my personal freedom. A young female officer interjected, I apologize, ma'am. We are merely conducting a routine inquiry. We haven't claimed you violated any laws. Well, have you finished your questions? If so, I'll be going home now. Lu Li concluded, rising to leave. Hey, you cannot leave yet, the young officer said, a hint of urgency in her voice. Just then, Zhang Jing entered. Have you finished? He asked the young officer. She nodded, somewhat bewildered. Are you the one who asked me to stall? You don't have a clue, do you? All right, Lu Li. Come with me to sign a document, Zhang Jing instructed. Lu Li shot a triumphant glare at the young officer, dissatisfied, and said, Are you in charge? I want to file a complaint against a few people in your team. They are wrongfully accusing me, and their work attitude is atrocious. Zhang Jing remained silent. Leading the way, this infuriated Lu Li, who exclaimed, Hey, I say. Suddenly, she halted, as a familiar voice reached her ears. Officer, I swear. This was truly Lu Li's idea. She is pregnant and has been threatening divorce. I had no choice. Just think, she is my own daughter. How could I bear to harm her? She forced my hand. It was all Lu Li who pushed me to it. These words sent Lu Li into a fit of rage, and she stormed towards the interrogation room. Zhang Jing and Sun Jingya were already prepared, swiftly restraining her. Chen Junsheng, you scoundrel! How dare you frame me? Lu Li screamed. Chen Junsheng, you scoundrel! Even if I die, I will not let you off. In another interrogation room, Chen Junsheng, Nionyo's father, suddenly jolted, as if he had heard his wife's voice. Officer, where is my wife? Can we leave now? He asked anxiously. Wang Bo, sitting across from him, glanced at him nonchalantly and replied, Oh, just wait a moment. I'll finish this record, and you can sign it. And then it will be done. Meanwhile, Lu Li was in a frenzy, shouting, it was Chen Junsheng. That worthless piece of trash murdered her. Zhang Jing could not help but smirk as he casually opened another interrogation room. After settling Lu Li, he inquired, What do you mean by worthless piece of trash? That refers to Chen Siki, Chen Junsheng's daughter. It was Chen Junsheng himself who threw her down the building. Lu Li exclaimed. Zhang Jing, his expression grave, asked, Chen Junsheng killed his own daughter? Why? That worthless child was a burden. I provided her with food and clothes, yet she treated me with disdain, crying and causing trouble every day. I had Chen Junsheng send her away. There was no room for both of us in this house. That good-for-nothing Chen Junsheng relied on me for everything he had, including food, clothing, and housing. Without me, he is nothing. He claimed his ex-wife could not support that child and demanded 2 million, as if I owe them anything. To ask me for 2 million is out of the question. Later, Chen Junsheng said, if things got tough, he would just kill that worthless child. In a fit of anger, I told him to go ahead and do it. I never thought he would actually throw her down, Lu Li recounted, her voice spiraling into hysteria. Lu Li's words left everyone dumbfounded. Chu Nan and Zhou Zheng arrived at the interrogation room where Chen Junsheng sat. Chen Junsheng, still brimming with arrogance, demanded, What do you want from me? I still have to deal with my daughter's funeral. You have no reason to detain me. I will file a complaint against you. Without a word, Chu Nan connected the recording device to his notebook and pressed play. As the recording played, Chen Junsheng's complexion gradually drained of color. Damn, that wretched woman. It was her. She forced me. She drove me to it. Chen Junsheng frantically recounted the events. It turned out that while Nyonyo's mother was pregnant with their second child, Chen Junsheng had engaged in an affair with his supplier, who was none other than Lu Li. Throughout this affair, Chen Junsheng concealed the fact that he was married and had 2 children. When Lu Li discovered the truth, she naturally sought to end her relationship with him and ruin his business. Chen Junsheng, in desperation, swore he would divorce Niu mother. They did indeed divorce. But since Niu's mother lacked the means to independently raise both children, the court ruled that they would each take one child. Chen Junsheng was also ordered to pay Niu's mother 5,000 yuan each month in child support until the younger child turned 18. Upon seeing Chen Junsheng accompanied by a burdensome companion, Lu Li immediately expressed her discontent. Under the pretense of business matters, she ceased all meetings with him. Eventually, after Chen Junsheng repeatedly assured her that he would return Niu to his ex-wife, Lu Li forgave him and resumed cohabitation with him. However, when Lu Li became pregnant, she wielded the threat of abortion to once again compel Chen Junsheng to devise a way to return Niu to her ex-wife. Chen Junsheng made several attempts to negotiate with his ex-wife, yet she, burdened with work and caring for their second child, lacked the capacity to take on the responsibility of raising Niu. Thus, she remained resolute on her demand for 2 million yuan in child support. Subsequently, Lu Li erupted in anger, and during an argument, Chen Junsheng, in a fit of rage, uttered, "If you continue to pressure me, I will throw Niu off the balcony." Unbeknownst to him, Lu Li seized upon his words, daring him by saying, "If you are a man, throw her down, otherwise, I will lose all respect for you." Tragically, the unfortunate Niu became a victim of this cruel twist of fate, indeed being cast from the heights by her own father. The case was thus resolved. Yet the oppressive atmosphere left no room for rejoicing. Zhang Jing conveyed the grim reality to Niu's mother. To everyone's astonishment, she remained eerily composed. "May I see him?" she asked, her expression devoid of emotion. "I wish to confront him about how he could commit such an atrocity against his own daughter." Chu Nan instinctively glanced at Zhang Jing, who, after a moment's hesitation, nodded in agreement. He was at a loss for how to comfort this distraught woman, yet felt compelled to fulfill her singular request. "Very well, but our officers must be present," Zhang Jing insisted, still feeling a sense of unease. Upon encountering Niu's mother, a flicker of shame crossed Chen Junsheng's face. "The two greatest regrets of my life are marrying you and bearing your child. I always knew you were not a good person, yet I never anticipated I would overestimate your character. I am sorry, Niu. I am sorry, Erbao. If I had the choice, I would rather die than have any ties to you," Niu's mother declared, her voice chillingly cold. Chen Junsheng, shamefaced, lowered his head, tears of worthlessness streaming down his face. In that moment, Niu's mother unexpectedly produced a utility knife from her pocket and lunged at Chen Junsheng. Chu Nan, having anticipated such a reaction, swiftly seized her arm, causing Chen Junsheng to stumble back in fear and fall to the ground. Zhang Jing hastily assisted Chu Nan in disarming Niu's mother. However, she fought back with a fervor akin to madness, attempting to lunge at Chen Junsheng once more. "Take him away. Take Chen Junsheng away," Zhang Jing shouted in desperation. "Let me go? Let me go? I want to kill him. I want to kill him." Niu's mother screamed in despair. "Sister, rest assured, the law will hold him accountable. Is it worth sacrificing your life for him? Think of Erbao. If you become a murderer, what will happen to Erbao?" Chu Nan implored. Niu's mother stared blankly at Chu Nan, as if all strength had drained from her, collapsing like a ragdoll into his embrace. "Sun Jia, Wu Ziyun, why are you standing there? Hurry and help," Chu Nan urged. Sun Jingya and Wu Ziyun snapped back to reality and rushed forward, assisting Chu Nan in carrying Niu's mother to the reception room. Just as they began to relax, Niu's mother suddenly slapped herself fiercely across the face, followed by another resounding blow. Sun Jingya quickly grasped her arm, anxiously saying, "Sister, what good does this do? You need to be strong. Erbao still needs your care." The district's criminal investigation team and the precinct shared the same premises. Given the gravity of the situation, the precinct leadership was promptly informed. A tall, imposing man stormed into Zhang Jing's office, launching a barrage of accusations. "Zhang Jing, is this your first day as a police officer? Allowing the victim to meet the suspect in the interrogation room, and even bringing the murder weapon into the room. Do you know what it means to be humiliated? Such a basic error, and you managed to commit it? Are you sleepwalking through your job? If anything goes awry, this precinct cannot protect you." "Zhang Jing, do you wish to resign as team leader?" Zhang Jing hung his head, feeling guilty as he replied, "No, Director Xiao, the situation was unique. Your husband murdered your daughter. In such a case, which woman wouldn't be shattered? She made such a modest request. If I do not accommodate her, wouldn't that be too inhumane?" Zhang Jing defended. "Humanity? You think you can talk about humanity in our line of work? The suspect nearly became a victim in your interrogation room." Director Xiao retorted furiously. Fine, I admit my mistake. I will accept any disciplinary action from the precinct, Zhang Jing declared, resigning himself to his fate. Director Xiao looked at Zhang Jing in disbelief, his mouth moving as if to say something but hesitating. All right, you do have some backbone. Write a 5,000-word reflection and submit it to me. We will discuss your case at the precinct leadership meeting, he finally instructed. Zhang Jing's face fell, panic crossing his features. No, Director Xiao, feel free to reprimand me, but I truly cannot manage a 5,000-word reflection. I struggled to write an 800-word essay in school. 5,000 is beyond my capabilities. If it must be, please let me resign. Consider it done. This is your request. And I shall oblige. Starting today, you are suspended pending review. You will resume your duties when the precinct notifies you, Director Xiao stated coldly. Zhang Jing immediately wilted, wearing a sheepish smile as he implored, Director Xiao, I was merely joking. I will write the reflection, even if it means sacrificing my sleep and meals tonight. I shall complete it. Director Xiao, rolling his eyes at Zhang Jing, turned to Chu Nan. You are Chu Nan. Yes, Director Xiao, I am Chu Nan, he replied, standing at attention. Enough with the formalities. I have heard much about you. You possess both courage and intellect, a promising future ahead. However, be cautious of your associations. Do not align too closely with Zhang Jing. He is not a commendable figure. Chu Nan was taken aback by such a statement about his superior. Was it common to speak so candidly about one's subordinates? Reflections, reflections, reflections. Are we a research institution in the criminal investigation team? Must we always write 5,000-word reflections? Such minor authority and inflated self-importance. Zhang Jing began to rant as soon as Director Xiao departed. Little did he know, Director Xiao had only taken a few steps when he returned. Zhang Jing. Chu Nan called out in warning. Zhang what? This Director Xiao is utterly incompetent, yet excels at reflections. Zhang Jing continued to complain, always wearing that scowl, thinking he is quite handsome. Director Xiao, unable to contain himself any longer, stepped into the office and remarked, Zhang Jing, your understanding of your mistakes remains unclear. Very well, increase the reflection to 10,000 words. And submit it to me by tomorrow afternoon at the latest. With that, Director Xiao snatched his hat from the desk and left without looking back. Observing Zhang Jing's woeful expression, Chu Nan was unsure whether to feel sympathy or amusement. Reluctantly accommodating, Chu Nan and his colleagues at the criminal investigation team shared a meal together. Captain Zhang, how is the serial murder case progressing? Chu Nan could not suppress his curiosity and inquired. Zhang, wearing a look of helplessness, shook his head. There are still no leads. When that girl came to report to us, she used a false name and a fictitious ID number. The phone number belonged to a disposable card, making it impossible to trace her whereabouts. We even checked with the manager at the Xianjia bar where she worked. He recalled her, but was unaware of her real name. He mentioned they had chatted online before the new year and that she seemed to have gone to Guangdong City. We sent a request for cooperation to Guangdong, but there has been no response, so for now, this lead has hit a dead end. As for the Mercedes, we have screened all E-Class vehicles and above in our city, eliminating options, and are left with 36 targets. We are currently investigating each of these one by one. Sigh. I hope this individual does not engage in any reckless behavior during this time. Chu Nan tentatively asked, what about the male health clinic lead? Have you looked into it? Yes, Zhang nodded. We considered the conditions of those with issues in that area along with the owners of the Mercedes, including height, weight, and whether they wear glasses, to narrow down our list. So you mean there are over 30 individuals with physiological issues? Chu Nan probed further. Zhang nodded again. Yes, that's roughly the case. The hospital records show that over 130 have physiological deficiencies. After excluding those who are particularly overweight, short, or elderly, we are left with just over 30 targets. Chu Nan was somewhat astonished. It is important to note that Linchuan is merely a 4-tier city with a relatively low number of luxury cars, and the presence of a single luxury brand is even more limited. Remarkably, over 100 individuals with physiological deficiencies have been identified, and this is only from local hospital records. Those receiving treatment elsewhere or who have not sought treatment likely number less than 10% of that figure. Today's youth are far too indulgent. Suddenly, an idea struck Chu Nan. The murderer does not conceal the bodies, since it is not a show of defiance against the police. Could it be that he intends for someone, perhaps certain individuals, to witness it? Very likely, Zhang affirmed. But why would the murderer choose this method to send a warning to that woman? Is she someone he loves dearly, or perhaps a woman he cannot afford to offend? His targets have all been women who work in nightclubs. It seems improbable that the choice of these women is solely due to their ease of manipulation, or that their disappearances would go unnoticed. More plausibly, the woman who drives the murderer to madness is also involved in the nightlife, or has been previously. If she has the power to incite such frenzy in a man, She must possess extraordinary beauty. Therefore, during her time in the nightclub, she would not have been an inconspicuous figure. Captain Zhang, perhaps you could investigate whether any of these 30-plus individuals married or were involved with women working in nightclubs 2 to 5 years ago. Also, it would be prudent to inquire at the nightclubs in Linchuan if any women from that time period married affluent patrons or were kept by them. Make sure to check those particularly large venues, Chu Nan suggested. Zhang, now animated, gazed intently at Chu Nan. Have you made a new discovery? Not exactly, just a hypothesis. Chu Nan replied with a faint smile. Indeed, this represents merely a breakthrough point, and Chu Nan could only be 60% confident in its validity. Understood, Zhang nodded. As they departed the criminal investigation team, Chu Nan could not help but ask, are Chief Xiao and Captain Zhang particularly close? You didn't know? Sun Jingyao looked at Chu Nan in astonishment. Should I have known? Chu Nan was perplexed. Sun Jingyao chuckled. I assumed everyone was aware. Their relationship is extraordinary. They not only joined the force in the same year, but they are also Zhixingdi, Xixiangdi, or senior brothers in training. Both are protégés of our esteemed Chief Cheng. Both are protégés of Chief Cheng? Our department is quite impressive. Then, Chu Nan remarked, astonished. Sun Jingyao nodded. Our department has quite a reputation. It is renowned throughout Linchuan's criminal investigation sector for its boldness and success in solving major cases, famed for its tenacity. After over a decade on the force, one could adorn their uniform with an array of medals. He transitioned from military service into the police force, starting from a humble position. Yet, within 10 years, through sheer capability, he ascended to the role of deputy captain of the criminal investigation team. Captain Zhang, Chief Xiao, and even Chief Wang from the city bureau are all individuals he has mentored. However, Chief Cheng is known for his tough demeanor, famously stubborn, which has kept him stuck in the deputy position. Later, while pursuing a suspect, he fell from an overpass, injuring his back and rendering him unable to run. Coupled with his possible emotional distress, he voluntarily requested a transfer to a grassroots police station. Chu Nan felt a pang of sympathy. Such situations are all too common these days. The police force is one of the most perilous professions during peacetime, with hundreds of officers sacrificing their lives annually. The number of those injured or disabled is even greater. Once frontline detectives sustain injuries, they can no longer perform their duties. After all, frontline policing is physically demanding. If one cannot run, how can they apprehend a suspect? Who would have imagined that a jovial, meticulous grassroots police chief had once experienced such glorious moments? Upon leaving the criminal investigation team, Sun Jingyao and Wu Ziyun appeared despondent. After all, as young women, they found it difficult to come to terms with such grim realities. Wu Ziyun, her expression stoic, remarked, do you think some men possess no humanity at all? My heavens, I am now left with a shadow over men. I feel I shall never marry. Finding the right man is a stroke of luck, but choosing the wrong one may cost one their life. It is terrifying. Only then did she realize there was a man in the car. She quickly clarified, brother, I didn't mean you when I said men. No, I was referring to other men. You are different from them. Chu Nan sighed helplessly. It hardly seemed worth getting upset over. Just as he was feeling somewhat bored, he suddenly spotted a familiar face on a passing bus. Grade A wanted criminal, Chen Guanghe, main perpetrator of the Qingshan 229 family massacre, currently at large. Target extremely dangerous. Armed with a simulated Type 54 pistol, possesses exceptional counter-surveillance skills. Chu Nan inhaled sharply. Even if he lived multiple lifetimes, Chen Guanghe would undoubtedly be one of the most ruthless individuals he had ever encountered. 10 years ago, at the tender age of 15, Chen Guanghe's only relative, his grandfather, was fatally struck on the head during a dispute over land with a neighbor. His grandfather later succumbed to a cerebral hemorrhage. The neighbor faced legal consequences, being convicted of negligent homicide and sentenced to 15 years. Due to good behavior, he was released after 10 years. Following his grandfather's funeral, this young boy vanished from school, and everyone presumed he had left the sorrowful place to seek work elsewhere. No one anticipated that Chen Guanghe would take the compensation money from his neighbor's family and venture alone to a tumultuous country in the south. There, he engaged in menial work while navigating the shadows, acquiring knowledge of firearms. Just 2 months before the release of the leader of his neighbor's family, Chen Guanghe returned to Qingshan, utilizing his newfound expertise to craft a replica of a Type 54 pistol by hand. On the very day the leader was released, he brazenly executed the entire family in broad daylight, reportedly sparing even their 2 mutts. In a bid to apprehend him, authorities promptly established checkpoints on all roads leading out of Qingshan, deploying over 3,000 personnel equipped with advanced technology such as thermal imaging drones and night vision goggles to scour the mountains. After over 20 days of exhaustive searching, Chen Guanghe appeared to have vanished without a trace. Chu Nan could hardly believe that he had traversed half the map, arriving in Linchuan City, located 1,000 miles away. He was aboard a bus from Linchuan City to Baishui County, a journey spanning 200 kilometers. Once the bus departed Linchuan, he could alight at any point, making it increasingly difficult to locate him afterward. Chapter 53. A most dangerous individual. Chu Nan placed his life in the hands of Sun Nan. He immediately halted the vehicle, flung open the rear door, and yanked Wu Ziyun out. Hey, senior brother, what are you doing? Wu Ziyun exclaimed anxiously. Go sit up front, Chu Nan insisted, lacking the time for further explanation as he retrieved casual clothes from the trunk and slid into the back seat. Sister Sun, step on it. Block that bus, Chu Nan commanded in a low voice. Sun Jingya gazed at him in confusion and couldn't resist asking, why? Chen Guanghe is on that bus, Chu Nan replied with grave seriousness. Sun Jingya blinked, finding the name oddly familiar, yet she could not recall why at that moment. After all, it was a case from 1,000 miles away. No one would expect to encounter it, so she paid little heed. Who is Chen Guanghe? Your friend? Sun Jingya asked, unable to suppress her curiosity. What nonsense. Hurry. Overtake and stop that bus. Chu Nan's urgency intensified, his tone becoming more forceful. Sun Jingya stared at him blankly, sensing something peculiar. At that moment, Chu Nan exuded an aura reminiscent of a leader, imbued with the gravitas of one accustomed to authority. Despite her doubts, she pressed the accelerator. As Chu Nan spoke, he began to shed his clothing. Just as he finished removing his shirt, he noticed Wu Ziyun staring intently at him through the rearview mirror. Close your eyes. Chu Nan chided her in exasperation. Wu Ziyun quickly turned away, pretending nothing had occurred, and awkwardly remarked, No. I think there's a car behind us that belongs to a friend of mine. Senior brother, your abs are impressive, and your chest muscles are particularly well defined. Have you been working out? Chu Nan mused to himself about the woman's remarkable resilience, wondering how she managed to survive this long. He hastily donned his clothes and stated, Chen Guanghe is the prime suspect in the Qingshan County 229 massacre case. This revelation sent a jolt through Sun Jingya's mind. No wonder the name sounded so familiar. He was the notorious figure behind that incident. Following the 229 massacre, thousands had been mobilized to search the mountains, and all exits had been sealed. Over a month passed without any leads. Subsequent investigations revealed that Chen Guanghe had undergone paramilitary training in a southern nation, earning a classification of possessing exceptionally strong counter-surveillance and military skills, coupled with a reputation for brutality and savagery, an exceedingly dangerous individual. This incident had stirred considerable public attention, becoming widely known. While Sun Jingya had confidence in her capabilities, the thought of confronting someone who could elude a search involving thousands made her catch her breath. Are you sure? She asked, her face etched with tension. Absolutely. I just saw his wanted poster yesterday. There's no mistake, Chu Nan asserted with unwavering confidence. Hurry. Call the station and the bureau. We need reinforcements. This guy is extremely dangerous. Only the SWAT team can handle him. As Sun Jingya was driving and unable to use her hands, she voiced her urgency. Chu Nan shook his head. It's too late. Listen to me. He might be armed. If police cars appear, he could harm those on board. I suspect he is merely passing through. As long as we don't raise his suspicion, the passengers on the bus will be safe. Sister Sun, you're in uniform. He must not discover that. Once we intercept the bus, I will pose as a passenger to assess the situation and ensure the passenger's safety. We need the bureau to send undercover officers to follow and wait for the right moment to act. Remember, do not expose our presence. This man is incredibly dangerous. Take care and don't be reckless. Sun Jingya, unperturbed, produced her service weapon and handed it to Chu Nan. He looked at her in astonishment. A service weapon was a police officer's lifeline. Any incident involving it would directly implicate its holder. By this gesture, Sun Jingya effectively entrusted her future and fate to Chu Nan. No need, he replied, shaking his head. There are too many people on the bus. Bringing this along would only heighten the risk of exposure. Sun Jingya insisted. That is not an option. If you don't take the gun and R&T wearing a bulletproof vest, you're walking into a death trap. Why are you rambling? Drive. Chu Nan snapped in frustration. Sun Jingya stared at him, tears welling in her eyes. She couldn't believe she was revealing such a vulnerable side. Being a police officer, especially a detective, seemed like a profession reserved for men, requiring physical strength, intelligence, and combat skills. To establish herself in this male-dominated world, she had always maintained a strong, independent image, rushing to the forefront of operations. Until Chu Nan appeared, making her realize that excellence was not the only measure of worth. After all, no one in Linchuan City surpassed Chu Nan. Being by his side filled her with a profound sense of security and accomplishment. She thought she had become a good partner to him. Thus, when Chu Nan suddenly became furious, she found herself struggling to maintain composure. Chu Nan recognized his tone had been harsh and quickly clarified, "This bus is headed to Baishui. If it leaves the city, no one will know where Chun Guanghe will disembark. He didn't come all this way for leisure. I suspect there are two possibilities for his presence here. Either he seeks someone he wishes to meet, or he has enemies in this area. I recall a news report mentioning that one of his enemies had a daughter who married out of town and thus narrowly escaped. I suspect that woman has married here. If that is the case, and we let him slip away, it could cost another life." Sun Jingya then grasped the severity of the situation and hastily accelerated to pursue. Moments later, her vehicle screeched to a halt in front of the bus, gradually decelerating until it came to a steady stop, blocking the bus in its path. "Do you even know how to drive?" The bus driver leaned out of the window, his face contorted with anger as he began to shout. In a flash, he dashed to the front of the bus and, with a forced smile, knocked on the door. The driver opened it, still simmering with rage, and bellowed, "Are you looking for death?" "No, brother, I have an urgent matter." Chu Nan was on the verge of concocting a flimsy excuse when his gaze fell upon Chun Guanghe, who was eyeing him warily, his right hand concealed within his clothing. Chu Nan could almost ascertain that he was gripping a gun. Meanwhile, the young girl beside him remained blissfully unaware of the peril, lost in the delightful melodies playing through her headphones. Chun Guanghe resembled a wild man, his gaunt face a mere facade of skin stretched over bone. Yet, his eyes bore the ferocity of a beast, cold and bloodthirsty. Without the system's enhancement, Chu Nan reckoned that even those familiar with Chun Guanghe might struggle to recognize him at such close quarters. If he chose to do nothing, suspicion would undoubtedly arise, and the consequences were too dreadful for Chu Nan to contemplate. Chapter 54. Yinzi. Yinzi, how can I live without you? In the midst of his inner turmoil, an ingenious idea suddenly struck him. He dashed to the girl's side, and before Chun Guanghe could react, he dropped to his knees with a thud. "Yinzi, I was wrong. I should not have been fickle. I should not have favored wealth over love. It was only in your absence that I realized you hold the utmost importance in my heart. Yinzi, I truly repent. I swear I will treat you well from now on. Please, Yinzi, do not leave. How can I survive without you?" To heighten the theatricality, Chu Nan even slapped his own face with a resounding smack. The girl stood there, frozen in shock. Some youngsters nearby pulled out their phones, craning their necks to film the scene. How embarrassing. Chu Nan was acutely aware of his humiliation. The lines he had just delivered disgusted him. What could he do? A loss of face was far better than the prospect of losing his life, wasn't he it? Ugh, despicable man, you deserve it. One girl spat scornfully. There should be laws to chemically castrate all scoundrels. The words sent a shiver down Chu Nan's spine. What had happened to make her so bitter? Exactly. That kind of person is just like Pan Rinmei, using their looks to seduce others without a shred of conscience. An elderly woman exclaimed angrily, followed by a loud, phlegmy cough. Seizing the opportunity, Chu Nan cast a sidelong glance at Chun Guanghe, relieved to find him equally bewildered by the spectacle. Could Chun Guanghe not be confounded? For a month, he had been living like a wild animal, hiding in the mountains. Thirsty, he drank from streams. Tired, he slept in caves. When hunger struck, he had no choice but to consume whatever he could find: snakes, insects, wildflowers, and fruits. He had endured all this suffering for one singular obsession: to ensure that those responsible for his grandfather's death would not escape justice. When Chun Guanghe was young, after the passing of his parents, he had been subjected to disdain and scorn. The sole beacon of light in his life had been his beloved grandfather. The moment his grandfather died, a part of Chun Guanghe had also perished. He had survived for years, scraping by in Southeast Asia, living a wretched existence solely for the sake of revenge. Soon, he would have his chance. The last of the perpetrators was now that sharp-tongued eldest daughter. Her father's ruthless actions had been significantly influenced by her. Now, Chun Guanghe had but one goal: to eliminate this wretched woman. And he was prepared to relinquish his own life in the process. He never anticipated that his life would come to such a dramatic climax. His once cold heart felt a flicker of warmth in that moment. He was unfamiliar with emotions and had little understanding of women. Yet as a young man in his early 20s, he found himself curious about love and desire. Sister, don't pay him any mind. There are plenty of two-legged pigs. Two-legged men are abundant. A flamboyantly dressed girl with arms thicker than her neck declared proudly. Nearby, an older man, clutching a chicken leg in one hand and a small bottle of liquor in the other, gawked at Chu Nan, taking bites of the chicken and sips of the alcohol. How delightful. He became so engrossed that he accidentally dropped the chicken leg. Quickly, he picked it up, casually blew it off, and took another bite. The girl blinked in bewilderment, cautiously asking, excuse me, you must have mistaken me for someone else? Yes, yes, yes. Chu Nan nodded vigorously, gripping the girl's arm. Yinzi, it was my fault. I'm the scoundrel. I am worthless. Yinzi, here are my salary card, my social security card, my bus card. I'll give you all my cards. I swear, from now on, you will be in charge of everything between us. Yes, yes. And I'll transfer the house and car into your name as soon as we get back. Yinzi, I truly cannot live without you. Chu Nan sobbed, tears streaming down his face. An elderly woman sighed. Today's youth know so little about love. In the past, travel was slow, letters were distant, and one would love only once in a lifetime. Nowadays, the young fall in and out of relationships so easily. How the times have changed. An old man remarked as he scratched his toes, then wiped his fingers on the seat back in front of him. If only I had known. Why did I act so foolishly? A man who has erred is like money dropped in the muck, once unfaithful, forever untrustworthy. Sister, I know many quality men. I can introduce you. The girl with the thick arms chimed in, her definition of a quality man clearly differing from the norm. The girl stared at Chu Nan, visibly moved. Flustered and bashful, she stammered, No, brother, you really have mistaken me. I don't know you, and my name isn't Yinzi. It's Gujejia. Chu Nan nodded. Despair etched on his face as he wiped away his tears. I'm sorry, Yinzi, truly sorry. It was all my fault. I deserve this. Thank goodness we weren't married. If we had been, I would have wasted your life. Take care of yourself. Goodbye, will we meet again? Yinzi, when we say goodbye, I hope you find happiness, alright? Yinzi, you must be joyful and find your happiness, alright? My world will be without you from now on, but it's fine. You must be happy, Yinzi. Chu Nan murmured, tears cascading down his cheeks. With that, he turned and dashed toward the bus window. The onlookers were startled by his sudden movement and quickly grabbed hold of him. Could they hold him back? Chu Nan held his pose for several seconds. This time, he truly frightened the girl, who let out a scream and stood up. The driver slammed on the brakes. Young man, don't do anything foolish. As the old saying goes, who has never made a mistake? It is commendable to recognize and rectify one's errors, an elderly man advised. Indeed, my dear. I've lived a long life, and my judgment is sound. This young man is genuinely good. Which dog does not steal a bite? The elderly woman chimed in. However, why does this advice sound so awkward? In this day and age, there are few men who dare to take responsibility. My dear sister, you must cherish them. One girl remarked. Gu Jiejia was utterly bewildered. She struggled to recall whether she had, like the heroine in a melodramatic soap opera, experienced an accident that caused her to lose her memory. For now, she had completely come to trust Chu Nan. What reason was there not to believe him? Have you ever encountered a lunatic who would forsake their own life? Clearly, Chen Guanghe was also taken aback by this sudden bizarre tale, staring blankly at the scene, his hand gripping the gun involuntarily loosening. Now was the moment. Chu Nan lunged forward, tackling Chen Guanghe. He initially intended to swiftly restrain Chen Guanghe's arm, knowing that with his current physical prowess, Chen Guanghe would have no chance to resist. However, he was unprepared for Chen Guanghe's rapid reaction. Almost immediately, Chen Guanghe sidestepped, causing Chu Nan to only grasp his shoulder. At the same time, Chen Guanghe's hand slipped into his clothing. Chu Nan surmised that he had reached for the handgun. If he let his guard down even slightly, the consequences could be catastrophic. With no other option, Chu Nan forcefully shoved, and both he and Chen Guanghe crashed through the window. Coincidentally, a private car was passing by, and the two collided with the vehicle's hood before being flung away once more. Chapter 55. The question arises, is Chu Nan even human? This impact left Chu Nan disoriented, his head buzzing, and his chest felt as if it had been struck by a 200-pound brute. The reason Chu Nan dared to act this way was his awareness of the low speed in the urban area and his extraordinary physical condition. The danger was minimal. Of course, if he encountered a reckless driver speeding through the city, it would be a different story. But that was akin to the odds of choking to death while eating, merely a stroke of bad luck for Chu Nan. He attempted to move his legs and found no issues. Glancing at Chen Guanghe, he noticed the man lay there, utterly still, as if he had fainted. Chu Nan immediately reached into Chen Guanghe's clothing and indeed found a loaded homemade handgun. Upon inspection, he was astonished to discover it contained a full 7 bullets. Chu Nan. Sun Jingya's voice trembled as she rushed to his side. She cradled his head, tears streaming down her face as she cried. Chu Nan, are you all right? Wake up, please. Woo woo woo. Chu Nan. Stop shaking me. It's nauseating, Chu Nan replied, feeling a sense of despair. Internally, he silently lamented. Sister, could you perhaps glance at the person involved while you're mourning? Am I not staring wide enough? Or am I not sitting upright? pressing my head against your lap. Are you attempting to take advantage of me? Yet, he had to admit, the sensation was rather pleasant. Her physique was evidently well-trained, long, supple, and resilient. Brother, please don't move. Generally, individuals who suffer severe head or internal injuries do not experience pain immediately. Brother, don't worry. We have already called for an ambulance. It will arrive shortly. Wu Ziyun said, her eyes brimming with tears. Clearly, this was a nonsensical statement. If you urge someone not to be afraid, why frighten them with talk of severe head and internal injuries? I'm fine, Chu Nan asserted. But, brother, you've coughed up blood, Wu Ziyun replied, her voice shaky. Coughing up blood? Chu Nan instinctively wiped the corner of his mouth, only to find his hand smeared with blood. The sharp pain on his tongue indicated that he had bitten it rather than coughed up blood. Before long, police cars and ambulances arrived in succession. Upon reaching the hospital, Chu Nan underwent a thorough examination from head to toe. The attending physician, glancing at the examination results, looked at Chu Nan in astonishment and remarked, "You truly were hit by a car? Doctor, what do you mean by that?" Cheng Tao inquired anxiously from the side. The attending physician replied, "It's nothing serious. Just some bruises on your arms and legs, and a slight tear on your lip. If you had been brought in a little later, the wounds would have healed on their own." Wu Ziyun was infuriated, exclaiming, "Are you even a doctor? My brother fell from a bus and then got hit by a car, and you say he is perfectly fine? Can we not respect the examination results? You've already checked him 3 times. What is this, a playground?" The doctor was evidently irritated. Cheng Tao awkwardly chuckled, nodding, "Yes, we were just a bit worried." Chu Nan quickly interjected, "Cheng, I truly feel fine. What about Chen Guangha? How is he now? He has 3 broken ribs, a fractured left leg, and intracranial bleeding. He is still in a coma. You're something else. You're completely unscathed. Is your body made of iron?" Cheng Tao said, incredulous. Chu Nan could only offer a dry smile. "Well, when I fell, I happened to land on top of Chen Guangha. I suppose he absorbed most of the impact." Cheng Tao nodded, acknowledging the possibility, but insisted, "We still cannot afford to be careless. The doctor is right. Hospitalization for observation is necessary." "Cheng, I really am fine," Chu Nan urged, feeling anxious. He was inherently restless, and lying on a hospital bed without any ailment felt like torment. After the doctor left, Cheng Tao dismissed Wu Ziyun and said, "Are you a fool? A valiant hero who braves danger to subdue an armed assailant. How does that sound for a headline?" Capturing Chen Guangha is indeed a significant achievement, but the difference in outcomes between being injured and uninjured is monumental. We often say that a gentleman loves wealth, but only through lawful means. However, you risked your life for this reward. Why wouldn't you accept it? Chu Nan suddenly understood. Nodding, he replied, "I must have been numb earlier. My legs and arms hurt quite a bit. By the way, Cheng, could you please arrange things so that I am not interviewed? If there must be an interview, it should only be face-to-face and no filming." Cheng Tao couldn't help but chuckle. "You seem quite adept at this. I understand your concerns. Rest assured." Thus, Chu Nan found himself inexplicably wrapped like a mummy. In the following days, he was far from idle. The city police, district offices, and media, along with enthusiastic citizens, inundated him with visits and well-wishes. Within just a few days, Chu Nan had gained several pounds. What could he do? He had to drink the soup gifted by his superiors, didn't he? He had to eat the fruits offered by the well-meaning citizens, right? Then there were local entrepreneurs and school children from elementary, middle, and even university levels visiting the hero. Speaking of university students, during this time, quite a few young women discreetly inquired about Chu Nan's age and relationship status. According to Cheng Tao, if each of the old bachelors from the Badao Guai Police Station received one, it would be more than sufficient. What could be done? There was indeed a hero complex at play. Moreover, with Chu Nan's striking presence, if it weren't in a public setting, some infatuated individuals might have swooned over him. Eventually, Cheng Tao had no choice but to relocate Chu Nan's hospital room 5 times and switch hospitals 3 times. Otherwise, how could some female university students visit him 8 times a day? Who could endure such a situation? This torment persisted for a relentless 7 days. On the 8th day, Chu Nan finally returned to the police station. Upon entering, he was taken aback. Not only was the duty staff present, but everyone else had gathered in the courtyard, including Director Zhang and Deputy Director Liu of the Sub-Bureau. The courtyard was adorned as if it were a festive occasion, exuding an atmosphere of jubilation. A large banner hung from the office building. "Welcome Comrade Chu Nan, hero's return. Welcome Comrade Chu Nan back to his post." Director Liu led the applause, and a resounding round of cheers erupted. Even with 2 lifetimes of experience, Chu Nan felt a flush creeping to his cheeks at the sight before him. "Greetings to all the leaders and esteemed seniors," Chu Nan respectfully saluted. Director Liu waved his hand with a smile, saying, Ah, today you are the star of the show. So let us dispense with the formalities. I am here on behalf of the Municipal Bureau and the Sub-Bureau to welcome you. This is not merely a welcome ceremony, but a celebration of your achievements. Now, I would like to announce a decision made by the Municipal Bureau. Comrade Chu Nan possesses solid foundational skills and exceptional professional capabilities. He has demonstrated both bravery and cunning in handling cases. In the investigation of a series of significant cases, including the murder at the intersection of Qingshan Street 411, the major drug trafficking case at 411, the accidental homicide at Jiaxing Garden 413, the series of murders of women in nightclubs, and the series of burglaries in the villas on Hepping Street, he has made tremendous contributions. In the apprehension of the suspect Chun Guanghe involved in the family massacre, he displayed unparalleled courage and selflessness in confronting an armed criminal to protect the safety of the populace. Not only did he safeguard the lives of the citizens, but he also upheld the honor of our police force. After deliberation by the province and city, we hereby award Comrade Chu Nan a first-class merit and confer upon him the title of Model Police Officer of Linchuan and Model Police Officer of Nanjing Province. Furthermore, the Municipal Bureau has determined that due to his significant contributions, Comrade Chu Nan shall be granted a reward of early promotion in rank by 1 year. Another round of fervent applause resounded. The gazes directed towards Chu Nan were laden with a mixture of feelings: envy, admiration, curiosity, and incredulity. In just a month, he had cracked several major cases and captured several A-list wanted criminals. My goodness, even the most far-fetched novels wouldn't dare to depict such a scenario. Yet, here it was, unfolding in reality. They were no longer merely curious about how exceptional Chu Nan was. They were left wondering if he was even human. Chapter 56, the fastest promotion in police history. Graduated from a 985 university and yet serving as a deputy officer? Director Liu personally placed the insignia of a third-class police officer on Chu Nan's shoulders. Officers with bachelor's or associate degrees typically become third-class police officers after a year of internship, enjoying the benefits of a section officer. Those with a master's degree, upon completing their internship, ascend to second-class police officer status, enjoying deputy section-level benefits. Graduates with a doctorate directly attain first-class police officer status, receiving full section-level benefits. In essence, the promotion system accounts for the duration of academic time as well. Chu Nan, being a bachelor's degree holder, would naturally start as a third-class police officer upon formalization. Many hold a misconception regarding police ranks. They assume that a higher rank equates to a higher position and greater authority. While not entirely incorrect, this notion is somewhat misleading. Rank does not necessarily correlate with position. Under normal circumstances, a probationary officer who completes a year with exceptional performance can rise to third-class police officer. After 3 years, they may advance to first class, and after 4 years, a senior police officer. This means that, following employment, diligent work without any errors could lead one to attain the rank of first-class senior police officer after 22 years. A notion commonly referred to by the public as 2 Maos and 3. Officers like Cheng Tao, Gao Xiangyang, and Zhang Jigang from the 8-turn police station hold this rank. In summary, rank primarily reflects the duration of service as a police officer. The higher the rank, the greater the seniority. Of course, there are exceptions. Those who achieve first-class merit, model officers at the first or second level, or those with outstanding contributions may receive promotions 1 or 2 years ahead of schedule. Additionally, regulations state that if an officer's rank falls below the minimum rank designated for their new position, they should be elevated to the minimum rank associated with that position. For instance, if Chu Nan were to become the head of the criminal investigation team, which is a section-level position starting at first-class police officer, then his rank would be elevated accordingly. After the welcome ceremony concluded, it was only natural for colleagues in the station to extend their congratulations. After enduring the social obligations, Chu Nan finally found a moment to breathe, only to have Wu Ziyun bounce over. Senior brother, it's remarkable. You've only been on the job for less than a month and have already been promoted directly. You must be one of a kind in the province, the country, or even the world. Wu Ziyun remarked enviously. What? Do you want me to pluck one for you? Chu Nan joked. Wu Ziyun, with utmost seriousness, replied. Let us refrain from that. Impersonating a police officer is illegal. At that moment, a voice echoed in Chu Nan's mind from the system. Congratulations, host, for solving the child abduction case. Case rating, B. Completion rating, S. Task reward, justice points, 1,000. The system has detected one unopened treasure chest. Would you like to open it immediately? Open it. Congratulations, host, you have received a special item. A new nanotechnology multifunctional bulletproof vest. New nanotechnology multifunctional bulletproof vest. Weight, 306 grams. Design, long sleeves, automatically adjusts size according to the wearer's physique. Negates attacks from standard firearms with calibers below 762 millimeters, reducing 80 of the physical impact from ordinary firearms. Warning: due to human physical limitations, please do not attempt lightly. Please select the color of the bulletproof vest. Camouflage. New nanotechnology multifunctional bulletproof vest has been generated. Would you like to retrieve it immediately? Without uttering a word, Chu Nan dashed into the restroom. Once he closed the door, he finally spoke. Retrieve it. As soon as his voice fell, a camouflage long-sleeve bulletproof vest materialized in his hands. One must admit, the system was remarkably considerate. This was truly a delightful surprise. During previous operations, upon hearing that Brother Wu was armed, his initial reaction had been fear. Despite having special abilities, he was still an ordinary person. No matter how sharp his mind, he could not withstand a bullet. The most cumbersome aspect of conventional police bulletproof vests was their weight. While donning one during routine operations was manageable, wearing it during special tasks was akin to courting disaster. Weighing 4 to 5 kilograms, it offered little concealment or protection. Wearing such a vest essentially announced, "I am a police officer, and I am on a mission." With the reward of this bulletproof vest from the system, it was as if Chu Nan had been granted half a life. No matter how skilled or flashy his abilities, nothing could compare to the practicality of this item. Chu Nan glanced at his attribute panel. Host: Chu Nan. Physical fitness, 16, average, 10. Speed, 16, average, 10. Stamina, 18, average, 10. Justice value, 3,800. Special skills, True Eye. Encyclopedia of Sin. Ancient martial arts, Baji Fist, beginner. Simulated portrait artist, beginner. Master of ventriloquism. English level 10. Special items, brand new nanotechnology bulletproof vest. After donning the bulletproof vest and slipping on his coat, Chu Nan returned to the office. How is your health, Xiao Chu? Chung Tao inquired with a look of genuine concern. Chu Nan could not help but smile. You already know how I am, don't you? Nevertheless, he replied. Thank you for your concern, Chung. I'm doing well now. How is Chen Guanghe? We have contacted the folks over in Qingshan County. Chen Guanghe was seriously injured. He just underwent a craniotomy a few days ago. The doctors have stated that he absolutely cannot travel long distances by vehicle. So, we will have to wait some time before he can hand over responsibilities to the brothers over there, Chung Tao explained. After a moment, he chuckled. You have quite the physical prowess. You both were in that accident, and he nearly lost his life, yet you appear completely unscathed. Chu Nan, feeling slightly guilty, chuckled. I was just lucky to use him as a cushion. Chung, that guy has undergone formal military training abroad. He is quite capable. Ensure that the guards are vigilant. We cannot afford to let him escape. Chung nodded. I have already communicated this to the higher-ups. The guards assigned to him are directly dispatched from the provincial office. Furthermore, his hospital room has been specially reinforced, offering even more security than the highest level prison. Rest assured. After exchanging a few more words, just as Chung Tao was leaving, a young auxiliary police officer in his 20s approached, glancing around before stepping in front of Chu Nan. Senior Chu, there is a report of a scam. The situation is somewhat complex. Do you have time to help? The young officer asked nervously. This was customary, no matter their age or tenure. Auxiliary officers typically addressed formal police officers as senior to foster camaraderie, and also due to their own lower status, which rendered it a form of respect. Additionally, auxiliary officers must advance further to become full-fledged police officers, making the address fitting. Of course, Chu Nan nodded without hesitation. Brother Zhang, you must be older than I am? Chu Nan could not resist asking as they walked. Yes, I'm 27 this year, the young officer replied. Then there's no need for senior. Just call me by my name. Chu Nan suggested. The young officer looked at Chu Nan with a touch of gratitude and nodded. Brother Zhang, what is your educational background? Chu Nan engaged in casual conversation. I graduated with a bachelor's degree from Southern University. Southern University? Chu Nan's eyes widened in astonishment. Isn't that a 985 university? Yes, indeed. Brother Zhang replied with a complex smile. I've harbored a dream of becoming a police officer since childhood. After graduation, I applied to be an auxiliary officer. Why not just enroll in a police academy directly if you aspire to be a police officer? Why go through a prestigious university first, only to start as an auxiliary? Are you trying to validate your life's worth? Chu Nan could not help but inquire. Not exactly. Brother Zhang shook his head, smiling wryly. Being a police officer is my dream, while attending a prestigious university was my parents' aspiration. Chu Nan understood. In this era, how many children could truly follow their hearts? Upon entering the dispatch room, a middle-aged man in his 30s sat there. Senior Chu, here is the dispatch record. Could you take a look? Upon receiving the record, Chu Nan stifled a laugh. Chapter 57. An inappropriately serious foot massage parlor. Xing Tao was quite pleased. Huang Yukai, a 30-year-old bachelor, had long dreamt of finding a wife. Every day, he watched online as those wealthy influencers flaunted their romantic escapades, igniting his jealousy. With no money, power, or even a brain, he couldn't even attract the attention of the chubby divorced woman next door with 2 children. The only solace he found was in the obscure international romantic films he painstakingly sought online. However, all he gained were sore muscles and a weakened constitution. Just then, a glimmer of hope appeared. A user on a social media platform caught his eye. The alluring avatar radiated loneliness, emptiness, and coldness, accompanied by a slew of images flaunting fair skin, beauty, long legs, and scant attire, striking sultry poses. Was this not a test of his resolve? Who could withstand such temptation? As the old saying goes, a man who is not lecherous has no savings. Though Huang Yukai was modest, he was still adequately equipped. Moreover, he had just broken his record, having worked for 3.5 months at a factory before resigning, with savings exceeding 4 digits. His capabilities were commendable. As a normal man with reserves, Huang Youcai's lonely heart raced with excitement. With hopes of possibly courting some romantic fortune, he decided to reach out to the online acquaintance. To his surprise, the female user responded promptly. After exchanging a few messages, she affectionately called him brother, making Huang Yukai feel that his life had been worth it. She mentioned that her performance had been lacking this month and invited him to support her. After clarifying, Huang Yukai learned that she claimed to be a technician working at a foot massage parlor called Charm Spa. Upon hearing spa and foot massage, his heart began to flutter. Over the years, he had come to realize that even if he could not possess everlasting love, a fleeting encounter for 300 yuan was still acceptable. He cautiously inquired whether there were any special services available. The female user assured him that as long as he showed up, all services would be provided, guaranteeing his satisfaction. This statement prompted an ecstatic Huang Yukai to down 2 bottles of 4 yuan Qingdao beer. As a man who had seen through the world, he maintained a necessary sense of caution. He pressed for details about the special services, receiving the vague response, "Those who understand, understand." Do I need to spell it out? Understood. Imagining the plethora of long, fair legs, Huang Yukai could no longer contain himself. He stepped out, rented a shared bicycle, and sped towards the foot massage parlor at 30 miles per hour. Upon contacting the online acquaintance, he opted for the 680-tier service, which included a full-body spa and bath. When the technician arrived in the room, Huang Yukai discovered she did not match the images he had seen on social media. However, he dismissed the thought and requested a different technician. After receiving a standard massage and bath, the anticipated intimate services did not materialize, leaving Huang Yukai quite disappointed. The massage and bath were services he could have obtained at a bathing center for 200 yuan. He was not foolish enough to spend an additional 480 here. Soon after, a woman claiming to be a supervisor came for a follow-up visit, stating that those who recharged over 3,000 yuan would be eligible for the parlor's exclusive male grooming services. If one does not recharge and obtain a membership card, the original price must be paid. The cost is 880 yuan for manual techniques, while 1,080 yuan includes both manual techniques and apparatus. Huang Yukai, already in a state of great urgency, found himself utterly befuddled when the technician's delicate hands worked their magic during the massage, leaving his intellect in the negative spectrum. In his mind, a higher price guaranteed superior service. Thus, he gritted his teeth, braced himself, and opted for the premium package at 1,080 yuan. To his astonishment, shortly thereafter, a technician arrived with some sort of device. After manipulating it on his abdomen for a few moments, she proclaimed it to be a special service for kidney health. The anticipated risque service was nowhere to be found, and instead, he ended up with 2 blisters on his stomach. He had squandered several thousand more yuan. The more he contemplated the situation, the angrier he became, prompting him to rush to the police station to file a report. As for whether his actions constituted a legal offense, Huang Yukai paid it little mind. I did pay, after all, right? In business, supply exists because of demand. As a mature individual addressing personal matters, I am not causing trouble for the state. Why should that be an issue? Furthermore, even if I were to be detained for 10 or 8 days, I cannot allow those swindlers to prosper. That simply won't do. According to the provisions of criminal law, obtaining money from others through the fabrication of facts and concealment of the truth, with the intent to illegally possess, constitutes fraud. It is evident that this foot massage establishment is implicated in fraudulent activities. There is no shortage of men like Huang Yukai in this world. Therefore, Chu Nan surmised that many had likely fallen victim to the scam. All right, you wait here. After speaking, Chu Nan proceeded to his office. Coincidentally, Zhang Jigang was present. Director Zhang, we've received a report of a fraud case. It appears to be a gang operation. I suspect the amount involved is substantial. Could you please handle it? Chu Nan handed the police report to Zhang Jigang. Zhang Jigang's eyes lit up at once. Regardless of the case's nature, if it involves a gang, the severity escalates. A petty thief might receive a sentence of 3 to 5 years, but if 3 or 5 individuals are involved, even with the same amount, the sentence is extended by at least half. Very well, I will take care of it. Hey, Lao Zhang, Xiao Lu, come with me. Zhang Jigang exclaimed excitedly. In the office of the station chief, Chung Tao held a teacup in one hand and a cigarette in the other, his face beaming with joy. He sang merrily. With a golden crown atop my head and silver at my temples, I don the iron armor of my youth once more. The banner of elegance, floating in the clouds, proclaims the mighty Mu's name. As he sang, he set down his cup and skillfully dialed a number on the phone. Old Ma, are you busy? Haha, no worries. No worries, I was just thinking it's been a while since our little group gathered. Tonight, I'll treat everyone to beer and barbecue. No, it's not that I've been occupied. I just sent off Director Liu from the Municipal Bureau. Haha, it's not an inspection, you see. Xiao Chu has been awarded first-class merit and recognized as a model grassroots police officer in Nanjing Province. Oh my, what a pride. Such endless worry. He dared to apprehend Chun Guangha alone. That fellow escaped from under the watchful eyes of thousands, trained in quasi-military tactics, and armed. My goodness, you're right. I was sweating bullets. Haha, I must say, this kid truly is remarkable. Well, I have a bit more to attend to. Let us finalize our plans for tonight. In the office of the Peace Police Station, Ma Si hung up the phone, his expression darkening as he muttered curses. Old fool, if you want to show off, then do so, don't involve me in it. Chung Tao paid little heed to such trifles, immediately dialing the phone number of Lu Meng, the chief of the Nujiazhuang Police Station. Just as Zhang Jigang and his team departed, Auxiliary Officer Zhang Gu arrived. He scanned the office, puzzled, and murmured, "Hey, where is everyone? What is going on?" Chu Nan inquired. "Oh, Senior Brother Chu, someone called to report a threat to their life." Zhang Gu replied. Chapter 58. A man in distress below, ladies' garments descend from above. Chu Nan nodded, surveying the surroundings. Sun Jingya and Wu Ziyun had yet to return. He could only ask, "Zhang Gu, do you have a moment? Come with me." "Absolutely," Zhang Gu exclaimed, his face alight with excitement. "All right, let us go," Chu Nan replied. At the auxiliary police officer group of the Badao Guai Police Station, the atmosphere was buzzing with energy. Zhang Gu enthusiastically exclaimed, "Brotherhood, I've made it big. Chu Shun is taking me on patrol." "What? Seriously? Is this some kind of joke?" "Only Chu Shun takes girls on patrol." "That makes sense," chimed in another. Zhang Gu, positioned in the passenger seat, pretended to play with his phone, secretly snapping a side profile of Chu Nan. "Wow, Zhang Gu, you've really hit the jackpot. You're actually patrolling with Chu Shun. Come on, Zhang Gu, be honest. Have you two entered into a deal? Good grief. This might just earn you a third-class merit. Zhang Gu, if you don't treat us to several tables tonight, you'll owe me." As Chu Nan drove, he suddenly sensed something amiss. Glancing back, he saw Zhang Gu grinning foolishly. "Zhang Gu, what has got you chuckling?" Chu Nan couldn't help but ask. Zhang Gu, startled, dropped his phone with a thud on the floor. No, I wasn't laughing," he stammered, scrambling to retrieve his phone. Chu Nan arrived at Linchuan Sports College. After wandering around the campus for a considerable time, he still could not locate the person who made the report. "Zhang Gu, try calling the person who reported it," Chu Nan suggested, perplexed. "Sure," Zhang Gu nodded and dialed the number. Over here, next to the big tree by the white building." Following the voice, Chu Nan was astonished to find hundreds of youngsters gathered around a large tree. As he approached, he discovered a middle-aged man, bruised and battered, clinging tightly to a branch. "What is going on? Step aside," Chu Nan commanded loudly. The onlookers quickly parted to make way. "Who called the police?" Chu Nan inquired. "I did, officer. Help! This man is stealing our girls' underwear." A tall, muscular young man shouted angrily. Chu Nan felt a chill run down his spine. "It wasn't me. I didn't do anything. Officer, I'm innocent. I was just repairing the road behind and sat down for a smoke. Suddenly, a pair of girls' panties fell on me. I thought about returning them, but I was afraid of being misunderstood. I contemplated discarding the item, but just as I was about to toss it into the trash bin, I encountered 2 students. Overcome with fear, I instinctively considered slipping it into my pocket. To my dismay, they discovered my actions and without hesitation, began to assault me. Naturally, I had to flee. They were shouting and making phone calls, accusing me of being a perverted thief who stole underwear. Officer, look at the bruises they inflicted upon me. I was utterly helpless. If I didn't report this, I feared for my life. The middle-aged man in the tree grew increasingly despondent as he recounted the incident, eventually breaking down into sobs, his voice quavering. It is said that misfortune strikes unexpectedly. Here he was, sitting by the roadside, besieged by a group of students. After living half a lifetime, being pursued and beaten by a band of youngsters felt unbearably humiliating. Had it not been for his fear of pain, he would have been tempted to leap from the tree, choosing to die rather than endure such indignity. Chu Nan glanced at the middle-aged man, bemused, yet maintained a serious demeanor. Who initiated the conflict? He inquired. I did. A bespectacled youth with a crew cut boldly stepped forward. Officer, do not listen to his fabrications. He is a habitual offender. Our school has experienced multiple incidents of stolen undergarments from the girls' dormitory. The last time I saw him, he was sniffing a pair of panties. Indeed, our school reported 3 such cases previously and even involved the police. They chimed in. Officer, he is a pervert. The surrounding students erupted into a cacophony of accusations. Silence. Chu Nan bellowed. Regardless of whether he is indeed a pervert or if he stole the underwear, you have no right to physically assault him. You could have safely restrained him and called for help. By resorting to violence, you are breaking the law. You're all university students. Surely you possess some basic legal knowledge? Step aside. Chu Nan continued. Zhang, please check with the school security office to see if we can access the surveillance footage. Understood. Zhang nodded, hastily departing. Once some space was cleared, Chu Nan addressed the man in the tree. Please come down. I'm afraid. I fear they will strike me again. The middle-aged man replied, clutching the tree branch tightly, his voice hoarse. It's all right. I assure you, they will not dare lay a hand on you again. What they did is illegal, and anyone who attempts to assault you further will be taken into custody. Chu Nan reassured him. Finally, the man cautiously descended from the tree, collapsing onto the ground, trembling uncontrollably, gasping for breath. Officer, may I have some water? He stammered. Chu Nan, lacking water himself and wary of leaving the rowdy students, called out. Does anyone have water? I do, offered a stout, dark-skinned student, handing over a bottle of cola. The middle-aged man gulped it down in one go. Shortly thereafter, Zhang returned. Breathless. Chu Nan, I have news. The video shows that the underwear indeed fell from above and landed next to him. However, he did pick it up and brought it to his nose. I did not. The middle-aged man erupted, flustered. I thought it was my towel and picked it up to wipe my sweat. When I realized something was amiss, I concealed it in my pocket. Zhang produced his phone, stating, Chu Nan, I recorded the footage. Take a look. Upon scrutinizing the video, Chu Nan observed that indeed, as the man stood, there was a pink towel beside him. This confirmed it was a misunderstanding. Everyone see this towel? The gentleman mistook it for a towel and simply wiped his sweat, Chu Nan declared confidently. Prior to this statement, the man had managed to maintain his composure. But with Chu Nan's words, his last defenses crumbled, and he was overwhelmed by a torrent of emotions, aggrieved, helpless, and embarrassed, as he broke down in tears. There, sir, rest assured, we shall seek justice on your behalf, Chu Nan consoled. No, there's no need, the man said, struggling to regain his composure. It's all a misunderstanding. These children meant well, let us leave it at that. If this escalates and tarnishes their records, I would be harming their futures. Let it be. Chapter 59, Disorder in the Southern District is dictated by the airport. Once uttered, the gravity of the situation was palpable, and all the gathered students lowered their heads in shame. I'm sorry, sir, I'm sorry, the bespectacled youth said, guilt-ridden. Apologies are insufficient. What is the purpose of the law then? I wish to ask you, had the underwear been found by me, or by an authority figure from your school, would you have acted without discernment? You are students, the future of our nation. I trust you understand the principle of not judging by appearances. Today, the gentleman has graciously chosen not to pursue consequences. You are fortunate. Otherwise, those who resorted to violence would be facing charges of assault. I hope you will learn to remain calm and exercise sound judgment in the future. While bravery in the face of injustice is commendable, we must not follow the crowd blindly. Surely, there were better ways to resolve today's situation? Chu Nan asserted loudly. The bespectacled youth, overwhelmed with shame, mumbled, Officer, I was wrong. I will cover the medical expenses and lost wages. No, you need not. The middle-aged man waved his hands dismissively. These minor injuries are nothing. After work, I shall simply apply some iodine. Sir, I'll take you to our school's infirmary. Yes, sir, I apologize. Here is 100 yuan for you. Consider it a small token of my compensation. No, here is 200 yuan. Please accept it. You 100, and I 50, in no time at all. The middle-aged man found his hands filled with cash. How can I accept this? I cannot take your money. I have a son in university. This is your parents' hard-earned money. I simply cannot. I assure you, I am fine, truly. The man said, visibly anxious. In this predicament, Chu Nan was at a loss for words. Just then, his radio crackled to life. A suicide incident has been reported at Airport District 131. Nearby officers are requested to respond immediately. Officer 2336 is responding. Chu Nan replied. Zhang, please escort this gentleman to the nearest hospital for a checkup. Record any of his concerns, and I will follow up with you later. With that, Chu Nan hurriedly departed. Zhang felt a pang of frustration. After finally accompanying Chu Nan on an outing, he had not anticipated encountering such a trivial case. Watching Chu Nan head towards a homicide scene filled him with anxiety. In the car, Chu Nan called Sun Jingya. In cases like this, especially homicides, a minimum of 2 officers is required. This not only fosters cooperation and mutual protection, but also serves as a means of oversight. It was only after making a phone call that I discovered the reason for the absence of Sun Jingya and Wu Ziyun. It turns out that due to a shortage of personnel for the Qingfeng operation, they had been recruited as temporary laborers. Upon receiving a call from Chu Nan, Sun Jingya felt a surge of excitement. To be honest, she had no desire to accompany the community elder on her rounds, recording files. The airport new district is not merely a term. It refers to a branch airport that existed 4 to 5 decades ago. Once the airport ceased operations, it transformed into an expansive, old residential area. All the houses are of the older variety, each adorned with a small courtyard. In an area of less than 1 square kilometer, there are over 3,000 households, housing more than 10,000 residents. The main thoroughfares consist of merely 2 passageways, each only 4 meters wide, while there are at least 20 narrower passageways measuring 1 to 2 meters. The primary modes of transportation here are electric scooters, bicycles, and small tricycles. Vehicles can enter, but if a car approaches from the opposite direction, there is simply no room to pass. One side must reverse. Otherwise, the road becomes completely obstructed. Consequently, aside from a few reckless individuals and exceptional circumstances, cars rarely venture into the community. This, in turn, has kept property prices and rents from rising significantly. Naturally, this area has attracted a large number of working-class individuals, the so-called lying flat generation, and elderly residents accompanying their children to school in the city. The complex transportation conditions, diverse demographic structure, and significant management challenges have rendered this place one of the most intricate in Linchuan. There is a saying in the Linchuan police force, whether Linchuan is chaotic or not is determined by the airport. With the arrival of numerous police vehicles, it was inevitable that a crowd of onlookers would gather. This time, Zhang Jingxue was clever. Upon arriving at the scene, he promptly sealed off all access points leading to the courtyard where the incident occurred. But could this truly perplex our wise citizens? What a joke. Those with rooftops climbed to the tops, while those without stood on tricycles. For those who couldn't find a good vantage point, enthusiastic onlookers on the rooftops provided live updates. Upon arrival, Zhang Zheng and his team were already present. Spotting Chu Nan, Zhang Zheng, with a look of surprise, exclaimed, 100 days for broken bones. How did you return to work so quickly? Are you willing to sacrifice your life for your job? It's merely a fracture. It poses no significant issue. Captain Zhang, is the Criminal Investigation Division so idle? What kind of police are you now? Chu Nan asked with a smile. Don't mention it. Everyone in the division is focused on the serial murder case. I've become a mere brick in the Criminal Investigation Division, moving wherever needed. Zhang Zheng replied with a helpless smile. Has there been no breakthrough in the serial murder case? Chu Nan inquired, somewhat astonished. Yes, we have identified a suspect. However, this individual possesses exceptional counter-surveillance abilities and exhibits remarkable psychological resilience. Our only evidence at present is the tire tracks from the scene of the old brick kiln case. We cannot afford to alarm the snake in the grass. For now, we can only watch him closely. We are intensifying our search for the surviving girl and the initial witnesses. The rest of us are fully committed to sifting through video footage from the time of the incidents, Zhang Zheng said with resignation. Chu Nan nodded. There were no straightforward solutions for such cases. The fact that he could commit multiple murders and remain at large undoubtedly indicated a complex character. Just then, Sun Jingyao rushed over, panting. Are you in a hurry for an exam? Why are you running like this? Have a drink of water. Chu Nan couldn't help but tease. Sun Jingyao felt a twinge of grievance, but as a strong woman, she couldn't show it. Chu Nan surveyed the scene. The small courtyard appeared to have been constructed in the 1980s or 1990s, featuring a gabled roof and beam structure that is now quite rare. However, the house was well preserved, and the interior was warm and inviting, complemented by a small garden filled with flowers and plants. In contrast to the cold, lifeless apartment complexes, this place exuded vitality. The girl appeared to be in her mid-20s, with an exquisitely delicate face. She was dressed in a short cotton nightgown that had been draped over a beam, resembling a pink bedsheet. Nearby lay an overturned stool. Everything in the room was neatly arranged, showing no signs of a struggle. Chu Nan asked, "Captain Zhang, what is the situation here?" "It appears to be a suicide. The time of death was between 11 and midnight last night. The deceased bore no external injuries. Although she had engaged in sexual activity prior to her death, there are no signs of violent assault, nor any evidence of a struggle at the scene. We examined the deceased's nails, finding no foreign substances, and her manicure remained intact. The deceased had consumed alcohol, with a blood alcohol content of 80 milligrams per 100 milliliters, just reaching the threshold for intoxication. However, we spoke with her friends, and they indicated she could handle 5 or 6 bottles of beer without issue. We also assessed the ligature marks on her neck, which were V-shaped, consistent with hanging as a method of suicide," Zhang Jing explained. As he spoke, a forensic expert from the Criminal Investigation Division anxiously watched Chu Nan, beads of sweat forming in his palms. Understandably so. He had previously examined the scenes of the child falling incident and the accidental homicide at the Happy Home, both of which had been misjudged. These two miscalculations led him to question his once proud expertise. He even dreaded contemplating whether he had made errors in the past. Chapter 60. The distinction between hanging and strangulation. New skill, forensic expertise. Upon seeing Chu Nan nod, he finally exhaled in relief. The V-shaped and U-shaped ligature marks are crucial in determining whether the deceased took her own life. When a person hangs, the body experiences downward force, and the rope leaves a V-shaped mark along the jawline. In the case of homicide, the individual would not have the necessary height. Thus, they would have to apply force from behind, resulting in a U-shaped mark around the neck. After all, a person cannot simply be hoisted by a rope. We discovered a medical report for the deceased in the tea cabinet, indicating that prior to her death, she had contracted gonorrhea. This leads us to surmise that it was the final straw that overwhelmed her. With Chu Nan's affirmation, the forensic expert regained confidence. Chu Nan nodded, non-committally stating, "There is a possibility." Just then, the cold voice of the system suddenly echoed. "Congratulations, host, for successfully solving the child falling case. Case rating, B. Completion rate, A. System reward, 500 justice points. System reward, 1 silver treasure chest. The system has detected an unopened treasure chest. Would you like to open it immediately? Open. Congratulations. Host, you have acquired the special skill, forensic expertise." Chu Nan felt an overwhelming desire to kiss the system. As a detective, this was the skill he desired most. Forensic science demands even more from an individual than criminal investigation. To become a competent forensic expert, one must invest at least a decade, assuming one possesses the requisite talent. Chu Nan currently had no time to waste for a decade of learning. He had originally planned to accumulate 5,000 justice points to exchange in the Justice Mall. Little did he expect his wish to come true. Opening the attribute panel. Host, Chu Nan. Physical strength, 16, average, 10. Speed, 16, average, 10. Endurance, 18, average, 10. Justice value, 3,800. Special skills, True Eye, Encyclopedia of Sin, Ancient Martial Arts, 8 Extremes Fist, Beginner, Simulated Portrait Artist, Beginner, Master of Vocal Techniques, English Proficiency Level 10. Forensic Expertise. Special items, brand new nanotech bulletproof vest. After a brief pause, Chu Nan's true eye incessantly searched for any valuable clues. His gaze suddenly fixated on the deceased's knee. On the inner side of the knee, there was a minuscule wound. Upon closer inspection, Chu Nan discerned that this wound was relatively fresh, yet there was no trace of blood oozing from it. With the advantage of his forensic knowledge, Chu Nan understood that when such a wound occurs, the blood has already begun to coagulate. In simpler terms, this wound was likely inflicted after the deceased had already passed away. Observing it more closely, he noted the peculiar nature of the wound. It bore both a cut and a laceration, suggesting that some object, resembling a coin or an oval shape, had impacted at high speed, causing the injury. "Who moved the body?" Chu Nan inquired. The forensic expert responded, "I touched the body during the autopsy. Is there an issue with that?" Chu Nan scrutinized the forensic expert meticulously, but found no item on him that matched the shape of the wound. "Is there anyone else?" Chu Nan tentatively probed. "There shouldn't be. It's a strict protocol that no one can touch the body before the forensic examination is complete," Zhang Jing interjected. Curiously, Sun Jingya asked, "Chu Nan, have you discovered something?" Chu Nan pointed at the wound on the deceased's leg. "Take a look at this." "What is this? It seems like the wound appeared after death." Sun Jingya's eyes widened in astonishment. Chu Nan cast a surprised glance at Sun Jingya. Her foundational knowledge was quite impressive. A wound that appeared post-mortem? Zhang Jing was equally taken aback. The forensic expert glanced over, his expression somewhat complex, and remarked, "The absence of bleeding indeed aligns with the characteristics of a post-mortem injury. It's possible someone encountered the body before us." "Huang Jun, bring in the person who reported this," Zhang Jing said with a grim expression. Huang Jun nodded and made his way outside. Shortly thereafter, a man in his 30s, dressed in a suit, entered. "When you discovered the body, did you touch it?" Zhang Jing inquired. No. The suited man shook his head vigorously, his face pale with fear. "I was so terrified that I immediately ran outside to call the police." "What is your relationship with the deceased?" Chu Nan asked. We were friends." The man hesitated slightly as he spoke. Chu Nan coldly remarked, "Friends? A friend who rushes into a solitary woman's home early in the morning? How did you gain entry?" "I was quite familiar with Yanli, so I knew her yard gate was usually unlocked, and I opened the door through the peephole. Her door wasn't locked. It just pushed open," the man stammered. "I hope you think carefully before you speak. You must trust in our police's ability to investigate. If what you say is false and Su Yanli's death is suspicious, what do you think the consequences will be?" Chu Nan asked expressionlessly. At this, the man's face turned ashen. He trembled as he replied, "Yes. I had an affair with her. Officer, I didn't intend to hide this from you. If my wife, that tigress, finds out, she will surely kill me." Chu Nan looked at the man, somewhat speechless, and continued, "So, why did you come here so early?" The middle-aged man awkwardly replied, "My wife is very strict. I must be home at all times. So, I could only come during work hours." "Do you know if Su Yanli was ill?" Chu Nan asked, his eyes fixed intently on the man. The man appeared shocked. "Huh? Was she sick? You mean she was earning money from me for treatment? What do you mean?" Chu Nan couldn't help but be curious. "Oh, I was essentially keeping her, giving her 20,000 a month. We had agreed that it would be purely physical, no emotional entanglements," the man explained. Goodness, truly a cultured man, Chu Nan thought. You could just say you were keeping a mistress instead of sugarcoating it. The man's suspicions seemed minimal, his reactions were not deceptive. Moreover, the murderer was unlikely to report the crime themselves. The notion that a thief would cry-stop thief to exonerate themselves was utterly absurd. Reporting the crime would undoubtedly place him under suspicion. Is it possible that this wound was inflicted by a cat or similar animal? Zhang Jing inquired. Chu Nan glanced at Zhang Jing, impressed by his insight. You're not wrong. There is a possibility. But let's not get carried away. The likelihood isn't much higher than winning the lottery. With the enhancement of the true eye, the rope above the deceased's head, which was a pink bedsheet, came into view. He scrutinized the sheet closely, noting several conspicuous dark brown stains. Upon further examination, he observed that the dark brown stains were interspersed with some white objects. Chapter 61. Another murder? An almost perfect crime scene. Chu Nan looked up at the beam, which had been coated with a layer of white paint. He surveyed the surroundings, moved a table beneath the beam, and added a high stool. Once atop it, he immediately noticed several distinct friction marks on the beam, the color of which matched the stains on the bedsheet. Zhang team, this is murder, Chu Nan asserted decisively. Another murder? Zhang Jing's eyes widened, his heart racing. In a single district, 3 murders within the span of a month was exceedingly outrageous. Come take a look, Chu Nan said, descending to the floor. Zhang Jing examined the beam, his brow furrowing deeply. Is it possible the marks on the beam were made when the deceased was struggling? Zhang Jing asked. Impossible. Chu Nan shook his head, pointing to some lower marks. The noose around her neck was a slipknot, effectively securing her. Regardless of her struggles, the bedsheet above could not have shifted downwards. Zhang Jing nodded, his breaths becoming slightly hurried. Then, it certainly is murder. Based on the scene, we can essentially rule out a motive of financial gain. This suggests it was either revenge or a crime of passion. Chu Nan, what's your perspective? Zhang Jing queried. Chu Nan nodded. I believe the likelihood of it being a crime of passion is greater. After all, there are no signs of forced entry on the door, indicating the murderer entered normally. However, the possibility of a murder arising from unequal distribution of benefits cannot be dismissed. This case shouldn't be difficult. We just need to identify those who were closest to the deceased, the forensic expert chimed in. Let's first analyze the semen and bodily fluids left on the deceased. It should yield some clues. Yes, that is indeed a lead. Conduct a thorough inspection of this room. Ascertain whether we can uncover fingerprints or footprints, Zhang Jing instructed. Concurrently, surveillance footage, resident interviews, and investigations into those closely associated with the deceased were to proceed in unison. The police entered the crime scene, unperturbed by the potential disruption of evidence. They donned gloves and shoe covers, making the search for clues still timely. Chu Nan, do you have any additional leads? Zhang Jing inquired with palpable anticipation. Chu Nan remained silent, meticulously scanning the vicinity with a blue light lamp. The advancements in technology had both its merits and drawbacks, a reality well understood in the field of criminal investigation. Consider the blue light lamp and DNA testing. The laborious efforts required before their advent were substantial. Even if you discovered a clue on the deceased, the inability to test it was a significant hindrance. Such arduousness, however, with progress comes its own set of challenges. The vastness of the internet, along with crime dramas and documentaries, means that, aside from crimes of passion, most murders are often meticulously cleaned by the perpetrators. After an exhaustive search, nothing was found, which left Chu Nan somewhat vexed. Typically, cases were not so straightforward. Yet Chu Nan had been exceptionally fortunate in his career, rendering even the most complex cases deceptively simple in his hands. He had grown accustomed to this ease. It seems we must revert to traditional methods. Let us first seek clues in the surveillance footage and attempt to identify witnesses. Simultaneously, we need to locate the last person the deceased interacted with. Every individual who knew the victim, particularly close male acquaintances, must be investigated, he asserted. Zhang team, the ladder has arrived. Shall I remove the table and chairs? Huang Jun asked. Yes, do so, Zhang Jing nodded. Wait a moment. Chu Nan suddenly recalled something significant and called out, startling everyone. Sun Jingyao tentatively asked, what have you discovered now? How is the bedsheet tied? Chu Nan inquired. Sun Jingyao gestured towards the table and chairs, just like you. They stepped on the table and chairs to reach it. Examine the tabletop, Chu Nan urged. What should we be looking for? The surface appears quite clean, presumably. The murderer wiped it down, Zhang Jing remarked. The forensic expert, having illuminated the surface with the blue light, expressed confusion. Indeed, there are no footprints or fingerprints on this table. But don't you find it overly pristine? Chu Nan countered. Yes, I mentioned that earlier. What is the problem? Zhang Jing was perplexed. Chu Nan, a bit impatient, lifted a chair. For heaven's sake, just say what you mean. What is going on? Zhang Jing was genuinely frustrated. This table is aged, and its finish has deteriorated and softened. Look at the impressions left by our chairs. However, there were no such marks prior. I scanned the room thoroughly, and this chair is the only one that could support a person. The remaining plastic stools are inadequate even for resting one's feet. Hence, the deceased could not have utilized a stool. It is implausible for the murderer to carry a ladder with him, Chu Nan pointed out. And then? Zhang Jing asked. The others stared at Chu Nan, bewildered. Inspect the knot. The knot is tied facing upwards, indicating that the deceased's position was at least a head and a half above it. Otherwise, the knot would face downward. Chu Nan explained, demonstrating by standing on the table. The murderer must be at least as tall as you. Sun Jingyao exclaimed, her expression one of surprise. Chu Nan nodded, affirming, exactly, otherwise he would not have been able to tie such a knot. Indeed, Zhang Jing exclaimed with excitement. You possess an extraordinary ability to deduce such details. Is the deceased's phone still here? Chu Nan asked. Yes, Zhang Jing responded. The murderer, in his cleverness, has been outsmarted. He believed the staged suicide scene was flawless, hence leaving the deceased's phone behind. We can scrutinize the contacts within the phone one by one, and he will not escape our grasp, Zhang Jing said. A hint of exhilaration in his voice. Not just the contact list. The chat history in social media is also crucial, Chu Nan added. Correct, Zhang Jing nodded again. Chu Nan continued. The absence of fingerprints on the bedsheet indicates premeditated murder. The lack of signs of struggle suggests the murderer was aware the deceased had been drinking. Pursuing this angle may yield results. Yes, this is indeed significant, Zhang Jing nodded again. Chu Nan fell silent, furrowing his brow. He sensed an oversight on his part. While Zhang Jing conversed with Chu Nan, the forensic expert documented and photographed all the clues. Chu Nan approached the yard's entrance, surveying his surroundings, but found no surveillance cameras. There were a few on the main road, but he deemed them of little use. This row of houses was bordered by a 6-meter-wide main road on one side and a wall on the other. Beyond the wall lay an expanse of wasteland. If this were a premeditated murder, the perpetrator would undoubtedly be aware of it. Chapter 62. The deceased was a Casanova. Chu Nan felt increasingly frustrated. Upon reaching the wall, he was dismayed to find over a dozen footprints of varying sizes, some appearing quite fresh. The only utility of these footprints was to ascertain the suspect's height and weight. If one could not confirm that the prints were made by the deceased, they were essentially useless. Climbing over the wall and traversing the wasteland led directly to the bustling San Juan Road in the southern district. Taking the main road would require a detour of over a kilometer. Chu Nan speculated that many of those who scaled the wall likely sought a shortcut. Thus, attempting to find traces of the murderer on the wall seemed futile. The grass at the entrance of the nearby house was overgrown, indicating prolonged vacancy. It was unclear whether the murderer was merely fortunate or exceptionally intelligent. Returning to the crime scene, an elderly woman suddenly grasped Chu Nan's arm. "Young man, what is happening? Did this woman truly commit suicide?" she whispered. Chu Nan could only smile apologetically. "Annie, our police work requires confidentiality, so I cannot divulge that information." He glanced at the elderly woman's house and tentatively asked, "Auntie, have you seen any unfamiliar men visiting her?" "No," she shook her head. This response surprised Chu Nan. The deceased suffered from syphilis, clearly indicating a tumultuous personal life. Initially, he had suspected her involvement in an illicit profession. However, the appearance of that suited man dispelled that notion. Engaging as a mistress was quicker and safer. With that avenue available, it would be difficult to argue that the deceased would return to such a profession. The only remaining possibility was that the deceased had several wealthy suitors. The neighbor's unfamiliarity with the deceased suggested she maintained a level of discretion, likely to avoid negative perceptions and disdain from others. Fear of retribution looms large. As this is hardly a matter to be proud of, is it conceivable that a mistress, upon being discovered by the legitimate wife, could resort to hiring a hitman? The possibility exists, albeit slim. In today's society, professional assassins are virtually non-existent in our country, especially in a small, nondescript place like Linchuan City. The notion of casually hiring a killer is a plot device often seen in television dramas, contrived by screenwriters to fabricate suspense. Furthermore, the absence of signs of struggle at the scene, coupled with undamaged doors and windows, suggests that the deceased was acquainted with the assailant. This woman exhibits traits of a true seductress, Zhang Zheng mused as he perused the victim's phone, unable to suppress his astonishment. "What do you mean?" Chu Nan inquired, intrigued. "Take a look at this," Zhang Zheng replied, presenting the phone to Chu Nan. Upon glancing at the contact list, Chu Nan's eyes widened in disbelief. The deceased's address book resembled a veritable ledger. There was the miserly contractor, Old Huang, the bald bartender from Phoenix Dance Bar, Old Wang, the seafood vendor, Old Zhang, the hardware seller, the lecherous old man Wu Junjiang, Dr. Bai from the clinic, and Old Yang from the emergency department of the People's Hospital. In just one day, she had received over 20 calls from various men. Her WeChat activity was even more bustling, with more than 40 men engaging her in conversation the previous day, 20 of whom had sent her red envelopes. The amounts varied, with some being as little as 30 or 50, while others reached 1 or 200. Altogether, she had amassed over 400 yuan in a single day. A cursory glance revealed that this woman was exceptionally clever. She neither rejected nor accepted the advances of men, responding instead with a vague, "I don't really know you well enough to say that." Such a statement was indeed laden with skill. Once a man was ensnared, she could manipulate him at will. When he was drained of resources and sought her attention, she could simply claim he had misunderstood her intentions, asserting, "I never liked you. I thought we were just friends." Should he resort to the authorities, she could argue that they were in a romantic relationship and that it was normal for a boyfriend to spend money on his girlfriend, a matter beyond police jurisdiction unless one could prove she was a fraud or retain evidence of every expenditure and transfer. The crux of the matter is that such women are professionals. They are adept at anticipating what a man might overlook. In the current age of rampant online connectivity and social media proliferation, there exists a subset of indolent women who shamelessly entice men online, treating them as mere cash dispensers. They exploit every conceivable occasion to solicit gifts, birthday presents, Valentine's Day tokens, Labor Day offerings, and Dragon Boat Festival tributes. These celebrations may seem reasonable, as it is common for serious couples to exchange romantic surprises. However, when they begin to hint at holidays like White Day, Christmas, Halloween, Easter, Mother's Day, and International Women's Day, none of which bear relevance to their interactions, alarm bells should ring. Yet, these occasions often fail to satisfy their insatiable appetites, prompting the emergence of absurd holidays such as the first cup of milk tea after autumn, the first hot pot meal in winter, the first ice cream of summer, or the first dress of spring. Can you imagine suggesting to her that you take her out for hot pot or milk tea? You'll quickly discern whether she has any interest in you. This is merely the tip of the iceberg. The so-called wounded beauties online are often nothing more than unkempt men behind their screens. Men understand men, and this truth resonates deeply. In truth, Chu Nan had encountered such scenarios far too often in his previous life. Frankly speaking, he had little desire to engage with such cases. Flies do not alight upon an unblemished egg. If one does not harbor ulterior motives, one cannot be deceived. How could one not take a good look in the mirror? A woman with fair skin, striking beauty, and long legs would not bare her heart to someone she had never met. Was it possible? Had he saved the Earth or the galaxy in his past life? This case was proving to be quite troublesome. Zhang Zheng sighed deeply. Chu Nan offered a resigned smile. Troublesome or not, it had to be dealt with. Among the individuals involved, they could first eliminate those who had never met the deceased, followed by those who had only recently begun conversing without any financial exchanges. After concluding their work, they returned to the 8-Degree Bend Police Station, where the atmosphere was bustling with activity. Officers were coming and going, visibly overwhelmed. In the police vehicle, Zhang Jing, Huang Jun, and the forensic expert wore furrowed brows. 3 homicides in a month had left them gasping for breath. Master, this Chu Nan is truly extraordinary. He can uncover even the most elusive clues almost instantaneously. How does he manage it? Huang Jun couldn't help but voice his admiration. Zhang Jing shot Huang Jun a disapproving glare, retorting coldly, "What do you mean by extraordinary? Just because someone is more skilled than you, they are extraordinary?" "No, that's not what I meant," Huang Jun hastily clarified, shaking his head. "I meant to say, he is exceptionally talented." The forensic expert chimed in, unable to restrain his enthusiasm. "He is indeed remarkable, almost as if he possesses some kind of supernatural ability. His observational, analytical, and deductive skills are unparalleled. The money laundering paper from the happy community, the markings on the table in this case, and the cigarette butts at the intersection of Qingshan Road. Such clues are easily overlooked. It is not surprising for someone to stumble upon 1 or 2 by chance, but for him to uncover every single clue is truly astonishing." He had harbored this thought for quite some time. Chu Nan's presence had nearly driven him to despair. For half a month, did they understand how he had endured this time? In the 3 cases he encountered with Chu Nan, he had concluded they were suicides. He had exerted every ounce of effort, feeling as though he had tapped into his primal strength. Yet, time and again, Chu Nan had overturned his conclusions, transforming them from suicides into homicides. Now, he found himself doubting his own capabilities, questioning whether he was even fit for this line of work. Chapter 63. The elated Zhang Jigang. The woman Chu Nan detests most. Zhang Jing remarked, "Some individuals are simply born for this line of work. Some possess great drinking capacities, others excel in mathematics, some have keen observational skills, and some possess an acute sense of smell. What is it called again? The amygdala is larger in them than in the average person. I suspect that Chu Nan is one of those individuals. We cannot compare ourselves to him. We must focus on performing our own duties diligently." At the 8-Degree Bend Police Station, upon observing Zhang Jigang's beaming countenance, Chu Nan smiled and inquired, "Zhang Chief, have you made progress on the case?" "Indeed, remarkable progress. This turned out to be a significant case. The owner of this foot massage parlor runs 4 establishments, and our preliminary estimate of the fraud amounts to at least 600,000 to 800,000 yuan." Zhang Jigang exclaimed with excitement. "Congratulations, Zhang Chief. It seems you've made another significant contribution." Chu Nan replied with a grin. "Ha ha ha. This is all thanks to you. Well, I'm in the midst of an interrogation, so I can't chat with you right now." Just as Zhang Jigang departed, Auxiliary Officer Zhang Gu appeared out of nowhere. "Chu, his case report doesn't even mention your name. You handed this case over to him, regardless. Doesn't that warrant some acknowledgement for your involvement?" Zhang Gu whispered. Chu Nan cast a glance at Brother Zhang. He truly regarded this case with indifference, for he was not lacking in achievements at the moment. However, he overlooked the fact that, for an auxiliary police officer, such a case was indeed a treasure, something that could determine their future and fate. Zhang Jigang's handling of this matter was rather unsightly. Nonetheless, as a newcomer, it was not his place to intervene. "Brother Zhang, how is that fellow from Linchuan Normal University faring?" Chu Nan inquired. Zhang's expression was complex as he looked at Chu Nan, responding, "I took him for a checkup. He only sustained superficial injuries. The doctor treated him, and there's nothing to worry about. I was thinking of sending him home to rest, but he refused, saying he was pressed for time and had work awaiting him. It's not easy for anyone." Chu Nan smiled helplessly. Upon returning home, he immediately noticed 2 extra pairs of shoes by the door. Stepping inside, he was met with the sight of visitors, causing his brow to furrow involuntarily. It was his second aunt, Chu Xiangxiu, along with her son, Wu Di. Ever since Chu Nan's father passed away, she had become a night owl, frequently intruding into their home without any reason. She was likely here to borrow money. In the years immediately following his father's death, it was as if this relative had vanished, never once paying a visit. During the festive seasons, when Geng Xiaolan took Chu Nan to pay New Year's visits, her demeanor was always aloof. However, as Geng Xiaolan's career blossomed, this old woman suddenly became overly familiar, referring to her as sister-in-law and calling her eldest nephew affectionately. Over the years, she had borrowed no less than 100,000 from Geng Xiaolan for her son's college tuition, car purchases, housing, and even for his romantic pursuits. She had never once considered repaying the money. If one were to argue that her family was financially strained, they were involved in the aquatic business. With her son driving an Audi, smoking cigarettes worth dozens per pack, and wearing shoes that cost thousands. Chu Nan had expressed his concerns to Geng Xiaolan on several occasions. But she merely chuckled lightly. After all, your father has only this sister left. As the saying goes, a sister is like a mother. So let us consider this money a gesture of filial piety towards her. What could Chu Nan possibly say to that? The thought of granting her and her son a warm welcome had never crossed his mind. After removing his coat, he prepared to retreat into his room. Hey, you child. Why don't you greet your second aunt? She remarked. Your second aunt? This child is just too busy with work, always exhausted, Geng Xiaolan chimed in with a smile. Chu Xiangxiu cheerfully interjected, indeed. Being a police officer is quite grueling. I thought of bringing you some nourishment. So I specially had someone buy an old hen and farm fresh eggs from the countryside to help you recuperate. In the future, I'll send you some every now and then. You must ensure you are getting enough nutrition. Chu Nan gazed at Chu Xiangxiu in astonishment. This was not her usual demeanor. In the past, even when borrowing money, she would only bring a few rotten apples or milk about to expire. This time, it seemed she was genuinely spending on them. It appeared that something significant was at play. Thank you, second aunt. Is there a particular reason for your visit? If not, I shall head inside as I need to submit my work summary tomorrow, Chu Nan stated, uninterested in pleasantries. Chu Xiangxiu smiled bashfully. Well, actually, it's not much. I mainly came to check on you too. Relatives should keep in touch, especially since we are blood relatives, right? Chu Nan scratched his head in silence. Blood relatives? Engaging in conversation with her felt like torture. Yes, second aunt, you are correct. Mother, you two chat. I have work to attend to. Wait, Nan. We came here to discuss a small matter with you, Chu Xiangxiu said, her urgency palpable. What matter? Chu Nan asked. With a hint of embarrassment, Chu Xiangxiu replied, you see, your brother has always aspired to be a police officer, to uphold justice and help the weak. Could you speak to your superior about arranging for your brother to join? We are not picky. If he could work as an auxiliary officer at the station, that would suffice. You could guide him, and in a few years, he might even secure a permanent position. My goodness, what are you saying? You're not picky? Second aunt, do you think the police station is our family business? I'm merely a junior officer. How could I have the authority to arrange for someone at the station? Chu Nan retorted, exasperated. But I've heard that you've received awards and recognition. You've even been featured on television. Surely, you are in good standing with your station chief? Arranging for someone shouldn't be too difficult, Chu Xiangxiu insisted. Nan, we are indeed blood relatives, she added, her tone growing frustrated. Chu Nan patiently explained, second aunt. All auxiliary officers must pass an examination. Even our station chief does not possess the authority to appoint individuals to the precinct. If your son wishes to become a police officer, I support him. However, the police examination is still 6 months away. If he puts in the effort and studies diligently, it's not too late to participate in the exam. Are you saying that once you've achieved some success, you forget about your less fortunate relatives? Chu Xiangxiu asked coldly. Geng Xiaolan immediately interjected. Second aunt, you mustn't say that. Chu Nan is just a junior officer. What influence does he have? It's true that becoming a police officer requires following regulations, including passing an exam. Are you aware of the Xinjiang group in Linchuan City? The son of the owner has been attempting to pass the police exam for the 3rd time this year. The owner is incredibly wealthy, with connections that run deep. Yet it's of no use. If you fail the exam, no amount of connections can help. Mother, let us leave. We won't beg anyone. Wudi declared, abruptly standing up. Chu Xiangxiu, filled with rage, exclaimed, fine. Chu Nan, Geng Xiaolan, I will consider you no longer my relatives. Second aunt, why not stay for a meal? Be careful. Walking at night can be dangerous, Chu Nan called out loudly as they exited. Suddenly, a startled cry echoed, followed by a loud thud. Chu Nan and Geng Xiaolan rushed outside to see Chu Xiangxiu sitting on the ground, covered in dirt, clutching her head in pain. Second aunt, look at you. How could you be so careless? Chu Nan remarked. Geng Xiaolan hurriedly approached, supporting Chu Xiangxiu's arm. Sister, are you alright? Did you hurt anywhere? Chu Xiangxiu forcefully shrugged off Geng Xiaolan's arm, and, with Wu Di's assistance, struggled to stand. However, after just a few steps, her foot twisted, and she fell to the ground once more. Chapter 64. Sun Jingya is reprimanded. A naked woman beside the supermarket. Oh dear, sister, are you alright? Xiao Di, quickly, help your mother to the house of the second aunt. Geng Xiaolan urged, worry etched on her face. With Wu Di's help, Chu Xiangxiu managed to get up. Her anger palpable as she declared, humph, enough with the feigned concern. I, Chu Xiangxiu, would rather die than perish at your doorstep. Come, son, let us leave. With that, she instinctively made her way to the stairs, but the fear from her recent falls made her cling to the handrail as she cautiously descended. Once they had departed, Chu Nan looked at Geng Xiulan with a twinge of sympathy. "Mother, this isn't my fault," he said. Geng Xiulan chuckled. "Mother is not foolish. In fact, I had no intention of entangling myself with that family. It's just as well. Now we can enjoy some peace. Come, my son, let us dine. You have brought honor to our esteemed Chu family, and I have prepared a nourishing old hen for our celebration. By the way, my son, why didn't that girl with the surname Sun accompany you home from work today?" Just as they settled down, Geng Xiulan inquired. Well, there was no longer any need to worry about how Chu Xiangxiu might have affected Geng Xiulan's mood. The next day, upon arriving at the office, Wu Ziyun hurried over to Chu Nan. "Brother, Cheng is currently reprimanding Sister Sun," Wu Ziyun whispered. "What is going on?" Chu Nan asked, slightly taken aback. Although Sun Jingya had made a mistake, she was still a member of the criminal investigation team and could be reassigned at any moment. Moreover, given Cheng Tao's amiable disposition, it was typically not a grave matter. He usually turned a blind eye. This sparked both concern and curiosity in Chu Nan. "I heard that yesterday afternoon, Sister Sun acted impulsively and disregarded orders, resulting in Sun Jingxian getting injured. I assume it's related to that," Wu Ziyun explained. "Is the injury serious?" Chu Nan asked. Worried, Wu Ziyun shook her head. "It doesn't seem too severe, just a cut on his arm that required a few stitches." Feeling both curious and anxious, Chu Nan meandered towards the chief's office. From a distance, he could hear Cheng Tao's voice. "Jingya, after all the trouble you've been through, haven't you learned your lesson? I specifically called you to advise against acting rashly. We were ready to send reinforcements immediately. Did you listen? It was just the two of you against two robbers. True, you have commendable skills, but what if you had failed to apprehend them? You'd merely receive a reprimand. But if they caught you, they would face imprisonment. Surely, they understand this? Do you think they wouldn't fight back? Therefore, during an arrest, we must at least have a 2-to-1, 3-to-1, or even a 4-to-1 advantage. This is to prevent them from becoming desperate and to avoid unnecessary casualties. Yet you charged in with just 2 people. You may have sought glory, but what about Sun Jingxian? He is an auxiliary officer with no official status, earning just over 2,000 a month. Are you willing to risk his life?" "Chief, I was wrong. I will reflect on this," Sun Jingya murmured softly. "This isn't merely about reflection. It's about whether you have truly learned from this experience. Jingya, our profession is inherently perilous. We cannot afford to wait until a crisis occurs to feel regret. By then, it will be too late." Cheng Tao exclaimed. "Xiao Chu, what are you doing here? Looking for Chief Cheng?" Gao Xiangyang suddenly appeared. Chu Nan jumped, startled, and sheepishly replied, "No, I was just checking on this tree. It seems a bit dry, so I thought I might water it." At that moment, Sun Jingya emerged. "Xiao Chu, you certainly stunned Zhang Zhang at the airport case yesterday. Remarkable. You determined a homicide from just a small stain on the bedsheet. Your powers of observation are truly impressive," Cheng Tao remarked. "Another homicide has occurred in our jurisdiction?" Gao Xiangyang asked, looking worried. "What is going on? This month alone has seen 3 homicides. The world has changed. The value of money has grown increasingly paramount, and people's hearts have become more restless. Sometimes, even trivial matters can spark a homicide. Of course, we must also consider whether there are cases we have yet to uncover," Cheng Tao said, his expression grave. "Unfortunately, this is an unavoidable reality. They say that evil cannot triumph over righteousness. However, at times, when conditions are not met, it is indeed impossible to accurately differentiate every death incident. You can't treat every death as a homicide. Traffic accidents, suicides, falls. Each year, approximately 3.2 million people die unnaturally. Even if we were to assign 5 officers to investigate a homicide, verifying these unnatural deaths would require hundreds of thousands of officers annually. That would mean the police would have nothing else to do. Many things, while you may suspect they are problematic, must be weighed against their pros and cons. All right. Let us return to our duties. Xiao Chu, Jingya is still with you. I suppose you are the only one who can keep her in check," Cheng Tao said with a resigned expression. "Are you all right?" In the car, Chu Nan struggled to utter this question after a long pause. Although he had lived 2 lifetimes, he was genuinely inept at comforting women. "I'm fine," Sun Jingya replied, shaking her head as she endeavored to appear normal. "No, I meant to ask if you were injured," Chu Nan asked with a wry smile. Sun Jingya looked at him in surprise and shook her head. "I'm not." Cheng Tao's words had some truth. In many situations, one must rely on their judgment in emergencies. Just like when you apprehended those 2 thieves yesterday. I heard they were preparing to leave and had everything packed, right? Had you not acted then, they would have successfully escaped, making it difficult to track them down later. Furthermore, during this time, they might commit more crimes, endangering the lives and property of even more citizens. What are we police officers? We are the shield that protects the lives and property of the people, and the sword that punishes criminals. Is it not our duty to take on some risks to ensure public safety? Chu Nan's words astonished Sun Jingya. They mirrored her own thoughts almost perfectly. Simultaneously, tears threatened to spill from her eyes. Humans are emotional beings. During the most distressing times, a kind word or a sympathetic glance from another can break down barriers. A prime example is a child. No matter how much they endure outside, upon seeing their parents, they can no longer hold back their tears. Is this how you feel too? Sun Jingya asked, still somewhat incredulous. After all, in her eyes, Chu Nan was not a typical individual. Indeed, as police officers, don't we all think this way? Chu Nan nodded. However, when handling cases, our primary task is to ensure our own safety and that of our colleagues. I appreciate your good intentions, but we must always act within our means. Sun Jingya couldn't help but roll her eyes. It was quite absurd for someone who dared to confront armed criminals to preach about safety. Just then, Brother Zhang hurriedly rushed in. He approached Chu Nan directly, saying, "Brother Chu, someone reported that a girl is lying naked in the alley beside Lianhua supermarket." Naked? What is her condition? Chu Nan inquired, surprised. Brother Zhang shook his head. "I don't know. The caller said they were too afraid to check, so they don't know if she is alive or dead." Chu Nan nodded. "All right. I'll go take a look." Chapter 65. The Intoxicated Woman. A predicament that the police station dreaded. Upon reaching the alley beside Lianhua supermarket, Chu Nan could see a crowd of dozens gathering from a distance. Many were filming with their phones, grinning mischievously as they captured the scene. "Make way." Chu Nan pushed through the crowd and entered. As he stepped inside, two middle-aged men bolted out like startled rabbits. It was at that moment he noticed a girl, seemingly just in her early 20s, lying on the ground. She was clad in a minuscule skirt, one leg draped against the wall. Her underwear discarded not far from the base of the wall. Her top lay beneath her body, ominously abandoned at her side. Hastily, Chu Nan removed his police uniform and draped it over the girl. A nauseating mix of alcohol and a familiar scent of hormones wafted through the air, repulsing him. He felt utterly speechless. In his previous life, he had spent 3 years at a grassroots police station, where over 70% of the calls received were related to intoxication. Incidents of violence, promiscuity, and moral decay following drunkenness were rampant. The night shifts were particularly excruciating. Virtually every shift required his colleagues to handle 2 or 3 inebriated individuals sprawled across the streets. The police station at night was more bustling than a marketplace. Some individuals, having drank excessively, would boast loudly, believing the world belonged to them after just a few drinks. They would embrace officers as brothers, pontificating to criminals. Others would weep, pouring out grievances and complaints. Some, completely oblivious to their actions, would be lost in their drunken stupor. Chu Nan had once come to the aid of a drunken girl who, to his astonishment, made various inappropriate advances. One moment, she wanted him to be her boyfriend. The next she called him hubby, and then she would cling to his neck and nibble at his face. This was considered fortunate, as incidents of sexual assault related to intoxication occurred at least once or twice a month, frequently making headlines. Reports of drunken girls being accosted by beggars or being found lifeless by passers-by were common. Furthermore, it was not solely girls who fell victim. Boys were often targeted as well. Chu Nan recalled a case from his previous life involving a boy who, after becoming intoxicated, was sexually assaulted and subsequently murdered by a beggar. The body was discovered 2 months later during drainage maintenance. Sun Jingya gently touched the girl's face and spoke. "It's all right. She is probably just drunk." Chu Nan nodded. Yes, she likely fell victim to assault after drinking. Just then, a blaring siren pierced the air. Chu Nan turned to see an ambulance arriving. "Sister Lu, take her to the hospital and notify the technical department to check for DNA in her bodily fluids. I will review the supermarket surveillance footage to see if I can find any clues." "Understood," Sun Jingya replied with a nod. As the inebriated girl was lifted onto the ambulance, the onlookers, having lost interest in the commotion, began to disperse. "Everyone halt," Chu Nan bellowed. "Those who took photos, delete them immediately. I warn you, there are surveillance cameras here. If those images or videos circulate, consider the consequences," Chu Nan said coldly. Several timid individuals promptly deleted their videos and photos. Whether anyone failed to do so remained uncertain. All he could manage was this. Although he was a police officer, he had no authority to indiscriminately inspect others' phones. Upon arriving at the supermarket, he quickly accessed the footage from the incident. The video revealed that at 11:20 p.m. the previous night, the victim entered the surveillance area from the south. Her gait was already noticeably unsteady. After staggering a few steps, she collapsed at the supermarket entrance. In the following 10 minutes, more than 10 people passed by. However, adhering to a mindset of indifference, they merely glanced, took photos, or recorded videos. None bothered to call the police. A passing dog urinated on the drunken girl's head before sniffing at her. An elderly woman adjusted the girl's clothing, called out a few times, and upon receiving no response, glanced around before leaving in indecision. A man in his early 20s attempted to shout a few times, then slapped the drunken girl's face, confirming her lack of response. He took advantage of her vulnerability for a moment before hastily departing when he perceived no one was watching. 10 minutes later, at 11:31 p.m., a man with a card appeared in the surveillance frame. He glanced at the victim, surveyed the surroundings, and upon ensuring no one was present, he picked up the victim and vanished from the camera's view. The lighting was dim, and with the suspect wearing a cap, his features remained obscured. Based on the proportions of previous pedestrians in the footage, Chu Nan estimated the suspect as height to be around 175 meters, with a lean build. A few seconds later, the man reappeared, pulling the card away and disappearing into a blind spot of the surveillance. It appeared that further insights would require assistance from nearby cameras, as this man had consistently evaded direct exposure to the surveillance. Consequently, the matter would have to be delegated to the information department, as they were the specialists. Otherwise, Chu Nan would be left to run himself ragged. Just after making the call, his walkie-talkie crackled to life. There's a report of a woman in distress at 330 Health Road. Nearby officers are requested to investigate immediately. Officer 2336 acknowledges. Chu Nan responded. Ordinarily, he shouldn't respond alone, but saving lives took precedence over protocol, and he happened to be near Health Road. At that moment, such considerations were secondary. Health Road was situated within the largest urban village in the Southern District. The only distinction from the Airport New District was that the self-built houses were more scattered and primarily 4 to 5 stories tall, mainly for rental purposes. Of course, the rent here was significantly lower than in the Airport New District, resulting in a higher influx of outsiders seeking accommodation. Number 330 was a 5-story self-built building. Its exterior, apart from the yellow paint, bore no decorations. Just as Chu Nan parked, a delivery worker darted out from a nearby alley. Officer, it's me. I called the police. The delivery worker exclaimed, visibly anxious. You called the police? What happened? Chu Nan inquired. The delivery worker pointed at the third-floor window, breathless. I was delivering to the 4th floor, and as I passed the 3rd floor, I heard a woman screaming for help. She was saying things like, don't, and I'm going to die. It sounded like someone was choking her. It was horrifying. Chu Nan nodded. All right. I'll check it out. Upon reaching the 3rd floor, he tentatively knocked on the door. Who the hell is it? A man shouted impatiently. Open up. It's the 8 Paths Police Station, Chu Nan announced. He grew increasingly concerned when, after his call, there was no response for several seconds. Officer, hurry. They might be in trouble. The delivery worker urged, his face a mask of anxiety. Chu Nan glanced back at him, noticing he was gripping a bicycle pump tightly. Eyes fixed on the door with trepidation. What are you doing here? Stand back, Chu Nan instructed. The delivery man shook the air pump in his hand and said, no. Officer, it's far too dangerous for you to be alone. Allow me to assist you. Rest assured, I have trained for 2 years in martial arts. Just then, a thunderous crash echoed through the air, followed by a woman's anguished scream. Chapter 66. The Dilemma of Chu Nan. When seeking a man, one must exercise keen discernment. Bang! With a swift kick, Chu Nan smashed open the security door. The delivery man's eyes widened in astonishment, as though he had seen a ghost. He glanced at the twisted steel door frame and attempted to pry it open with his hands. The quality of this security door seemed impeccable. How had he accomplished such a feat? Chu Nan scoured the room, yet found no one. At that moment, a rustling sound emanated from another room. Open the door, Chu Nan commanded, gripping his baton tightly. No response came. I am officer from the Badao Guai Police Station. Open the door, he warned. If you don't open it now, I shall force my way in. No sooner had he uttered these words than the door swung open, revealing a woman clad in disheveled pajamas. Her attire and hair were in disarray. A large bruise marred her forehead, and traces of blood were visible. Chu Nan craned his neck to peer behind her. The room was a bathroom, and apart from this woman, there was no one else present. Are you all right? He inquired. I'm fine. She hastily shook her head, her face a mask of panic. Officer, is there something you need? What about the man who was just speaking? Chu Nan pressed. The woman instinctively glanced towards the window, then shook her head, saying, no. There's no man here. Perhaps it was just a sound from the television? I tend to keep the volume quite high. I sincerely apologize for the misunderstanding. Chu Nan disregarded her and walked directly to the window. Peering outside, he spotted a man, dressed haphazardly, crouching in terror atop the air conditioning unit. "Come up," Chu Nan shouted sternly. The man nodded and swiftly dashed inside. "What is your relationship with him?" Chu Nan turned to the woman and asked. We are a couple," she replied, feigning composure. "A couple? Please present your household registration or marriage certificate for my inspection," he requested. No, the man vehemently shook his head. "We are merely dating, just in a boyfriend-girlfriend relationship. Boyfriend and girlfriend, yet you are hiding on the air conditioning unit? If you haven't made up your minds, we shall go to the police station to discuss this matter thoroughly," Chu Nan stated coldly. Thud. The woman suddenly sank to her knees. Officer, I confess. I truly had an affair with him behind my husband's back. I know I was wrong. Please, this cannot reach my husband, otherwise I won't be able to live." Chu Nan regarded her with a hint of disdain, replying, "Such matters are not within our jurisdiction. However, I advise you to maintain your self-respect. Infidelity within marriage does not constitute a criminal offense. Yet, when a marriage dissolves, the errant party must bear financial compensation." The woman wept. "No, officer, I truly have no feelings for him anymore. He is inhumane, a drunken brute who beats me when intoxicated. Look at all these injuries." As she spoke, she lifted her clothing, revealing a body marred with bruises. Chu Nan was taken aback. This woman bore almost no intact skin. Her body was a canvas of contusions, old wounds obscured by fresh ones, the latest still bearing traces of blood, likely inflicted just days prior. "Have you reported this to the police?" he asked. "No, I haven't the courage," she admitted through tears. "I once reported him, but he was only detained for a few days. Upon his return, he only grew more violent. So, I have refrained from seeking help. You could consider divorce," Chu Nan suggested. Domestic violence differs from mere marital disputes. A few harsh words exchanged or a fleeting argument is commonplace. However, domestic violence indicates a pattern. Once it occurs, it will likely recur. The police can do little. Unless the consequences are severe, they may only issue a reprimand or provide a brief stay in jail. The woman sobbed. "I cannot. He said he has nothing to lose. If I dare to divorce him, he will kill me first, then my family. He is utterly lawless." Chu Nan replied with anger. This issue is indeed challenging to resolve. Though he may speak threats, without action, the most one can do is charge him with intimidation. According to the Public Security Administration punishment law, if intimidation does not constitute a crime, the perpetrator may face detention for up to 5 days or a fine not exceeding 500 yuan. In more serious circumstances, detention may extend from 5 to 10 days, with potential fines as well. And then what? There is no further recourse. It is unfeasible to expect the police to shadow him constantly. Thus, it is imperative for women to be discerning when choosing partners. Encountering such a callous and unyielding individual can indeed ruin a life. In your situation, should you wish to pursue divorce, you may apply for personal protection. Regardless, your current behavior is misguided. I hope you can reflect on this. If you have any queries, feel free to consult the police station or the court, Chu Nan concluded. The woman nodded in acknowledgement. Once she signed the police report, Chu Nan turned to leave. Observing the door he had broken, he couldn't help but chuckle. "You will need to repair this door yourself. Bring the receipt to the Badao Guai Police Station for reimbursement." "Brother, I apologize. I truly misunderstood," the delivery man said sheepishly upon exiting. "No, you did commendably. I am genuinely grateful for your support of our work. If everyone possessed your level of vigilance, our duties would be considerably easier," Chu Nan replied earnestly. At the Badao Guai Police Station, at 10:30, the girl had regained consciousness. Though she appeared in a dire state, her complexion was pallid, her body trembled incessantly, and tears streamed down her face. She bore several new wounds, remnants of her earlier struggle, as recounted by Sun Jingya. Chu Nan absent-mindedly tapped his fingers against the table. According to the girl's account, she was a student at Linchuan Normal University, generally residing on campus with little time spent outside. She had a low tolerance for alcohol and rarely drank, perhaps indulging in a bottle of fruit beer or a cocktail only during meals with friends. Last night, however, was a classmate's birthday celebration, and she had stayed out later than usual. Yet, she solemnly swore she had consumed only 1 glass of red wine. "Are you certain you only had 1 glass of red wine?" Chu Nan inquired. "I am certain," the girl nodded vigorously. I have a poor tolerance for alcohol, so I normally refrain from drinking outside." "Why did you leave alone during your friend's birthday?" Chu Nan inquired further. "They said they were going to sing, so I decided to leave early," the girl replied. Chu Nan nodded and stood up to depart. In a small conference room, a stern voice resonated, "Comrades, during our Qingfeng operation, an incident of such atrocious nature has occurred, which is a blatant provocation against our police force. Thus, We must act with unwavering resolve to bring the criminals to justice as swiftly as possible, Cheng Tao declared vehemently. Chapter 67. The Enraged Cheng Tao. New skill, Eye of Illusion. Huang Huihong sighed helplessly. The awareness of these young girls is alarmingly low. This incident could have been completely avoided. Lying drunk on the street is akin to placing a plate of meat before someone who has been starving for too long. It is a challenge to the bottom line of criminality. Cheng Tao's eyes widened in indignation as he retorted, Old Huang, why are you digressing from the case analysis? Are you implying that the young girl is to blame? What is our role as police officers? The greatest responsibility lies with us. We have failed to adequately protect the citizens in our jurisdiction. We must reflect and introspect, rather than cast blame upon the victim. Huang Huihong, looking quite anxious, interjected, No. Cheng, that's not what I meant. Beside them, Gao Xiangyang chuckled. All right, enough bickering. We're all here for the case, aren't we? Old Huang, we know what kind of person you are. Cheng is just a bit heated and anxious. Cheng Tao chose not to dwell on the topic further and turned his attention to Zhang Jigang. Jigang, how would you classify this case? Cheng Tao inquired. Zhang Jigang gestured towards the projector. Isn't it quite apparent? The victim was assaulted after consuming alcohol. We must not adopt a reactive approach. Rather, we need to take preventive measures. We must enhance safety awareness education for teenagers and bolster law enforcement during night shifts. Cheng Tao nodded. Indeed, Jigang. That's an excellent suggestion. I will communicate with the relevant departments. He then turned to a female officer. Xiaoying, how is the surveillance review going? Have you made any discoveries? We retrieved the surveillance footage from along the route and found that the suspect entered the Jinxiu Garden community after the incident. Therefore, we should focus our investigation on that area, the female officer reported. Cheng Tao nodded. Yes, that's a significant finding. Jigang, you will take charge of this matter. Find a breakthrough as soon as possible. While the group discussed, Chu Nan's attention was captured by the system notifications. Congratulations, host. You have apprehended the A-level wanted criminal Chen Guangha. Task level, B. Task completion rating, A. System reward, 500 justice points. System reward, 1 silver treasure chest. The system has detected 1 unopened treasure chest. Would you like to open it immediately? Open it. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a special skill, Eye of Illusion. True Eye. This skill allows for precise analysis of human language, actions, and micro-expressions, enabling the accurate judgment of their true thoughts. This reward caused a grin to spread across Chu Nan's face. This was nothing short of an interrogation artifact, a human lie detector, even transcending the boundaries of contemporary technology. The emergence of this skill effectively bridged Chu Nan's shortcomings. With the true eye for examining crime scenes, the 8 extremes fist to subdue criminals, and the eye of illusion to see through lies, he now possessed all the attributes of a nemesis to evil. Chu Nan's expression left Cheng Tao somewhat bewildered. Tentatively, he asked, Xiao Chu, what is that expression on your face? What are your thoughts on this case? Director, don't you find this situation a bit peculiar? The victim claimed she only drank a glass of red wine. Yet the alcohol test revealed a blood alcohol content of 78 milligrams per 100 milliliters. Considering that a whole night has passed since the incident, I estimate her blood alcohol content exceeded 180 milligrams per 100 milliliters at the time of the event, Chu Nan articulated. Zhang Jigang chuckled. The youth tends to panic when faced with adversity. In such a significant situation, she will naturally seek reasons to deflect blame. That's quite understandable. Chu Nan remained silent. Continuing, upon careful reflection, the suspect's behavior in the supermarket surveillance footage appeared quite suspicious. Sister Wang, would you kindly play the video from Lianhua Supermarket at 11:30 p.m. last night, when the suspect was sighted? Wang Qiuying nodded and located the video from that time to play it. Pause. Sister Wang, rewind 20 seconds. Everyone, pay close attention to this segment. In this section, the suspect exhibited an instinctive gesture to shield his face upon entering the surveillance area. Why is this action significant? There are 2 possibilities. First, the suspect may have a history of criminal activity and is being pursued by the police, hence the evasion of the cameras. Second, it could indicate premeditated criminal intent. This suggests that the suspect intended to engage in unlawful acts. However, from his perspective and angle, it is impossible for him to have seen the victim. Sister Wang, continue playing. All right, pause. Do you see that? It's evident that the suspect is walking directly towards the victim. At that moment, the victim is in his blind spot. So, I must ask, how did he know she was there? He was clearly fixated on her, Zhang Jigang interjected. Chu Nan nodded. Indeed, that is the only explanation. Yet, why was he fixated on her and not others? The victim was intoxicated. She must have appeared different. Thus, the suspect targeted her. This indicates a premeditated crime. Zhang Jigang affirmed. Yes, this was indeed a premeditated act. The suspect's actions suggest he had previously monitored the surveillance footage. However, at that time, there were many girls drinking, and quite a few were inebriated. If I were the suspect, I could have easily chosen a more secluded route for the crime. When we consider the victim's account of only having consumed one glass of red wine before inexplicably becoming intoxicated, alongside the events of a classmate's birthday, her sudden inebriation, and the suspect's various odd behaviors, the coincidences are far too numerous. May I then suspect this to be a meticulously crafted conspiracy targeting the victim? As Chu Nan's words hung in the air, he noticed everyone staring at him with wide eyes, astonished. Gao Xiangyang couldn't help but chuckle. Xiao Chu, how does your mind work? Compared to your insights, I feel like my brain is merely ornamental. Cheng Tao's expression turned grave as he nodded. Xiao Chu's analysis is quite astute. We have indeed overlooked certain details. Based on Xiao Chu's reasoning, the individual who invited the victim and provided the alcohol raises significant concerns. Thus, let us divide into 3 teams. Old Huang, you take a team to the restaurant where the victim dined last night and inquire closely about what they drank and how much. Ideally, we should locate the wine bottle from last night. Jigang, you take a team to gather all individuals who attended the birthday gathering. Old Wu, you should follow the previous line of thought and take some people to the Jingxuan community to see if you can locate that cart. After more than 2 hours, all 7 individuals who attended the birthday gathering yesterday were brought back. After some inquiries, it was confirmed that the victim indeed consumed only a glass of red wine last night. During the interrogation, Chu Nan discovered 2 points of suspicion. Chapter 68. A bloodbath triggered by jealousy. What on earth are you thinking? One young man remarked, stating that the red wine consumed last night had a rather high alcohol content. He also mentioned that, in consideration of the few girls who were not accustomed to drinking, he had specifically ordered 2 bottles of Sprite to mix with the wine. This involves a common piece of knowledge. Mixing red wine with Sprite can enhance the absorption of alcohol in the body due to the carbonation in Sprite, which accelerates the rate at which alcohol is absorbed. Typically, a significant portion of alcohol consumed is not absorbed by the body and is expelled through sweat and urine. However, by mixing it with red wine, a considerable portion of that alcohol is absorbed. Hence, mixing red wine with Sprite makes one more easily intoxicated and more challenging to sober up. Of course, this does not necessarily indicate anything. After all, this method of consumption is quite common. Although Chu Nan harbored suspicions regarding the wine, without locating the bottle, it could not be counted as evidence. Nevertheless, this did not diminish his suspicion of the girl who brought the red wine. In the interrogation room, Chu Nan fixed his gaze on the young woman in her early 20s, who was exceptionally beautiful. Was the red wine brought by you? Chu Nan inquired directly. Yes, I brought it. Officer, is there something wrong with the wine? I have no idea. I purchased it online during a promotion. It cost over 600 a bottle. Zhang Yan is my close friend. That's why I was willing to bring this bottle. What happened? Did something happen to Shui Dandan? The girl asked with an anxious expression. Her words made Chu Nan's lips twitch with a hint of amusement. With the aid of the eye of truth, he was certain she was speaking falsehoods. However, the eye of truth, much like a polygraph, merely served as an auxiliary tool for interrogation and could not be considered evidence. Chu Nan stared intently at the girl and asked coldly, did we mention anything to you about Shui Dandan being in trouble? Huh. The girl was momentarily taken aback and quickly explained, no, we were just having a great time last night. After dinner, we decided to go karaoke. Dandan said she had an exam the next day, so she left early. After we finished singing, I became a bit worried about her and sent her a message, but she didn't reply. And then, Chu Nan continued his questioning. I thought maybe she had drunk too much and fell asleep. I had quite a bit to drink last night and had a terrible headache, so I didn't think much of it and went to sleep, the girl replied. Her answers were impeccable, as if she had meticulously prepared them beforehand. The most suspicious aspect for Chu Nan was her instinctive inquiry about Shui Dandan. A typical person would first question the wine's safety. After all, Chu Nan had merely asked about the red wine. Do you have a close relationship with Shui Dandan? Chu Nan inquired. The girl hesitated for a moment before shaking her head, stating, not really, we're just classmates. She asked closer to Zhang Yan. She only came because it was Zhang Yan's birthday. Is there any conflict between you? Chu Nan altered his approach. No, she shook her head without hesitation. We're not very familiar. I've hardly spoken to her. Ignoring her, Chu Nan turned to Sun Jingya. Sister Sun, have you noted this down? Noted, Sun Jingya nodded. I hope you can take responsibility for your words. You must understand that lying and obscuring the investigation will aggravate the consequences during sentencing. Do you think we would have summoned you here for no reason? Chu Nan spoke calmly. His words caused the girl's face to turn pale. Sentencing. What do you mean? She asked nervously. I'm sorry, but I cannot disclose that. We adhere to confidentiality principles during the investigation. However, I can assure you that cooperating with our investigation will grant you significant leverage. You are still young and quite beautiful. You should consider your future. Some mistakes can be rectified promptly, but if you continue to err, no one will be able to assist you, Chu Nan advised. The girl's eyes widened with panic as she asked, Is Xue Dandan in trouble? This question caused Chu Nan's brow to furrow tightly. He was certain that the girl's state was genuine. She was truly frightened for Xue Dandan. I'm sorry, we cannot disclose that, Chu Nan reiterated. The girl completely broke down, crying, I just wanted to teach her a lesson. I didn't want anything to happen to her. How did you know she was in trouble? Chu Nan quickly inquired. I couldn't reach her on the phone, and when I asked her roommate, they said she hadn't returned last night and couldn't be contacted, the girl sobbed. What do you mean by wanting to teach her a lesson? Chu Nan pressed on. She, Xue Dandan, is so arrogant, always acting aloof. So, I was quite indifferent towards her and thought of making her embarrassed, to humble her a bit. I knew she couldn't handle her alcohol. So I mixed 60-degree white liquor with the red wine and Sprite for her to drink. I just wanted her to get drunk and take a picture of her passed out in the street. I swear, I truly did not know anything would go wrong. The girl pleaded. Officer, what happened to Xue Dandan? She cried. Chu Nan did not answer her question, but continued. You mentioned wanting to take a photo of her lying in the street. Did you manage to take any? It wasn't me. I asked a friend to do it. The girl choked out. What is your friend's name? Chu Nan asked. His name is Big Tooth. I don't know his full name. We met at a bar and drank together a few times. Do you have a photo of him? Yes, it's on my phone, she replied. Chu Nan instructed Sun Jingya to retrieve the girl's phone. Upon viewing the photo, Chu Nan could not contain his elation. The individual in the photograph bore a remarkable resemblance to the suspect captured on the surveillance footage, approximately 1.75 meters tall, lean, with narrow shoulders. With the photo in hand, the suspect was swiftly apprehended. DNA comparison confirmed that he was indeed the one who assaulted Xue Dandan the previous night. With this evidence, the interrogation proceeded with minimal delays. He admitted to his actions, stating that he initially intended to follow Jiang Yao's suggestion and take a few photos while Xue Dandan was intoxicated. However, he had also consumed some alcohol and had watched a segment of a live-action romantic action film in the private room, which led him to lose control upon seeing Xue Dandan in disarray. Fortunately, this individual had some physical issues, just as he was about to find a place. He vomited before even entering the room. Feeling guilty, he fled in a panic upon hearing someone approaching. Therefore, when Xue Dandan was discovered the next day, she was found disheveled and lying there. From start to finish, it took a total of 7 hours. Overall, it was a bloody incident ignited by jealousy. Regrettably, the system only classified this case as a C grade, thus awarding Chu Nan a mere 200 points of justice value, along with a parkour master skill. Xiao Chu, you truly are remarkable. This case was resolved with such efficiency, Huang Huihong exclaimed, his face alight with excitement. Chu Nan, with a modest smile, replied, Brother Huang, please don't flatter me. I might get carried away. I simply had the fortune of noticing a few details. All right. Excessive modesty can be a form of pride. Huang Huihong chuckled. Cheng Tao, equally animated, added, Old Huang is absolutely right. Weavy, he never handled a case so swiftly. What else with all this jubilation? What major case have you cracked? A sudden voice interjected. Chu Nan looked up to find it was Zhang Jiang, the executive deputy director of the sub-bureau, Shao Xianjing. Chapter 69. 3 individuals, 800 eyes. Cheng Tao, with a hint of amusement, remarked, Leaders, what brings you to our humble locale? Are you incognito, or perhaps inspecting operations? Haha, no, Cheng, Shao and I are just passing through to take a look, Zhang Jiang replied with a smile. By the way, Cheng, I'm a bit parched. Could you possibly offer us some water? In the director's office, Zhang Jiang eagerly served tea. Shao Xianjing then spoke. Master, how has your back been lately? This is a bomb I had my classmate bring from abroad. You should give it a try. Bomb from abroad? Why don't you just say it's seafood from the Yangtze River? Cheng Tao retorted with disdain. If you have something to say, just say it. I have no time to cater to you. Huh, is there no bomb abroad? Shao Xianjing looked at Zhang Jiang in surprise. Zhang Jiang offered an awkward smile. Brother, it seems that bomb is exclusive to our country. Is that so? You scoundrel. Shao Xianjing snapped, his irritation palpable. Enough. We've known each other for over 20 years. I can tell what you're about to say just by your posture. Let us get down to business. We're all quite busy, Cheng Tao said coldly. Zhang Jiang chuckled and continued. Master, you're aware that our criminal investigation team is handling a case, right? The serial homicide case. This particular case is exceedingly vexing. The timeline is lengthy, the clues chaotic, and the suspect possesses formidable counter-surveillance skills. WVE deployed all available resources, yet thus far, WVE failed to identify any leads on the perpetrator. Cheng Tao furrowed his brow and feigned ignorance. But major cases are supposed to be confidential. Why are you sharing this with me? Zhang Jing looked to Xiao Xianjin for assistance. Xiao Xianjin sighed. Master, I'm aware of this case. It's under the province's supervision. 3 lives lost over 2 years, and the killer's methods are exceedingly brutal, causing significant panic in our city. According to Zhang Jing's analysis, the perpetrator is likely to strike again within the next 2 months. Before Xiao Xianjin could finish, Cheng Tao abruptly picked up the phone. Hello? What? The vehicle has broken down again? What on earth is going on? How many vehicles have failed this month? Do you treat police cars like racing cars? Don't give me excuses about age and performance. Who do you think produces these cars? They're not just handed out. Coughing awkwardly, Xiao Xianjin pointed to the phone in Cheng Tao's hand. Master, at least turn on the screen. Cheng Tao paused, glancing at the still black screen of his phone, and coughed awkwardly. My phone has been acting up. It keeps going black, he mumbled. Xiao Xianjin smiled wryly. Yes, master. Please try to understand my position. Each year, there is a limited allocation of police vehicles, and every station is eagerly awaiting their share. You're my mentor, but if I prioritize your vehicle needs, how do you think the others will react? Cheng Tao waved his hand dismissively. No, Xiao, you've misunderstood. I wasn't asking for a vehicle. Xiao Xianjin gritted his teeth. All right, master, I'll grant you special approval for 2 vehicles. Xiao, do you think I'm the kind of person who takes advantage of others' misfortunes? 3, master. Our sub-bureau only has an allocation of 20 vehicles this year. The 10 for the economic investigation side have been delayed for 2 years. They're now using private cars for their cases. Isn't that rather inappropriate? Cheng Tao said earnestly. Zhang Jing interjected. Xiao, allocate our criminal investigation team's distribution for this year to master. Cheng Tao couldn't help but smile slightly. Though he maintained a serious demeanor, I truly didn't ask for a vehicle. By the way, Xiao, regarding the activity funds and the canteen renovation funds we previously applied for, since you're here, I might as well ask. Approved. Activity funds increased by 100,000 a year. How much did you apply for the canteen renovation? Also 100,000, right? Approved. Xiao Xianjin seemed to have resigned himself to the situation. A smile finally graced Cheng Tao's face as he sheepishly said, Xiao, this truly resolves a significant issue for us. I'd like to thank you on behalf of all our staff. Xiao Xianjin grimaced. All right, master, this isn't a public setting. Let us settle on this matter regarding Chu Nan. When should he report to the criminal investigation team? What do you mean? What matter have we settled? Cheng Tao asked, a puzzled expression on his face. Zhang Jing, suddenly anxious, exclaimed, Master, this isn't fair. Oh, I understand now. It's about having Xiao Chu assist, correct? I generally agree, but it ultimately depends on Xiao Chu's personal choice. Cheng Tao said, Jingya is a good child. Her performance at our 8-Badao Guai work has been commendable. Young people make mistakes. They just need guidance. Xiao Xianjin nodded in agreement. I understand, Jingya. Having you mentor her is precisely aimed at helping her adjust her temperament. Since you've spoken, let us have her return to her original position. Cheng Tao nodded and dialed the number. Before long, Chu Nan arrived at the office. Director Cheng. Director Xiao, Team Leader Zhang. Chu Nan greeted politely. Zhang Jing quickly stood up, beaming with enthusiasm. Chu Nan, come, sit. Chu Nan smiled and nodded, obediently taking a seat nearby. Well, Xiao Chu, our criminal investigation team is currently overwhelmed with cases, and we're shorthanded. Thus, Director Xiao and Team Leader Zhang thought it prudent to have you assist. This matter ultimately hinges on your own willingness. Would you like to go? Cheng Tao asked straightforwardly. I will comply with the leadership's arrangements. Chu Nan responded without hesitation. Cheng Tao smiled, albeit with a hint of awkwardness. Zhang Jing turned to Chu Nan, tentatively inquiring. Do you have any difficulties here? Can you report directly to our criminal investigation team tomorrow? No, was all Chu Nan could say. Zhang Jing nodded excitedly. Then it's settled. I will be waiting for you in the office tomorrow. Cheng Tao offered Chu Nan a cigarette and lit one for himself. Chu Nan, I've decided on your transfer without consulting you. If you have anything to say, please feel free to express it, Zhang Jing said, taking a deep drag of his cigarette, his expression somewhat forlorn. No, Chu Nan shook his head. Cheng Tao glanced at Zhang Jing, then at Chu Nan, his heart heavy with unspoken emotions. What a splendid little cabbage it is, only to be swiftly uprooted by another. Cheng Tao forced a smile and remarked, all right, let us not be so serious. There are no outsiders here, so let us converse freely. Third-class merit, first-class merit, provincial-level outstanding grassroots police officer, within less than half a month. You have attained honors that most grassroots officers could only dream of in their entire careers. I, Chung Tao, have seldom bowed to anyone in my life. But you are an exception. Director Chung, I am well aware of my own circumstances. I truly have just been fortunate, Chu Nan replied earnestly. Enough with the humility when it's warranted, but don't be overly modest when it isn't, Chung Tao said with a resigned smile, continuing to be bold and tenacious. And to think critically, that is commendable. However, dear Chu, the road ahead is long. Taking things a bit slower would benefit you. You are still young, if you walk steadily. The path ahead will be much easier. Chapter 70. My goodness, do you think the criminal investigation team is your family business? Such a statement would likely be dismissed by many newcomers. Yet, for Chu Nan, who has lived 2 lifetimes, he understood Chung Tao's heartfelt concern. Those who have it too easy often find it challenging to rise again when they fall. It's akin to those who rarely fall ill. When they do, they fear the struggle to rise again. Such candid thoughts can easily offend, which is why most seniors, despite understanding this truth, refrain from voicing it. I understand, Director Chung. I will be mindful. Chu Nan nodded with determination. Chung Tao regarded Chu Nan with a complex expression and smiled. Good, as long as you know. Now tidy up. You are to report to the criminal investigation team tomorrow. As your former superior, I wish you every success. Chung Tao understood that this transfer was merely a pretext. After all, Zhang Jing had previously used the excuse of grassroots training to rebuff the city bureau leaders. The branch office would not dare to overtly transfer Chu Nan. However, a temporary assignment was different. Even if the higher-ups were aware, it would simply be a borrowing, one that would eventually be returned, wouldn't it? This way, it wouldn't undermine the leader's authority. Upon arriving at the office, everyone was still occupied with the follow-up work on the gambling case. Are you all right? Noticing Chu Nan's less than cheerful demeanor, Sun Jingya couldn't help but inquire. Has your car been repaired? Chu Nan asked. Sun Jingya nervously glanced at him and quickly shook her head. Not yet. They said something about needing to replace a bearing, and there are no spares available. Perfect. We can go to the criminal investigation team together tomorrow, he replied. Such an ordinary statement caused Sun Jingya's lips to involuntarily curve upward. When Zhang Jing and Xiao Xian arrived, Sun Jingya immediately guessed that they had come to recruit Chu Nan, while conveniently bringing her along as well. Hey, where are you two headed? Wu Ziyun emerged from nowhere, her face filled with concern. Oh, just a temporary assignment to help with a case, Chu Nan said. Glancing at her, feeling an unexpected flicker of joy, Wu Ziyun's expression fell, and she muttered, You didn't even tell me about such a big deal. My goodness, who are you? Does personnel transfer in the branch require your approval? Though he thought it, Chu Nan dared not voice it. It's just a temporary assignment. Who knows? The case might be solved in a few days, and we'll be back, so I didn't inform you, he said with an apologetic smile. Not that. I'm not talking about you. Great God. Wu Ziyun shook her head. Chu Nan politely smiled. Honestly, working with you is quite enjoyable. When we return, we can go shopping together. That simple compliment thrilled Wu Ziyun, her eyes gleaming with delight as she asked, Really? Hee. My dad says I'm too loud and worries that others might not appreciate my personality. Great God, do you truly enjoy working with me? Then I'll also be temporarily assigned to the criminal investigation team tomorrow to continue running errands for you. Oh, Chu Nan felt his mind was a bit muddled. Was this girl truly that naive? Did she not have any self-awareness? My goodness, now she was planning to be temporarily assigned to the criminal investigation team as well. What could he say? He could only respond with a polite smile and fall silent. The following morning, Chu Nan accompanied Sun Jingya to the East District Criminal Investigation Team. Jingya is here? Sister Sun, are you back? As soon as they entered, everyone who saw Sun Jingya was astonished and greeted her warmly. You seem quite popular, Chu Nan remarked with a smile. Sun Jingya sighed helplessly and replied nonchalantly, I'll take that as a compliment. Ah, little Chu has arrived. Welcome, welcome. Coincidentally, as soon as they entered, Zhang Jing came out to greet them. Report to Team Zhang. Chu Nan from Badao Guai Police Station is here to check in. Report to Team Zhang. Sun Jingya from Badao Guai Police Station is here to check in. Ha ha ha. All right. What are you two doing? Especially you, Jingya. Where did you learn this? Aren't you just coming home? Why the need for a report? Zhang Jing waved his hand, chuckling with exasperation. Report to Team Zhang. We are here on a temporary assignment, Sun Jingya emphasized. Zhang Jing nodded. Right, a temporary assignment. Little Chu, you have no tasks this morning. Let Jingya show you around to familiarize yourself with our criminal investigation team. No need, Team Zhang. Let us take a look at the case first. In cases like this, solving it even a minute earlier could prevent another victim, Chu Nan interjected. You're right. Then let us focus on the case. This case is handled by the Major Crimes Unit. Let us head over. Zhang Zheng's words piqued Chu Nan's curiosity. The Major Crimes Unit generally deals with homicide cases. A team with several major crimes units indicates its capacity to simultaneously investigate multiple homicide cases. For instance, the highly popular Major Crimes Unit 6 on television signifies that department's ability to handle 6 homicide cases at once. However, typically, at least a division-level configuration is required for that. Generally, a criminal investigation team only has one Major Crimes Unit. Team Zhang, do we have a Major Crimes Unit too? Chu Nan cautiously inquired. Yes, Zhang Jing replied with a smile. The airport district murder case is being handled by Unit 2. Additionally, the previous Washington Garden murder case is still in the cleanup phase. The suspect has strong counter-investigation capabilities and is stubbornly tight-lipped. But now the case is mostly clear. And whether he cooperates or not won't matter much. Great God, Sister Sun, you're here? A familiar voice startled Chu Nan, causing him to jump. Turning around, he was taken aback to see Wu Ziyun. Cough, cough. Zhang Jing awkwardly cleared his throat and stammered. Little Chu, I was worried you might not adapt. So I thought to bring little Wu over on a temporary assignment to assist you. It was evident that this was a rather flimsy excuse. Chu Nan grew curious about Wu Ziyun's role. Great God, my desk is over there. Call me if you need anything. Wu Ziyun, sensing the awkward atmosphere, quickly employed her ultimate tactic, verbal evasion. As the door to the Major Crimes Unit opened, a cloud of smoke billowed out. Unbeknownst to him, he initially thought there might be a fire inside. Zhang Jing furrowed his brow tightly and waved his hand vigorously to fan the air. All you old smokers, not even opening the windows or the ventilation fan. Are you not afraid of suffocating? As he spoke, Zhang Jing opened both the window and the ventilation fan. In the small office sat 7 individuals, 6 men and 1 woman. Each bore a visage gleaming with oil, hair disheveled, and eyes reddened as though afflicted by conjunctivitis. Chapter 71, Serious Crimes Unit. Key Suspects. This is Wang Bing, the leader of the unit and a pillar of our criminal investigation team. Lu Qin, our team's heroine and a black belt in Taekwondo. This is Old Zhang, Zheng Jiqiang, the most senior veteran in our criminal investigation unit. Yang Wei, as you may know, a Master-S graduate and an expert in forensic science. Bai Yang, quite adept. A 3-time champion in the youth category of our Linchuan City Police Martial Arts competition. Sima Tao, a well-informed individual who has served as a neighborhood officer for 20 years. He could navigate the streets of the South District with his eyes closed. Huang Jun, whom you have encountered a few times, requires no introduction. Zhang Jing introduced each member in turn. Chu Nan was not astonished by their credentials. After all, those who could sit here were certainly no ordinary characters. However, he was quite surprised by the personnel configuration of the unit. It was evident that Zhang Jing was meticulous in his work. Greetings, esteemed seniors, Chu Nan said politely. Allow me to introduce you. This is Chu Nan, the recently renowned criminal investigation prodigy of our city, Zhang Jing announced. The group did not exhibit much reaction. Rather, their expressions darkened. One reason was the case at hand had not been resolved satisfactorily, which left them with a loss of face, compounded by the presence of a newcomer who had yet to even remove the nameplate from his office. Secondly, the Serious Crimes Unit was not akin to the Precinct's Special Task Forces. The individuals seated here were all elite members meticulously selected from the East District. To be present here was the aspiration of every police officer. With Chu Nan occupying a position, it meant no room for others. After all, who doesn't he have a few brothers in the field? Many seasoned veterans in criminal investigation had forged life and death bonds over the years. Had an elder from the precinct taken the spot, there would have been no objections. The crux of the matter was that Chu Nan was a newcomer. One could only imagine their thoughts. Regardless of his genius status, it was clear that only the capable could secure a place here. Although discontent simmered beneath the surface, a smattering of applause broke out in the office. All right, enough lingering here. Time to eat or sleep. What do you say? Is the night more conducive to thought? Zhang Jing remarked with a hint of resignation. A middle-aged man, appearing to be in his 40s, stretched and exclaimed, "Oh dear, age is catching up with me. I can't endure any longer. Let us go, time for bed." With one leading the way, the rest followed suit. Let us go, time to sleep." My word, I hadn't realized I was this hungry until you mentioned it, Yang Wei said, offering a stiff smile to Chu Nan before joining the others in their exit. His reason for leaving differed from the rest. He felt genuinely hurt by Chu Nan's presence. In a short while, only Huang Jun remained in the office. Zhang Jing managed an awkward smile, genuinely at a loss. Those seated here were all headstrong individuals. They rarely afforded even him, their captain, any respect, let alone a newcomer. Huang Jun, You joined 2 years before Chu Nan, making you a senior. Look at him, and then look at yourself. Your primary task for the time being is to assist Chu Nan in understanding the case. Take this opportunity to learn from him, Zhang Jing said, his expression darkening. Huang Jun nodded, meekly replying, "Understood, master." This statement piqued Chu Nan's interest. Typically, the head of the criminal investigation team primarily engages in unified command, seldom taking responsibility for a specific case. It was rare for them to take on apprentices. The fact that Zhang Jing had taken Huang Jun under his wing suggested that Huang Jun was no ordinary individual, either due to his status or his capabilities. Not one to pry into matters that did not concern him. Chu Nan understood this well after years of experience. Little Chu, you might find it a bit challenging at first. The members of the Serious Crimes Unit don't adhere to a fixed schedule. I suspect they will sleep until after 9. So, why don't you rest a bit? We can discuss work when they wake, Zhang Jing said with a smile. Chu Nan reflected, indeed, this line of work is no easy feat. I'm not one to idle. Captain Zhang, may I review the case files? Certainly. You may access any information related to this case at your leisure. Huang Jun, you will oversee this matter, Zhang Jing instructed. Understood, master, Huang Jun replied, obediently nodding. Once Zhang Jing departed, Chu Nan spoke. Huang Senior, could you please bring me the files pertaining to this case? Huang Jun nodded and soon returned, cradling a thick stack of folders. Goodness, the case occurred less than 10 days ago, and already there is this much documentation. Chu Nan harbored doubts as to whether the members of the Criminal Investigation Unit had been solely occupied with paperwork during this time. Receiving the files, he swiftly organized them, eliminating case analyses and investigative processes, retaining only the evidence and suspect profiles. According to the investigations conducted by the Criminal Investigation Unit, there were currently 13 suspects, all aligning with Chu Nan's conjectures: driving a Benz, wearing glasses, possessing reproductive issues, standing over 175 centimeters tall, and appearing cultured. 2 individuals' files had been marked in red by Zhang Jing. One, named Zhang Qijing, engaged in the liquor business and frequently associated with nightclubs, making it all too easy for him to pursue young women from such venues. His wife had previously worked in a bar, further corroborating Chu Nan's hypothesis. Most crucially, Zhang Qijing had a history of domestic violence. His wife had reported him to the police 3 times, one incident resulting in a broken arm, classified as a minor injury by judicial assessment. Initially, the precinct had advocated for legal proceedings, but due to his wife's signing of a letter of understanding and Zhang Qijing being intoxicated at the time, it was not considered intentional harm, resulting only in a 7-day administrative detention. 99% of people harbor confusion regarding injury assessment standards, questioning how a broken bone could be classified as a minor injury. Often, one might witness someone beaten to a pulp, seemingly on the brink of death, yet later assessed as only having sustained minor injuries. Injury assessments adhere to a rigorously defined criterion, specifying the affected body part and the degree of damage. To illustrate with a simple example, regarding teeth, losing or breaking one tooth, or having 2 teeth loosened qualifies as a minor injury. Losing or breaking 2 teeth is classified as a second-degree injury. Losing or breaking 4 teeth qualifies as a first-degree injury, and losing or breaking 7 teeth is categorized as a second-degree serious injury. Minor injuries refer to slight damage to the structure of local tissues or temporary functional impairments, while serious injuries denote damage to the body's structure or partial functional impairments caused by various external factors, which do not yet constitute severe injury nor fall under the category of minor injuries. Severe injury refers to bodily harm that results in permanent disability, disfigurement, loss of hearing, loss of vision, loss of functionality of other organs, or other significant injuries that severely impact an individual's health. In simpler terms, a minor injury is one that affects a person but does not yield serious consequences. For instance, losing a tooth may be remedied with a filling that neither affects one's appearance nor hinders the ability to eat. A light injury, however, signifies that the victim suffers some degree of disruption in their daily life due to the injury. For example, losing 2 teeth would, to some extent, affect one's ability to eat, while losing 7 teeth would likely mean a lifetime devoid of enjoying foods such as sugarcane, corn, and bones. This represents a significant loss of dental function, qualifying it as a severe injury. From Zhang Qijing's profile, he appears to be the quintessential candidate for the role of the perpetrator. Nevertheless, Chu Nan eliminates him without hesitation. Chapter 72, The Capricious Zhang Jing. The case is at an impasse. Initially, the suspect contacted the victim through social media. The testimony of the survivor is unequivocal, and Zhang Jing and his team have conducted thorough follow-up investigations. Prior to their tragic encounters, these victims had been engaged in fervent conversations with an online acquaintance. The suspect had no need to complicate matters in his attempts to lure women working in nightclubs. More critically, given his long-standing interactions with the nightlife scene, many nightclub girls were acquainted with him. Committing a crime among acquaintances poses a considerable risk. Judging by the meticulous methods employed by the perpetrator, he should have recognized this. Furthermore, the suspect's repeated offenses are likely linked to long-term psychological stress. This suggests that he is either very devoted to his wife or simply too intimidated to provoke her. This aspect does not align with Zhang Qijing's profile either. Additionally, through interviews conducted by Zhang Zheng's team, it was revealed that Zhang Qijing merely exhibits poor drinking behavior. When under the influence, he tends to act erratically, yet in his normal state, he is quite amiable. He enjoys playing mahjong, hiking, and tennis, and has cultivated a circle of good friends in each of these pursuits. A person so passionate about life, despite any physical ailments, would unlikely descend into depravity. Another suspect, Han Yu, caught Chu Nan's attention even less. Although his attributes seemingly matched Chu Nan's deductions, Han Yu's physical issues stemmed from external factors following the first murder case 2 years ago. Moreover, he has 2 children and enjoys a seemingly happy family life. The remaining suspects either possess solid alibis or fail to meet specific criteria outlined by Chu Nan's hypotheses. Meticulously, Chu Nan reviewed the profiles of all suspects. Finding none that aligned with his deductions, Zhang Zheng and his team continued their investigations of these individuals, leaving Chu Nan unconcerned about the ramifications of a potential misjudgment on his part. He was now contemplating where the flaw in his reasoning lay, leading him to question his own observational and deductive abilities for the first time. Chu Nan affixed the photographs from the 4 crime scenes to the analysis board, his gaze fixed intently upon them. The most striking commonality among these crime scenes was their gruesomeness and brutality. Images of the crime scenes played repeatedly in his mind, and at that moment, an instinctive sense of unease washed over him. He instinctively ducked his head to the right. Upon turning, he found Huang Jun holding a cup of tea, staring blankly at Chu Nan. The latter regarded Huang Jun with surprise before returning his gaze to the images. Before Huang Jun could speak, Chu Nan quickly gestured for him to remain silent. The instinct to duck is a fundamental self-protective response. The orientation of the 4 victims' bodies in the images all faced to the right, with 2 of the corpses' heads noticeably tilted in that direction. This was no mere coincidence. It indicated that the perpetrator had used his left hand during the attacks. During the on-site investigation, Chu Nan had indeed examined the wounds meticulously, but due to the perpetrator's extreme brutality, the injuries were densely clustered. Moreover, the killer had deliberately sought to obscure this detail. He had intentionally employed a dual-handed approach in his assaults to conceal evidence of his habitual right-handedness, coupled with his choice of secluded locations for his crimes. Where the bodies were discovered only days later, any subtle traces were thoroughly masked by decomposition. Thus, during autopsies, it was impossible to deduce from the shape or direction of the wounds that the murderer was left-handed. Initially, when examining these crime scene photographs, Chu Nan sensed something amiss. Yet he found it challenging to pinpoint such a minute detail. Thankfully, Huang Jun's appearance provided clarity. Huang Jun gazed at Chu Nan, oscillating between shock, confusion, and a foolish grin. "Chu Nan, are you all right?" he cautiously inquired. "I'm fine," Chu Nan replied, shaking his head vigorously, a spark of excitement evident in his voice. "Brother Huang, your timing is impeccable." As Chu Nan spoke, he began to remove his outer jacket, causing Huang Jun to pale with fear, his hands trembling around the teacup. He instinctively glanced at the door, relieved to see colleagues passing by. At that moment, Zhang Zheng arrived at the doorway. "Chu, let's go out to eat." "Knowing you were coming, I had the kitchen prepare a special chicken dish," Zhang Zheng announced. "Wait a moment," Chu Nan said, his eyes still glued to the screen, searching for any threads that could validate his conclusions. Zhang Zheng chuckled. "All right, Chu, remember, man is iron and food is steel, no matter how urgent the case. We can spare a moment for a meal. Captain Zhang, among the suspects you've investigated, have you found anyone who is left-handed?" Chu Nan inquired. Zhang Zheng shook his head, perplexed. "I hadn't noticed that. Why do you ask? Are you suspecting the killer is a lefty?" "Not suspecting, but certain. Captain Zhang, look at these crime scene photos. All the bodies are oriented towards the right, and the heads of these 3 corpses are noticeably tilted that way. According to human instinct for self-preservation, when faced with danger, individuals instinctively retreat towards safety. Thus, we can ascertain that the weapon was wielded with the left hand." Zhang Jing nodded with excitement. "You're absolutely right. Now that you mention it, it does make sense. What are you waiting for, Huang Jun? Come with me. We need to reevaluate these suspects one by one." "No, Captain Zhang, we should eat first. Sharpening the axe does not delay the work of chopping wood. Chu Nan interjected urgently. Zhang Jing, visibly anxious, replied, what meal? I can't enjoy a meal until we solve this case. Well, Chu, you go eat in the dining hall, and I'll treat you to a nice dinner when you return tonight. Chu Nan could only smile wryly. All right, I'll join you. To optimize their time, Zhang Jing divided the major crimes unit into 4 teams, assigning a total of 17 suspects, with each team responsible for 4. After interviewing 3 suspects in succession, they yielded no leads. Zhang Jing grew increasingly impatient, repeatedly making calls to inquire about the progress of each team. Chu Nan, do you think there might be an issue with our investigative direction? Could the perpetrator be an outsider? If the crime scenes were chosen at random, that would certainly complicate matters. Zhang expressed his skepticism. Not at all, Chu Nan replied with a shake of his head. The survivors have confirmed that the assailant spoke in our Linchuan dialect. Moreover, it is improbable that an outsider would possess such intimate knowledge of Linchuan. However, to be prudent, Team Leader Zhang, you might consider reaching out to our colleagues at the traffic department to investigate the influx of vehicles from outside the city during the days surrounding these 4 incidents. If the timelines align, it will be difficult for them to evade detection. Zhang nodded in agreement. Understood. We have one more visit to make, and once that is complete, I will contact the traffic department.